Purgatory Island, the most heavily guarded prison in the world. Disciple, today is the summer solstice, the time when yang energy is at its peak. Don't suppress it anymore, let your master help you. The goddess ranked #1 globally, the world's greatest female war goddess, and the master of Purgatory Island, Chimay, was now reclining lazily on the bed. The neckline of her sheer nightgown was slightly open, revealing skin as white and smooth as jade. Her long, shapely legs intertwined gracefully. Her lips were bright red, resembling ripe cherries, tempting anyone to take a bite. Yi Lingfeng struggled to suppress the restless turmoil within him, his breathing quickened. Master, I can't treat you like this. You've been so gracious to me, and you are my teacher. I can't let you sacrifice yourself for me. The loose nightgown slipped off slowly, revealing an extraordinary and alluring figure. Chimay smiled gently, softly taking Yi Lingfeng's hand and placing it on her slender waist. I am willing. The tender whisper shattered Yi Lingfeng's last shred of composure. With a roar echoing like that of a tiger, Yi Lingfeng pinned Chimay to the ground. 18 hours later. Master. Yi Lingfeng finally regained his senses. Seeing Chimay's body marked with red imprints, guilt filled his heart. It doesn't matter. You are a body of pure yang, and you've been practicing the 9 yang true technique. You need a woman with a purine physique to balance the excessive yang energy in you. But I didn't expect that even I alone could not completely suppress it. Chimay's face flushed red as she spoke. However, after this balancing, your body should not face the danger of being overwhelmed by yang energy for at least a year. If there are emergencies, you can seek help from your other beautiful and talented senior sisters. At this point, Yi Lingfeng could only express his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Chimay smiled warmly. Lingfeng, I know you still have enemies out there. Today also marks the end of your prison term. Since that's the case, you may leave the island. Yi Lingfeng gently draped Chimay's robe over her shoulders, then knelt on one knee and pressed a deep kiss to her hand. Thank you, Master. After I avenge my family, I will surely return to cherish you. Chimay's face turned crimson. Before you leave, your master has a few gifts for you. With that, an overwhelmingly powerful voice echoed in the ears of all the prisoners on Purgatory Island. Today, my disciple leaves the island. Anyone willing to offer their family heirloom treasures can receive 1 pound of aged rice. Yi Lingfeng smiled. Purgatory Island was home to countless powerful individuals, yet these prisoners were only fed roots and bark daily. A pound of aged rice was equivalent to a feast of the finest delicacies for them. When Yi Lingfeng stepped outside, the prison square was already filled with countless legendary figures. Young Lord, this Heavenly Dragon token can command the Heavenly Dragon Hall, the #1 battle group in the Great Xia Empire, with 800,000 elite warriors. Young Lord, with this Golden Dragon card, you can access the trillions in assets of the Golden Dragon Commerce Guild, making you the wealthiest person in the world. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, a super divine healer, and even the world's richest man, hidden beneath the surface, all of them eagerly offered their fortunes for just a pound of rice. A peerless king of men rummaged through his pockets for a long time before awkwardly smiling. I've had my men issue 99 Dragon Sovereign invitations outside. Those who receive the invitations are all outstanding individuals. From this moment on, they are your disciples and your most loyal servants. Casually accepting their offerings, Yi Lingfeng stepped out of the prison gates in a long coat handed to him by the guards, under the silent gazes of Chimay and countless prisoners. Leaving Purgatory Island, Yi Lingfeng returned to Rong City. Looking at the familiar cityscape, memories of the past flooded his mind. Yi Lingfeng's family ran a small pharmaceutical company. 5 years ago, a group of mysterious individuals stormed into the Yi family, slaughtering everyone. They killed every family member and even beheaded some of their relatives. The cruelty was unimaginable. Yi Lingfeng had been away at the time, narrowly escaping the massacre. Afterward, Yi Lingfeng exhausted all means to uncover the truth and finally discovered that the culprits were the Lu family, the most powerful clan in Rong City. Bidding farewell to his beautiful fiancée, he set out alone to seek revenge against the Lu family. But the Lu family suddenly accused him of harassment and assault, calling the authorities. Unable to prove his innocence, Yi Lingfeng was sentenced to prison and spent 5 years behind bars. I let them live an extra 5 years. Today, I will make them pay 1,000-fold for what they did back then. At the Yi family estate, excavators roared as they dug gaping holes in the walls. A group of well-dressed individuals entered through the breaches. Move quickly. Today is Brother Lu's engagement to Ning Yuchu, a joyous occasion. Brother Lu likes the Yi family tombstones as gifts, so I, naturally, won't disappoint him. Dig up all the Yi family tombstones and send them over to him as presents. Make him happy. Miss Yang Min of the Yang family, her hair styled in numerous braids, crossed her arms with a cold smirk, as if everything was under her control. The elderly man beside her wore a fawning expression, ingratiating himself with her. "Young miss, you are truly thoughtful," he flattered. "This gift will surely please young Master Lu," Yang Min said smugly. "Of course. Brother Lu and I have been sworn siblings for over 20 years. His matters are my matters," she declared proudly. As they chatted, a figure approached from afar, breaking the stillness. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened instantly when he saw the collapsed walls, his guard up. "What are you doing?" he roared. Boom! Killing intent swept through like a tornado as Yi Lingfeng's body shot forward like a cannonball, instantly taking down all the men in black. Blood splattered, and they lay on the ground like dead dogs. "Who are you?" Yang Min exclaimed in shock. Yi Lingfeng grabbed Yang Min by the throat, his icy voice sending chills down her spine. "I am Yi Lingfeng, the last descendant of the Yi family. Tell me, why are you desecrating the graves of my family?" The elderly man turned pale with fear, his face contorted. "How dare you, insolent wretch! Release my young miss!" At that moment, through her terror, Yang Min recognized Yi Lingfeng and felt a surge of excitement. You're the surviving Yi family scum? Ha ha ha! The heavens truly favor me," she laughed maniacally. "I was merely here to prepare a wedding gift for Brother Lu, and I stumbled upon you. Manager Chen, take action immediately." Her eyes glimmered with malice. "I want his head and the Yi family tombstones delivered to Brother Lu as wedding gifts." Manager Chen exuded overwhelming pressure as he stepped forward. "You Yi family remnant. It's an honor for my young miss to dig up your family graves. Release her now and kneel to apologize, and I may grant you a quick death." Boom! Yi Lingfeng roared furiously, "Desecrating my family's graves, destroying their remains, and you want me to kneel in gratitude and await execution?" In his rage, he struck Manager Chen's head with a single palm, shattering it mercilessly. "You deserve to die." Swish! Yang Min's face turned deathly pale in an instant, her pupils dilating with fear that pierced straight into her heart. "You worthless scum! How dare you kill the old dog of the Yang family? My Yang family will never spare you." Yi Lingfeng couldn't even be bothered to argue with her. He tightened his grip on Yang Min's fingers, causing her to convulse like a fish gasping for its last breath. "Tell me, where is Lu Chengfeng holding his engagement?" Yang Min completely broke down, fear leaving her with no way out. "Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll talk." Yi Lingfeng's face was cold as water. With a sharp crack, he snapped her neck. "Lu Chengfeng killed my entire family. Ning Yuchu framed me and sent me to prison. And now, they're getting engaged and plan to dig up my family's graves to celebrate? Perfect. Wonderful." He looked at the lifeless head in his hands, her eyes still wide open in death, and roared like a grim reaper descending upon the earth. "I, Yi Lingfeng, will send you all to hell." The only 7-star hotel in Rome City, Intercontinental Grand Hotel, was bustling with activity. Guests were all smiles, offering their congratulations. At this moment, however, the eyes of Lu Chengfeng, the eldest son of the Lu family, were fixed on a single figure, the ethereal beauty in a wedding dress, the most stunning woman in Rome City, Ning Yuchu. "Yuchu, today is the day of our engagement." He was beaming with pride. "I've prepared a very special gift for you." Ning Yuchu, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, looked as beautiful as a dream. "Oh, what kind of gift?" Clap! Clap! Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands, directing everyone's attention toward the stage. "It's them!" Swish! Ning Yuchu's pupils dilated instantly, terror flooding her heart. "This is..." The guests looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. These are all heads? No one had expected that what Lu Chengfeng had ordered to be brought onto the stage was one skull after another. Each skull was deeply scarred, horrifying, and gruesome. Lu Chengfeng wore a sinister smile as he stared directly at Ning Yuchu. "This one is the head of Yi Lingfeng's third uncle. This one is his third aunt. This is his eldest uncle. This is his cousin, oh, and this one is his younger brother." Ha ha ha! Lu Chengfeng's grin grew more wicked. "I've also arranged for Yang Min to dig up the gravestones of Ye's family and bring them here. Didn't Yi Lingfeng harass you back then? Now, I'm making his family pay for it on their knees. How about it? Are you happy, my dear Yuchu?" Ning Yuchu's eyes widened, her heart shaken to the core. Back then, she had helped Yi Lingfeng handle his family's affairs, but only now did she realize that these relatives had been decapitated, making them unidentifiable. The truth seemed to unravel entirely at this moment. The heads of those people hadn't disappeared for no reason, they had been secretly manipulated by the Lu family all along. "Lu Chengfeng, you're a devil." The fury in Ning Yuchu's heart erupted instantly, her fists clenched tightly. She, consumed by anger, was like a lioness ready to pounce. "I'll kill you." The surrounding guests were utterly dumbfounded by the scene. What's going on here? Isn't Ning Yuchu, the most beautiful woman in Rome City, already estranged from the Yi family and willing to marry into the Lu family? Why is she cursing the Lu family now? Lu Chengfeng sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared down Ning Yuchu. Finally can't hold it in anymore? After agreeing to get engaged to me, for an entire month, you haven't even touched a single one of my fingers. Did you really think I wouldn't notice that you don't actually love me? 5 years ago, you framed Yi Lingfeng and sent him to prison to protect him? Agreeing to this engagement was just a ploy to infiltrate the Lu family and avenge Yi Lingfeng? Slap! A resounding slap struck across Lu Qingfeng's face, wiping the sneer right off it and replacing it with rage. I've known all along that you've been secretly mourning the graves of the Yi family. Since you love worshipping the dead from the Yi family so much, today I'll let you worship them to your heart's content. Men! Get in here! At his command, several black-clad bodyguards swiftly appeared behind him. Make her kneel. Kowtow until she dies. The guests shook their heads and sighed at the sight. Ah! This woman is really foolish. To dare to toy with the most powerful Lu family in Rome City, she's courting death. This time, not only will she die, but she might also bring disaster upon her family. Just as the bodyguards were about to act, Ning Yuchu remained calm, raising a golden invitation high into the air. The Supreme Dragon invitation is here. Let's see who dares to lay a hand on me. Swish! The bodyguards froze in shock, instinctively stepping back. The Supreme Dragon invitation? The other guests were so stunned they could barely breathe. Is that really the Supreme Dragon invitation? My God! Ning Yuchu actually has the qualifications to become the apprentice of the peerless human king? No wonder she dares to come to the Lu family and seek revenge for the Yi family. Lu Chengfeng's face turned ashen in an instant. The Supreme Dragon invitation? The Lu family members all looked terrified. How? How could she have something like that? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ning Yuchu spoke coldly. The Supreme Dragon invitation comes from the peerless human king himself. With this, I have the right to enter his tutelage and become his disciple. Lu Chengfeng, though your Lu family is the #1 family in Rong City, compared to the human king, you're nothing more than ants. Her gaze swept across the room like a queen, exuding an overwhelming presence. Listen up, everyone. That includes the Lu family. Turn yourselves in today and confess your crimes. Otherwise, once I become the disciple of the human king, I will annihilate you all. Dominant. Overwhelming. Even though the one speaking was a woman, her aura at this moment left everyone in the room suffocating. She actually managed to get her hands on the legendary Supreme Dragon invitation? Hiss. Could it be that the Lu family is really going to fall today? Looking at the Supreme Dragon invitation in Ning Yuchu's hand, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. Those who had previously wronged the Yi family or helped the Lu family suppress the Ning family. It's over. Could it be that today they'd face disaster alongside the Lu family? Lu Chengfeng frowned slightly, clearly caught off guard by this invitation. At this moment, Lu Yaogu, who had been sitting silently in the seat of honor, suddenly burst out laughing. Chengfeng, my son, don't worry. Having the Supreme Dragon invitation only grants her the right to meet the human king. It doesn't guarantee she'll become his disciple. You are the heir to the Lu family fortune. Don't let this little girl scare you. Ning Yuchu's heart sank into chaos. It was true she hadn't dared to meet the human king before because she feared not being accepted as his disciple, thereby losing her only leverage against the Lu family. But she thought she could first bluff the Lu family into submission. If their fear led them to surrender, it would be the best outcome. She hadn't expected Lu Yaogu to know the rules of the Supreme Dragon invitation. That may be true. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on with determination. But the Supreme Dragon invitation is extremely rare. Even if I don't become his disciple, just meeting him will establish a relationship with him. As a friend of the human king, even that would be an existence no family in Rome City could afford to offend. Lu Chengfeng ignored her threats, sneering coldly at Ning Yuchu. That's right. The friends of the King of Men are indeed beyond my Lu family's reach. But if I make sure you can never meet him, doesn't that solve the problem? Guards! Take down this ungrateful bitch. In an instant, several bodyguards pounced on Ning Yuchu like beasts, pressing her to the ground in a flash. The overwhelming force left her completely powerless, unable even to lift her head. Ning Yuchu's delicate face turned pale instantly, a chill washing over her heart. She mocked herself bitterly, so I failed after all. Brother Lingfeng, Yuchu has let you down. Yuchu is useless and can only leave first. In this moment, she could no longer hold strong, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lu Qingfeng's lips curved into a sinister smile as he grabbed Ning Youchu's wrist and snatched the Zuanlong invitation from her hand. You dare use the Zuanlong invitation to threaten me? Now, I'll tear it apart and show you what true despair feels like. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous noise, a dashing figure darted into the scene like lightning. As he swept past, he snatched the Zuanlong invitation and threw a blood-drenched human head heavily onto the ground before everyone. A gift for the Lu family. I, Yi Lingfeng, will be keeping this invitation. Everyone was struck dumb, their faces filled with terror as someone shouted, this is the head of Yang Min, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. He actually killed the Yang family's eldest daughter. The Lu family members turned pale, their faces full of shock. Yi Lingfeng, it's really you. You've been released from prison? Lu Qingfeng's face was filled with disbelief as he roared in fury, you killed my sister Yang Min? You deserve death. Brother Lingfeng. Ning Youchu stared at the familiar face before her, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. You're really back. Don't be afraid, Youchu. I know everything you've done for me and the Yi family. After comforting Ning Youchu, Yi Lingfeng's expression turned cold as he swept his gaze across the stunned Lu family members. His voice thundered, each word carrying immense weight. Today, your brother Lingfeng has returned unstoppable. I vow to protect you for life. And send these beasts who have threatened you, persecuted you, and slaughtered the Yi family to the depths of the underworld. Whoosh! The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. The oppressive aura and icy killing intent surged like a tide, draining the color from their faces. So this is the last remnant of the Yi family who survived only because of imprisonment? In just 5 years, he's developed such a terrifying killing intent. The Lu family members all wore grim expressions, their eyes burning with anger as they glared at Lu Chengfeng. Their gazes screamed, this man is a disaster and must not be allowed to live. Lu Chengfeng, of course, understood this. Taking a deep breath, he sneered coldly, you stray dog. After serving your sentence, you don't know how to cherish your life and dare to come to my Lu family seeking death. He raised his arm, pointing at his subordinates with a smug smile. You see them? They are your kin. Their fate will also be your and Ning Youchu's fate. With a twisted grin, Lu Chengfeng looked at Ning Youchu, jeering, but unlike you, she will tremble beneath me before she dies. Ha ha ha. Whoosh! Gently placing Ning Youchu aside, Yi Lingfeng's figure vanished suddenly from where he stood. Young master, watch out. More than 10 martial experts of the martial sect realm turned pale, instinctively shielding Lu Chengfeng. Drawing their blades from their waists, they aimed directly at Yi Lingfeng's head. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened, his voice chilling. Overestimating yourselves. Boom! He turned and kicked, his leg like a heavy hammer, obliterating the heads of 5 martial sect experts in one swift motion. The scene left everyone stunned. Lu Chengfeng and the Lu family members stood slack-jawed, disbelief written all over their faces. In just 5 years, what had this man gone through to gain the power to kill 5 martial sect experts in one blow? Ning Youchu's mouth hung open, her shock beyond words. Whoosh! The remaining 8 martial sect experts' faces changed dramatically, stunned by the opponent's overwhelming strength. Something's wrong with this guy's power. Attack together. Kill him. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the 8 martial sect experts swiftly spread out, attempting to surround Yi Lingfeng completely. Exchanging glances, they launched a simultaneous attack when Yi Lingfeng seemed distracted. Brother Lingfeng, be careful. Yi Lingfeng remained calm and indifferent. With a sidestep, he evaded their attacks and grabbed one martial sect expert by the throat. Crack! The neck twisted 180 degrees in an instant, killing him on the spot. The remaining 7 martial sect experts were utterly shocked. Before they could react, Yi Lingfeng's figure flashed, his fist punching through the chests of 2 more. Bang! Blood and viscera splattered, spraying across Lu Chengfeng's face. Boom! With another loud explosion, the remaining martial sect experts had their heads obliterated by an immense force. One by one, their corpses fell before Lu Chengfeng. This is impossible. Lu Chengfeng was dumbstruck. The martial sect experts he had spent millions training had all been slaughtered in less than half a minute. How had he done it? Wasn't he just released from prison? How could he possess such terrifying power? Ning Youchu froze, her heart trembling violently as though a massive stone had been hurled into a deep abyss, stirring endless ripples. The guests were equally stunned, their shock and fear intertwining, freezing the entire hall in an instant. Watching Yi Lingfeng step closer and closer, Lu Chengfeng retreated step by step, his teeth gritted as anger and fear warred within him. You can't be the Yi Lingfeng I once knew. Who are you really? Why are you here? Yi Lingfeng's expression remained icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. To kill you. To kill your parents. To kill your entire family. Whoosh! The Lu family members felt their scalps go numb, instinctively huddling together for warmth as fear surged over them like a tidal wave. You little bastard, so ruthless. Lu Yaogu's veins bulged, his face contorted in rage. My Lu family is now the #1 clan in Rong City. Your Yi family is long gone. And yet a mere stray dares bark in my Lu residence. You're overestimating yourself. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Lingfeng raised his hand, his movement as swift as lightning. Smack! A head suddenly flew into the air, blood spraying everywhere. Like a cannonball, the severed head smashed into his skull, reducing it to a grotesque mess. When you slaughtered my entire family, did you not think you were ruthless? And now you call me ruthless? The ruthless part is yet to come. Ah! Turning around in horror, Lu Mu saw the headless corpse beside her. She screamed in terror, her cries echoing through the hall, ripping apart the already chilling atmosphere. Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened, despair flooding over him like a tide. Father? You actually killed my father. You dare kill Lu Chengfeng's kin. Ah! I'll tear you to pieces. Yi Lingfeng's gaze was icy, as cold as an unfeeling blade. You could kill my entire family. Why can't I kill yours? Today, I, Yi Lingfeng, will not only slaughter your entire family. I will ensure the extinction of the Lu clan's 9 branches, condemning you to eternal damnation. Boom! Killing intent exploded, the entire hall seemed to be torn apart, and a violent wind swept through. Under this overwhelming pressure, everyone in the hall could not lift their heads. They could only lie on the ground, directly facing their fear. It was terrifying. Was this guy even human? Thud! Taking 2 steps forward, Lu Chengfeng suddenly felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. He abruptly realized that the man before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. These 5 years, what exactly have you been through? Yi Lingfeng's face was expressionless, as calm as dead water. What I've been through is all because of you. The next moment, a massive hand, like the collapse of the heavens, appeared in Lu Chengfeng's eyes, as if the apocalypse had descended. Stop! Suddenly, with a sharp shout, a large group of strong men wielding broadswords stormed in from the main entrance, surrounding everyone in the hall completely. The atmosphere instantly became unbearably tense. Following them, a man dressed in luxurious robes strode in, flanked by the powerful guards. His aura was overwhelming. How dare you cause trouble in the Lu family? You've got some nerve. SHRRK. Everyone's expressions shifted. Subconsciously, they turned their heads. When they recognized that ferocious face, every guest present immediately knelt to the ground, their hearts trembling in shock. We pay our respects to Colonel Lu. Someone belatedly realized the severity of the situation. Is that him? Lu Shui, the colonel of Rong City's military division? The #1 warrior of Rong City, Lu Chengfeng's elder brother. Exactly. I heard he also received a Zuanlong invitation, but unlike Ning Yuchu, he has already met the Ring King and is guaranteed to become his disciple. What? Are you sure? Positive. Colonel Lu himself said so. SHRRK. Ning Yuchu's delicate face turned pale, as if she had fallen into an abyss in an instant. Despair surged like a tide. It's over. Truly over this time. Lu Shui strode toward the headless corpse, his fury blazing. This is... Beside him, Madame Lu, Chao Fong, knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. Her cries were heart-wrenching. This is your father. SHRRK. Dozens of armed warriors widened their mouths, their pupils shrinking repeatedly as they exchanged stunned and terrified glances. In broad daylight, someone actually dared to murder the father of Rong City's colonel. Lu Shui's face darkened. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and rage. My father is dead? Who did this? Who is it? Lu Chengfeng gnashed his teeth, his voice hysterical, as despair and fury intertwined within him. Big brother, you're finally back. It's him. Yi Lingfeng. He killed our great father. Boom. The killing intent swept through like a storm, forcing everyone nearby half a meter back. Fear loomed like a dark cloud pressing down upon the city. Lu Shui was enraged beyond reason, his fury burning like a wildfire. It's you? You and your entire family deserve death. The guests turned pale, their faces showing uncontrollable terror as they silently prayed in their hearts. How foolish. This remnant of the Yi family, how dare he? In all of Rong City, almost no one dares to provoke the Lu family. But he went straight for the kill, taking the lives of 2 members of the Lu family. One of them was even the head of the Lu family, the adopted father of Colonel Lu. This is a disaster of unimaginable proportions. Not only will he die, but his woman and everyone around him will perish as well. Ning Youchu's face was bloodless, despair welling up within her. Brother Lingfeng, run! I'll hold them off. You must leave here. Ning Youchu's heart was filled with urgency. She didn't know what Ji Lingfeng had been through in the past 5 years to gain such astonishing combat prowess, but she understood that 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. Facing the Rong City colonel who commanded thousands of elite fighters, there was no chance of victory. If even one person can escape, that's one less death. If you don't leave now, everyone will die here. Yi Lingfeng returned to Ning Youchu's side, softly reassuring her, don't be afraid. He turned to look at the Rong City colonel in luxurious attire, his cold gaze seemingly freezing the air. I heard you got the Zuanlong invitation, and you take pride in it, hoping to become the disciple of the Ren King? The colonel waved his hand, and in an instant, the overwhelming killing intent receded like a storm. The atmosphere around Ning Youchu instantly calmed. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Kill everyone in the Lu family, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 999 times. Maybe, just maybe, I'll consider taking you as my disciple. Hearing this, the guests were stunned, their eyes bloodshot and their breathing rapid. Did I hear that right? He actually dared to demand Colonel Lu kneel? And asked him to personally kill his own family? Hiss! Everyone gasped. Madman! He's absolutely insane. To speak such arrogant words in front of Colonel Lu. This is clearly courting death at lightning speed. Chao Fong and the Lu family members were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the young man who had just killed the family head and now dared to speak so arrogantly. This guy, is he an idiot? Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed wildly, his eyes burning with fervent rage. You want my elder brother to personally kill his own family, then kneel before you and kowtow 999 times in front of everyone. Yi Lingfeng, who do you think you are? The king of heaven? His furious gaze locked onto Lu Shui. Lu Chengfeng trembled with rage. Big brother. He is Yi Lingfeng, the last remnant of the Yi family we failed to eradicate years ago. We only killed his entire family of over 100 people. And for that, he killed our great father. This man deserves 1,000 deaths. Lu Shui's killing intent surged. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Youchu spread her arms wide, shielding Yi Lingfeng. Stop. If it weren't for 5 years ago, when you mercilessly slaughtered the Yi family without a second thought, would my brother Lingfeng return with hatred to kill members of the Lu family? You killed over 100 innocent people of the Yi clan. Brother Lingfeng only killed 2 members of the Lu family. Where is the wrong in that? Where is the wrong? Blue veins bulged on Lu Chengfeng's forehead. The Yi family were nothing but a bunch of lowly people. Their lives were as worthless as ants. Not only are they incomparable to members of my Lu family, they don't even measure up to the dogs of my Lu family. Lu Shui sneered coldly at Yi Lingfeng, his eyes filled with contempt. The Yi family died, and that's that. To die by the hands of my Lu family is their honor. And you dare seek revenge on my Lu family for that? To kill my father, Lu Shui? Nodding slightly, Lu Shui's bloodshot eyes glinted with murderous intent. Good. Very good. Today, I, Lu Shui, will show the entire Rong City. Let them understand what happens to those who don't recognize their insignificance and dare to oppose my Lu family. Men. Boom. Dozens of martial experts roared in unison, present. Lu Shui slammed his fist down, shattering the stone table. Cut this man into pieces. Yes. With a grim expression, the dozens of martial experts unsheathed their blades simultaneously, their faces twisted with ferocity, charging toward Yi Lingfeng and Ning Youchu. Brother Lingfeng. Run. At this critical moment, Ning Youchu felt panic rising in her heart. Without hesitation, she spread her arms wide and stood protectively in front of him. Yi Lingfeng remained unfazed. He swiftly grabbed Ning Youchu's wrist and shielded her behind him. Turning back around, he unleashed a whip-like kick, elegant yet swift, tracing a stunning arc through the air. Bang! 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 Like a rampaging war chariot, the martial experts, so intimidating just moments ago, had no time to react. In the instant they caught sight of the soles of his shoes, their bodies lost control, hurtling violently toward the Lu family members. Ha ha ha! Lu Chengfeng was still laughing when he suddenly noticed something amiss, his laughter abruptly cut short. Watch out! Boom! The uncontrollable bodies, like massive boulders flung through the air, crashed down on the heads of the Lu family crowd. Lu Shui, quick-eyed and quick-handed, managed to save his younger brother and mother in time. The rest, however, were too slow to react. Nearly all of them struck. They collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood uncontrollably. Some even died on the spot, their eyes wide open in death. Second uncle. Big brother. Elder sister. Third aunt. Ah! Lu Qingfeng's fury surged to a boiling point, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Yi Lingfeng. How dare you destroy my Lu family? I will kill you. The guests widened their eyes in shock, their astonishment written all over their faces. Yi Lingfeng's strength is truly terrifying. Dozens of martial experts, defeated in a single move. And not just them, he slaughtered over a dozen Lu family members as well. Is this something a human can even achieve? Brother Lingfeng. Ning Youchu's gaze was blank. The man before her, like a god of slaughter, felt both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. As her mind swirled with confusion, a sudden metallic clang shattered everyone's shock. To kill a member of the Lu family, to insult the king of men. Lu Shui, gripping a large blade, stepped forward steadily, his aura surging like a tidal wave. Yi Lingfeng, this captain will let you taste a fate worse than death. Boom! Before his words had even faded, an avalanche-like killing intent swept through the hall, suffocating all in its path. The crowd stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, struggling to stand under the sheer weight of his presence. So this is the might of someone commanding 1,000 martial experts? A captain recognized by the king of men? Tisk. With such power, he's practically invincible. Chao Feng smirked with pride, while Lu Chengfeng burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this, did you, Yi Lingfeng? Your strength may be great, but my brother's strength defies the heavens. With this measly skill, you dare return for vengeance? Such arrogance. Under the suppressive atmosphere, Ning Youchu looked at Yi Lingfeng in fear, her heart filled with unease. Brother Lingfeng. We might not be his match? Yi Lingfeng's face remained calm, utterly unperturbed. You overthink it. Your brother Lingfeng is invincible in this world. Ha ha ha. From midair, Lu Shui let out a sinister laugh. In all my years, I've never encountered someone as arrogant as you. Invincible in the world? Today, Yi Lingfeng, will be the day you die. Boom! The killing aura surged like a tidal wave, making the earth tremble and the entire hall shake violently. Rumble! Even Lu Chengfeng and Chao Feng found it hard to keep their balance, swaying back and forth, with some people collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Ha ha ha! Driven to madness, even as he hit the ground, Lu Chengfeng continued to cackle. Amazing! Truly worthy of being my big brother, Lu Chengfeng's elder sibling. Such power, no one in Rong City can rival it. He stared coldly into the depths of the dust cloud, his excitement causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, he's dead. The Yi family is finally wiped out by my Lu family. Once this banquet ends, I'll announce it to the world. I'll tell them how Yi Lingfeng fell. I'll make sure they know what happens when you offend the Lu family. Chao Feng took a deep breath, her face full of relief. Master! Schwer has avenged you. You can rest in peace now. The guests gasped, their shock palpable. Yi Lingfeng is really dead? Was he split in half, or was his head chopped off? Ha ha ha. Someone sneered. Captain Lu's blade is so sharp, its aura as imposing as a mountain, it could even shake the earth. A mere mortal, how could he possibly withstand it? He's probably nothing more than a pile of minced flesh by now. Nearby, another person's pupils contracted tightly. That gruesome? Tisk. Indeed, here in Rong City, offending anyone is fine, just not the Lu family. They turned their gaze back to the depths of the dust cloud, their hearts filled with sighs and lamentations. This is a truth everyone knows. But this remnant of the Yi family didn't understand it. How pitiful. In the midst of the dust cloud, Ning Youchu stared blankly ahead at the figure obscured by the dust. Brother Lingfeng? In her line of sight, that figure remained unchanged. However, the surrounding jeers and mockery about Yi Lingfeng's death made her heart uneasy, her face pale as paper. Thud! In the next moment, a loud crash of knees hitting the ground echoed, shocking everyone present. Brother Lingfeng? Ning Youchu's face shifted dramatically, her heart tightening as she rushed forward. The guests outside the dust cloud widened their eyes in astonishment. What's going on? Yi Lingfeng wasn't turned into minced flesh? He's still alive? Chao Feng's expression of relief froze instantly, as if frozen solid. Lu Qingfeng's smile stiffened, as the word impossible echoed endlessly in his mind. My big brother is a peak martial master. That Yi Lingfeng, at best, is at the early stage of martial mastery. How could he withstand my brother's full-strength blow? Absolutely impossible. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. What had happened within the dust cloud? As the dust gradually settled, three figures slowly came into view. The first to appear was Ning Youchu, who stared ahead in shock, her mouth slightly open, her face filled with disbelief. Then, a figure in luxurious robes appeared, kneeling on the ground. It was none other than the supposedly invincible captain of Rong City, the adopted son of the Lu family, Lu Shui. Shuer? Big brother. Captain Lu? The crowd was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly, his heart flooded with overwhelming terror. Lu Shui was his father's adopted son, nurtured with exceptional martial talent to become the Lu family's foundation. He began martial training at 3, entered the way at 10, became a martial master at 15, and reached the peak by 30, ascending to the rank of captain in the martial division. For 20 years, he had been invincible in Rong City, never tasting defeat. And yet, now, he knelt before this young man who was even younger than him? Lu Chengfeng instinctively turned his gaze toward the final wisp of dust. It was then he realized that the young man, whom he thought had been chopped into minced flesh, was actually standing there, completely unharmed. Not only that, but everyone noticed that web-like cracks had spread from beneath the young man's feet, covering the entire hall and extending throughout the entire villa. Hiss! Suddenly realizing something, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Could it be that the tremor just now wasn't caused by Commander Lu, but by him? Swoosh! Chao Feng's face changed drastically, her eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible! Shuer is a peerless master cultivated by our Lu family. How could he possibly lose? Lu Chengfeng panicked, a cold, invisible fear welling up inside him. Something's wrong. This guy's strength, it's definitely abnormal. Ning Yuchu stood there in a daze, holding a broken blade barely half an inch long. At her feet lay shattered blades and pools of blood, while kneeling before her was the commander of Rong City himself. Her heart was filled with shock and admiration. Is this really the Ling Feng brother I haven't seen in 5 years? Amazing. Utterly amazing. Handsome. So handsome it's explosive. On the ground, Lu Shui struggled to lift his head, his face filled with unwillingness and shock. Why? In just 5 years, how have you grown to such a level? I refuse to accept this. I don't understand. Yi Lingfeng's face remained expressionless as he calmly replied, the logic is simple, a disciple who hasn't even entered the door cannot defeat the master. Swoosh! Lu Shui suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening as his voice trembled. No, don't kill me. The surrounding guests froze in place, while Lu Chengfeng and Chao Feng turned pale with shock. Yi Lingfeng. Before they could speak further, Yi Lingfeng abruptly raised his foot, aiming directly at Lu Shui's head. You dare kill the apprentice of the King of Men? You've got some nerve. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura shattered the grand door, sending all the guests sprawling to the ground. Immediately afterward, a tall figure strode in arrogantly, accompanied by a group of powerful individuals. The guests were stunned. Isn't that the disciple of the peerless King of Men, Mr. Wang Ruffeng? Why is he here? I understand now. Commander Lu mentioned that he had already met the peerless King of Men. Mr. Wang Ruffeng's appearance not only confirms his words but also proves that the Hall of the King of Men has recognized Commander Lu. Commander Lu is now officially a disciple in training of the peerless King of Men. Swoosh! Excitement lit up the faces of the surviving Lu family members, including Chao Feng. Shuer? Lu Chengfeng trembled with exhilaration, his eyes brimming with joy. Ha ha ha! This is wonderful! My elder brother has joined the Hall of the King of Men and become a disciple of the peerless King of Men. From now on, who in all of Rong City would dare to provoke the Lu family? He glared furiously at Yi Lingfeng, his teeth clenched in hatred. So what if you're strong? Today will still be the day of your death. Kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, Lu Shui looked up at Yi Lingfeng and sneered coldly. Turning his face sorrowfully, he cried out, Senior brother Wang! Save me! Ning Youchu's face turned pale as fury surged within her heart. Why? Why is it that these villains always have so many people backing them? While someone as good as Brother Lingfeng is always alone, outnumbered, and unsupported? Heavens, you're so unfair! Burning with rage, Ning Youchu struggled to calm her fury and resisted the urge to shout. Instead, she suppressed her indignation and anger, crouched down, and carefully collected the fragments of the Zunlong Tai, honor dragon token, from the ground. Mr. Wang! Mr. Wang! My name is Ning Youchu, and I've also obtained a Zunlong Tai. Brother Lingfeng has worked so hard, relying solely on his unmatched strength, to suppress the Lu family to this point. Just when he was about to achieve his revenge, a disciple of the King of Men suddenly appeared? I don't ask for your help. I only ask that, in consideration of us both possessing a Zunlong Tai, you stay out of this matter. Wang Ruffeng glanced at her with disdain. A pile of fragments, how can you prove that it's the Zunlong Tai? even if it is the Zun Long Tai. If you haven't come to meet me, you're not considered a member of the Hall of the King of Men. As an outsider, why should I, Wang Ruffing, a disciple of the peerless King of Men, listen to you? Mr. Wang. Ning Yuchu refused to give up. Before she could finish, Yi Lingfeng stepped forward, his gaze cold as he stared at Wang Ruffing. And who do you think you are? Does meeting you really matter that much? Swoosh. The guest's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? Is Yi Lingfeng insane? It's one thing to disregard the Lu family, but now he dares to offend someone from the Hall of the King of Men? This is practically courting death. Ning Yuchu frowned deeply. Brother Lingfeng. Before she could finish her sentence, under the stunned gazes of Lu Shui, Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Fang, and the others, Wang Rufing's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Lingfeng. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Yi Lingfeng remained unfazed. I said, get lost. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, face the consequences. Wang Rufing's face turned deathly pale in fury. I was actually planning to give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to them, then end your life here. If you do that, I might consider sparing your family. Fine. Since you're determined to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Rufing's face turned grim. Everyone, hear my command. Capture this man who insults the Hall of the King of Men and the King of Men himself. Yes. Over 10 elite warriors from the Hall of the King of Men sprang into action. Every single one of them was a peak-level martial master. The moment they moved, everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even breathing became unbearably difficult. This is the power of the Hall of the King of Men? Even their subordinates are peak martial masters? This is terrifying. Lu Chengfeng was ecstatic. He felt fortunate joining the Hall of the King of Men had truly been an incredibly wise decision. Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Fang, and the other Lu family members were breathing heavily. At this moment, their faces twisted into sinister smiles, their teeth clenched as they envisioned Yi Lingfeng's downfall. They also saw the bright future awaiting the Lu family. Kill him. Mr. Wang Ruffing, please, make sure this insolent fool who insulted the Hall of the King of Men and yourself is torn to pieces. Ning Yuchu clenched her fists tightly. You, all of you. You all have Zun Long Tai. Why are you siding with the Lu family and targeting Brother Lingfeng? Is this the way the peerless King of Men conducts himself? The Hall of the King of Men is nothing special after all. Wang Ruffing crossed his arms over his chest. Zun Long Tai is limited to 99 pieces. Only 9 individuals are allowed to pass. Since the 9 spots are already taken, even if your Zun Long Tai is genuine, it's now invalid. He looked at Ning Yuchu with feigned pity. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for failing to claim a spot in the hall. Otherwise, even if I don't help you today, I certainly won't help the Lu family deal with you too. Alright, I've explained everything clearly. Just now, you insulted the Hall of the Human King, insulted the Human King himself, your crime is unforgivable. Now, die. Hearing these words, every strong warrior of the Hall of the Human King's face darkened, and they charged directly toward Ning Yuchu. Ning Yuchu's delicate body trembled. Her whole body felt icy cold, and a wave of despair engulfed her. It's over. This time, we're truly finished. Whoosh. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged. His figure flashed, and he stood in front of Ning Yuchu. I told you, your Lingfeng brother is invincible in this world. A disciple of the Human King? I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy in mere seconds. Transforming his palm into a fist, he struck out with a punch. Boom! The immense force of the punch was like a tsunami, directly blasting all the Hall of the Human King's strong warriors who had charged forward, sending them flying over 10 meters. They crashed at the feet of Wang Ruffing, Lu Shui, Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Fang, and the many Lu family members and banquet guests. In an instant, the scene plunged into a deathly silence. The next moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Their mouths gaped open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. 18 peak martial masters. Defeated in a single move. How is this possible? Lu Shui, Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Fang, and the others were utterly stunned. Wang Ruffing looked utterly shocked, completely unprepared for this turn of events. You brat! I didn't expect you actually had some skills. At first, he thought defeating the peak martial master Lu Shui was already this person's limit. But now he realized he had underestimated him. Suddenly, Wang Ruffing felt an overwhelming killing intent, suffocating and terrifying. The crowd abruptly snapped out of their shock, turning their astonished gazes toward Wang Ruffing. This pressure, could it be? Lu Shui burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming like thunder. A martial king? Ha 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 ha. That's right, Senior brother Wang is a martial king. Crushing a group of martial masters is like crushing a swarm of ants. No matter how strong this Yi Lingfeng is, he can't possibly be a match for a martial king. He's doomed. This time, there's absolutely no suspense. Wang Rufeng's expression instantly turned grim, a wave of unease rising in his heart. The Hall of the Human King does not kill nameless individuals. State your name, and I, Wang Rufeng, will grant you a swift death. Just as he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Ning Youchu's heart once again leapt into her throat. Brother Lingfeng? Yi Lingfeng's domineering gaze swept over everyone, his eyes as sharp as knives. Then stand firm. My name is Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng? Wang Rufeng suddenly froze, his heart trembling violently. The Hall of the Human King had issued 99 Dragon of Honor invitations. Those who received these invitations would have the chance to meet the Human King and become his disciples. However, the elders had said those who received the invitations were all slaves of Yi Lingfeng. Out of them, only 9 who passed the assessment could become his disciples. Realizing this, Wang Rufeng's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that this Yi Lingfeng before me is the same one the elders spoke of? Snapping out of his shock, he looked at the group of Human King Hall warriors who were getting up and preparing to charge again. Stop! The warriors of the Hall of the Human King looked bewildered. Lu Shui, Lu Changfeng, Chao Feng, and the others were equally confused. Everyone's gazes converged, the atmosphere tense, as if the air itself was trembling. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Rufeng stepped forward, cautiously asking, "May I ask, young Master Yi Lingfeng, have you ever spent some time abroad?" Ning Youchu's heart thumped anxiously, her nervousness almost suffocating her. Yi Lingfeng's face remained cold and indifferent, his words merciless, "None of your damn business." Whoosh! Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They all shook their heads and sighed, the atmosphere instantly becoming suffocatingly heavy. Lu Chengfeng shouted furiously, his anger boiling over, "How dare you to speak to senior brother Wang from the Hall of the Human King in such a tone? You have no respect for the Hall of the Human King at all." Silence. Wang Rufeng's face darkened, instantly halting Lu Chengfeng's tirade. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." The crowd was utterly stunned, feeling completely bewildered. Lu Shui, Chao Feng, and the others stared at Lu Chengfeng in shock, as if asking, "What's going on? When did you offend him?" Lu Chengfeng's mouth hung open, his face also full of questions. "What did I do wrong?" Wang Rufeng ignored their expressions, turning back to Yi Lingfeng with a newfound respect on his face. "Mr. Yi Lingfeng, please, just tell me, have you ever been abroad before?" Thinking Wang Rufeng was worried about killing the innocent, Lu Shui quickly interjected before Yi Lingfeng could respond. "This guy's name is Yi Lingfeng. He's a criminal who's been imprisoned for 5 years. Senior brother Wang, you don't need to worry. Someone like him is wicked beyond redemption and deserves to die. Killing him would be an act of justice." Imprisoned? Wang Rufeng's heart skipped a beat, the resemblance growing stronger. "Mr. Yi, may I ask, the name of the prison where you were held?" Lu Chengfeng sneered coldly, his face full of mockery. "It was a foreign prison, and only he would know its name. But I bet he wouldn't dare say it. Because I've looked into it, that prison holds only the most heinous criminals. Anyone who's been there is destined to be scorned and cursed by the world." Upon learning of Yi Lingfeng's imprisonment, Wang Rufeng secretly felt triumphant. He had never given up on eradicating the Yi family entirely. However, when he tried to use his connections to reach into Rongqing prison, he was informed that Yi Lingfeng had already been transferred. If not for that, he believed today's events would never have occurred. Ning Youchu looked at Yi Lingfeng in astonishment, her heart full of confusion. "Brother Lingfeng, in those 5 years, did they really transfer you abroad? Why? Your crime wasn't that severe, was it?" To protect Yi Lingfeng, she had falsely accused him of a crime, but she had always kept an eye on his situation. However, she never expected that shortly after his imprisonment, he would be transferred to another facility, vanishing without a trace. Ning Youchu couldn't understand how could a mere harassment charge result in such harsh punishment. Ignoring the gazes of Lu Chengfeng and the others, Yi Lingfeng turned to Ning Youchu, his voice resolute. "I'll find a chance to explain this to you later." Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a knee hitting the ground suddenly echoed, shocking everyone. Whipping their heads around, the crowd's gazes converged, the atmosphere instantly dropping to freezing point, ready to explode into chaos. Lu Chengfeng and Chao Feng were dumbfounded. Lu Shui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Senior brother Wang, what are you?" Seeing Wang Rufeng kneeling on one knee, his heart nearly stopped. Because the person Wang Rufeng was kneeling to was none other than Yi Lingfeng, the man who had ruined the banquet, killed his father and dozens of Lu family members, and was on the brink of being executed. Whoosh! The crowd trembled. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. What is going on? A disciple of the Hall of the Human King is actually kneeling to this leftover remnant of the Yi family? Ning Youchu's mouth hung open, utterly dumbfounded. In front of her, Yi Lingfeng's expression was cold and indifferent, a faint trace of apathy on his face. What's wrong? Finally realizing who I am? Under the wooden stares of the crowd, Wang Ruffin was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to lift his head. I didn't recognize you immediately and almost caused a conflict with you. Wang Ruffing deserves death 10,000 times over. Please, Brother Yi, punish me. Brother Yi? Lu Qingfeng's body trembled violently, his eyes reddened with disbelief. What are you saying? He's nothing more than a remnant of the Yi family. A convict. A useless coward. Brother? You must be mistaken. Silence. A furious shout interrupted, and Wang Ruffing turned to glare at the stunned Lu Shui. This man is the direct disciple of the human king, Yi Lingfeng, Brother Yi. The Zuanlong token you received represents the qualification to meet him. If he doesn't approve, none of you are qualified to join the Human King Hall or become one of its members. At these words, everyone present froze instantly, as if encased in ice, standing motionless on the spot. The direct disciple of the Human King? Lu Shui murmured in disbelief, his mouth agape. Wang Rufing's expression was resolute and stern. Master, in fulfillment of a promise, has to go into seclusion for 50 years. Over the next 10 years, one of his direct disciples will act on his behalf to manage the Human King Hall and oversee the Zuanlong tokens. In other words, possession of a Zuanlong token doesn't grant one the right to become the Human King's disciple but rather the right to be an apprentice to his direct disciple. And this direct disciple is none other than the man before you, Brother Yi Lingfeng? This was merely Wang Rufing's conjecture. He couldn't fathom how a young man could surpass the unparalleled Human King in status and power. In his view, the only possibility for someone to replace the Human King, manage the Human King Hall, and distribute the Zuanlong tokens to recruit disciples was for that person to be the Human King's direct disciple, the candidate to control the Human King Hall in the future. Such a person, though not the Human King himself, still stood above all others within the hall. Wang Ruffing couldn't afford to offend him, and neither could these outsiders and would-be disciples. Hiss! Everyone present understood this logic. They stared blankly at the young man before them, unable to suppress a cold shiver, gasping in disbelief. It's over. This is truly over. The crowd turned, shifting their gazes to another person. This time, it wasn't Ning Youchu but the heir to the Lu family, Lu Chengfeng. The Lu family members panicked. Lu Chengfeng and Xiao Fan looked at Lu Shui in terror. Shuer! Brother! How could this be? Lu Shui's heart raced, his breathing rapid. Brother Wang. Are you absolutely sure? He's just a nobody without even a family. How could he possibly be the direct disciple of the unparalleled Human King, your senior brother? Wang Ruffing did not respond. Instead, he bowed respectfully to Yi Lingfeng. Please, Brother Yi, forgive me. Swish! Seeing this scene, the Lu family members were utterly disheartened. Before Lu Shui could react, the entire Lu family had already dropped to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Mr. Yi, please spare us. We were blind and failed to recognize greatness. We didn't know you were the direct disciple. Please show mercy and let us go. The guests, their faces drained of all color, followed suit and knelt down. Lord Yi, we're just here as guests. We had nothing to do with the Yi family tragedy. Please, be magnanimous and spare us. Behind Yi Lingfeng, Ning Youchu stood in a daze. Staring at the man before her, she felt as if she were dreaming. Brother Lingfeng, is it really you? What on earth happened in these 5 years? Facing the kowtowing crowd, Yi Lingfeng remained cold and emotionless. You slaughtered my entire family. Desecrated my ancestors' graves. Even tried to kill me and my sister, Yu Chu. And now, you expect me to be magnanimous, to spare you? Sensing an overwhelming pressure as heavy as a mountain, Wang Rufing's face turned pale. He quickly turned around, trying to make amends. Lu Shui, have your family take their own lives. This way, at least they can die with some dignity. The faces of the guests instantly turned as white as sheets. Their eyes instinctively shifted to the Lu family members, their hearts filled with bone-chilling fear, as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Their hearts pounded uncontrollably. No, I don't want to die. Lord Yi, death cannot bring back the dead. Killing us won't achieve anything. How about this? We'll give you money. A lot of money. And since you already killed Lu Yaogu and the others, let's just call it even. Yi Lingfeng sneered coldly and raised his hand. Bang! A teacup from the table shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the speaker's head. Blood splattered everywhere, a nauseating sight. Swish! Chao Fang's face turned pale. In a desperate bid to protect her son, she quickly turned to the pleading relatives. Stop talking. It's useless. Take your own lives quickly. This way, perhaps, you can save your descendants who are left outside. Hearing this, the Lu family members were filled with despair. Their eyes revealed reluctance and fear, but their bodies seemed suppressed by an invisible force, leaving them powerless to resist. I hope you keep your word. After I die, spare my descendants. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, all the Lu family's direct members grabbed the blades placed before them and ended their own lives. Chao Fang let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Yi Lingfeng with a flattering smile. Lord Yi, surely now you're satisfied? Yi Lingfeng's face remained expressionless, his voice as sharp and cold as a blade. You slaughtered my entire family. And you think killing a few, a dozen, or even dozens of people is enough to make amends? Impossible. Chao Fang's face turned ashen, her fear beyond words. So many people have already died. Isn't that enough? You're being unreasonable. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened instantly, his rage boiling over. Unreasonable? Did any of you think about reason 5 years ago? Do it. Every single member of the Lu family must die. Just as you killed my entire family 5 years ago. Today, not one of you will live. Chao Fang trembled with rage, unable to contain her fury. Let me tell you something. I am a member of the Chao family. The famous lord of Rongqing, Chao Eng, is my slap. Before she could finish, Yi Lingfeng moved like lightning, smashing her head with a single slap. Blood splattered everywhere. Too much nonsense. Ning Youchu's mouth hung open, her breathing quickened, her body trembling with excitement. As expected of my brother Lingfeng. So cool. So unbelievably cool. Wang Ruffing stood to the side, stunned, his brows furrowed deeply. The Rongqing king, the Chao family? Just as he was about to ask, the cries of Lu Shui and Lu Chengfeng echoed throughout the entire hall. Ah! Mom! Mother! Lu Shui was consumed by rage, his eyes blazing with the flames of hatred. You actually dared to kill my foster mother. I will kill you. Slap! Yi Lingfeng didn't say much. With a single backhanded slap, he shattered Lu Shui's skull with ease, the scene horrifying to behold. Lu Chengfeng staggered backward in terror, his face as pale as paper. No! Don't come closer. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. The man walking toward him step by step was like a god of death, an oppressive force that completely broke Lu Chengfeng's spirit. His pants were instantly soaked in fear. Ah! I know I was wrong. Yi Lingfeng. Please spare me. We were classmates once. The guests were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how, in just a few short minutes, Yi Lingfeng remained unshaken while the once mighty Lu family was reduced to only the trembling Lu Chengfeng. Who could believe such a scene? Yi Lingfeng looked down coldly at Lu Chengfeng, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Speak! Why did you kill my parents, my entire family? What did my family ever do to offend you? Lu Chengfeng was overwhelmed with panic, clutching his head as he wept bitterly, tears mingling with sweat. I'll talk. The Yi family developed a new drug that could prevent harm caused by nuclear-contaminated seafood and similar products. An influential figure didn't want the drug to hit the market, so they had my parents hire people to destroy the Yi Group's laboratory and kill everyone involved in the research. Yi Lingfeng's expression turned as icy as winter, his heart ablaze with fury. Even so, did you have to slaughter my entire family? Lu Chengfeng trembled uncontrollably, his face streaked with tears, a pitiful sight. I acted impulsively. It's because you stole our school beauty, the woman I loved the most. Ning Youchu's face turned pale with rage, her fury reaching its peak. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be called human. Yi Lingfeng raised his hand, his voice icy as he asked, the influential figure you mentioned, what's their name? Lu Chengfeng shook his head, his expression dazed. I don't know. Only the old master knew. But he passed away 2 years ago. However, I can help you look into the records he left behind. If I find anything, I'll let you know immediately. Yi Lingfeng's face remained expressionless, his gaze sharp like a knife piercing through Lu Chengfeng. No need. I'll investigate this myself. As for you, go apologize to my parents and family in the afterlife. Whoosh! Lu Chengfeng's face turned ashen, paralyzed by the fear of death, his eyes widening in terror. No. Ah! A scream echoed. Yi Lingfeng. Just as Yi Lingfeng was about to strike, a cold laugh reverberated throughout the hall. If you dare make a move, I'll kill your woman immediately. Yi Lingfeng instinctively turned his head, glaring at the woman clutching Ning Youchu's throat, his face radiating murderous intent. Wang Rufeng, along with a group of severely injured strongmen from the Wang Palace, surrounded the guests tightly. No one expected that someone would suddenly storm in from outside and take Yi Lingfeng's woman hostage. Damn it! Realizing his mistake, Wang Rufeng's heart sank, and he immediately wanted to charge forward for a fight. Don't come any closer. The woman's face was dark and menacing. If you take one step closer, I'll kill her immediately. Ning Youchu clenched her teeth, gazing resolutely at Yi Lingfeng. Don't worry about me, brother Lingfeng. Kill this scum Lu Chengfeng. Avenge, avenge uncle and auntie. Yi Lingfeng looked at the woman, his killing intent intensifying. What do you want? The woman sneered coldly, a sinister smile curling at her lips. Isn't it obvious? Trade Lu Chengfeng for her. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Yi Lingfeng didn't hesitate. He kicked the dumbfounded Lu Chengfeng forward. Let her go. He was 99% confident that he could save Ning Youchu and kill the woman in the instant she acted. But he didn't want to take the risk. Lu Chengfeng's life wasn't worth it. Even with just a 0.01% chance of failure, he wouldn't gamble with Ning Youchu's life. Brother Lingfeng. Tears streamed down Ning Youchu's face, filled with guilt. The woman laughed mockingly. Decisive, I like that. She grabbed Lu Chengfeng and began retreating cautiously, waiting for the right moment before shoving her hostage forward. The instant she let go, the woman punched the doorframe. The beam collapsed with a crash. The strongmen from the Wang Palace tried to pursue but were powerless. Their eyes were fixed solely on Ning Youchu. Yi Lingfeng, quick as lightning, dashed forward and caught Ning Youchu in his arms. Are you alright, Sister Youchu? Ning Youchu shook her head as tears poured down. I'm sorry, brother Lingfeng. I dragged you into this. Yi Lingfeng shook his head, his voice firm. Don't say such foolish things. Your life is more important than anything. He understood in his heart, if not for their scheme to have him imprisoned, he would have died long ago at the hands of the Lu family and would never have had the chance to meet his master and acquire his skills. This life was given to him by her. He swore that, no matter what, he would never let her down in this lifetime. Brother Yi. A pale-faced Wang Rufeng approached quickly with the strongmen from the Wang Palace. About the true culprit. I might have some leads. Eager to redeem himself, he shared his speculations without hesitation. After hearing his words, Yi Lingfeng's face darkened. The Chao family, is it? Today, I'll smash every last clay pot and wipe you all out. Turning to the trembling guests, Yi Lingfeng gave a chilling command. Everyone related to the Lu family, all of their descendants outside this house, kill them all. Whoosh! The guests' faces turned pale as they began to tremble violently. Before they could even beg for mercy, their screams were drowned out in the midst of slaughter. On the road, Lu Chengfeng excused himself to use the restroom. The woman waited for a long time but didn't see him return. Realizing something was wrong, she rushed into the men's restroom, only to find that he had already fled. Carrying a heavy heart, she returned to report to her master. Young master, Lu Chengfeng escaped. In truth, she had realized back at the Lu family that Yi Lingfeng intended to kill Lu Chengfeng. However, her mission was to bring him back alive. This had ultimately led to the current situation. Inside the study, the man remained expressionless. It's fine. Lu Chengfeng is a coward. Before he dies, he'll surely reveal his name to try and save his life. Now that he's safe, he won't voluntarily give him up. It doesn't matter if he escaped. Slap. The man struck the woman hard across the face, still devoid of emotion. However, you did mess up this time. This slap is just a warning. If it happens again, there will be no mercy. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but the woman didn't wipe it away. Yes, young master. By the way, Madame Chao Fang is dead. I'm worried that Yi Lingfeng will suspect you because of it. What? The man's face changed drastically, a flash of fear in his eyes. That guy, he actually dared to kill someone from the Chao family? The woman shook her head slightly, pondering the truth of the situation. When I arrived, Madame Chao Fang was already lying lifeless on the ground. It might have been Wang Rufeng's doing. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics yet. Wang Rufeng. The man's gaze darkened gradually. Lu Shui has obtained the Zuanlong token. If he went to the Lu family, it was probably to assist them. How could it be possible for him to turn around and help Yi Lingfeng seek revenge? After a moment of thought, the woman made a judgment. They are of similar age. They could very well be close friends or sworn brothers. The man nodded slightly. In other words, Yi Lingfeng's plan to exact revenge on the Lu family relies entirely on Wang Rufeng's strength. This simplifies things. The territory of the Hall of Kings resides in the East Sea. But this is Rong City, the domain of my Chao family. So what if he has Wang Rufeng? That Yi Lingfeng is ultimately just digging his own grave. The woman asked curiously, "Young master, what do you mean?" The man let out a cold smile. "Chao Fan's death has nothing to do with me. Let Yi Lingfeng be arrogant for a few days. When the time comes, someone else will handle him." Just as his words fell, a subordinate rushed in hastily. "Young master, something terrible has happened. A group of people has stormed in and begun killing." The man's pupils shrank, his face dark as water. "Who dares to be so bold as to stir up trouble here? Do they not know my name is Chao?" The subordinate wiped his cold sweat, stammering. He said his name is Yi Lingfeng. Shua. The woman's face turned pale, staring in shock at the stunned man. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the main hall. Seeing the floor littered with corpses and the man standing in cold defiance like a god of death, the young master of the Chao family gritted his teeth. "How dare you? Causing chaos in my manor, Yi Lingfeng, you truly have no fear." Yi Lingfeng turned his head, casually flinging the broken blade in his hand. Whoosh! The broken blade flew directly toward the man's head. The woman turned pale with fright, instinctively trying to intervene, but it was too late. "Young master!" Clang! The blade embedded deeply into the wall, leaving a glaring gash across the man's face. Instantly, he realized it was merely a warning. You dare be so insolent?" He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the cold-blooded youth below, whose face emanated an aura of death. He couldn't comprehend why this man was so brazen, committing murder so wantonly in his territory. Beside him, even the female guards and other protectors were left dumbfounded. Wang Rufeng's mouth hung open, and it took several seconds before he regained his senses. "Senior brother, please calm down. That man up there is Chao Shaotsong, the son of Rong City's king. This is Chao family territory. Without sufficient evidence, we'd best." Yi Lingfeng's face darkened as he interrupted coldly. "Say another word, and I'll kill you too." Shwa! Wang Rufeng's face turned ashen, his words catching in his throat, silenced by the palpable fear of death. Above, Chao Shaotsong was filled with confusion. Wasn't this man supposed to be Wang Rufeng's sworn brother? Wasn't his vendetta against the Lu family entirely reliant on Wang Rufeng's influence? But now, it seemed as if Wang Rufeng was the one trembling before him. "Who exactly are you?" Chao Shaotsong gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc in my manor?" Looking at the carnage around him, his rage nearly boiled over. As the son of Rong City's king, he had never suffered such humiliation and threat. Yi Lingfeng turned back, his voice cold as ice. "I ask, you answer. Answer wrong, and you die." Chao Shaotsong's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock. "Rong City is the territory of my Chao family. Even the Hall of Kings must show some respect here. Leaning on Wang Rufeng's backing, you dare act so outrageously, speaking to me in this tone? Who on earth gave you such nerve?" Yi Lingfeng's expression remained indifferent. "Wrong answer." He turned and kicked, sending a severed head flying like a ball. The female guard's face went pale. "Young master, watch out." Chao Shaotsong was terrified, instinctively grabbing the female guard's arm and using her as a shield. Bang! Her chest caved in, and blood spurted wildly from her mouth. "Young master, you?" Casually discarding the female guard's corpse, Chao Shaotsong's face turned white with fury. "Guards! Protect me! Kill him!" The guards trembled as they raised their blades. Some shielded Chao Shaotsong, while others charged at Yi Lingfeng, surrounding him completely. Wang Rufeng snapped out of his stupor, just about to speak, when a loud smack echoed. The guards who surrounded Yi Lingfeng were instantly struck down, their heads bursting, blood splattering everywhere. Wang Rufeng was utterly dumbfounded, a wave of shock coursing through him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Seated above, Chao Shaotsong froze like a wooden post, his face pale and his heart churning. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, his tone cold as he asked. "First question. Where is Lu Changfeng?" Gulp. Looking at the grisly scene before him, Chao Shaotsong swallowed hard, his heart sinking to despair. He already fled. Second question. Yi Lingfeng pressed on mercilessly. "Who orchestrated the Lu family's massacre of my entire family? Was it you or your father?" Chao Shaotsong's face changed drastically, his mind racing. How does he know to ask this directly? Could he have uncovered something? No. Impossible. Stay calm. He must be bluffing. I can't panic. I have to stay composed. This young master has no idea what you're talking about." He forced himself to stay composed. Saving Lu Chengfeng was purely because this young master has business dealings with him. If he were to die before our dealings conclude, this young master would suffer immense losses. That's the only reason I sent people to save him. Beside him, Wang Ruffing took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "Senior brother Yi Chao Feng was Lu Chengfeng's mother. That's why I suspect the Yi family tragedy is tied to the Chao family. But no matter what, we should investigate thoroughly and gather sufficient evidence before making any conclusions. Otherwise, a misunderstanding could damage the reputation of the Hall of Kings." Hearing these words, Chao Shaotsong froze, his heart roiling. What is happening? Wang Ruffing actually calls him senior brother? So he's not relying on Wang Ruffing's support to be so arrogant, he's from the Hall of Kings himself? Yi Lingfeng's expression remained icy, utterly indifferent. The reputation of the Hall of Kings? What does that have to do with me? Shwa! Wang Ruffing's body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even if you're my senior brother, you shouldn't say such things. Damn! Are you really Yi Lingfeng? Or are you Yi Ling arrogant? Ignoring Wang Ruffing's shock, Yi Lingfeng casually reached out and grabbed a large blade from the ground, his gaze as sharp as a knife. If you won't talk, then I'll kill you and ask your father next. Having just killed Lu Chengfeng's mother, Chao Feng, the Chao family would never let it slide. Rather than waiting for them to come after him, it would be better to strike first and eliminate them completely. Yi Lingfeng thought to himself, Chao Shaotsong's words were absolutely untrustworthy. Suddenly stunned, Chao Shaotsong and Wang Ruffing's eyes turned red with shock. Killing without evidence? This person is not only arrogant but completely insane. You stay away. Chao Shaotsong retreated in horror. Brother Yi. Buzz. At that moment, just as Yi Lingfeng raised his hand, the phone in his pocket rang. Hello? On the other end of the line, a woman's voice sounded urgent. I'm Ning's secretary, Sun Xiao. Whoever you are. Ning Corporation Tower, please call the police for us immediately. Ah. Before she could finish, the woman let out a shrill scream, followed by an abrupt, prolonged disconnection tone. Yi Lingfeng's expression changed instantly, anger blazing in his eyes. Dare to bully my little sister Yu Chu? Die! Seeing Yi Lingfeng about to leave, Chao Shaotsong snapped out of his stupor and yelled at the dozens of reinforcements who had just arrived. He killed so many of my men and even injured me. Want to leave? No way! Kill him! Swoosh! 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 Dozens of martial artists at the peak of the martial sect realm charged forward. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a powerful wave of killing intent sent them flying, crashing to the ground, spitting blood madly. Chao Shaotsong looked utterly dumbfounded. When he raised his head again, Yi Lingfeng had already disappeared without a trace. His heart burned with rage. Yi Lingfeng, you're driving me mad. Slamming the table, Chao Shaotsong seemed to realize something and abruptly stood up, a bad feeling rising in his chest. In the Ning Corporation's CEO office, Sun Xiao spread her arms resolutely, shielding Ning Yuchu. Don't worry, President Ning. Before they could take the phone, I dialed the first number in the call log. I believe the person on the other end has already called the police. The patrol should be here soon. In the rush, she hadn't had time to dial a number manually, she had just tapped the first contact in the log. Sun Xiao felt immensely relieved that the person had answered so quickly. She believed this person would immediately call the police upon hearing her plea for help. Ning Yuchu froze for a moment, then her expression changed. The first number? Isn't that my brother Lingfeng's number? Her heart trembled. The recently saved number would naturally appear at the top of the call log. After listening to Sun Xiao's explanation, Ning Yuchu suddenly realized that the person Sun Xiao had contacted was none other than her brother Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng? Sun Xiao's eyes widened, her voice trembling with shock. That impulsive fool from 5 years ago, whose entire family was killed, and who sought revenge on their murderer? 5 years have passed. He shouldn't be that impulsive anymore. Maybe he'll call the police first? Ning Yuchu took a deep breath, but an ominous feeling crept into her heart. Probably not. Whoosh! Sun Xiao's body trembled as her face turned deathly pale. Then we're doomed. He won't call the police. He'll charge in himself. Won't that mean we'll all die? Thinking of this, Sun Xiao regretted her actions deeply, wishing she could slap herself. Why did I randomly pick a number? How did it end up being his? Is this fate playing a cruel joke on us? At this moment, Ning Yuchu grabbed her hand, about to comfort her, when a man in front of them stepped back on his own, coldly clearing a path. So it's you, the one who caused the death of the Lu family and my sister, Yang Min? Second young master Yang Zhao's face was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. My sister told me before. You, this woman, are full of ulterior motives. Agreeing to an engagement with Lu Chengfeng was probably just a pretense to gather Rong City's elite, to seek justice for the dead Yi family and avenge them. At first, I didn't believe her. What kind of storm could a woman possibly stir up? But I didn't expect. Yang Xiao took a deep breath, fury igniting in his eyes. I don't care whether the Lu family lives or dies. But you shouldn't have touched my sister, Yang Min. Speak. How do you want to die? I'll grant your wish. Ning Youchu's expression remained calm, her eyes resolute. I won't die. Because my invincible brother Lingfeng is already on his way. He will defeat you and make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Everyone froze in disbelief. Sun Zhao's eyes widened, almost questioning whether Ning Youchu had lost her mind. 5 years ago, that Yi Lingfeng was just an impulsive fool who almost got himself killed. Even if he had grown over the past 5 years, how could he possibly stand a chance against the man before them? After all, this man was second young master Yang Xiao of the Yang family, a figure whose status was no less than that of Lu Chengfeng from the aristocratic families. Ha! Yang Xiao chuckled coldly, a mocking smile curling at his lips. So, the one who killed the Lu family and my sister is not just you, but also that prison scum? I'd like to see what kind of abilities this lowlife has, to dare kill even a young lady of the Yang family. Ning Youchu's face was full of confidence, her eyes radiating hope. My brother Lingfeng's abilities are extraordinary now. He's now a disciple of the human king. Whoosh! Sun Zhao's face changed dramatically, rendered speechless by shock. A disciple of the human king? How is that possible? Even Ning Youchu herself, who had once received the prestigious Dragon Honor invitation, had not been able to meet the human king. She found it hard to imagine how someone like Yi Lingfeng could surpass her. Yang Xiao frowned slightly, showing a hint of surprise. You say it, but that doesn't mean it's true. I don't believe it. With a wave of his large hand, a massive group of men immediately rushed in from outside. Inside and out, there were at least 100 men, rubbing their hands with anticipation and grinning wickedly as they eyed Ning Youchu and Sun Xiao. Lu Chengfeng never got to enjoy this beauty. Today, I'll have a taste of how exquisite she truly is. With a sinister grin, Yang Xiao reached his hand toward Ning Youchu. As for this secretary, I'll reward her to you all. After I've had my fill of this so-called number one beauty of Rong City, you can have both of them, and ravage them to death. Hearing this, the 100+ bodyguards panted heavily, their hearts racing. Ning Youchu is indeed Rong City's number one beauty. Her secretary's looks are at least in the city's top 5, if not higher. To enjoy such delicacies together, even dying would be worth it. Thank you, second young master. Yang Xiao sneered coldly, reaching out first, his lips curling into a smug smile. Don't. Ning Youchu and Sun Xiao trembled, their faces devoid of color, despair flooding their hearts. Ah! Boom! At that moment, a powerful force blasted all the bodyguards at the door away, plunging the scene into chaos. Immediately afterward, a figure like the Grim Reaper descended in front of Yang Xiao, grabbing his wrist in one swift motion. Dare to touch my women, Yi Lingfeng's women. You deserve to die. Yi Lingfeng? Sun Zhao's beautiful eyes widened, her heart surging with excitement. Is it really you? Ning Youchu's body trembled with excitement, her eyes brimming with hope and joy. Brother Lingfeng. Ah! A sharp pain shot through Yang Zhao's arm as he let out a piercing scream. Bastard! Do you know who I am? You dare. Crack! Before the other party could finish speaking, Yi Lingfeng waved his large hand and tore off the opponent's arm in one swift motion. The room instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Ning Youchu clenched her delicate fists tightly, her chest heaving as excitement flickered in her eyes. Brother Lingfeng. Beside her, Sun Xiao pressed her legs together, her mouth agape, utterly unable to process the shock in her heart. Is this really that loser from 5 years ago? Why is it that now I find him kind of handsome? The bodyguards widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Young master! Suddenly returning to their senses, they all charged toward Yi Lingfeng, intending to subdue him. How dare you! Wang Ruffing followed closely behind, delivering a powerful whip kick that instantly knocked over more than a dozen bodyguards to the ground. His aura was overwhelming. Swish! Yang Zhao's expression dramatically changed, filled with utter disbelief. The Hall of the Human King. Wang Ruffing? He looked at Yi Lingfeng in stunned shock, his eyes brimming with astonishment and unease. You actually became a disciple of the human king? Yi Lingfeng, however, had no intention of responding. In a flash, his figure darted forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Suddenly, Yang Xiao realized something, his pupils contracting sharply. Stop! So what if you're a disciple of the human king? My elder brother is the 99th direct disciple of the human king himself. If you dare to kill me, you'll die too. Wang Rufeng froze momentarily, thinking to himself, could his elder brother really be Yang Dingtian, senior brother Yang? Ha ha ha. Enduring the intense pain, Yang Xiao laughed uproariously, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. That's right. Yang Dingtian is the eldest son of my Yang family, my elder brother Yang Zhao's older sibling. It's just that my brother keeps a low profile and doesn't like to mention it to others. Sun Xiao stood there, stupefied, her heart trembling with shock. No wonder the Yang family can stand on equal footing with the first aristocratic family, the Lu family. In fact, in many cases, even the Lu family has to defer to the Yang family. So it's because the Yang family has a powerhouse from the Hall of the Human King? Wang Rufeng turned back to look at Yi Lingfeng, his heart filled with apprehension. That senior brother Yang Dingtian holds a very high position in the Hall of the Human King. In terms of seniority, he far surpasses you currently. Many elders and senior disciples in the hall are his allies. Now that you've just emerged, I think it's best not to make an enemy of him. Worry clouded Ning Youchu's heart as she anxiously exclaimed, how could this happen? Brother Lingfeng. Why not just let it go? Let it go? Before Yi Lingfeng could reply, Yang Xiao sneered viciously, his arrogance flaring even higher. You killed my younger sister, and tore off this young master's left arm. Not only will I not let it go, but I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. A fate worse than death? Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, his gaze sharp as a blade. He suddenly lifted his left foot and stomped down forcefully. Fine, I'll grant your wish right now. Ah! Before Wang Rufeng could intervene, a miserable scream echoed throughout the office, shaking everyone to their core. Ning Youchu and Sun Xiao stared in shock, instinctively covering their mouths, their hearts aching with distress. Around them, nearly 100 bodyguards were dumbfounded, their scalps tingling as a faint pain crept over them. Second young master? Coming to their senses, the leading bodyguards were furious and charged forward. Bang! 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 Yi Lingfeng turned and with a single kick sent all the bodyguards flying. His momentum was unparalleled. Unlike Wang Rufeng's earlier strike, Yi Lingfeng's kick directly sent the group of bodyguards crashing out the window, rendering them completely incapacitated. And this was the 33rd floor. Wang Rufeng was utterly stunned, taking a deep breath to steady himself before stepping forward, his voice trembling slightly. Senior brother Yi, could you calm down for a moment? Senior brother Yang Dingtian is Master's 99th inner disciple. Anyone within the top 100 inner disciples has the qualifications to contend for the position of Hall Master. You've been entrusted by Master to manage the Zuanlong token, which theoretically gives you better odds than most inner disciples to become Hall Master. But senior brother Yang Dingtian has been in the Hall of the Human King for many years and has gathered countless supporters. Under normal circumstances, we should be drawing him to our side, not making him an enemy. The bodyguards surrounded Yi Lingfeng, trembling with fear, yet none dared to step forward to rescue Yang Xiao. Coldly staring at Yang Xiao, who was struggling on the ground and nearly fainting, Yi Lingfeng spoke each word with the resoluteness of forged steel. Whoever dares to touch my woman, Yi Lingfeng, will die. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, their hearts filled with terror as they instinctively glanced toward the corner, where a panicked yet stunningly beautiful woman stood. Brother Lingfeng. Ning Youchu's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face as her heart overflowed with warmth. Beside her, Sun Xiao stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng, a trace of envy unexpectedly rising within her. President Ning. Now I finally understand why, even if it meant opposing the entire Rong city, you were willing to wait for him and protect him. Turning back to look at Yi Lingfeng, Sun Xiao smiled bitterly, her heart sighing inwardly. For his woman, he dares to defy the entire world. What woman wouldn't fall for a man like this? Ignoring the complicated gazes of those around him, Yi Lingfeng raised his foot once more. This time, the sole of his shoe aimed directly at Yang Zhao's head, without hesitation. A fate worse than death is merely punishment. Death is your ultimate destination. Swish! Yang Zhao's body trembled violently, his heart overwhelmed by fear. You want to kill me? No, don't. If you dare kill me, you and Ning Youchu will never meet a good end. Wang Rufeng grew increasingly anxious, realizing the gravity of the situation. Senior brother Yi. Before his voice could settle, a loud crash echoed. The bodyguards at the door were swept away by a sudden gust of wind, and the scene spiraled into chaos. Wang Rufeng, how dare you? A thunderous roar shook the entire room. You dare collude with outsiders to harm my younger brother? Yang Zhao's heart jolted, as if he had seen the light of salvation. "Big brother?" Through sobs, he cried out, "You're finally here. This bastard and his woman killed our little sister and now want to kill me. Quickly, kill him. Save your own brother." Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao instinctively looked toward the door, their faces turning pale as unease surged like a tidal wave. Wang Rufeng's heart sank abruptly, and he knelt on the ground, crying out, "Senior brother Yang Dingtian?" At that moment, a man clad in battle armor, exuding an overwhelming aura, entered the room under the astonished gazes of everyone. He stared coldly at Yi Lingfeng, his face devoid of expression. "So, it was you who killed my sister, Yang Dingtian's own sibling, and now you want to kill my younger brother as well?" His voice was as cold and sharp as a blade slicing through the air. Wang Rufeng hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage and speaking up, "Senior brother Yang Dingtian, this has nothing to do with me." He turned toward Yi Lingfeng, his tone filled with anger. "I already tried to persuade senior brother Yi Lingfeng, but he refused to listen and insisted on slaughtering everyone. I lacked the ability to stop him." Hearing these words, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao realized the gravity of the situation, their hearts sinking into despair. Ning Yuchu felt a chill in her heart as she thought, even Wang Rufeng is desperately distancing himself from brother Lingfeng? It's over, truly over this time. Yang Dingtian's gaze was sharp like a blade as he coldly stared at Yi Lingfeng. "For the sake of being fellow disciples, kneel and kowtow 100 times to your senior brother and atone with your death. Perhaps then, I might consider sparing your family. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our shared bond and eradicating you and your family completely." Yang Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile, while Wang Rufeng's face remained stern. "Brother Yi, stop being so arrogant. Follow brother Yang's words and end it yourself. This is your only chance for redemption." Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the despair on Ning Yuchu's face as she slowly bent her knees. "I'll do the kowtowing. I'll pay with my life for Yang Min's. Just spare my brother Lingfeng." A flicker of rage flashed in Yi Lingfeng's eyes as he suddenly grabbed her arm. "Don't kneel. They don't deserve it." Wang Rufeng was startled. "Why are you so stubborn?" "Ha!" Yang Xiao sneered, facing death and still pretending to be tough. "Ha ha ha. Fine, let's see how long you can keep up this act. Kill him." Yang Dingtian ordered coldly, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. "I truly envy you, junior brother, for finding such a beautiful woman who cares so deeply for you. But you're right, she doesn't deserve to kneel before me. Now, I'll give you one last chance. In 3 seconds, kneel and take your own life. If you don't kowtow by then, don't blame me for not sparing even your beloved." Ning Yuchu's body trembled, overwhelmed by fear. "You?" she began, but before she could finish, Yi Lingfeng's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Kneel. Your mother!" Boom! A murderous aura surged like a rainbow as Yi Lingfeng erupted in fury. In an instant, he moved Ning Yuchu aside and dashed straight towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Xiao, Wang Rufeng, and everyone present were utterly shocked. To attack a senior brother ranked 99th and already at the level of a 5th-rank martial king? He dares? Yang Dingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Seeking death? I'll grant it. Boom! Their fists collided, and the air seemed to explode as Yang Dingtian unleashed a powerful punch with overwhelming momentum. But in the next moment, as fists and palms met, a tide of pain surged through Yang Dingtian, causing his expression to change dramatically. What? Bang! A loud crash followed as Yang Dingtian was flung like a broken kite, slamming heavily into the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth as his aura instantly weakened. How is this possible? The smile on Yang Zhao's face froze, his disbelief evident as he stared at the scene before him. Big brother? All the Yang family guards were dumbstruck. Young master? Nearby, Wang Rufeng was completely stunned, his face full of shock. Brother Yang, ranked 99th and a 5th-rank martial king, defeated in a single move? Looking at the unscathed and expressionless Yi Lingfeng, Wang Rufeng's scalp tingled with fear. How could something like this happen? Ning Yuchu's mouth hung open as she stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng. Although she didn't fully understand what a 5th-rank martial king represented, the expressions of Wang Rufeng, Yang Xiao, and the others made it clear everyone was utterly astounded by her Lingfeng brother. Her Lingfeng brother was truly beyond words amazing. Yi Lingfeng, still composed, began walking towards the terrified Yang Xiao. Swish! Yang Zhao's body trembled uncontrollably, consumed by fear. Are you human or ghost? How can someone be this terrifyingly strong? Don't come closer. I don't want to die. Stop. With a pale face and blood at the corners of his mouth, Yang Dingtian pulled out a command arrow from his pocket. Even as fellow disciples of the Runhuang Hall, you dare strike your senior brother so ruthlessly? Hearing this, Ning Youchu's anger flared. Earlier, you wanted to kill brother Lingfeng, and now you have the audacity to say this? Before she could finish, Yang Dingtian ignored her completely as he tore off the fuse on the arrow. Sizzle! As the fuse burned, Wang Rufeng's eyes widened. That's the sky-piercing arrow, something only the core inner disciples are permitted to use. Once the sky-piercing arrow is launched, every Runhuang Hall expert who sees it must immediately converge on the location. Realizing something, Wang Rufeng's face turned to shock. Brother Yang, don't tell me you're planning to. Bang! Crack! Before he could finish, the sky-piercing arrow flew from Yang Dingtian's hand into the sky, exploding into a brilliant firework. Crash! The firework split again, forming an image of an emperor seated on a throne. Instantly, the entire Rong city saw this scene, and pedestrians stopped in their tracks. That's the emblem of the Runhuang Hall? Someone launched a sky-piercing arrow to summon all Runhuang Hall experts? Tisk! Who in the world would do such a thing? Rong City is about to change dramatically. In the CEO's office. Ha ha ha! Yang Xiao laughed loudly. That's the sky-piercing arrow only core inner disciples can use. Yi Lingfeng, do you have one? You don't. That means your status in the Runhuang Hall is far inferior to my elder brother's. When the Runhuang Hall experts arrive, you'll pay the price. Wang Rufeng took a sharp breath, unable to refute. Ning Youchu looked helpless. Brother Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng remained calm. I don't have some ridiculous sky-piercing arrow. Nor do I need such a thing. Looking down at Yang Xiao on the ground, he raised his left foot. To kill you, one kick is enough. Swish! The smile froze instantly. Yang Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. You still dare to kill me? You're insane. Brother! Save me, brother! Yang Dingtian's face darkened. Yi Lingfeng. If you dare kill him, I'll make your life worse than death. Yi Lingfeng sneered. Shut up. You're next. A sudden tremor. Yang Dingtian's face was filled with bewilderment. The sky-piercing arrow. Runhuang Hall's experts would arrive soon to deal with him. How could he still remain so composed? Just as despair consumed him and he was at a loss. Crash! A powerful aura shattered all doors and windows. Runhuang Hall's elder is here. Those who harm my disciples shall face death without mercy. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Yang Dingtian quickly shouted. Elder Han, you're finally here. This man has betrayed the Runhuang Hall, defied his superiors, and even dared to kill his senior brother. Please, deliver justice and cleanse the sect. Surrounded by over 100 Runhuang Hall experts, the middle-aged man turned to look at Wang Rufeng, who was also dressed in Runhuang Hall attire. You're a disciple of the Runhuang Hall as well? Speak. What exactly happened here? Wang Rufeng trembled slightly, muttering to himself, could this be Hanli, the youngest elder in the history of Runhuang Hall? Runhuang Hall was a place that valued connections and relationships. Hanli chose to look at him first instead of Yi Lingfeng. Clearly, Yi Lingfeng held little influence among the inner disciples. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Rufeng spoke decisively. Reporting to Elder Han, what Brother Yang said is entirely true. Ning Youchu was furious. Yang Min was despicable, desecrating the graves of the Yi family to use their remains as a tribute to the Lu family. Such a person, what was wrong with Brother Lingfeng killing her? Defying superiors? It's just an excuse they made up to take revenge on Brother Lingfeng. Silence! Yang Dingtian let out a fierce roar, his aura soaring like a rainbow. The matter of the human king palace, what does it have to do with you? You, an outsider, what right do you have to bark here? Yi Lingfeng's gaze sharpened, filled with murderous intent. Looking for death. Boom! He dashed forward in a flash, instantly appearing in front of Yang Dingtian, delivering a fierce slap that sent him flying, crashing heavily into the wall with a muffled thud. Wang Rufeng was dumbfounded. While marveling at Yi Lingfeng's skills, his heart trembled uncontrollably. To dare to act so recklessly in front of the elder, this guy is simply arrogant to the extreme. Ning Youchu's eyes were filled with gratitude, and she thought to herself, Brother Lingfeng is indeed extraordinary. Yang Zhao's entire body stiffened, his face deathly pale. Big brother. The surrounding King Palace experts were all stunned in place, their hearts filled with shock. This kid is truly bold, and his strength is absolutely astonishing. Is he really a member of the King Palace? Why has he never been seen before? Hanli's face showed surprise, and it took him quite a while to come to his senses. Even he couldn't react in that moment. Right now, his heart was in turmoil. Who exactly is this disciple? Elder. With Wang Rufing's assistance, young Ding Tian struggled to get up from the ground. Please, you must stand up for your disciple. That's right. I sought revenge on him for the sake of my younger sister. But is he completely blameless? My sister just dug up his family's graves. What right does he have to kill out of anger? People like him are the ones who truly deserve to die. Wang Rufang and Yang Xiao both nodded, expressing their agreement. But Han Li no longer paid attention to them, his gaze fixed on Yi Lingfeng, growing even more curious about this disciple's identity. Young man, what is your name? Who is your master in the human king hall? Yi Lingfeng let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. Master? The trash from your human king hall are worthy to question me? Swish! The crowd's expressions were shaken, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. As astonishment and anger appeared on Han Li's face, Wang Rufing couldn't help but speak. Elder Han. His name is Yi Lingfeng. He is also an inner sect disciple. But there's no ranking, let alone becoming a core disciple. As soon as the words fell, teasing expressions appeared on the faces of young Ding Tian and Yang Xiao, as if they were watching a good show. However, the next moment, Han Li's face changed drastically, his mouth opened wide, filled with disbelief. You are Yi Lingfeng? You are the new lord of our human king hall. Thud. Before Yi Lingfeng could react, Han Li's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. The atmosphere of shock instantly spread. The scene immediately fell into dead silence. Yang Dingtian and Yang Xiao were like they had been petrified, their eyes wide open, not moving a muscle. Wang Rufing's hair stood on end, and he almost fainted. What's going on? He's just an inner disciple temporarily managing the Zuanlong talisman. How could he be connected to the Hall Master? This identity was originally just his speculation, but he himself hadn't realized that he had already taken this speculation as fact. Impudent! Han Li shouted angrily once again. What inner sect disciple? What does Zuanlong Tai manage? He is the new Hall Master of the Hall of Human Kings, the new king of Purgatory Island, whom even the old Hall Master must revere. He turned to look at Yi Lingfeng, his eyes filled with trembling and awe. What are you all standing there for? All disciples of the Human King Hall, heed my command. Kneel quickly. Pay respects to the new Hall Master. Suddenly snapping out of their daze, the group of stunned Human King Hall experts hurriedly dropped to one knee, joining Han Li in shouting in unison. We, disciples of the Human Sovereign Palace, pay our respects to the Palace Master. Ning Yuchu covered her mouth, her entire being seeming as if she were dreaming, utterly shocked beyond words. Yi Lingfeng coldly looked at young Dingtian, Wang Rufing, and Yang Xiao, the corner of his mouth curving into a mocking smile. Earlier, you said you wanted me to kneel and kowtow 99 times, then apologize with my life? Or else annihilate my entire family? Swish! Yang Xiao suddenly shuddered, panic rising in his heart, and instinctively glanced at his elder brother. Big brother. How could this happen? Why is he the master of the Human King Palace, even more powerful than you? This is not scientific. Yang Dingtian stood there dumbfounded, terrified like a wooden stump. I don't know. As the 99th inner disciple, he had only met the old Hall Master once, and as for the new Hall Master's appearance, he knew absolutely nothing. Suddenly snapping back to reality, young Dingtian realized that thinking about those things now was completely meaningless. As an elder, Han Li would absolutely never make a mistake. Now, there's only one thing left to do, and that is to kneel and beg for mercy. Thud! With a shudder, young Dingtian dropped to his knees without hesitation, facing Yi Lingfeng, his face full of respect. Honor to the Palace Master. Disciple young Dingtian failed to recognize greatness. I had no intention of offending you. Please, considering my ignorance, grant me and my younger brother a chance to live. Wang Rufing was utterly perplexed, his mind racing wildly to figure out where things had gone wrong. Seeing Yang Dingtian suddenly kneeling, he finally processed what was happening and quickly followed suit by kneeling. Yi senior brother. No, that's not right. It should be the Palace Master. Taking a deep breath, Wang Rufing was drenched in sweat, with a damp patch between his legs. Palace Master above. I didn't know your identity and was offensive. I begged the Palace Lord to be magnanimous and forgive me this time. But inwardly cursing, he looks only in his early 20s. So young. Who would have thought he is actually the new Palace Lord of the Human King Palace? Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were breathing rapidly. Both women looked at Yi Lingfeng with faces full of admiration, their delicate bodies trembling slightly, their hearts filled with reverence. Expressionless, Yi Lingfeng glanced faintly at Wang Rufing. This old man hates nothing more than a fence-sitter in this lifetime. I never asked you to interfere. Yet you insisted on stepping in. Still acting like you're analyzing rights and wrongs, weighing pros and cons? Did I ask you to sort out right from wrong? Did I ask you to judge benefits and disadvantages? Swish. Suddenly realizing something, Wang Ruffing trembled violently. Don't! Palace Lord! I beg you, please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Han Li's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, what are you waiting for? Are you expecting the Hall Master to act personally? Snapping back to reality, the experts of the Human King Hall drew their long blades and charged directly at Wang Ruffing. You all! Snap! Before Wang Ruffing could finish his sentence, the leader, a powerful figure from the Wang family, swung his blade down, severing his head. Thud! Thud! The head rolled on the ground, and the lifeless Wang Ruffing stared fiercely at the Yang brothers, unable to rest in peace. Yang Xiao was completely panicked. Big brother! What should we do now? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and tremblingly looked at Yi Lingfeng. You killed my sister and so many warriors of the Yang family. And my younger brother, he didn't even get the chance to lay a hand on your woman. In this matter, it's clear we're the ones at a loss. Struggling to control the fear in his heart, Yang Dingtian tried to stay calm. How about we just let this go? I won't seek revenge on you, and you can stop here as well. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened like water, and a fierce light suddenly appeared. Digging up the graves of my relatives deserves death. Attempting to bully my young sister Chu deserves annihilation. You think you've been wronged? Wronged your mother? Boom! The killing intent exploded, and Yi Lingfeng turned around and stomped viciously on the opponent's head. No! Yang Xiao roared furiously, and with a loud smack, his face instantly turned pale. You actually dared to kill my elder brother. Do you know who my grandfather is? You even dare to kill the eldest son of the Yang family, you. Slap! Yi Lingfeng had no interest in listening further. With a single slap, he smashed the opponent's head into a mist of blood. Instantly, the entire office fell into dead silence. You're done for. The leading Yang family guard couldn't stop trembling. You actually killed the two young masters of the Yang family. So what if it's the Hall of the Human King? This is Rong City. It's not the territory of your Hall of the Human King. Just wait, Yi Lingfeng. The Yang family will never let you go. The lead guard, beyond furious, shouted sternly, everyone, charge. Kill him and avenge the two young masters. The remaining Yang family bodyguards and guards glanced at each other. After hesitating for a moment, they still picked up their weapons and charged at Yi Lingfeng. Kill! Han Li's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, those who offend the palace lord. Kill without mercy. Kill! In an instant, both sides engaged in fierce combat. However, Ning Yuchu noticed that the strong ones from the palace of the Human King were clearly superior, almost crushingly slaughtering the Yang family's guards. Not good, he's trying to escape. Suddenly, Sun Xiao noticed that the leader of the Yang family guards actually had no intention of avenging Yang Xiao and Yang Dingtian. He ordered his men to charge, yet took the opportunity to rush out the door himself. Yi Lingfeng's face was icy cold as he said indifferently, if I said eradicate everyone, then everyone must be eradicated. Not a single one can be spared. Taking Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao with him, Yi Lingfeng directly charged out of the office. Seeing this, Han Li called for part of the group to stay behind and handle the aftermath, then led the rest in pursuit, closely following Yi Lingfeng. Protect the palace master. Regardless of who he wants to kill. Kill without mercy. At this moment, the entire Rong city was shrouded in sudden turmoil. The leading Yang family guard had already dashed out of the building, moving as fast as the wind, panic written all over his face. Just as he was desperately trying to escape, he was suddenly struck by a speeding Rolls-Royce, his body flung like a broken kite, flying dozens of meters away. Grass! The person in the car cursed angrily, quickly slamming on the brakes, his face filled with rage. Do you not value your life? He glared fiercely at the corpse on the ground, his fury intensifying. How dare you mess with the medical association? At this moment, Yi Lingfeng, accompanied by Ning Yuchu and others, rushed over, their gaze falling upon the corpse on the ground. Sun Xiao couldn't help but remark, this guy is really unlucky. He actually thought he could escape, only to end up being hit on the road. Ning Yuchu looked at Yi Lingfeng and thought to herself, is this the consequence of offending brother Lingfeng? Offend him, and even the heavens won't let you go. Just then, the last guard also met a tragic end on the roadway. Yi Lingfeng, with an unchanging expression, prepared to turn and leave. Stop! A man dressed in designer clothes stepped out of the car, his face full of disdain. You must be in cahoots with the deceased, right? There's a dashcam in the car, and in that split second, it was him who ran into us. Such an obvious scam, any judge would definitely rule us innocent. He sneered, his expression darkening. You damaged our car, and now you want to leave without paying? No way. Sun Xiao retorted helplessly, what makes you think we're staging a scam? And which eye of yours saw us working with him? The man pointed to his eyes. I have 2 eyes. Enough, I don't want to waste words with you. He wore an arrogant expression. 2 choices. First, pay up and apologize to my master. Second. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Lingfeng kicked him in the stomach and coldly asked, do you think I have time to waste? Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were dumbfounded, a surge of shock rising in their hearts. Such dominance was simply exhilarating. The man clutched his groin in pain, his face pale. Just as he was about to speak, Han Li suddenly arrived with a large group of experts from the king's hall. What happened, master? They asked anxiously. What did this guy do? I'll kill him for you right now. Han Li said coldly. Swish. The man's face changed drastically, his heart trembled, and he was in disbelief. This ordinary young man actually had such a powerful background. He hurriedly called for the master in the car, and the next moment, Feng Haoshuan, dressed in a suit, stepped out of the car. He coldly glanced at everyone, his face filled with indifference. Who hit him? Kneel and apologize. Feng Haoshuan said bluntly. Kneel to your uncle. Han Li's face darkened as he coldly said, do you know who this man is? If you dare make him kneel, I fear neither you nor the forces behind you can handle the consequences. The man lying on the ground was filled with venom and looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furious beyond belief. Such big words. Do you know who the young master is? How dare you say such things? From what I see, you are the ones courting death. In his own domain, he had always been the favored one, never suffering such humiliation. Casting a brief glance at the 2 stunningly beautiful women, Feng Haoshuan's face turned gloomy. Before he fixed his gaze once more on the young man before him, I have no interest in your background because no matter how powerful your background is, it cannot possibly surpass mine. Now, I will give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Lingfeng swung his hand and delivered a fierce slap across Feng Haoshuan's face. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence as everyone stood frozen in shock. Feng Haoshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The man on the ground seemed to snap back to his senses and roared hysterically, you bastard. How dare you hit me? Feng Haoshuan, a 3rd-grade physician of the Medical Arts Association. Kid, you're finished. Prepare to face the wrath of the Medical Arts Association. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao's expressions changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. The Medical Arts Association? Sun Xiao's face turned pale as he said anxiously, I've heard that many prominent figures in Rongqing have received help from the Medical Arts Association. They treat members of the association as honored guests and show them utmost respect. Even the king of Rongqing shows deference to the Medical Arts Association. Looking at Yi Lingfeng in shock, Sun Xiao breathed rapidly, maybe we should just let it go. Let's end this matter here. We shouldn't make things harder for them anymore. Although the Ranwine Hall is powerful, Rong City is ultimately not their territory. Furthermore, living in Rong City, who can guarantee they'll never fall ill and need the help of the medical association? Offending these doctors is unwise. Ning Yuchu nodded slightly, secretly worried in her heart. Lingfeng brother, I think Sun Zhao's words make sense. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained calm, yet he was secretly on guard. Medicine, I can do that too. Who's stronger or weaker, that's really not certain. The man's face on the ground instantly turned astonished. Such bold words. You dare to compete in medical skills with a 3rd-grade physician from the Medical Skills Association? Who gave you the courage? Feng Haoshuan finally regained his senses, covering his injured cheek, gnashing his teeth. Kid, what's your name? If you dare, state your name. Watch how this young master finishes you off. Yi Lingfeng remained calm, just about to speak, when he suddenly noticed a pink-colored potion falling out of Feng Haoshuan's pocket. Peach Blossom Desire? Carrying aphrodisiacs with you, I wonder which virtuous woman you, a 3rd-rank physician of the Medical Arts Association, intend to harm. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao showed expressions of disgust. Unexpectedly, this well-known 3rd-rank physician of the Medical Arts Association turned out to be such a despicable and vile person? Swish! Feng Haoshuan's face changed drastically, and he quickly put the medicine away. You saw it wrong. This isn't anything like Peach Blossom Desire, it's just mosquito repellent. The man on the ground was dumbfounded. Feng Haoshuan wasn't sure if he could deceive others, but he knew that the youth in front of him could immediately recognize the secret medicine, Peach Blossom Desire. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the other party was also in the same line of work, Or the other party truly possessed medical skills and was no weaker than Feng Haoshuan himself. The former possibility is less likely. After all, there are two stunningly beautiful women by their side. If they're not kindred spirits, then the other party must truly possess medical skills. TSK. The man gasped sharply. Could it be that this young man wasn't lying, that he truly knows medicine and his skills are not inferior to Feng Haoshuan? Just as he came to himself and was about to ask for the other party's name and whether he belonged to the medical association, Han Li shouted sternly. The hallmaster is asking you a question. Answer. The powerhouse of the human King Hall wore a gloomy expression. Tell us, which family's young lady are you trying to ruin? Such a thing has been done a few times before. Yi Lingfeng casually mentioned it, not expecting that the group of brothers from the Runwang Hall would treat his joke as if it were an imperial decree. Coldly glancing at Feng Haoshuan, who looked terrified, Yi Lingfeng was just about to tell him to scram. When he saw Feng Haoshuan, frightened by Han Li and the others, instantly collapse onto the ground. Why are you being so fierce? Isn't it enough for me to tell you? Where there's life, there's hope. Cooperate first to avoid being beaten further. Wait until we get back, then find someone to kill them. Yes, this bottle of medicine is indeed an aphrodisiac. But the person I want to win over, you definitely don't know them. Han Li furrowed his brows tightly. Knowing or not knowing is not up to you. If you won't say it, I'll break your leg right now. Feng Haoshuan suddenly trembled and blurted out. Her name is Yi Mingyu. Everyone in the family is dead. How could you possibly know each other? Hearing this, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were instantly stunned, their pupils shrinking to the extreme. Han Li reached out, attempting to grab Feng Haoshuan. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Yi Lingfeng, like an erupting volcano, instantly surpassed the opponent and grabbed Feng Haoshuan by the neck. What did you just say? Yi Mingyu? You want to deal with someone named Yi Mingyu? She's still alive? Is she still alive? Han Li looked stunned. The people in the Hall of the Human King were utterly stunned. Feng Haoshuan trembled under the intensity of this killing intent, instantly terrified to the point of wetting himself. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao shouted angrily at the same time. Speak up. Feng Haoshuan, overwhelmed with emotion, finally nodded emphatically. Yes, her name is Yi Mingyu. She's still alive. Otherwise, why would I prepare an aphrodisiac for her? The moment the words fell, there was already a wet mess beneath him. Yi Lingfeng's face was dark and full of fury, as if the earth were trembling and mountains shaking. Where is she? Speak! Where is my sister? Swish! Including the servant on the ground who had already been scared stiff, everyone around was instantly stunned. Feng Haoshuan opened his mouth wide, completely bewildered. Yi Mingyu is your sister? Then your name must be. Yi Lingfeng's gaze was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Yi Ling Feng Chao residence. Chao Shaozong, calculating the time, ordered someone to open the door of the prison. Miss Yi Mingyu, come have something to eat. Suddenly trembling, Yi Mingyu was terrified. No, don't. Please let me go. Or, just kill me. I really don't want to suffer like this anymore. Yi Mingyu is a woman with a unique constitution. A top physician explicitly told Chao Shaozong that her child would have a great chance of inheriting extraordinary martial talent in the future. However, this constitution's awakening would only happen after adulthood. Chao Shaozong sneered coldly and grabbed Yi Mingyu's hair forcefully. After imprisoning her for a full 5 years, today, he finally couldn't resist acting on his anticipated matter with this special woman. Feng Haoshuan, that old pervert, does he really think Chao Shaozong, don't know what's on his mind? Chao Shaozong murmured under his breath, his eyes glittering with insidious cunning. When Yi Lingfeng came here last time, I wanted to take you down. But Feng Haoshuan said your constitution hadn't matured yet, and forcing yourself on her would only harm yourself. A lackey next to him interjected with a mocking laugh. Although Feng Haoshuan is the talented disciple of the renowned physician Xue, he had never been here before. His sudden frequent appearances lately, could it be that he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to leave his seed and have you bear a son with martial talent? Chao Shaozong stared coldly at Yi Mingyu, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once you're pregnant, he could use the excuse of helping with delivery to check whether the child is his. If it is, he would find a way to take it away. If it's not, it wouldn't matter to him either. He glanced at the time, his face lighting up with excitement. This plan is practically flawless. But he overlooked one thing. He would never guess that I had already consulted various renowned physicians to confirm the exact time of your maturity. Chao Shaozong felt secretly proud. After repeated diagnoses, he had finally determined that Yi Mingyu's maturity time was a full half-day earlier than Feng Haoshuan had estimated. Actually, right now is the perfect time to act. Chao Xiaosong was overjoyed in his heart, ready to carry out his plan. Don't! Yi Mingyu yelled desperately, her voice hoarse, if you dare touch me, I'll bite my tongue and end my life on the spot. Chao Xiaosong sneered coldly, let me tell you a secret. Your brother, Yi Lingfeng, is still alive. With that, he pulled out his phone and played the video of Yi Lingfeng being surrounded earlier. He's in my hands now. If you don't obey, I'll make him wish he were dead. Chao Xiaosong's face was filled with smugness, savoring the despair on the other's face. Yi Mingyu's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. Brother? My brother is really alive? Tears streamed down her face as she trembled with excitement. God, you're so kind to me. Chao Xiaosong let out a cold snort. God has nothing to do with this. I'm the one controlling the situation now. Do you understand? If you defy me, I'll make sure you and your brother are separated by life and death. Yi Mingyu trembled violently, despair washing over her once again. She bit her lip, her body quivering, and remained silent for a long time before finally nodding with difficulty. Fine, I'll give it to you. But you must promise me, you can't tell my brother. I don't want to see him heartbroken. Alright, I promise you. Chao Xiaosong gave a wicked smile, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. No matter what you hear, no one is allowed to come in. The servant grinned maliciously, yes, young master. At that moment, a sudden loud noise shook the entire room. A powerful force shattered the door and directly struck the servant. Ah! The servant spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in despair as he looked at Chao Xiaosong, shouting hoarsely, young master, run. Chao Xiaosong's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to pull up his pants, a person suddenly rushed in from outside, and Hanli grabbed him by the neck. Palace Lord! Boom! Yi Lingfeng burned with anger. The moment he saw his sister, the fury in his heart erupted like a volcano, causing the entire prison cell to tremble. Dream Rain? Is it really you? He roared, his eyes blazing, furious beyond measure. Kill him! Hanli, blow his head off for me! Before the words had settled, Yi Lingfeng's overwhelming worry exploded instantaneously. He charged forward, raised his blade, severed the iron chain, and held his sister tightly in his arms. Chao Xiaosong's face was filled with terror, his expression brimming with despair and unease. No! You can't kill me, he shouted urgently. I am the son of Xiaoying, the king of Rong City. If you kill me, none of you will escape a terrible fate. He understood clearly that his identity was his only lifeline. Hanli, who was about to act, froze suddenly. Xiaoying? Are you the most infamous dandy of Rongqing, Chao Xiaosong? His tone carried a hint of mockery. That's right. It's me. Chao Xiaosong laughed smugly, as if he had found newfound confidence. Since you know who I am, why aren't you letting me go? Do you want your entire clan to be executed? Smack! Hanli swung his hand back and delivered a resounding slap across Chao Xiaosong's face, shouting angrily, shut up. In front of the palace of the human king, your arrogance as a spoiled brat counts for nothing. Chao Xiaosong was stunned, covering his face with his hand, and looked at Yi Lingfeng in shock. The palace of the human king? You people are from the palace of the human king as well? That's right. Hanli responded coldly, I am the youngest elder of the human king hall, and he is none other than our newly appointed hall master. Swish! Chao Xiaosong was completely stupefied, staring in shock at Yi Lingfeng. The hall master of the human king hall? How is this possible? He originally thought the opponent's arrogance stemmed from Wang Rufeng, but the truth turned out to be that both Wang Rufeng and the members of the human king hall were simply following Yi Lingfeng's lead. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Ha ha ha! Taking a deep breath, Chao Xiaosong sneered coldly, secretly feeling pleased. So what if it's the human king hall? This is Rong City. It's not your human king hall's territory. When it comes to sheer numbers of strong fighters, here, you may not surpass my Chao family. Hanli's expression was solemn as he looked at Yi Lingfeng. Master, this guy is right. Killing him now would undoubtedly prompt the Chao family to deploy a large force to hunt us down, putting us in an extremely awkward situation. I suggest we reconsider carefully. His idea was simple and clear, to temporarily spare Chao Xiaosong, and after gathering enough manpower, wipe out the Chao family in one fell swoop to take revenge and settle the score. Yi Lingfeng, however, was boiling with rage. He turned back and furiously said, reconsider your mother. He steadied his sister against the wall, his figure flashing as he directly snatched Chao Xiaosong's neck from Hanli's hands. If you don't dare to kill, get lost. I'll do it myself. Han Li's face turned pale, and he hesitated to speak. Master. Chao Xiaozong panicked, sensing an aura of death. He quickly spoke up. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you and your sister will absolutely be doomed without a burial place. Yi Lingfeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he coldly said, Kill. Stop. Clang. 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 At that moment, a large group of armed men charged in through the main door, their guns pointed at everyone's heads. The leading man in a long robe coldly said, I am the adjutant of Commander Chao of Rongqing's Martial Division. Commander Chao has ordered me to escort the young master home. No matter who you are, release young Master Chao immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The adjutant's appearance instantly gave Chao Xiaozong a lifeline, greatly boosting his confidence. Ha ha ha. I'll bet with you. Within a minute, you'll have to let me go. But Yi Lingfeng showed no mercy, abruptly turned back and said coldly, Screw you. Swish. The adjutant sensed something was wrong and quickly raised his hand to threaten, if he dies, everyone in Yongcheng will die with him. Crack. Before the words were finished, a crisp snapping sound echoed throughout the cell. Chao Xiaozong tilted his neck, his eyes widened with disbelief, his face frozen in shock as his smile solidified in an instant. You're so damn impressive. He was shaken, unable to believe he had actually gambled and lost. Yi Lingfeng sneered viciously, like the Grim Reaper, smashing the still-breathing Chao Xiaozong onto the ground. Ah! Accompanied by an extreme howl, he punched Chao Xiaozong's head again and again. This punch is because you deceived me. This punch is for the death of my loved ones caused by you. This punch is because you dared to imprison my sister. Bang! 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 The earth trembled violently, the ground quaked and mountains swayed. Yi Mingyu cried bitterly nearby, and at this moment, 5 years of suppressed emotions were completely released. Ah! Han Li and the other strong members of the King's Hall were dumbfounded, their hearts pounding violently. This new hall master was evidently far more ruthless than the previous one. The pale adjutant snapped out of his shock with a sharp shout. You actually dared to kill the eldest son of the Chao family. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Fire! Kill! The strong man under his command instantly darkened his expression and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire roared like thunder, sparks flew everywhere, and the atmosphere of battle suddenly became tense. In the blink of an eye, Han Li and his companions charged out like lightning, swiftly killing all the gunmen one by one, without mercy. The adjutant witnessed this scene and was utterly stunned, his heart filled with panic. Afterward, an even more terrifying sight unfolded before his eyes. Through the smoke, a figure emerged slowly, carrying a woman, like a demon god ascending from hell. He froze in place, as if he had been cast with an immobilization spell. At the moment the figure passed him, accompanied by a loud bang, his head instantly turned into a mist of blood, utterly gruesome. Xiao Ying, you orchestrated the murder of my entire family and even had your son imprison my sister for 5 years. The hour of reckoning has arrived. This time, I will repay all the pain my sister and I have endured over the past 5 years tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Han Li and the others stood motionless, utterly shaken in their hearts. When Yi Lingfeng stepped out of the door holding his sister, they seemed to see a demon god returning from hell, sending chills down their spines. By the roadside, Ning Yuchu and Sun Shao stood vigil with a group of strong experts from the King's Hall, keeping a watchful eye on Feng Haoshuan and the others. At this moment, Ning Yuchu received a call, and her expression turned stern. Really? As long as they're okay. Where are you? Sun Shao and I will head over right away. Hung up the phone, Ning Yuchu waved to everyone. Let's go, meet up with Brother Lingfeng. The person has already been rescued. A strong figure from the Human King Palace asked doubtfully, then how do we deal with these two people? Ning Yuchu remained silent for a moment, her eyes revealing a look of disgust. Useless trash. Ignore it, let's go. Watching their departing figures, Feng Haoshuan's men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, are you all right? Feng Haoshuan sat paralyzed on the ground, his face blank, unable to shake off Ning Yuchu's mocking gaze from his mind. I'd become a useless person? Just as his subordinate was about to comfort him, the phone in his pocket rang. Dr. Shui. There's a situation, young master Feng Haoshuan is injured. Yes, his leg has been broken by someone. Swish. On the other end of the phone, Miracle Dr. Shui's expression changed drastically, thinking to himself, what? Hao Xian's leg was broken by someone. Who has such audacity to dare harm my disciple, Shui Kunshan? His subordinate briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, Shui Kunshan's face turned icy, burning with rage. I understand. This name will soon disappear from Rongcheng. By the way, Which leg is Haoxuan injured, and how well is the injury under control? The subordinate replied, 2, no, it should be 3. 3 rules? Shui Kunshin froze for a few seconds, and suddenly seemed to realize something, with his pupils contracting to the extreme. Inside the heavily guarded Rome City royal residence, Xiao Eng, dressed in battle attire, sat on the throne, selecting women for his son. Not bad. Looking at the 999 young women in the hall, Xiao Eng nodded with satisfaction. Send those 9 to Shaotsong and ask if he's satisfied. The remaining 990, send them to my personal chambers. The subordinates understood immediately and wasted no time in carrying out the orders. Yes, Commander Chao. Just as Xiao Eng was about to turn around, one of his subordinates suddenly rushed into the hall, fell to the ground, looking frantic. Bad news, Commander. Young Master has been beaten to death. Swish! The warriors in the hall instantly turned pale, panic spreading everywhere. The members of the Chao family trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before them. Xiao Eng, frozen in place, stared intently at the subordinate, his voice trembling. What nonsense are you spouting? This is Rong City, who dares to touch my son, Xiao Eng? The subordinate, sweating profusely, gasped urgently, his name is Yi Lingfeng, a remnant of the Yi family. This man not only killed the young master but also murdered the adjutant and all the guards we sent to escort the young master back to the manor. Xiao Ying's face was pale as he staggered back, falling onto the throne. His hands clenched into fists, trembling with rage. Commander! Mobilize troops. Call for reinforcements. I want that Yi Lingfeng to meet a miserable end. Inside the Ning family's villa, Yi Lingfeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. When he returned, he checked Yi Mingyu's pulse and found that apart from weakness and some external injuries, she was fine. To be on the safe side, everyone decided to give Yi Mingyu a thorough physical examination. Yi Lingfeng's medical skills are extraordinary, and he should have been the one to perform it. However, since Yi Mingyu is his sister, it had to be handled by Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao. Yuchu, how is Mingyu doing? Seeing Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao walking down the stairs, Yi Lingfeng hurriedly went to meet them, his heart full of concern. Ning Yuchu let out a slight sigh of relief, a trace of reassurance appearing on her face. Don't worry, Mingyu, she's still a virgin. Yi Lingfeng was taken aback. I didn't ask about that. What I'm asking is whether there's any damage to bodily functions or internal organs. Although he already had a general understanding of the situation, he still wanted to conduct a deeper diagnosis to be sure. After all, she was his only sister. Ning Yuchu lowered her head, her face flushed red. I'm not a professional doctor, so I don't understand this. I only know that she hasn't been touched by anyone. Just like me, still a virgin. Failed to catch the other's hint, Yi Lingfeng sighed softly. It's okay. When she wakes up, I will personally examine her. Young Master, President Ning. As soon as the words fell, Sun Xiao turned back to take a quick glance, looking slightly excited. Miss Yi Mingyu appears to have woken up. The two exchanged a glance and immediately got up, heading toward the room. Upon reaching the doorway, Ning Yuchu stopped Sun Xiao once again. Let the siblings talk alone. They haven't seen each other in 5 years, they must have a lot to catch up on. Sun Xiao stared blankly at Ning Yuchu. Thinking to himself, aren't you the same? In the room. Seeing Yi Lingfeng's appearance, Yi Mingyu trembled with excitement. Brother! You're still alive, that's wonderful. I never dreamed that in this lifetime, I would see you again. She had been captured first and had no idea that the other person was still alive and had been imprisoned. Before Yi Lingfeng could speak, she directly threw her arms around him. I thought I would never see you again. That's great. That's great. Yi Lingfeng held her soft and delicate body tightly, gently soothing her back with his large hand. I've made you suffer for a full 5 years. I'm sorry, sis. Yi Mingyu shook her head. No. You haven't wronged me. Your being alive is the greatest love you could give me. Yi Lingfeng sighed. Don't worry, with me around, I will never let anyone hurt you. The torment you endured and the vengeance for Dad and Mom I will make the Chao family pay 1,000-fold. Yi Mingyu's expression changed. No, don't. I don't want you to take revenge. I believe that if Dad and Mom were still alive, they wouldn't let you take revenge. That's the Chao family. You'll die if you go against them. Chao Shaotsong was just one of Chao Ying's sons, and the people protecting him made up less than 1,000th of the Chao family's overall power. Chao Shaotsong's death did not make Yi Mingyu feel confident. Instead, she felt that her brother should take her and everyone they cared about and leave Rongqing as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Chao family comes after them, everyone will die. Yi Lingfeng remained calm as he held his struggling sister in his arms. Your brother won't die. You won't die either. The only ones who will die are Chao Ying and everyone in the Chao family. Brother! Before his sister could continue to dissuade him, Yi Lingfeng stood up and gently touched the back of her head. Instantly, sleepiness overwhelmed Yi Mengyu, and she fell into a deep slumber. Deep sleep is beneficial for the body's recovery. Gently parted the pink lips and fed a pill to the sleeping sister. Yi Lingfeng carried her back to the bed, turning her back toward him. Removed part of the clothing. It could be seen that the scarred back, although without any injured areas, was still fair and delicate. Taking out the silver needles given by the super divine doctor, Yi Lingfeng pinpointed his sister's acupoints. One by one, he pierced them in. The sleeping Yi Mengyu let out an instinctive soft murmur. One hand controlled the rhythm of the silver needle, while the other rested on the opponent's waist, directing true energy to aid recovery. Moments later, Yi Lingfeng's eyes suddenly sharpened. Could Mengyu really be a congenital enchanting physique? Sensing an intense anomaly, he felt deeply shocked. Before coming of age, the innate enchantment physique is still in a dormant state. Additionally, I use true energy to help her heal, unexpectedly activating her innate enchantment physique. Looking at his sister, Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh deeply. With your innate enchantment physique, you'll probably be destined to become a source of calamity in the future. It seems, brother must come up with a more comprehensive plan to protect you. Another hour of treatment. Yi Lingfeng finally got up and went outside. Hall Master. Hearing the other party calling them, Han Li and the others looked respectful. Yi Lingfeng said, "You may leave. Don't come looking for me again in the future. And that Zuanlong token. Void them all. Having one disciple like you choose little sister is enough. I, Yi Lingfeng, don't need other disciples." Han Li looked panicked and quickly led everyone to kneel on one knee. "Palace Master, why are you doing this?" Yi Lingfeng glanced indifferently. "You are too kind. Not suitable to follow me." After speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Elder Han. The experts from the Human King Hall wore grave expressions. What is going on here? A shadow gradually appeared on Han Li's face. Clearly, they despise us for being sluggish and not ruthless enough. Watching the other's departing figure, Han Li narrowed his eyes. I admit, his strength is indeed formidable. This indirectly explains why the old hall master would take a liking to him and choose him as his successor. Han Li's tone carried a trace of helplessness. But his nature is far too impulsive and arrogant. One day, it will end up harming the palace of the human king. Someone seemed to understand something. Elder Han, what do you mean? Another strong figure asked tentatively. Han Li's face was solemn and cold. No matter how strong an individual is, it's impossible for them to be a match for the Chao family. He explained his point of view, his eyes shining with determination. Just wait, when the time comes, he will definitely regret it and come back to seek our help. The strong figure of the palace of the human king nodded. Exactly. This is his own choice, even if the old palace master knows, he can't blame us. Ignoring Han Li and the others' murmuring discussions, Yi Lingfeng had just returned to the entrance of the villa when Ning Yuchu walked over. I heard everything just now. With a resolute expression, she dove into Yi Lingfeng's embrace without hesitation. Even without the assistance of the palace of the human sovereign, it's even more impossible for us to contend against the Chao family. But as long as it's a decision made by brother Lingfeng, Yuchu will fully support it. Yi Lingfeng bitterly smiled and shook his head, just about to speak when Sun Xiao walked out from inside. Ning, perhaps we should go ask him for help. Sun Xiao's words surprised Ning Yuchu. Him? Ning Yuchu looked at the tablet in the other's hand. The next moment, Yi Lingfeng's pupils suddenly dilated. Yes. Sun Xiao nodded. This person's real name has not yet been revealed. But now it can be basically confirmed that he is the unrivaled master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Ning Yuchu's eyes widened. It is said that the Heavenly Dragon Hall commands an army of 800,000 lions and is the foremost battle group in Daxia. Her voice carried excitement. It is countless times stronger than top-tier forces like the Palace of the Human King, Samsung Hall, and White Tiger Gate. There are even rumors that to become the master of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, one's strength must be unparalleled, invincible. She continued, her eyes shimmering with hope. Such a powerful figure, how could they possibly help us? Ning Yuchu said with some unease. Sun Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Yi Lingfeng. Don't worry. He definitely will. Yi Lingfeng was taken aback. How do you know that I am the master of the Heavenly Dragon Palace? He asked, half in doubt. Sun Xiao disagreed. That joke isn't funny. She paid no attention to Yi Lingfeng's surprise and continued to explain to Ning Yuchu. What I mean is, the Tianlong Hall belongs to the Daxia War Division. People from the War Division are the epitome of integrity. We'll go to him and lodge a complaint, exposing the evil deeds of the Chow family. He definitely won't ignore it. Sun Zhao's tone carried confidence. By then, it won't matter whether it's the king of Rongqing or Marshal Chow, they'll all be brought down. Ning Yuchu nodded. That makes sense. But how can we even meet him? She asked doubtfully. Such an important figure can't possibly come to our Rongqing, can he? Sun Zhao smiled and picked up the tablet. You really guessed it right. Look, the news says that the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Hall has returned in glory and will reign over Rong City during this period. The reason is that his hometown is in Rong City. Ning Yuchu's eyes lit up. Really? Hope ignited in her heart. So, in the next couple of days, as long as we can survive and avoid retaliation from the Chow family, there's a great chance of meeting the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Hall and relying on him to turn the tables. Sun Zhao nodded emphatically. Then, she looked at Yi Lingfeng, her tone becoming serious. Behave properly, and stop making jokes like the one just now. For the safety of Ning and everyone else, keep a low profile these days. Determination flashed in her eyes. No matter what, don't go looking for trouble with the Chow family. Got it? Yi Lingfeng remained silent. Whether he understood or not wasn't important. He only knew that someone had leaked his whereabouts and wanted to harm him. And that person was most likely from Inferno Island. Seeing that he did not respond, Sun Zhao frowned. Just as she was about to speak, Ning Yuchu let out an exclamation and rushed toward the entrance. Dad, Mom, why are you back? She wore an expression of surprise and delight. In order to avenge Yi Lingfeng, she intended to use the excuse of engagement to take a decisive stand against the Lu family. Worried that her parents might get involved, she deceived them by claiming they had won a prize, a free 2-day tour across 11 European countries. If the revenge went smoothly, they would return from the trip and rejoice together. If things went wrong and she ended up being harmed by the Lu family, they could assess the situation and stay abroad to protect themselves. Unexpectedly, Ning Yuchu could never have imagined that in less than a day, her parents had returned home. What's going on? She looked utterly confused. Could it be that you never went abroad at all? As she said this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, the Lu family had already been dealt with by brother Lingfeng. Otherwise, if you return now, you would be doomed along with them. Tang Shui, Ning Yuchu's mother, glared at her husband and couldn't hide her anger. It's all because of him. Just now you said you were afraid of flying, and now you're saying it's unsafe abroad. How about traveling domestically instead? Dawdling for half the day, the flight has taken off, and we still haven't passed security. She was just about to ask her daughter if the prize could be postponed when she suddenly noticed a highly familiar young man standing nearby. Tang Shui frowned, her heart tightening. This young man, why does he look so familiar? Swoosh. Her expression changed, and she was suddenly stunned. Yi Lingfeng? You're out of prison? She quickly pulled her daughter behind her, staring vigilantly at Yi Lingfeng. You shameless loser. How dare you come to harass my Yuchu again? Just came out, and now you want to go back in, huh? Ning Yuchu's father, Ning Lixing, was burning with anger. What are you still coming to find my Yuchu for? Uncle has trained before. Not afraid of you. This couple has always opposed their daughter being with Yi Lingfeng, the reason being that Yi's family was not as wealthy as the Nings back then, and they felt he was unworthy. Dad, Mom. Ning Yuchu sighed helplessly. You've really had enough. Tang Shui tightly grabbed her daughter's hand, burning with rage. What do you mean by enough? Back then, when he was harassing you, you were the one who called the police. It's only been 5 years, don't tell me you've fallen for him again now? Ning Yuchu looked firmly at Yi Lingfeng and said, word by word, it's not fallen for him again now, it's that I've always loved brother Lingfeng. At first, I wronged him only to prevent him from impulsively seeking revenge against the Lu family and hurting himself. Yi Lingfeng looked at her affectionately, gratitude overflowing in his expression. Yuchu, thank you. Tang Shui, however, interrupted their tender moment. What? So you still haven't given up on this loser? You even chose to do those things just to protect him? Ning Lixing seemed to suddenly realize, his heart shaken, no wonder the Lu family has been suppressing the Ning family all these years. It has driven our Ning group from one of Rong City's top 10 companies to the brink of bankruptcy. So it turns out they knew you've been helping the Yi family? Ning Yuchu did not refute, and her heart was resolute, rest assured. Once we get through this crisis, everything the Ning family has lost, I will earn back tenfold, or even 100-fold. Tang Shui wasn't concerned about these things. Then what's the situation now? Didn't you get engaged to the eldest young master of the Lu family? I'm completely confused. Sun Xiao interjected, the engagement is just a cover. The purpose is to help the Yi family seek revenge. In reality, Mr. Ning never intended to agree to Lu Chengfeng. Looking at Yi Lingfeng, Sun Zhao's eyes were full of complexity. President Ning's heart belongs to him alone. Swish. Ning Lixing's face turned drastically. Isn't this all messed up now? The Lu family is extremely narrow-minded. You deceived them like this. Won't we be doomed by them? Ning Yuchu gazed at Yi Lingfeng with admiration and firmly said, no. Because the Lu family has already been destroyed. The one who wiped them out is none other than my most handsome Lingfeng brother. Her eyes sparkled like the stars, and even when mentioning the heavenly Dragon Hall master, there wasn't the slightest hesitation. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng, and the next moment, the two burst into laughter. Crazy. You all are crazy. We're crazy too. Tang Chui was about to explode with anger, offending the Lu family, and you're still spouting nonsense here? If not a lunatic, then what are you? Mom! Ning Yuchu was about to explain when a man dressed in a designer suit walked in from outside the main entrance. Uncle Ning, you're back. The man's name was Zhao Qian, a wealthy neighbor's playboy son and a high school classmate who had a crush on Ning Yuchu. He had put a lot of effort into pursuing Ning Yuchu. So it's young Zhao. Ning Lixing said politely. Quick, come in and sit. Zhao Qian pretended to be gentlemanly. Uncle Ning, you're too kind. I'm here to see Yuchu, mainly to tell her something. I've already joined the Heavenly Dragon Hall. He secretly felt triumphant in his heart. So what if you're beautiful? In the past, you ignored me and always pretended to be reserved in front of me. Today, I will let you know my identity, and then you'll beg me on your knees to marry you. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Qian suddenly heard a voice calling out. He froze for a moment and turned back to see Ning Yuchu's mother beckoning to him. Auntie, is there something else? Tang Chui quickly rushed over and grabbed his wrist. Zhao Qian. Your grandfather said you've already passed the preliminary assessment of the Dragon Palace and have a 90% chance of becoming a member of the Dragon Palace? Glancing at Ning Yuchu, Zhao Qian's expression changed, secretly feeling proud in his heart, as if he could foresee the impending storm. Ahem. It's not that I'm confident, but rather that I've already become a subordinate of the unparalleled Heavenly Dragon, a one-star dragon member of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Tang Chui's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seen the dawn of hope. Really? She glanced at Yi Lingfeng, feeling a bit disdainful inwardly, but more than that, she was filled with anticipation for the future. She turned to look at her daughter and secretly decided to make the decision on Ning Yuchu's behalf. Zhao Qian. With your current status, a small force like the Lu family shouldn't be worth your attention, right? The corners of Zhao Qian's mouth curved into a disdainful smile. In front of the Tianlong Hall, the Lu family is nothing more than a speck of dust. Tang Chui was overwhelmed with excitement. The opportunity before her filled her with confidence. Once you help Aunt deal with the Lu family, Aunt will arrange for Yuchu to marry you. Mom! Ning Yuchu widened her eyes in astonishment, her heart in turmoil, wanting to refute but was interrupted by Tang Chui. Don't worry, Zhao Qian. Auntie will never go back on her word. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Yi Lingfeng, though a turbulent undercurrent was already surging in his heart. He, Yi Lingfeng, and Ning Yuchu had been classmates in high school. Back then, Ning Yuchu was the school's goddess, and he was the sought-after second-generation heir to wealth. In Zhao Qian's eyes, only Ning Yuchu's beauty was worthy of his status. He firmly believed that as long as he spoke up, Ning Yuchu would surely agree. However, before he could speak, Ning Yuchu chose Yi Lingfeng, confessed her love, and agreed to apply to university together. This ignited endless hatred in his heart, vowing to completely eliminate this rival in love. During these 5 years, he secretly supported the Lu family, helping them rise in power in an attempt to oppose the Yi family. Good. Zhao Qian nodded heavily, his heart filled with pride. The argument between Ning Yuchu and her parents was already heard clearly by him at the door. At first, he thought it was Ning Yuchu who sent Yi Lingfeng to prison 5 years ago, truly because their relationship had fallen apart. But now, he understands that all of this was merely Ning Yuchu's way of protecting Yi Lingfeng. However, from his perspective, none of this matters anymore. Now, he has become a member of the Dragon Palace, his status in Rongqing soaring to unprecedented heights, comparable to the 10 9-star captains. And what about Yi Lingfeng? He's nothing more than a penniless man who has just been released from prison. Moreover, Tang Chui's promise had already planted the seed of victory in his heart. Even if Ning Yuchu still loved Yi Lingfeng in her heart, what good would it do? The orders of parents and the words of matchmakers must be followed, the Lu family must be destroyed. Even if Ning Yuchu didn't want to marry, she had to marry. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qian left with an excited smile, pointing at Yi Lingfeng before turning away. Then just stay here and wait for my good news. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained calm, as he had never taken Zhao Qian seriously. First, he firmly believed in Ning Youchu's feelings. Second, the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall was accompanied by 4 War Kings, 12 9-star generals, over 100 8-star generals, and thousands of 7-star generals, showcasing immense strength. Under a Star War general, there are actually 800,000 dragon followers. The disparity in strength is not to be underestimated. 5 years ago, he didn't give this rich second generation any regard. But now, as the master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, he couldn't care less about a mere dragon follower. Who? Tang Chui and Ning Lixing heaved a heavy sigh of relief, waiting eagerly for the good news Zhao Qian would bring back. Mom! Ning Youchu sighed, finally mustering the courage to say, I was thinking, if that's the case, why don't I just marry Brother Lingfeng directly? Her delicate face instantly turned red, and her gaze involuntarily shifted toward Yi Lingfeng. I said before, the Lu family has already been destroyed. The one who annihilated the Lu family is none other than Brother Lingfeng. Sun Shao nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of trust. President Ning is telling the truth. Although she didn't see it herself, she firmly believed that with Yi Lingfeng's current abilities, combined with that explosive temper, he could definitely pull it off. TCH. Tang Chui dismissed it disdainfully and was about to speak, but she was interrupted by a loud noise. Bang! The villa's door was kicked open with one foot. Where is Yi Lingfeng? Come out and face death. Inside the car, Zhao Qian took out his phone and dialed his butler. Gather some people. This young master is going to annihilate the Lu family. Previously, Ning Youchu agreed to get engaged to Lu Changfeng, which had already made him dissatisfied. However, at that time, his application to join the Tianlong Hall had not yet been approved, and the Zhao family's strength was far from being able to challenge the top noble family in Rongqing. But now it was different. Having become a member of the Tianlong Hall, he was brimming with confidence. As long as he revealed his identity and stood before the Lu family, he was certain to make them tremble with fear. On the other end of the phone, the butler was stunned, his face showing concern. Young master, have you gone mad? That's the Lu family. Earlier, the Lu family was indeed inferior to the Zhao family, but with the secret assistance of the Zhao family and other prominent clans, the Lu family soared to great heights, becoming the most powerful in Rong City. This matter became the lifelong regret of the Zhao family's patriarch. Yet the butler knew that this regret was now utterly meaningless. Ha ha ha! Zhao Qian laughed heartily, as if the whole world was congratulating him. I forgot to tell you all, this young master has already passed the assessment of the Tianlong Hall and officially become a member of the Dragon Clan. Even the Yang family must kneel before me, let alone the Lu family, the so-called number one in name. The butler's face instantly beamed with joy. Really? Congratulations, young master, my heartfelt congratulations. In that case, I shall immediately inform the master about this and let him. Zhao Qian interrupted coldly, can't you understand human language? I said, gather a group of people and come with me to destroy the Lu family. After a moment of silence, the butler's response landed like a heavy blow. Yes, young master. The Ning family. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing held each other tightly, trembling. The men before them, dressed in training uniforms with fierce expressions, seemed like an imposing and invisible mountain. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Smack! The leading young man unfolded his folding fan, cold and ruthless. Qin bin Zode. A martial arts family, the Qin clan. The folding fan closed and pointed directly at Yi Lingfeng. Coming here is to take his dog life. Swish! Everyone's expressions instantly changed, and they all turned their gazes toward Yi Lingfeng. Brother Lingfeng. Young master? Yi Lingfeng. Tang Chui was so furious that her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but shout in her heart, are you crazy? You even dare to offend people from a martial arts family? Do you really think that spending 5 years in prison has made you invincible? Ning Lixing hurriedly explained, please calm down, young master. We are not acquainted with this Yi Lingfeng. Please don't take your anger out on us. In his heart, he was secretly lamenting, Zhao Qian. Why couldn't you stay a little longer before leaving? Qin Bin's expression was cold and ruthless. He has not offended me but the divine Dr. Shui of the Medical Skills Association. I once benefited from divine Dr. Shui's kindness and came specifically to solve this trouble for him. Upon hearing this, Tang Chui's vision instantly darkened, and she almost fainted. You. Pointing at Yi Lingfeng, she was trembling with anger. How could my daughter fall for a disaster like you? Ning Lixing's face turned pale as he secretly lamented, offending the Lu family was already bad enough. Now you've even offended the medical association. Yi Lingfeng, get lost. Don't you dare mess with my Yaochu. Mom! Dad! Ning Yaochu was on the verge of collapsing from anxiety and was about to speak, but Qin Binfu sneered coldly. Leave? Wishful thinking. It doesn't matter whether you're connected to him or not. Today, no one here will be able to leave. With a sudden change of expression, Qin Binfu swiftly waved his hand. Go! Capture them all! With a wicked smile, Qin Binfu sized up Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao. These two women will stay. I will take them back as personal maids. As soon as the words fell, 18 martial arts experts at the level of 3rd grade Martial King immediately took action, rushing toward everyone. Swish! Ning Youchu's expression changed drastically, instinctively shielding Yi Lingfeng. Sun Xiao didn't hesitate and stood directly in front of Ning Yuchu. Seeing that no one cared about her life or death, Tang Chui looked utterly hopeless. What a sin! The group of martial artists were about to reach out to Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao. Yi Lingfeng casually raised his arm, and as if performing a magic trick, several silver needles were already gleaming with a cold light in his palm. Swish! 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 The silver needles shot out like lightning, instantly killing all the martial arts experts in front of them. The divine Dr. Elders said it could save lives. Now it seems, using it to kill people is quite convenient too. Swish! Tang Chui widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Ning Lixing was like a wooden statue, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Brother Lingfeng. Young master? Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao looked excitedly at Yi Lingfeng behind them, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Why are you always so unexpectedly handsome? Ha? Qin Binfu frowned slightly, his expression showing a hint of surprise. Turns out he's also a martial artist. Realizing that the intel provided by Dr. Xue might be incomplete, he remained calm nonetheless. Martial King Realm, ha? 4th grade, or 5th grade? The move just now was too sudden to notice, but there was immense confidence in the heart. No problem. Qinbin gave a faint smile and walked slowly toward the other party. At this moment, including Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao, even Tang Chui and Ning Lixing felt an overwhelming invisible pressure. It seemed as if the one approaching them was not a person, but a towering mountain. Frightened? Noticing the pale faces of the crowd, Qin Binfu walked while pondering. That's right, my strength has already reached the 7th rank of the King of Martial Arts realm. With just a gesture, I can kill a 6th rank King of Martial Arts. For someone like you, who is merely a 5th rank or even a 4th rank King of Martial Arts, this young master only needs one move to annihilate 100. Just like you, obliterating this group of rubbish at the 3rd grade Martial King stage. Qin Binfu's lips curved into a smile, feeling triumphant as he sensed the timing was right. He leapt forward, bringing forth a terrifying pressure as he fiercely thrust out the folding fan in his hand. In an instant, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao both held their breath, even Tang Chui and Ning Lixing couldn't help but stiffen all over, their pupils contracting rapidly. Brother Lingfeng? Young master. However, Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, his gaze sharp as a blade, cold and merciless. A 7th grade martial king dares to come and mess with me? Before the words faded, his palm lashed out like a thunderbolt. Qin Binfu, who had already leaped into midair, froze for a moment, suddenly sensing a wave of deathly aura. In that instant, he seemed to see that behind those trembling men and women stood not a young man, but a giant towering 100 meters high. The strike unleashed was like a meteor crashing into the earth, bringing utter despair. How is this possible? Smack! As the astonished exclamation sounded, with an explosive crack, Qin Binfu's head instantly turned into a mist of blood. Yi Lingfeng said coldly, "Do you understand my strength now?" Bang! As the corpse fell to the ground, Ning Yuchu, Sun Xiao, Tang Chui, and Ning Lixing all breathed heavily, their eyes bloodshot, mouths agape in disbelief. 7th grade martial king, just gone like that? Tang Chui stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng, the shock in her heart indescribable. Is this convict really this powerful? At this moment, she suddenly had a gut feeling. Could it be that her daughter's previous words had not deceived her? The Lu family was truly destroyed. And the one who wiped them out was none other than this convict, Yi Lingfeng. Ha! Ning Lixing sneered, a glint of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Not much to it. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, sighing emotionally. They say a martial king powerhouse is terrifying indeed. Today's meeting, it seems to be nothing special after all. Before today, he had never seen a martial king level expert, nor had he encountered a martial sect expert except on television. Moreover, Yi Lingfeng had effortlessly crushed all martial kings, including Qin Binfu, which led him to mistakenly believe that the power of a martial king wasn't as fearsome as the legends suggested. So you're saying the claims outside are somewhat exaggerated? Tang Shui looked at her man, her heart filled with doubt. Actually, is a martial king just a little stronger than an ordinary person? Ning Lixing nodded, giving Yi Lingfeng a disdainful glance. Isn't this obviously the case? Otherwise, how could so many of them have been easily slaughtered by this convict? Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were almost amused by the cleverness of these two. A martial king? Just a little stronger? How foolish does one have to be to say something like that? At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps sounded from outside. Yi Lingfeng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shielded Ning Yuchu behind him. Yuchu, take Sun Xiao inside first. Brother Lingfeng? Be good. Ning Yuchu nodded, hurriedly calling Sun Xiao to pull her still-dazed parents into the villa. Tang Shui was still pointing at Yi Lingfeng and reproaching him. The next moment, when she saw a group of fully armed experts rushing in from outside the gate, her arrogance instantly froze and transformed into fear. Who on earth is this mighty figure? On the road, in the car. What? Zhao Qian suddenly froze, slammed the accelerator, and stopped the car by the roadside. You said the Lu family has been wiped out. Who? Who did it? The butler on the other end of the phone replied, I don't know, we're still investigating. The main thing is, everyone who attended the banquet is dead. There's simply no one to question. All dead? Zhao Qian's eyes widened. Who on earth is it? This is way too ruthless, way too impressive. He had agreed to help Tang Shui destroy the Lu family, but in reality, he had planned merely to show off his identity as a member of the Dragon Hall and make the Lu family capitulate, eventually compromising on some aspects of the Zhao family's benefits distribution. Truly eliminating the Lu family? That was utterly impossible. After all, the Dragon Hall wasn't his personal property, so there was no way it would obey the command of a mere Dragon Hall member to target the ants of Rong City. I have no idea. The steward sighed. Just now I already said. Everyone at the banquet is dead. The Lu family, not a single one remains. No one knows what really happened at the engagement banquet. Engagement banquet? Zhao Qian suddenly came back to his senses. That's not right, there's still one person alive. Suddenly thinking of someone, he fell silent for a few seconds. His pupils widened, and he abruptly slammed his foot down, turning the car around and driving toward the Ning family. 3,000 mighty fighters surrounded the entire Ning family. Yi Lingfeng. A stern shout emerged from the crowd. Rongchen King Xiaoying, brimming with killing intent and an imposing aura, strode in boldly. Do you acknowledge your guilt? Swish. Sun Zhao's legs went weak, and he instantly lost all strength. Ning Youchu's delicate body trembled slightly, her pretty face turned pale in an instant, and she secretly thought to herself, how did they arrive so quickly? Tang Shui and Ning Lixing's mouths hung open, their faces filled with astonishment. Their hearts tightened to the point where they could hardly breathe. Rongchen King? General Chao? Stiffly turning to look at Yi Lingfeng, Tang Shui nearly broke down, fear surging in like a tide. Among the people you've offended, there's even this godlike figure? Rolling her eyes, Tang Shui stumbled and fell to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. Mom! Wife! Ning Youchu's expression changed dramatically, his heart in turmoil like tidal waves. Ning Lixing hurried over, steadying his woman, his heart secretly anxious. He turned back to look at Yi Lingfeng, his eyes filled with hatred and helplessness. What a sin! How did our family end up provoking a calamity like you? Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless and calmly replied, Enough. Why are you shouting? Just a mere king of Rongqing, it's not some remarkable figure. Everyone widened their eyes, utterly astonished. Tang Shui, who had just regained consciousness, rolled her eyes upon hearing this and fainted on the spot. Her subordinates were dumbfounded, utterly speechless from the shock of the opponent's words. After the initial shock, Xiaoying let out a sinister laugh and was about to speak when a red sports car suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance, its roar echoing in all directions. Damn! What's going on now? Zhao Qian was stunned. Looking at the thousands of strong fighters in front of him and the ferocious Xiaoying, he almost backed off and fled in his car. Your Ning family is insanely bold. You even dare to offend Commander Chao? Ning Lixing roared in anger, his heart filled with a mix of panic and fury. Not us. It's him. This fool's actions have nothing to do with our Ning family. These words were both a response to Zhao Qian and a way to distance themselves from Yi Lingfeng. Whoosh! He took a deep breath. Zhao Qian first clasped his hands and bowed to Xiaoying, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Uncle Chao, what exactly is going on here? Both being prominent families in Rongqing, the two had a good relationship. Xiaoying coldly stared at Yi Lingfeng, his tone filled with killing intent. That scum killed my son. Tell me, what on earth happened? Hearing this, Tang Chui and Ning Lixing were instantly dumbfounded. This time, it wasn't just Tang Chui, even Ning Lixing almost fainted in shock, feeling as if struck by lightning. Yilingfeng, oh Yilingfeng. You're freaking awesome. Zhao Qianping suppressed his inner shock and glanced at Ning Yuchu, whose expression was complex. He pondered silently, it's true. The Lu family was wiped out by him. And the reason he did it was to save you. What? Tang Chui, who had been startled awake, widened her eyes, her lips slightly moved, and a storm surged in her heart. The Lu family was really exterminated? My young Chu wasn't lying? The one who destroyed them was really Yilingfeng? Ning Lixing was equally shocked, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Yet, when he thought of how Yilingfeng dared to kill even the son of the king of Ronqing, everything suddenly made sense. Staring at Yilingfeng in shock, Ning Lixing was full of disbelief, thinking to himself, what have you been through in these 5 years? Zhao Qian's face darkened, and his tone became even more resolute. No matter what he has been through, he has only gained a decent level of combat ability. Without background and influence, what good is being able to fight? Suddenly turning around, he looked at Ning Yuchu and said word by word, Yuchu, Uncle Chao also said that young Master Shaozong's death has nothing to do with you. Come here. Follow me. I can plead with Uncle Chao, asking him to spare you. As he spoke, Zhao Qian deliberately revealed the one-star Dragon Order token at his waist, displaying his identity as a member of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Seeing this scene, the originally ferocious-faced Xiaoying suddenly showed a trace of surprise in his eyes and thought to himself, they're actually people from the Heavenly Dragon Hall? Although just a one-star dragon member, I can still give them this courtesy. After all, this matter doesn't have much to do with the Ning family. Nephew, today I'll do you this favor. Xiaoying looked at Yilingfeng, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain, this trash must die. Take the others away if you want. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing immediately saw hope, their faces blooming with smiles as they secretly rejoiced. Zhao Qian, we really didn't misjudge you. Awesome. Zhao Qian grinned from ear to ear, looking at Ning Yuchu, feeling secretly pleased. Yuchu, come with me. Shaking her head repeatedly, Ning Yuchu's expression was resolute, her voice firm, I won't go. If you can't help Brother Lingfeng, I'd rather die together with Brother Lingfeng. Tang Chui was furious, raising her voice, are you an idiot? At this point, you're still worrying about the life or death of this useless person. Do you have a death wish yourself? Ning Lixing gritted his teeth and roared angrily, Yuchu, go. Ning Yuchu tightly gripped Yilingfeng's hand, unwavering, no. I could never abandon Brother Lingfeng to live alone. If anyone should leave, it's you. I'm not going. Ha ha. Zhao Qian laughed angrily. Are you sure? I'm sure. Well. Then you, stupid woman, can go die with him. Seeing the other party about to leave, Tang Chui and Ning Lixing hurriedly grabbed his leg. Zhao Qian, you lead us. She won't go with you, but we will. Zhao Qian gave a cold smile. What use is it if you follow me? Do you want me to take care of you for free? Get lost. I'm furious. With one kick, Zhao Qian sent the two flying, then directly turned around and got into the red supercar. Uncle Chao, go ahead and kill. Don't show me any mercy. As soon as the words fell, he immediately drove off, leaving swiftly. Zhao Qian. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing felt a cold shiver in their hearts, completely despairing. With a cold smile, Xiaoying turned around and looked at Ning Yuchu. It's you who didn't cherish the chance to survive, you can't blame me for that. Someone, come. Kill. As the stern shout just fell, 18 powerful figures moved out in full force, drawing their blades and charging toward the Ning family. Ning Yuchu, overcome with guilt, spread her arms wide and stood in front of everyone. Bang! Suddenly, two large hands forcefully pushed her into the crowd rushing forward. Ning Zong? Sun Zhao's face changed drastically, completely unprepared for such an event. Yilingfeng's expression darkened, his figure flickered, and while protecting Ning Yuchu in his arms, he casually threw out silver needles, killing all the powerful attackers rushing forward. Full of astonishment, Ning Yuchu stiffly turned her head, looking at her parents who still maintained the forceful push posture, her face filled with disbelief. You? Before Ning Yuchu could speak, Tang Chui and Ning Lixing directly faced Chao Ying's direction and knelt on the ground. Greetings to Grand Marshal Chao. Please have mercy on us as a couple. We are willing to sever all ties with Ning Yuchu. Upon hearing this, not only Ning Yuchu, but even Sun Xiao widened their eyes, feeling that all of this was an illusion. Only Yilingfeng remained expressionless, as if he had anticipated it all along. Thousands of powerful figures shook their heads and sighed, their faces full of ridicule. Startled, Xiaoying let out a cold laugh. You really are a pair of smart parents. But what makes you think that I would believe you? Chao Ying clicked his tongue twice and promptly ordered execution. You will definitely believe. Ning Lixing quickly stood up and coldly looked at Ning Yuchu. Because we are not her biological parents at all. Her life or death has nothing to do with us. Ning Yuchu looked dazed. This can't be true? This is true. Tang Chui's face was full of indifference. 22 years ago, we were just two vendors selling buns. We only gave you 2 buns out of pity for you and your son. Ning Lixing took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, your mother turned out to be a wealthy young lady on the run. Out of gratitude, she gave us all the jewelry she had with her. She might have thought we were kind-hearted, so she entrusted you to our care, went off alone, and diverted the pursuers. Later, by selling the jewelry, we were able to establish today's Ning Group. Tang Chui's face was resolute. We gave her food, she gave us jewelry, so we owe each other nothing. Helping her raise the child means she owes us a favor. Looking at the utterly shocked Ning Yuchu, Tang Chui appeared smug and arrogant. Now, we don't need you to repay us. We just hope you won't drag us down. Is it really so hard to manage even that? Ning Yuchu felt utterly powerless and, after a long silence, nodded heavily. Do it. Beside him, noticing that although Yi Lingfeng felt heartache for Ning Yuchu, he was never shocked from beginning to end, Sun Shao couldn't help but be surprised. You knew about this? Yi Lingfeng shook his head. I don't know. But as a doctor, I can certainly tell that younger sister Yuchu and them are not biologically related. Seeing Ning Yuchu emotionally collapse and wanting to kneel down to thank Tang Chui and Ning Lixing for raising her, Yi Lingfeng extended his large hand to support her. There's no need to thank them. In my opinion, back then, they took the initiative to help your mother not out of kindness, but because they had already noticed the jewelry she was carrying. They pretended to be kind for the sake of those jewels. As for raising you for over 20 years, it's obvious, they just think your mother will come back. When that happens, with her status as a wealthy heiress, she will surely repay them. Help them achieve great success. Sun Shao suddenly understood. In the end, after waiting for over 20 years, they still didn't get the good reward. The adopted daughter was about to drag them down with her. So, they decided to cut ties with her completely without hesitation. It seemed every word hit the mark. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing's faces turned pale, their guilty expressions glaringly obvious. Do whatever you want to say. Tang Chui looked at Chao Ying again, her eyes flickering with unease. Anyway, the two of us have nothing to do with this stupid woman. Tang Chui hurriedly explained. Please, Marshal, see the truth clearly. Ning Lixing quickly chimed in. Chao Ying let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Wonderful. I originally just wanted to kill a few masterminds and slaughter a few hundred civilians as a funeral offering for Shao Tsung. His words were like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Unexpectedly, I ended up witnessing such a good show. The thousands of powerful figures behind him laughed, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. Chao Ying's face darkened, and his gaze turned as cold as water. Very well. I can let you all go. He turned to look at Yi Lingfeng, his face clouded with menace. As long as I enjoy killing him enough. His voice was deep and resolute. Letting you live isn't impossible. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing immediately grasped his meaning. They stood up at once and stared coldly at Ning Yuchu. Don't blame us. If he doesn't die, we'll all have to die. Ning Lixing shouted fiercely, Yi Lingfeng, surrender now. You deserve to die yourself, so don't drag us down. His words were like a sharp thorn, piercing straight into Ning Yuchu's heart. Ning Yuchu wiped her tears, looking guiltily at Yi Lingfeng. I'm sorry, brother Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng glanced coldly at Chao Ying, wrapping Ning Yuchu in his arms. It's not your fault. It's them who deserve to die. His eyes burned like flames, filled with fearless determination. Brother Lingfeng will kill this group of ants right now and take you away from this sorrowful place. What? Chao Ying's face instantly twisted with murderous intent. Say it again if you dare. He entrusted Ning Yuchu to Sun Zhao's care while Yi Lingfeng stepped toward Chao Ying, as if walking on the edge of death. Don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you. His voice thundered, I'm saying, all of you are ants. Swish. Chao Ying's expression changed drastically, his face contorted with rage. You damned mutt, he roared. Get him. Turn him into minced meat for me. Kill. A fierce shout erupted, and thousands of warriors surged upwards like wolves and tigers. Although Tang Chui and Ning Lixing knew Yi Lingfeng's strength, even capable of single-handedly annihilating the entire Lu family, they understood clearly that as long as the opponent lived, they wouldn't survive. After a moment of hesitation, they tremblingly picked up the broadsword from the ground and charged towards Yi Lingfeng. You jinx. Die. Yi Lingfeng remained utterly disdainful as he leaped forward, rushing toward the crowd. Boom! The moment their feet left the ground, a powerful aura swept in, instantly knocking Tang Chui and Ning Lixing to the floor, blood spurting wildly. You! Tang Chui and Ning Lixing looked as pale as paper, stunned in place, their hearts filled with disbelief. Ling Feng brother. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao trembled, their hearts almost stopping. The next moment, screams surged like waves, and blood mist erupted. At first, it was a few, then a dozen, followed by dozens. Then it became wave after wave. Countless strong warriors from the Rong Prince's residence fell one after another, like wheat being mown down. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao stared blankly, as if they were two little squirrels who had stopped thinking. Tang Chui and Ning Lixing's chests heaved as they gasped sharply. Killing hundreds of people single-handedly, as if cutting down grass? How could this guy be so formidable? The 18 mighty generals widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. No way! They were alarmed in their hearts. If we let him continue killing, all the subordinates here might be slaughtered completely. Boom! Before the words were finished, a massive figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of everyone. The 18 powerful generals raised their heads abruptly, their hearts trembling. Commander! Xiao Eng, with a grim expression, drew his saber from his waist and strode forward, stepping over the corpses of his subordinates. Seeing this scene, the 18 strong generals were all breathing rapidly, trembling with excitement. 10 whole years. Today, we can finally witness once again the might of Rome City's strongest warrior, slaying enemies all around. Their eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. Yi Lingfeng, face your death. Chao Ying's voice roared like thunder, deafeningly loud. The title Rome City's strongest warrior made Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao freeze in shock, their faces filled with fear. On the ground, Tang Chui, who had originally been pale, trembled excitedly. Mighty commander! Ning Lixing's face was bulging with veins as he hysterically shouted, "Please, commander, eliminate this scourge for the people and kill this bastard." Under the expectant gaze of thousands of strong warriors, Xiao Eng, clutching a thick-back knife, leaped forward and charged at Yi Lingfeng. Boy, have you ever heard of this saying? Chao Ying's voice was deafening, all below the martial king are mere ants. And right now, you are facing a 9th-grade martial king. Boom! At the instant the killing intent exploded, visible cracks appeared across the ground. As his figure vanished, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Die, by my command. His figure flickered and instantly descended before Xiao Eng. Yi Lingfeng gripped his blade with both hands and unleashed a fierce sweeping strike. What? Xiao Eng exclaimed in shock, only to hear a crisp clang. The sharp broadsword was forcibly broken by Yi Lingfeng, leaving him utterly stunned. Casually catching the blade, Yi Lingfeng executed a dazzling turn, instantly flashing behind Xiao Eng. Splat! Splat! Blood sprayed wildly, and Xiao Ying's arms fell to the ground in response. His eyes widened as he let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed heavily to his knees. Ah! Clutching the broken blade tightly, Yi Lingfeng stood firmly against the wind, resembling an invincible war god. 9-rank martial king, what does that count for? He sneered coldly. I, Yi Lingfeng, am invincible in the world. Swish! Everyone's expressions changed drastically, completely dumbfounded, frozen in place, utterly unable to believe the reality before their eyes. Grand Marshal! The 18 powerful figures screamed hysterically, their bodies stiff, breathing rapid, faces filled with shock and fear. 9-rank martial king! The strongest in Rong City. Grand Marshal Chao Engchao was actually disarmed in one move by the unarmed Yi Lingfeng. How is this possible? Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao leaned closely against each other, their hearts pounding like thunder, faces flushed, almost overwhelmed by excitement. Brother Ling Feng. Ning Yuchu's face was full of admiration. You're just too amazing. Ning Lixing was utterly stunned, muttering to himself, this can't be a dream, right? Tang Chui's mouth was wide open. Marshal Chao actually couldn't beat this loser, this convict? I must be crazy. She shook her head helplessly. Otherwise, how could I possibly see such a scene? Paying no attention to the crowd's expressions, Yi Lingfeng's gaze was sharp, fixated on Xiao Eng, who was struggling relentlessly on the ground. His face was filled with coldness and determination. They say you have many sons, he said coldly. In theory, you shouldn't go to such lengths for an illegitimate child. So it's clear that Chao Xiaozong is your most beloved son, he continued, and the person who ordered him to find someone to murder my entire family is you. Xiao Eng turned around with difficulty, his eyes flashing with fear and unwillingness. You, what exactly have you been through? How could you become so terrifying in just 5 short years? He was shaken and unable to compose himself. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened. It's my turn to ask you now. Tell me, who ordered you to kill my entire family? He questioned forcefully, his gaze sharp as a blade. Your Chow family is not in the business, so the launch of my new drug won't affect you at all. His voice was like thunder, shaking everything around. Chao Ying's pupils dilated, his expression stunned. How could he have anticipated that Yi Lingfeng could deduce, from mere clues, the existence of an even more terrifying presence behind him? That's right, you've guessed correctly. Chao Ying gritted his teeth. Behind me, there indeed is someone else. But does this commander dare to say, and do you dare to listen? A sinister smile appeared on his lips. Ning Yuchu, Sun Xiao, Tang Shui, Ning Lixing, and others were all shocked beyond belief. Could there really be an even more terrifying presence behind the king of Rome City? A presence so daunting that no one dared to inquire about it? Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a sharp breath, their hearts filled with shock. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened as he extended his large hand, grabbing Chao Ying by the neck and coldly said, "Say it again, I'm invincible in the world." The person you mentioned? Not only do I dare to inquire about them, I dare to kill them. Chao Ying's pupils constricted slightly, and after a moment of astonishment, a sinister cold smile appeared on his face. Then listen carefully. This man is none other than the son of the sole supreme figure of the Tainan province, the war god Qingtian Di Wuji. 5 years ago, it was he who approached me and asked me to seize the opportunity to kill your entire family. Di Wuji? The 18 strong warriors were all utterly shocked. Isn't this the young prince of our Tiannan province? They looked at each other, unable to calm their hearts. Ning Lixing was stunned. Yi Lingfeng, your Yi family is just too incredible. Tang Shui looked at Ning Yuchu mockingly. Yuchu, you heard it yourself. Don't blame us for this. The Yi family offending Marshal Chao is one thing, but now they've offended a figure like Di Wuji, practically a celestial overlord. She shook her head and sighed. If we don't cut ties with you, we'll all end up doomed because of you. Ning Yuchu's face turned pale, her gaze fixed tightly on Yi Lingfeng, brother Lingfeng. Next to her, Sun Xiao was already too stunned to speak. Yi Lingfeng stared intently at the fallen Chao Ying on the ground and coldly asked, "Is Di Wuji that impressive? Why did he kill my entire family? Feeling cocky? You sure are damn arrogant." Chao Ying sneered coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Why does he want to kill your whole family? I don't know. Go ask him yourself." Smack! As soon as the words fell, Chao Jing's head instantly turned into a mist of blood. The surroundings fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Yi Lingfeng nodded, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. "All right." Everyone present widened their eyes to the extreme, utterly shocked, as if time had frozen at this moment. Boom! The moment the corpse fell, 18 powerful figures and thousands of elite fighters were already boiling with anger, like a volcano about to erupt. "Yi Lingfeng, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Before Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao could react, Tang Shui and Ning Lixing already showed expressions of watching a good show, secretly anticipating in their hearts. Yi Lingfeng suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Come on. What's the use of just shouting? If you dare, come at me." Swish! Everyone's expressions changed, and the scene instantly fell silent as death, with an air of tension filling the atmosphere. Not only the 18 formidable figures but also Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were frozen in place, their hearts cold as ice and their expressions stiff, as if realizing the gravity of the situation. "Don't dare to go up?" Yi Lingfeng let out a cold snort, his voice like thunder. "Then what are you shouting for? Get lost." He understood in his heart that his injured sister was still in the villa, and Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were even less capable of defending themselves. If not for this, he would have already launched a massacre, rather than using that emperor's dominance to make this ragtag group tremble with weak knees. The leading strongman pointed at Yi Lingfeng with an expression of unwillingness yet fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. "Good. Just you wait. Chao Dashui died at your hands. Sooner or later, the Chao family will settle this score with you. Let's go." Tang Shui and Ning Lixing were stunned, as if the world were spinning around them. "Adults? Why did you just leave? So many of you. What are you afraid of?" The 18 powerful figures, along with thousands of their followers, didn't even dare to collect Chao Ying's corpse and directly departed, leaving Tang Shui and Ning Lixing staring at each other, deeply shaken in their hearts. Looking at this scene, Tang Shui and Ning Lixing were on the verge of collapse. "Doesn't this make us look really stupid? A clearly clever betrayal turned out to be completely meaningless. No way. You absolutely cannot leave. I've already fallen out with my adopted daughter and want to kill her. How can you just leave like this? Come back. Please come back." With a sudden shudder, Tang Chui abruptly looked at Yi Lingfeng, a trace of fear surfacing in her heart. You wouldn't even want to kill us, would you? Ning Lixing seemed to come to his senses, hurriedly kneeling in front of Ning Yuchu with a face full of regret. Yuchu, Dad was just momentarily confused earlier. Your mom and I never really intended to betray you. The reason for saying those words was just acting, trying to find a chance to get you out of trouble. Tang Chui nodded repeatedly, her tone sincere. Yes, my daughter. Please forgive Mom this time. Ning Yuchu looked haggard, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Stop acting. Some things, once broken, are just broken. Trying to repair them will only make them seem fake. Tang Chui still wanted to salvage the situation, feeling anxious. Young Chu, get lost. Yi Lingfeng shouted sternly, his voice echoing like thunder. People like you are not worthy to be young Chu's parents. If not for the fact that these two had raised young Chu, the actions just now would have given him reason to tear them to pieces. Daughter. Ning Lixing was unwilling to give up and tried to speak, but Tang Chui gave him a cold glare. She grabbed Ning Lixing, turned to Ning Yuchu, her gaze full of threats. Have you thought it through? Don't regret it later. Ning Yuchu remained expressionless, seemingly having already made up her mind. Isn't this the decision you made? Tang Chui's face darkened, secretly steeling herself. Since you are heartless, then there's nothing left for us to say. Take your things and get out. From now on, you will have no ties with us, not even the slightest. Ning Yuchu didn't argue. With Sun Zhao's support, she walked to Yi Lingfeng's side, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother Lingfeng, I have no home anymore. The following words, she murmured in her heart, but Yi Lingfeng seemed to sense it, reached out his large hand, and gently wiped away her tears. It's okay, from now on, Brother Lingfeng will be your eternal support, your eternal harbor. Sun Zhao angrily glared at Tang Chui and Ning Lixing, then turned back to look at Yi Lingfeng, admiration filling her eyes. At this moment, she finally understood why Ning Yuchu would rather risk her life to avenge him and seek justice for the Yi family. Because this man in front of her truly deserved such actions. Soon, the three of them packed up and took Yi Ningyu away, stepping toward an unknown future. Watching their departing figures, Tang Chui's face was as dark as water. Without the Ning family's help, I want to see how you survive. Ning Lixing coldly sneered, his gaze flickering. Survive my ass. Daring to even kill Marshal Chao. They've also offended the Crown Prince of Tiannan Province. I can guarantee that within 3 days, they'll all be dead. Tang Chui nodded, secretly feeling pleased. That's right, cutting ties with Ning Yuchu is definitely the right choice. At night, Tang Chui and Ning Lixing packed all the gold, silver, and jewelry from their home, preparing to flee, secretly feeling fortunate. Although they had already severed ties with Ning Yuchu, they were still worried that her issues might implicate them. In their view, the safest approach was to flee directly. Hurry up, the plane is about to take off. Ning Lixing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. When we get to the cherry blossom country, no matter how fiercely those two idiots fight, it won't affect us. He thought to himself, as long as he escaped from all of this, life could return to peace. At that moment, a tall, imposing man suddenly appeared at the doorway, his trench coat billowing in the wind, as if emerging from the darkness, making Ning Lixing and Tang Chui feel a sudden chill in their hearts. Why you are? Ning Lixing stammered, a hint of unease rising in his heart. The man let out a cold laugh, like an unfeeling judge. Back then, how much did you make selling the treasures the young lady gave you? You were sent by that woman? Tang Chui retreated in terror. She's still alive? Ning Lixing was shocked. And she even knows about the Ning family's situation? Then why doesn't she come to take her daughter away? Ning Lixing questioned, though he felt a faint unease in his heart. You want to ask why she hasn't come back to repay you, right? The man advanced step by step, his aura overwhelming. How could we possibly be so shallow? Tang Chui tried to argue, but he grabbed her by the neck, as though an invisible hand was choking her throat. I'm asking you a question. Speak. How much did you sell it for? The man's voice was like thunder. Sold, for 100 million. Ning Lixing struggled desperately, though he knew in his heart there was no way out. Was it because of this money that Ning Corporation achieved its success this year, and all the people of Ning Corporation enjoyed a prosperous life? The man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing their hearts. Yes, that's right. Tang Chui was filled with panic. An amount of 100 million more than 20 years ago. Wasn't that enough to repay you? The man's face was as dark as ink. Why did you still betray Miss? Why did you even want to bring her to death? Tang Chui's face instantly turned pale. When she saw the ring in the other person's hand, her heart sank. The Ning character Jade Ring. You're from the Ning family of Donghai? My god. Ning Yuchu turned out to be a descendant of the Ning family of Donghai. That was an existence that made all the powerful families in Rong City kneel in reverence. Before them, the Lu family and Rong City's king were nothing but ants. How could this happen? Ning Lixing felt a chill in his heart, fully realizing the gravity of the situation. I'm sorry. We know we were wrong. Please, give us another chance. We'll take good care of you, Chu. He pleaded desperately, but regret was already futile. The man's gaze hardened. When you pushed the young lady towards those thugs, you lost that chance. No. Tang Shui screamed in despair, but before she could finish her sentence, two sharp cracking sounds echoed. Her and Ning Lixing's necks were twisted in an instant, blood gushing out wildly. Throwing the corpse aside, the man set the Ning family's villa ablaze. The firelight illuminated his cold face before he disappeared into the darkness. Finding a 5-star hotel, Yi Lingfeng settled his sister and then walked into Ning Yuchu's room. Younger sister Yuchu. He called softly. Ning Yuchu appeared absent, but without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. Brother Lingfeng, from now on, you're the only family I have. Her voice was like a clear spring, flowing into Yi Lingfeng's heart. The scent of warm, soft jade stirred Yi Lingfeng's heart. He held her tightly, his heartbeat quickening. Don't worry, younger sister Yuchu, brother Lingfeng will never let you suffer any harm again. Ning Yuchu leaned closely against him, her face full of trust, and slowly closed her eyes. Brother Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng's hands slid down, gently encircling her waist. Feeling her trembling, a surge of warmth welled up in his heart. Ning Yuchu responded softly, completely lost in the moment. The next day, sunlight spilled onto the snowy white sheets, reflecting a trace of crimson, like a blooming flower. As Yi Lingfeng opened his eyes, Ning Yuchu's delicate face was flushed red, and she had him pinned beneath her. Their battle lasted until noon, interrupted only by a knock at the door. Brother Lingfeng. I admit defeat, she said shyly, reluctantly pushing him away. Watching her flee in a hurry, Yi Lingfeng shook his head with a wry smile, feeling secretly comforted in his heart. However, suddenly, he felt something unusual in his palm and instinctively looked down. What is this? He frowned, puzzled in his heart. Dressed up, Ning Yuchu walked toward the door while gently touching her chest, her face still flushed. Sun Xiao, is that you? She opened the door and saw Sun Xiao standing outside. President Ning, it's me. Sun Xiao's voice carried a hint of unease. Ning Yuchu completely failed to notice the situation behind her. As she opened the door, Sun Xiao accidentally caught sight of Yi Lingfeng, and her face instantly turned crimson. Oh my gosh! Sun Xiao exclaimed. What's wrong? Ning Yuchu asked, puzzled, but was soon interrupted by Sun Xiao. No, nothing. I just wanted to say, I got in touch with some of our previous partners. They agreed that once we start our business, they will prioritize working with our new company. Ning Yuchu was so excited that she almost jumped up. That's great! In other words, as long as we raise enough funds, we can make a comeback. Sun Xiao, however, gave a bitter smile, his brow tightly furrowed. But the hardest part is this first step, raising funds. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng, dressed in a bathrobe, walked over with a confident smile on his face. They said this thing called the Golden Dragon card should have some money in it. Use it. Ning Yuchu turned back with a determined expression. No way, how can I use your money? I caused you to go to prison and made you stay locked up for 5 years. Now it should be me taking care of you. Yi Lingfeng's tone was utterly merciless. If I tell you to take it, just take it. Do we really need to be so formal with each other? After a brief hesitation, Ning Yuchu finally took the card. All right. Don't worry, I'll earn money as soon as possible, and then, take care of you. Yi Lingfeng gave a bitter smile, with a warm light flickering in his eyes. You really want to take care of me? Ning Yuchu firmly nodded, her tone carrying a hint of sweetness. Well, because you are my one and only brother Lingfeng. Sun Xiao sighed from the side, thinking to himself, such a fierce woman. What man wouldn't want to be supported by her? By the way, roughly how much is in here? Could you let us know so we have an idea? Yi Lingfeng scratched his head, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Forgot. It should be quite a bit, right? Sun Xiao rolled her eyes helplessly, thinking to herself, how foolish of me to ask him this question. He's been in prison for 5 years, even if there's money in the card, it's just his earnings from 5 years of reform through labor. How much could it be? However, Ning Yuchu didn't think too much, his eyes filled with hope. Then we'll go and deal with the matters of the new company in a bit. Brother Lingfeng, what about you? Yi Lingfeng smiled slightly and comforted her. I'll wait for Mingyu to wake up. Don't worry about me, you go ahead and take care of things. Ning Yuchu nodded, changed her clothes, and left the hotel with Sun Xiao. Yi Lingfeng, dressed neatly, walked into his sister's room and gently touched her forehead. The awakening of the innate enchanting physique will have an adaptation period. If you stay awake, you'll feel unbearable heat and lose control. Remaining asleep is the best state. After tucking his sister in, he left the hotel, called a car, and headed toward Lingfeng Manor. Rongqing Airport, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Hundreds of strong men dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses bent in unison, shouting loudly, "Welcome home, miss." With hair cascading like a waterfall and an incredibly beautiful face, Luo Lioli, dressed in a black fitted dress, took off her sunglasses, her gaze sharp. "Where is my junior apprentice brother? Where is he now?" It is said that the junior apprentice brother has returned to Rongqing, and Luo Lioli immediately hurried back. Beside her, the close female guard Qingying accompanied her and whispered, "The young master destroyed the Lu family on his first day back in Rongqing, rescuing the eldest daughter of the Ning family, Ning Yuchu, from their grasp. Additionally, he killed the Yang brothers and the son of Rongqing's ruler, Xiao Shaozong. Even the king of Rongqing, Xiaoying, died at his hands." Luo Lioli giggled and said, "It really is him. He must absolutely be my junior disciple." Not seeing him for a year, his temper truly hasn't changed a bit. Qingying frowned deeply, filled with worry. "But, the young master doesn't seem to intend to stop here. The brothers under me just sent back intelligence. He is currently heading in the direction of the Qingsong residence. His next target seems to be the Qingsong war god, whom even Xiaoying wouldn't dare to provoke." Qingsong war god. Luo Lioli muttered to herself, and her expression immediately changed dramatically. "Not good. Junior brother is in danger. Quick! Call for help." In Qingsong Manor, the residence of Qingsong, the war god Emperor Qingsong, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The 18 powerful figures from Rongqing King's residence knelt on one knee together, their expressions solemn. "Please, war god, lead us." Sitting above, Emperor Qingsong, dressed in a python robe, exuded domineering aura, with a hint of doubt on his face. "You're under Xiaoying, aren't you?" As the king of Rongqing, Xiaoying is considered invincible in Rongqing. Why would the war god need to intervene? The leading figure respectfully said, "General Qiao is loved by the people and is indeed revered as the king of Rongqing. But everyone in Rongqing knows that the true ruler is none other than you, the esteemed war god." The companions chimed in, "Your humility and refusal to compete for title have allowed the general to be called king. If you have the will, whether it's king of Rongqing or emperor of Rongqing, it's merely a matter of whether you're willing to take the seat." Di Qingsong's expression remained unchanged, his tone stern. "Enough, speak. What exactly happened? How could the Qiao family end up needing to seek help from me, the god of war?" The leading expert's chest surged with anger. "It's Yi Lingfeng. This person, relying on his extraordinary combat strength, has used the name of revenge to launch a killing spree against the aristocracy of Rong City. Families such as the Lu family, the Yang family, and the Qiao family have all suffered devastating blows at his hands. Furthermore, entities like the Lu family have already been reduced to nothing but a shell under his onslaught." Di Qingsong frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Is there really such a thing? Nearby, the advisor-level subordinate firmly nodded. "It is indeed true. That young man called Yi Lingfeng, like a nuclear bomb, burst onto the scene and turned the entire Rong City upside down. Not only that." A strong figure angrily gritted their teeth. He even declared that he would charge into Qingtian Mansion, kill the son of the war god of Qingtian, and avenge the Yi family. This man is audacious beyond measure, utterly ruthless, and deserves death 1,000 times over. Di Qingsong's expression changed slightly, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Did he really say that? Before the words finished, a voice like a great bell of stern reprimand suddenly came from outside the door. "That's right, it was me who said it." Swish! The 18 powerful figures suddenly turned around, their gazes simultaneously falling on that figure. "Yi Lingfeng? You actually dared to come." They had thought it was just tough talk, but unexpectedly, in order to seek revenge, they actually dared to storm the Qingsong Manor and cause trouble for the war god of Qingsong. Hiss! 18 powerful figures collectively gasped, utterly shocked, secretly thinking this guy was simply too crazy. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, as if stepping onto a battlefield, his gaze resolutely fixed as he walked into the grand hall. He looked at the man seated above, completely fearless. "So you are the revered war god Qingsong they speak of? The father of Di Wuji? Impudent!" The subordinates beside him shouted angrily, their faces full of fury. "Dare to speak to the god of war in such a tone? How bold of you!" Emperor Qingsong slightly waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step back. "You are Yi Lingfeng, the young man who destroyed the Lu family, killed the Yang brothers and Xiaoying?" Yi Lingfeng's face darkened, and he said sternly, I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Answer my questions properly, or I can't guarantee what will happen to you. As soon as the words fell, the entire grand hall was immediately silent. Everyone was stunned. He was actually threatening the god of war, truly daring to the extreme. See that? This guy is just a madman who has no regard for anyone. God of war above, please rid the people of evil. Di Qingsong narrowed his eyes and let out a cold smile. Someone, come. Present. Seize them. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the 18 powerful figures suddenly changed, their hearts filled with unease and fear. Glory to the war god. Brush, brush, brush. The strong warriors of the war god manor swiftly mobilized, surrounding the entire grand hall. At that moment, the faces of the 18 powerful warriors suddenly changed. They abruptly realized that the ones surrounded were actually themselves. You must be mistaken. He is Yi Lingfeng. Surround him. Why are you surrounding us? Faced with the panic of the powerful, the warriors of the war god mansion remained calm, their eyes as resolute as steel. Lord Qingsong, you. Emperor Qingsong sneered coldly, showing no mercy. No mistake. It's you we're capturing. The people in the main hall looked at each other, filled with confusion. Even Yi Lingfeng seemed somewhat puzzled. Swish! The 18 powerful figures widened their eyes in terror. Capture us? Why is this happening? Di Qingtian stood up, his voice like thunder, speaking each word clearly. Xiaoeng, relying on his family's wealth, has recruited troops and horses, proclaiming himself king in Rongqing, oppressing the common people. If not for the fact that this war god has long retired and has no authority to intervene in such matters, he managed to survive until today? A hint of approval appeared on Di Qingsong's face as he looked at Yi Lingfeng, his eyes glimmering with admiration. I cannot predict his fate, but such actions are indeed worthy of respect. As for you all, he turned to the 18 powerful figures once again, his expression suddenly turning grim. Not having the authority to actively eliminate you doesn't mean there's absolutely no possibility of killing you. Since you voluntarily delivered yourselves here, how could this war god miss such an opportunity to rid the world of harm? Men, charge them with the crime of trespassing and evil deeds, and execute them on the spot. Yes. Upon hearing this, the 18 powerful figures felt a chill in their hearts, their faces turning pale. They turned around in astonishment, their gazes involuntarily falling on the calm and composed Yi Lingfeng, emotions surging within them. If only they had known, they wouldn't have come. Crack! The blade rose and fell, fresh blood gushing out wildly. At the moment when the head hit the ground, those staring at Yi Lingfeng still had faces full of deep unwillingness and despair. Now, can you tell me, the war god, who you really are and why you did all of this? Di Qingsong turned his head, his gaze sharp as a torch, staring directly at Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng remained calm and unperturbed, fearless, with a slight cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Do you think killing them will make up for the mistakes you've made and save your own life? Fine, let me remind you again why you deserve to die. This way, when you leave, you can carry a trace of remorse and apologize to my family. After listening to the explanation, those around exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Di Qingsong's face was clouded with worry, his brows tightly furrowed. Sigh. He took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. You've got it wrong. Even if this matter is related to Diwuji, the one who harmed your family is him, not me, the god of war. Yi Lingfeng's face was full of killing intent, his gaze as sharp as a blade, directly targeting Di Qingtian. He's not your son? He's not relying on your identity as a war god? Forget it. Too lazy to waste words with someone like you. When I kill you later, I won't need to ask much. You'll confess on your own. At that moment, seeing the other party step forward, all the guards in the grand hall immediately tightened their grip on their sword handles, and the tense atmosphere spread. Stand down. Di Qingsong sneered coldly and waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. Putting aside the matter of Di Wuji, you forcibly entered the Qingsong manor and injured dozens of my men. Your crime is beyond pardon. Even if it's just to seek justice for those injured brothers, this war god will never let you off. He removed the python robe from his body, his aura soaring as he approached step by step. I heard that Xiaoeng died at your hands? So, your strength is at least above the 9th rank martial king level, and you may have even touched the threshold of martial emperor? A quasi-martial emperor in your early 20s? This war god is seeing such a thing for the first time. With a fierce grin, Di Qingsong's face was full of anticipation. Alright, today I, a genuine martial emperor, will come to challenge you and see just how capable you really are. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Di Qingsong's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the stone steps shattered, and dense dust engulfed the entire grand hall. Whoosh! In the next moment, a majestic and domineering figure shot like a cannonball toward the young man at the center of the hall. The experts of the war god manor were visibly excited, letting out cold sneers. To be defeated by the hand of the war god. It's the glory of your lifetime. Seeing he was about to collide with the opponent, Di Qingsong's eyes narrowed as he clenched his iron fist and struck toward the opponent's abdomen. At this moment, Yilingfeng, maintaining his composure, sidestepped with a swift move, effortlessly dodging the blow without even a scratch. So fast! Di Qingsong exclaimed in shock, spinning around and sliding over 10 meters across the ground, his heart filled with deep astonishment. His subordinates initially showed indifference, but shortly thereafter, the smiles on their faces froze abruptly. War god! Preparing to launch another attack, Di Qingsong suddenly paused, touched his cheek, and realized a fresh red mark had already appeared on his face. This is impossible. Yilingfeng turned around, his face indifferent. This scar, I left it. It is the glory of your lifetime. The subordinates were stunned, gritting their teeth, seething with anger. Kid, you. Di Qingsong's face was clouded, his entire body tense, and the pebbles under his feet trembled slightly. I originally intended to go easy on you, just to test your strength. But in the end, you turned out to be so ungrateful. He tore off his battle robe, revealing muscles like steel, exuding unparalleled dominance. Since that's the case, this war god will no longer hold back. Let me show you the despair of facing a war god. As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly seemed to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. His subordinates seemed to sense something terrifying. Their faces turned ashen, and they retreated constantly. At that moment, the aura around Di Qingsong underwent an earth-shattering transformation. It was as if 1 second he was still a clown amusing the crowd, and the next second his face darkened, turning into a terrifying demon. This war god will give you one last chance. With fists cracking like exploding soybeans, Di Qingsong stepped toward the opponent step by step. Kneel down, kowtow, acknowledge this war god is your master, and follow me. Otherwise, this war god will deliver the punishment you deserve. Hearing these words, the powerful figures in the great hall all sighed with emotion. So the god of war has taken a liking to this guy's talent and plans to take him as a disciple? Humph. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? Everyone looked at Yilingfeng, secretly full of anticipation. Kid, hurry up and kneel down to pay your respects. Don't fail to recognize kindness and end up losing your life. Yilingfeng remained calm, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Di Qingsong. Want to be my master? Are you even worthy? The crowd sighed and shook their heads, feeling uneasy. How stupid. You're seeking your own destruction. Feeling that his authority had been greatly challenged, Emperor Qingsong burned with rage, unable to tolerate it any longer. Then this god of war shall grant your wish. Boom! The ground exploded into a crater, and with a leap, Di Qingsong's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Immediately after, under the breathless gaze of countless powerful figures, he had already charged to his target's front, clasped his fists, and smashed them fiercely onto the opponent's shoulders. If you refuse to kneel, then this god of war shall make you kneel. Yilingfeng remained indifferent, sidestepped swiftly, grabbed the opponent's arm, and said coldly, then kneel. With a swift turn, he seized the opponent's arm and slammed him fiercely onto the ground. Boom! At the moment the ground caved in, his fingers clenched tightly, and his fist, like thunder, struck hard into the opponent's abdomen. Splurt! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the deathly pale Di Qingsong's eyes widened in sheer shock. How could this happen? He was in disbelief, feeling as though struck by lightning. Swish! The countless strong figures around were nearly bursting their eyeballs, their breaths halted as they stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to conceal their astonishment on their faces. The god of war. Defeated again in just one move? This is impossible. The god of war, who moments ago thought himself invincible, was now utterly crushed in defeat. Previously, failing to defeat the opponent and leaving a blood mark on their face was universally considered to be a result of war god Qingsong holding back. However, now, when war god Qingsong unleashed his full power strike yet still failed to defeat the opponent and was instead defeated in one move, everyone's understanding was completely overturned, leaving them shocked and terrified. Damn it! The leader of the subordinates gritted his teeth, his body brimming with fury. You must have used some despicable trick to defeat the war god. Qingsong, whom we most revere. Shameless scoundrel, we'll kill you. The enraged crowd charged directly at Yilingfeng, as if to avenge the war god. Stand down. Qing Song, who was lying on the ground, shouted sharply, his voice booming like thunder. Defeat is defeat. There's no need to make excuses. His face showed determination, and he unexpectedly admitted the loss in his heart. I, Emperor Qing Song, can accept defeat. He knew that a true powerhouse would never retreat in the face of failure. War God. The crowd stared at him with unwillingness written all over their faces, yet they had no choice. They could only retreat cautiously while watching Yi Lingfeng, ready to defend themselves should he make another move. Yi Lingfeng looked expressionlessly at Di Qingtsong lying at his feet and asked coldly, "Speak, why did you send your son to find someone to kill my entire family?" His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing straight into the other's heart. "Tell me, and I'll grant you a swift death." Di Qingtsong's face remained unchanged, as if he had long been prepared. "If I tell you, you might not believe it. Di Wuji is actually not the biological son of this battle god." His words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone staring at each other in stunned silence. "What he has done has nothing to do with this battle god." Yi Lingfeng sneered coldly, thinking to himself, "Since you know I won't believe you, why would you still come up with such a childish excuse? Are you thinking that a painful death would be better than a quick one? Stop." Seeing that Yi Lingfeng was about to attack, the leading subordinate hurriedly spoke up. "The battle god is not lying," he explained nervously. "Di Wuji is the First Lady, Ma Rong's son." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding people chimed in agreement. "That's right. Outside, people only know that Di Wuji is the son of the battle god Qingtian. But they don't know that over the years, the one who raised him wasn't the battle god, but Ma Rong. The battle god and Di Wuji have almost no connection." Yi Lingfeng turned to look at Di Qingtian, a peculiar expression flashing in his eyes. "That's also your wife's son." He calmly analyzed, "The actions of this son outside, are they not dependent on your status as the battle god Qingtian? Actually, they aren't." The leading subordinate glanced at Di Qingtian, hesitating in his heart. "Battle god, are these matters something we can talk about?" Di Qingtian, lying on the ground, looked aggrieved, seeming helpless about the situation as well. "You lot have already talked this much. What's left that can't be said?" The leading subordinate looked awkward, and to redeem the image of the battle god Qingtian, he could only continue speaking. "Indeed, there are certainly some people who, out of fear of the name battle god Qingtian, treat him with utmost respect. But such people are really few." He paused slightly before continuing. "All the resources Di Wuji uses actually come from the First Lady, Ma Rong. The most crucial thing is..." He sneaked a glance at Di Qingtsong and swallowed nervously. "From the day they got married until now, the god of war hasn't even touched Ma Rong's finger." This sentence struck like a heavy hammer, directly hitting everyone's hearts. Di Qingtsong's expression changed, his heart deeply shaken. "How do you know about this?" he asked in astonishment, a trace of unease flashing in his eyes. The subordinates exchanged looks until someone finally spoke up. "You said it yourself once when you were drunk." Wearing an awkward expression, Di Qingtsong couldn't bring himself to meet Yi Lingfeng's gaze and silently cursed himself for losing face so utterly. A cold sweat broke out across Yi Lingfeng's forehead. That bad? His heart was filled with shock. It seemed these people were not lying. More importantly, after their earlier confrontation, he truly felt that Di Qingtsong was not a despicable person. However, he had not expected that the untouchable, envy-inducing god of war of Rongqing would secretly live such an oppressed life. "Shameful, shameful." Emperor Qingtsong laughed dryly, trying his best to hide his embarrassment. Yi Lingfeng retracted his foot, his face still clouded as he asked with a sudden thought, "Then do you know where Emperor Wuji is?" He wasn't interested in Emperor Qingtsong's private life and directly pressed on the matter. Emperor Qingtsong nodded, slowly getting up from the ground with the help of his men. "I know. I can even take you to him, but there's a condition." His gaze was firm. "You must agree to let me follow you." His voice was filled with determination, as if seeking redemption for his past. Countless followers of Emperor Qingtsong's face turned pale, as if struck by divine thunder. "War god? This is impossible." Yi Lingfeng was slightly stunned and thought to himself, "What's going on? You want to follow me? Why?" Di Qingtsong said without any hesitation, "Because you're too powerful. If my combat power is 6,000, then your combat power is at least 100,000. With such strength and talent, you absolutely qualify to be my master." Yi Lingfeng examined the other man. Though not very old, about 40 years of age, he had already reached the martial emperor level, clearly possessing extraordinary talent. Retiring at 40 must have its reasons. Either his strength had hit a bottleneck or he lacked a powerful background for support. If it's the former, then seeking out a strong figure to follow is indeed a wise choice. Alright, I accept. As soon as Yi Lingfeng's voice fell, Di Qingsong was already beaming with joy, so excited that he forgot his pain. Thank you, Master. The surrounding experts looked at each other, unable to hide their astonishment. Then, they knelt on one knee and said in unison, "We greet Master Yi." Yi Lingfeng gestured with a wave of his hand, "Alright, quickly take me." Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly jolted, and his expression changed dramatically. Noticing the anomaly, Emperor Qingsong hurried forward to support him. "Master, are you alright?" With bloodshot eyes, Yi Lingfeng hurriedly pushed him away and rushed out the door. "I have something urgent. Wait here for my news." Watching his hurried departing figure, the surrounding experts looked puzzled. War God, from the looks of it, has he perhaps suffered some kind of backlash? Could it be that the reason he was able to exceed your strength just now was because he took some kind of drug? TCH. If that's really the case, how could someone like that deserve your allegiance? Di Qing coldly glanced at the other party. Do you think this war god is blind? Whether or not he's taken medicine, can't I tell? Regardless of what you all think, I've already decided to follow this master. After all, the oppressive aura from that moment just now was definitely not an illusion. Leaving the Qingsong residence, Yi Lingfeng immediately dialed Ning Youchu's phone number. He didn't know why the young poison suddenly flared up, only that he must find a solution quickly, otherwise, he would die from his body exploding. "Yuchu, where are you right now? I need you." On the other end of the phone, Ning Youchu's delicate body trembled, instinctively squeezing her legs together. Right now?" After hearing his explanation, Ning Youchu was feeling overwhelmed. "Alright, I got it. When you come back, go straight to the room. I'll take a shower and wait for you on the bed." Beside her, seeing that she had hung up the phone, Sun Zhao's cheeks turned red as she widened her eyes. "Didn't you guys just, and now again? Your energy is off the charts." Ning Youchu grabbed her delicate hand. Xiao, be honest with me. Have you already fallen for Brother Lingfeng?" Swish! As if her thoughts had been seen through, Sun Zhao's face turned pale, and she quickly turned away, avoiding eye contact. I haven't. Ning Youchu grabbed her shoulders. "Look into my eyes." Sun Zhao turned her head, still avoiding direct eye contact. "President Ning, what exactly are you trying to say?" Ning Youchu sighed and had no choice but to explain Yi Lingfeng's situation in detail. After hearing it, Sun Zhao burst out laughing. "You actually believe that nonsense? It's obvious he's just trying to sweet-talk his way into something." Ning Youchu's face grew serious. "Impossible. I absolutely trust Brother Lingfeng. Besides, we've already gone that far. If he wanted something, I'd definitely give it to him. He wouldn't need to deceive me." Tears streamed from her eyes uncontrollably. Ning Youchu was genuinely terrified. "I didn't think much about it before, which made my body still not recover. If I cooperate with Brother Lingfeng, I will definitely die. I don't want Brother Lingfeng to be sad. There's no one else here, and you're the only one who can help him." Sun Zhao's breathing quickened, her delicate body becoming exceptionally hot, and her slender, black-stockinged legs involuntarily tightened together. "But I just met him not long ago. And he's your boyfriend, how could I?" Ning Youchu shook her head. "A woman's intuition is the most accurate. I can feel it. You've already started to like Brother Lingfeng. Of course, if you really don't like Brother Lingfeng, I definitely wouldn't force you. As for the things you're worried about, as long as Brother Lingfeng is safe, I think those things don't matter." After a long silence, Sun Zhao spoke slowly. "He loves you so much. How could he possibly be interested in me?" Ning Youchu let out a sigh of relief. "As long as you're willing, that's enough. I'll figure out the rest." Taking a slight breath, Sun Zhao's pretty face flushed crimson as she thought to herself, "I absolutely can't let him worry." A resolute glimmer sparkled in Yi Lingfeng's eyes as he quickly returned to the hotel. The young poison was already encroaching on the Run and Du meridians, and the situation was critical. Moreover, when the young poison acted up, it would cause him to lose part of his rationality. He knew he had to find a solution as quickly as possible. Youchu's sister. The moment he opened the door, he rushed straight inside, his anxious heartbeat pounding in his ears. A few seconds later, Ning Youchu stepped out from behind the door. In the darkness, she was like a moonlit fairy, with a slight tremble. "Sun Zhao likes you. She definitely won't feel uncomfortable. But you. Sorry, Brother Lingfeng, I hope you don't blame Youchu once everything is fine." Qingsong Manor, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Followed by hundreds of underground world powerhouses, Luo Liuli turned around and kicked the main door to pieces, her imposing aura surging as if she intended to tear the entire Qingsong Manor apart. "Junior brother, don't panic. Senior sister is here to save you." Her voice was like a war drum, stirring hearts. Swish! Inside the Grand Hall, the faces of countless experts from Qingsong Manor changed drastically, as if caught in the midst of a storm. Here again? What on earth is the significance of today? Everyone stepped back in fear. Di Qingsong's face darkened. Despite undergoing treatment, he immediately rose from his seat, furious. How dare you trespass into the residence of this war god? You even kicked down the door of this war god. You think you're Yi Feng? He roared in his heart, boom. Murderous intent exploded. Di Qingsong unleashed his full power, and charged out of the palace, ready to face this challenge head-on. What? In the next moment, with a loud bang, he was kicked back inside like a ball, shocking everyone present. War god. The crowd's faces changed dramatically, their hearts filled with tremors. Has the sky over Rongqing changed? Even the war god Qingsong, whom the king of Rongqing dared not provoke, was defeated in a single move. Whose power could this be? Quick! 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 The leading strong figure took a deep breath and hastily ordered, everyone listen up. Protect the god of war at all costs. Countless strong figures of the Qingsong mansion lined up, vowing to defend the dignity of Emperor Qingsong. Battle! At that moment, a graceful figure stepped into the grand hall with hurried yet cold and striking movements. Junior brother? Where are you? Her voice was like thunder, instantly silencing the entire scene. Boom! The murderous aura burst forth, and all the powerful figures standing in front of Di Qingsong seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. They were all knocked to the ground, vomiting blood uncontrollably, creating a horrifying spectacle. The leading figure was stunned. Who is this woman? It's so beautiful. No, it's too terrifying. Di Qingsong stood there in a daze, staring at his subordinates who had already been completely annihilated. Despite the trembling in his heart, he forced himself to endure the intense pain and stood up from the ground, thinking to himself, it seems that today, the heavens have decided to abandon me, Di Qingsong. With a cold smile, his face was full of fearless determination. It doesn't matter. With the master's temperament, after my death, he will surely avenge me. Your strength is indeed terrifying, but it may not necessarily surpass the master's. Luo Liuli's gaze was as sharp as a sword, cold and merciless. Is that so? Emperor Qingsong's lips curled into a cold smile. Then go die. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. As long as the little junior brother wasn't here, anyone related to the Yi family tragedy had no reason to live. Kill without mercy. Sensing an oppressive force as heavy as a mountain, the fear of death instantly enveloped the hearts of every strong figure in Qingsong's mansion, throwing everyone into panic. War god. Even if I die today, I will have no regrets. Emperor Qingsong stood in front of his subordinates, silently vowing in his heart that even if they were to die together, he would not let these loyal followers perish first. An unexpected breach of promise, he roared, Yi Feng, my master, I, Di Qingsong, shall follow you again in the next life. Boom! As true energy condensed in an instant, Luo Liuli's delicate face changed, her gaze sharp and fixed directly on Di Qingsong. You just said, who is your master? Her voice carried a hint of unease, secretly on guard. Noticing the change in her expression, Di Qingsong let out a cold laugh. My master is none other than today's strongest in Rongqing. Yi Feng. What? Afraid? He felt smug, surprised that this group of people actually recognized the other's name. Her body trembled slightly, and Luo Liuli burst into excited laughter. Ha! So it's not that my junior brother hasn't been here before, but that this young lady arrived late. With a casual wave of her hand, the killing intent dissipated from her body. Luo Liuli looked down at Di Qingsong and the others, her voice like thunder. Enough. Stop trembling. This young lady is Yi Feng's senior sister. I've come here to help him. Everything earlier was just a misunderstanding. Everyone's expression was one of shock, nearly coughing up a mouthful of blood on the ground. This misunderstanding almost turned Qingsong Manor into a field of corpses. It was truly unbelievable. Di Qingsong gasped, his heart filled with emotion. No wonder she's the master's senior sister. One misunderstanding nearly caused us to lose everything. Truly impressive. Master's senior sister. He took a deep breath and recounted the previous situation in detail. Luo Liuli frowned deeply, thinking to herself, just as I suspected. Junior brother's solar poison has flared up. Solar poison. Di Qingsong was perplexed, but he already understood in his heart that what was about to happen would sweep through like a storm. What is this thing? Luo Liuli did not respond. She casually threw a bottle of medicine onto the ground and said coldly, You are my junior brothers. Subordinates. These pills count as compensation from me to you. After saying this, she turned around with her people and left. Di Qingsong picked up the bottle on the ground. The moment he opened it, the entire hall was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. The fragrance is overwhelming. Is this the legendary supreme pill that can instantly heal any injury with just one dose? The leading subordinate was stunned, his breathing quickened as he looked shocked. What kind of background does this senior sister of Yi Zhu have? Di Qingsong's face was filled with excitement as he thought to himself, truly, I made the right choice following this master. On the road, Qing Ying curiously asked, Miss, what you just mentioned about the yang poison, what exactly is it serious? Luo Liuli furrowed her brows tightly, her tone solemn, very serious. Junior brother possesses the ultimate yang constitution and has practiced the 9 yang true technique on Purgatory Island. In merely 5 years, his strength has advanced to an unparalleled level. The growth of his yang energy has been too rapid, excessive amounts turn into poison. If left uncontrolled, it can lead to his body exploding in death. Qing Ying was stunned, that's serious? Luo Liuli nodded, Master used special methods to barely suppress the yang energy within Junior brother's body. Originally, his yang energy had reached a certain balance and wouldn't pose a threat to his life in the short term. But due to Emperor Qingsong's submission, that balance has been disrupted. Qing Ying did not understand. What does the disruption of balance have to do with Emperor Qingsong's surrender? Luo Liuli explained, the essence of the 9 Suns true technique lies in refining dragons. Once fully mastered, it allows the cultivator to carry great fortune and become invincible. Junior brother has 2 cultivation paths, continue refining true qi or conquer the bearers of fortune and seize their fortunes. Emperor Qingsong, as a god of war who has made significant contributions to Great Xia, carries some national fortune to some extent. Once he submits, that fortune transfers to junior brother. Though it's not much, it's enough to disrupt the balance. Qing Ying gasped, it seems that growing too quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. Luo Liuli said solemnly, the method to suppress the pure yang qi is simple, it requires neutralizing it with a woman's cold yin qi. Now, we must hurry and find junior brother to assist him. The reason I'm telling you all this isn't just because you're my only confidant but also because you are a woman. Hearing this, Qing Ying's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. In the future, if something similar happens again and I'm not around, it'll be up to you to help him suppress it. Her heartbeat quickened, breathing grew rapid, and Qing Ying was utterly stunned. Not only did she have to sacrifice herself, but her confidant as well, left entirely at his mercy? How could this high and mighty princess of the underworld be so deeply devoted to him? Just what kind of merit does this Yi Lingfeng truly possess? The next day, in the hotel room, Yi Lingfeng, who had regained his composure, let out a heavy sigh. Thank you, Sister Yuchu. Retracting his hand from that soft, snowy skin, Yi Lingfeng suddenly noticed, at the moment the light came on, the white bedsheet had been marked with a blooming crimson lotus flower. You're not Yuchu? He was suddenly startled, quickly turning around and flipping the woman over. Sun Xiao. How could it be you? Sun Xiao's eyes reddened, holding back her grievances as she told him what had happened earlier. No matter what, you must treat President Ning well from now on. She has endured so much for you. After hearing this, Yi Lingfeng felt deeply guilty. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Rest assured, whether it's you or Yuchu, my younger sister, I, Yi Lingfeng, will never let you down. Hearing these words, Sun Xiao was so moved that tears brimmed in her eyes. She nestled into his arms. Young Master Yi. Yi Lingfeng pinched her delicate chin. Call me Lingfeng. Lingfeng. The two gazed into each other's eyes for a moment, their breaths gradually growing rapid. At that moment, as Sun Xiao closed her eyes, Yi Lingfeng cupped her cheeks and kissed her gently. If you keep this up, I might get jealous. At the doorway, Ning Yuchu, watching the scene, crossed her arms, pretending to be annoyed. Ning. President Ning. Sun Xiao said shyly, quickly letting go of the other person's neck. Before Yi Lingfeng could speak, Ning Yuchu, who had noticed that he was out of danger, breathed a sigh of relief. Don't call me President Ning anymore. You're a few years older than me, just call me younger sister Yuchu. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Come out and eat first. It's not too late to continue after eating. Sun Xiao looked shyly at the man beside her, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Yi Lingfeng scratched his head, thinking to himself that this moment truly made his heart race. As they walked into the living room together, the atmosphere gradually became subtle and tense. After finishing the meal, Ning Yuchu took the trash to the bathroom. Yi Lingfeng felt his heart tighten, hesitated for a moment, but still followed her inside. Little Chu's sister. Feeling the unusual sensation behind her, Ning Yuchu's delicate face turned scarlet, her legs instinctively parted, heart pounding like thunder. Brother Lingfeng, go find Sister Sun Xiao, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I really can't do it anymore. Yi Lingfeng sighed softly, a wave of helplessness rising in his heart. I discovered a problem. Ordinary women, the effect doesn't seem to be very noticeable. He tried to analyze, his tone serious. Ning Youchu's brows furrowed slightly, appearing dissatisfied. Brother Lingfeng, Sun Xiao would even give up her life for you. How can you say such a thing? Yi Lingfeng hurriedly explained, the supreme yang energy within me is too intense. It must be a special constitution like cold flame jade body, mystic jadine body, or innate enchanting body to subdue it. Without such constitutions, for ordinary women, the effect may only last 3 to 5 days. His words made the atmosphere heavy. Ah, I see. Ning Youchu felt a bit troubled but was secretly pondering. Then what should we do? Her eyes sparkled with a plea for help, as if hoping to find a solution. At this moment, Sun Xiao stood in place dazed for a while, then turned to head back to the hall, a trace of unease showing in her eyes. Ning Youchu continued, I thought it was because you felt Sister Sun Xiao's appearance and figure were too ordinary, unable to satisfy you. Yi Lingfeng forced a helpless smile. Am I really that kind of person? He thought to himself, Sun Xiao is definitely not ordinary. In comparison, Young Chu's younger sister is more girlish and adorable, while Sun Xiao is more mature and womanly. Ning Yongchu lowered her head, her delicate face flushed, and her heart filled with nervousness. What should I do? I can't help you right now. She looked up at the other person, her large, expressive eyes evoking sympathy. Helping you suppress the yang poison again, I might die. Played to death by Brother Lingfeng? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel her heart race, her breathing quicken, and the blush on her pretty face deepen. Would you bear to? Of course not. Yi Lingfeng pinched his chin, seemingly deep in thought, secretly calculating in his heart. It's indeed impossible to come every 3 or 5 days, he continued. The main problem is still the huge difference in our physical stamina. You simply can't handle the strain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and inspiration struck. Little sister Yuchu, why don't you learn martial arts? The Xuanyuing body greatly enhances martial arts practice, he said excitedly. Your cultivation speed will definitely be much faster than the average person. Ning Youchu widened her eyes, feeling incredulous. Martial arts practice? I hadn't considered that. If I really practice martial arts, what level could I reach? She asked shyly in a soft voice. If you help suppress the yang poison, will it become easier? Her voice carried a hint of expectation. Yi Lingfeng nodded, his eyes shining with firm determination. With the aptitude of your mysterious jadine body, you should be able to step into the martial king realm within half a year. If your comprehension is strong enough, becoming a 9th grade martial king, or even a martial emperor, is not impossible. His words were like a powerful boost, giving Ning Youchu boundless confidence. As long as I reach this level, it's hard to say if it will become easier. He paused, his tone firm, at least I won't get hurt. Not get hurt? Wouldn't that mean being able to let loose and enjoy ultimate happiness with Brother Lingfeng? At this thought, Ning Youchu's heart raced, her breathing quickened, and the blush on her face deepened. Alright, I'll listen to you. Starting today, my goal is to become a 9th rank martial king within 6 months. But if I practice martial arts, what about the startup? She suddenly realized the pressure of reality. Leave the startup to Sun Xiao. Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly, if you have time, you can also help her. In the future, the two of us will protect her together. Who would dare go against her? Perfect. Ning Youchu stood on tiptoe, gave him a kiss on the cheek, her face full of joy. Brother Lingfeng, you're simply a genius. Yi Lingfeng held the other's hand, full of confidence. Let's go, we'll tell this to Sun Xiao and hear her opinion. However, when they returned to the living room, they found that Sun Xiao was already gone. Picking up the phone placed on the table, Ning Youchu saw that the other had sent her a WeChat message. She said there's something urgent at home, and she will contact us on her own once she's done. Yi Lingfeng frowned, his heart faintly uneasy. Is it very urgent? How about we help her, he suggested. Ning Youchu nodded without hesitation. I'll call and ask. Now that they are family, she believes that no matter what the situation is, as long as she can help, she should lend a hand. During the call. Forget it, I'll ask later. She didn't say, it probably isn't too troublesome. Yi Lingfeng did not refute, but he felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. Then stay at the hotel and rest, and help me look after Mengyu. I'll go out for a bit and be back soon. Ning Youchu didn't ask further and nodded slightly. All right. Without saying much, after leaving the hotel, Yi Lingfeng headed straight to Qingsong Mansion. Emperor Qingsong. As soon as he entered, his presence was overwhelming, his tone resolute. "Tell me the location of Emperor Wuji." Di Qingsong immediately rushed out with everyone from inside, looking tense. "Master, your senior sister came by yesterday." "Why, you weren't with her?" Yi Lingfeng's brows furrowed slightly. "Senior sister? Which senior sister?" The subordinates looked at each other, somewhat confused. "That's the senior sister with long hair reaching her waist, as beautiful as a fairy, and terrifyingly powerful." Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "I have 9 senior sisters. Each one is as beautiful as a fairy and possesses extraordinary strength." Swish! Everyone's expression changed, and they gasped in shock. Yesterday's one was already stunningly beautiful, and yet he said, he has 9 such senior sisters. Hiss! Damn, did you save the galaxy in your previous life? Your luck is way too good. By the way, after his initial shock, Di Qingsong suddenly snapped back to reality. "After she found out we were your subordinates, she left us a bottle of medicine. We each ate one, and the next day, all our wounds were healed. Even constipation and hemorrhoids were gone. So, her medical skills must be amazing." Yi Lingfeng frowned and pondered for a moment. "Just administering medicine doesn't prove that she made it. Forget it, you just said that she asked for the address. She might already have gone to find Di Wuji. In that case, I'll go directly to find Di Wuji. I should be able to see her there." Di Qingsong nodded. "Alright, I will go with you." The largest underground club in Rome City, though it was daytime, felt like nighttime inside, with dazzling neon lights and a decadent atmosphere. Following the address given by Di Wuji, Luo Liuli only managed to find a group of minor lackeys. Killing and questioning her way through, she had no idea how many gangs, sects, and underground forces she destroyed before finally finding this place. Pushing the doors open, Luo Liuli swept her gaze across the room, her eyes flashing with murderous intent as she issued her command directly. "Those who can indulge in drugs and debauchery here are surely no good people. Kill. Until we learn the whereabouts of Di Wuji." The strong ones behind her coldly sneered, their faces filled with excitement. "Yes, young miss." Xingying led all her subordinates straight towards the group of bodyguards, guards, and the big shots indulging themselves. In an instant, screams and cries of agony filled the entire underground space. "Little junior brother, where exactly are you?" Luo Liuli's face was full of worry. Were it any other time, she definitely wouldn't be concerned about Yi Lingfeng's safety. The key lies in the fact that Yi Lingfeng is currently suffering from yang poison. Although his combat prowess is strong, he is extremely susceptible to control. After all, at this moment, the thing he needs most is a woman. If someone uses a woman as leverage to manipulate him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The scene was chaotic, and some big shots took advantage of the chaos to escape from the shadows, only to be spotted by Luo Liuli. After stopping the other party, Luo Liuli coldly asked, "Speak. Have you seen a very, very handsome young man?" The big shot looked up and exclaimed to himself, "Whoa! Stunningly beautiful." He immediately became serious. "This beautiful lady, the person you're referring to, isn't it, me?" "Pa!" Luo Liuli wasted no time, delivering a slap that shattered the opponent's skull. "Do you even deserve this?" Nearby, a big shot who had originally planned to rush over to ask for a phone number turned around and fled after witnessing this scene. Luo Liuli's figure flickered, and with one swift kick, she pinned him to the ground. "Why are you running?" "I don't eat people." "It's still the same question. Have you seen?" Whoosh! Just as she was fully focused, a flying needle suddenly shot out from the darkness, piercing her snow-white, delicate neck. Instinctively pulling out the needle, Luo Liuli's face changed dramatically. What is this?" Before she could finish speaking, her delicate body softened and collapsed to the ground. The next moment, a hunched figure, wearing a sinister smile, emerged from the darkness. So beautiful. Such a rare gem, probably once in a century. Waving his hand, 2 subordinates stepped forward from behind. "Take her back, the young master will definitely like her very much." 2 female powerhouses pulled Luo Liuli into the darkness without expression. Suddenly sensing something, Xingying turned around in astonishment and scanned her surroundings, her delicate face changing drastically. Gile Manor, known as the heaven on earth of Rome City. From the moment one enters, there are various swimsuit-clad beauties, chirping and chattering. Even the guards at the entrance are attractive young women. By the pool, Di Wuji, dressed in swim trunks, was enjoying a massage from a few sultry beauties, his demeanor leisurely. Suddenly, he kicked the 3 women in front of him to the ground and said coldly, "Always the same act. Aren't you tired of it?" "I've been tired of it for ages." After speaking, he threw on a robe and strode toward the villa. That's enough for today. Take them to the backyard. I don't want to see them again tomorrow." The faces of the three women turned pale in shock. "The backyard? No, master. Please, give me another chance." They were frantic with fear, while the guards shook their heads helplessly, silently thinking, "There are 10 lustful wild dogs in the backyard. Being thrown in there is absolutely a dead end." Wuji paid no heed to their pleas and led a group of women back to the villa. Just as he sat down, the middle-aged butler rushed in with 2 female guards. "Master, your humble servant has brought you a surprise." Wuji glanced over and was instantly struck. "Ha! This woman's beauty and figure are absolutely exquisite. Where did she come from? How could there be such a high-level beauty in Rome City without me knowing?" The middle-aged butler shook his head and said, "Not sure. She came with a large group, searching everywhere for your whereabouts. I'm guessing she might hold a grudge against you." "Is that so?" Wuji sneered dismissively. "Over the years, there have been countless women I've played to death, and no shortage of people who hate me. What can they do to me? Aren't they the ones who end up dying?" The middle-aged butler nodded repeatedly, flattering him. Yes, after all, the blood of the D family flows through your veins." Wuji's face showed a wicked charm as he raised his hand to interrupt. "All right, leave now. Tonight, this young master plans to thoroughly go wild on her." The middle-aged butler and 2 female guards respectfully retreated and were just about to leave when suddenly, a loud boom erupted. A powerful blast of wind instantly knocked them to the ground, spraying blood wildly. You all?" The middle-aged butler couldn't even finish his sentence before 2 figures stepped on him, causing him to bleed profusely and die on the spot. Qingtian was consumed with fury, raising his head and shouting, "Wuji, so you really are here." Wuji, sensing the commotion, instinctively looked up. Upon seeing who had arrived, his expression changed drastically. "Qingtian? How dare you cause trouble on this young master's territory? Who gave you the nerve?" "It's me." Yilingfeng stood up from the ground, and the moment he saw Luo Liuli, his expression instantly turned grim. "Ninth senior sister. What did you do to her?" Wuji curled his lips into a cold smirk. This young master would certainly like to do something to her. "Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance yet." "You are that remnant of the Yi family, Yilingfeng?" Wuji coldly scrutinized him, sneering inwardly. "Destroying the Lu family and killing Chowing wasn't enough? Do you dare to come seeking trouble with this young master? Who gave you the guts? Could it be that trash Diqingsong?" Diqingsong stood nearby, gritting his teeth as fury burned within him. Yet, after being called trash, he didn't even have the courage to retort. It seemed he was long accustomed to such insults. Wuji, surrender obediently. This god of war is no longer what I used to be. Persist in your delusion, and even if your mother comes, she won't be able to save you." "Shut up!" Wuji roared angrily. "A lowly wretch like you dares to mention my mother?" His face was full of disdain as he turned to look at Yilingfeng, ready to speak. Just then, Yilingfeng's expression darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand, charging straight at him. "Want to kill me, you brat?" Wuji's face changed drastically as he hastily pressed the fruit knife on the table against Luo Liuli's neck. "Go ahead, try it. Let's see who dies first, her or me." Yilingfeng's heart was anxious. Though he was 90% sure he could kill the opponent in an instant, the hostage was his 9th senior sister. Even if the probability of failure was 1 in 10,000, he dared not act rashly. Wuji! Qingtian roared furiously. "Stop this madness. The outside is surrounded by my war god Hall people. If you continue to be stubborn and refuse to repent, you'll harm not only yourself but also your mother." Wuji gritted his teeth, his face full of mockery. "I said, stop speaking on behalf of my mother. You're not qualified." He coldly stared at Yilingfeng, a sinister smile curling the corners of his mouth. "That's right, the one who ordered Chowing to find people to kill your family was none other than me. And as for why, well, someone as worthless as you, just like this loser here, doesn't deserve to know." As soon as he finished speaking, blood splattered everywhere. Wuji's arm drew a long arc across the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving everyone utterly shocked. "Where's the sword?" Wuji stared blankly at his right hand. In the next moment, excruciating pain struck. He turned to look and found that his left shoulder had only a smooth cut remaining, blood spraying everywhere, and his entire arm had vanished into thin air. "What?" he cried out in disbelief. "Ah!" Diqingsong was equally stunned, completely unable to react. Lingfeng, standing beside her, revealed a relaxed smile, as if everything was within his control. "Ninth senior sister? A trace of relief flashed in Li Lingfeng's eyes. You're really alright. Emperor Qingtsong was stunned. His gaze shifted between the two, and he mumbled, what's going on? Could it be that the master's senior sister wasn't kidnapped but pretended to be captured? Was this all to uncover Emperor Wuji's hiding place? At that moment, Luo Liuli slowly rose, tidying her waterfall-like black hair. The surrounding men couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, almost forgetting Emperor Wuji, who was writhing on the ground. So annoying. Luo Liuli walked up to Yi Lingfeng, pounding his chest with her small fists. I performed so well, yet I still couldn't fool you? Yi Lingfeng smiled helplessly. Not at all. Although I had my suspicions, when I saw you lying on the ground, my heart still skipped a beat. Really? Luo Liuli was as delighted as a child. Senior sister knew it. You definitely got flustered from concern, because you're the junior brother who cares about me the most. At this moment, Di Wuji, lying on the ground, was filled with rage. Wretch! 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 You dared to cut off this young master's arm. This young master will humiliate and kill you 100 times. Quick, take them down for me, he shouted hoarsely, and the surrounding guards swiftly took action, quickly surrounding them. Di Qingtsong's face turned pale. As a first-grade martial emperor, how could he not realize that the hundreds of experts before him were all 9th grade martial kings? Furthermore, there were 3 others equal to him as first-grade martial emperors, and even one whose power he could not discern at all. How can there be so many top-tier experts? Di Qingtsong looked at Di Wuji in shock. Your mother, no, your father, who exactly are they? His voice was filled with disbelief. Di Wuji's face was filled with a sinister grin. You're not qualified to know. Come here, kill them. As the command was issued, Di Qingtsong gritted his teeth and led his subordinates forward. This is outrageous, he roared. Hundreds of 9th-grade martial kings instantly surrounded them, launching a relentless attack. Meanwhile, 3 first-grade martial emperors quickly encircled Yi Lingfeng and Luo Liuli, their faces full of disdainful smiles. You two are so young, surely you haven't seen a 3rd-grade martial emperor yet. The leading expert chuckled coldly. Today, I'll let you experience exactly what kind of existence a 3rd-grade martial emperor truly is. At his command, 3 martial emperor experts of the 1st rank charged at Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng remained calm, as steady as a mountain, grabbed one of their fists, and with a slight twist, the sound of bones cracking echoed instantly, followed by a scream that resounded throughout the hall. You bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? The defeated expert roared in fury. I'll tear you to pieces. At this moment, Di Qingtsong sneered coldly, the 3 9th-rank martial kings beneath his feet already subdued. 1st-rank martial emperors think they can provoke my master? Overestimating your capabilities. He knew well that although he was also a 1st-rank martial emperor, he couldn't withstand even a single move from Yi Lingfeng. As for those 3, they were even less likely to be a match for Yi Lingfeng. As for that 3rd-rank martial emperor, Di Qingtsong took a deep breath, his expression serious. Following the martial emperor level, each rank represents a world apart. This person's strength far surpasses mine. Master, you must exercise utmost caution. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 9th-rank peak martial kings simultaneously attacked, aiming directly for Di Qingtsong's vital spots. Fools, actually daring to ambush me at this moment. Di Qingtsong's expression changed drastically, and relying on instinct, he narrowly dodged the fatal strike. How dare you sneak attack this war god, he roared, his heart igniting with fighting spirit. You vile scoundrels, unforgivable. 2 9th-grade martial kings were sent flying by a single kick from Di Qingtsong. This scene made Di Wuji sneer coldly, completely indifferent. He's a martial emperor who's been to the battlefield. Holding his ground is normal. He turned to look at Yi Lingfeng, his face full of disdain. You, a piece of trash, how could you possibly defeat a 3rd-grade martial emperor? But don't worry. Di Wuji's lips curled into a sinister smile. They won't kill you right away, but will leave you just enough strength to watch as this young master humiliates and kills your senior sister. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingfeng remained calm, his heart resolute. In that instant, the gazes of 2 first-grade martial emperors locked onto him, and he launched his attack without hesitation. I've remembered your words. When I kill you later, I'll make you suffer 10 times as much. Presumptuous. The 2 first-grade martial emperors shouted angrily in unison, powerful gusts of wind erupting as their fists struck out fiercely. Yi Lingfeng had no intention of dodging, his fists simultaneously punched out. He met the fists of the 2 first-grade martial emperors head-on. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions echoed, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. What? The faces of the 2 martial emperors changed drastically, blood spurting out wildly as they slammed heavily into the ground, trembling like defeated dogs. How? How can you be so powerful at this age? The martial emperors were terrified. This is impossible. Di Wuji's smile froze instantly, and he angrily looked at the third-grade martial emperor. What are you standing there for? Make him kneel before this young master. The third-grade martial emperor, arms crossed, looked at Yi Lingfeng with disdain and slowly stepped forward. I didn't expect to underestimate you. Little brat, I admit you have some strength, but… At that moment, the third-grade martial emperor suddenly sensed a killing intent and reflexively turned around. Trying to ambush this emperor? Woman, you're courting death. Boom! His 5 fingers clenched tightly, an intense aura instantly converging on his fist. He turned angrily and struck out with a furious punch. Then, with a loud snap, an explosion echoed as his fist and arm abruptly turned into a mist of blood. What? Staring at the elegant woman amidst the blood mist, the third-grade martial emperor's face was filled with utter disbelief. This is impossible. Luo Lioli sneered coldly. Daring to insult my junior disciple. You all are unworthy of mercy. With a graceful wave of her jade-like arm, boom. A powerful aura instantly surged from beneath her feet. Amid the successive snap, snap, snap explosions, all the guards around, including 3 heavily injured first-grade martial emperors, were blown into a mist of blood in an instant. This scene left all the remaining guards dumbfounded, utterly terrified. Di Qingsong's eyes widened in fervor. Is this the master's senior sister? Is she truly human? Snapping back to reality, Di Qingsong looked at the guards in front of him, his blood boiling. Kill! Leading his men, Di Qingsong charged at the group of guards once again. The guards, whose morale had been shattered, were utterly defenseless under their fierce assault, collapsing like a defeated anthill. Junior brother, your face is dirty. Luo Lioli paid no mind to the slaughter around her, quickly stepping up to Yi Lingfeng and reaching out her delicate hand to wipe the bloodstains from his face. Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly. I'm fine. There's some bloodstain on your face too, let me wipe it off for you. Seeing this scene, Di Wuji was completely dumbfounded. A first-grade martial emperor was instantly killed, and a third-grade martial emperor was slain with a single palm strike. His heart was filled with rage. Not only was she incredibly powerful, but she was also stunningly beautiful and so impressive. You're just a nobody, how is this even fair? Gulp. The pale-faced Di Wuji swallowed hard, realizing this was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Nearly all the guards were dead. If he didn't flee now, he'd meet his end here. Whoosh! Noticing the opponent's subtle movements, Yi Lingfeng's face darkened. His figure blurred, and in an instant, he appeared right in front of the opponent. Halfway through wiping her face, she noticed the person had suddenly vanished. Luo Lioli's delicate face turned pale as she furiously targeted her wrath towards Di Wuji. Bang! Di Wuji was sent flying with a heavy kick, landing hard against the wall. Di Qingsong and his men had just finished slaying the final martial king. Hearing the noise, they immediately turned and surrounded them. Looking up again, he saw a tall figure standing in front of him. Di Wuji turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Speak, why did you do those things? Yi Lingfeng looked down coldly at Di Wuji. Who's the person behind you? What does my family's research on the new drug have to do with him? The trembling Di Wuji sneered. What is the Yi family? Just a bunch of ordinary people, mere commoners? As for me, with my noble status, killing them is as easy as squashing ants. I don't need a reason, nor do I need anyone to instruct me. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened, and without hesitation, he tore off the opponent's other arm. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the surrounding crowd burned with endless anger but showed not a trace of pity. Speak quickly. Di Qingsong roared angrily, his eyes glinting with icy sharpness. I don't believe it. That group of 9th-rank martial kings couldn't have been trained by your power alone. Di Wuji roared in agony, practically on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha. He raised his head to look at Yi Lingfeng, his lips trembling, radiating an aura of madness. If you have the guts, then kill me. Want to know who's behind me? Impossible. He wasn't showing strength but deeply understood that once he revealed the person behind him, he would undoubtedly die. Staying silent might still give him a slim chance. Yi Lingfeng looked at him indifferently, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Killing you will still lead me to the answer. Di Wuji was stunned. Why was he playing outside of the rules? Just as he was about to take action, Di Qingsong quickly interjected, Master, killing him serves no purpose. Instead, it would be better to imprison him in Qingsong Manor's dungeon and force the mastermind behind him to reveal themselves. Yi Lingfeng turned to look at him, his gaze deep. Have you thought this through? Initially, he did entertain the same idea, but he worried that this might place Di Qingsong in danger and eventually dismissed the thought. I've thought it through, Di Qingsong nodded firmly. Although Qingsong Manor might not have many 9th-level martial kings, we have a lot of manpower and superior equipment. With proper preparations, if the mastermind dares to show up, there's no way they'll escape. The expression on Di Wujia's face was complex as he lay on the ground. After pondering for a while, Yi Lingfeng finally gave a nod. All right, I'll leave this matter in your hands for now. Di Qingsong gladly accepted the order. Yes, master. Staring coldly at Di Wuji, Di Qingsong's face was filled with gloom. With a wave of his large hand, take him away. Having married the other's mother but never even touched her hand, if this frustration isn't vented on this son, then on whom? On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was subtle. Qing Ying, dressed in a fitted uniform skirt, drove in the front, while Yi Lingfeng and Luo Liuli sat in the back seat. Luo Liuli wore a black suit, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was stunningly beautiful, like the brightest star in the night sky. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng was focused on examining the ledger found at the Bliss Pavilion, searching for clues. Just as he was completely absorbed, he suddenly felt something soft creeping up his leg. Looking down, he saw it was a small foot clad in black stockings, delicate and alluring. Yi Lingfeng was slightly startled and quickly grabbed it to stop it from moving further. Senior sister, you. Luo Liuli's eyes were hazy as she gently cupped his face, her voice lingering like a spring breeze. Little brother, it's been so long. Senior sister, really missed you. Yi Lingfeng was utterly captivated by the stunning face and charming demeanor before him. Ninth senior sister. I missed you too. At this moment, Qing Ying's delicate figure trembled slightly. Through the rearview mirror, she instantly widened her eyes, her pretty face flushed. The next moment, upon seeing the two entangled together, she thought to herself, is this really the lofty underground world princess? Qing Ying's heart was shaken, filled with disbelief. What kind of qualities does this man possess to make the icy beauty, renowned in the underground world, so proactive and deeply enamored? She suddenly noticed changes in Yi Lingfeng's demeanor. Qing Ying blushed uncontrollably, her heartbeat quickening, her breathing unstable. Her black silk-clad legs instinctively pressed together under her pencil skirt, as she thought to herself, why is he affecting me so much? He's the eldest lady's junior disciple, not mine. She kept comforting herself, yet she couldn't shake off the thought. Qing Ying took a deep breath, worried in her heart, if that moment truly comes, will I be able to resolve to step in and help? Junior brother. Luo Liuli called softly. Qing Ying's heart tightened, and she hurriedly shifted her gaze, looking straight ahead. Ninth senior sister. Hearing the mutual call, Qing Ying's heartbeat grew increasingly intense, with various images flashing through her mind. Her legs under the skirt unconsciously tightened and even trembled slightly. She paid no attention to the driver ahead. Luo Liuli cupped her junior brother's face, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes dazed like a fox. Your pure yang energy isn't suppressed thoroughly enough. For safety's sake, senior sister must help you. Yi Lingfeng knew the consequences of the young poison outbreak were severe. Now that Ning Yuchu couldn't assist, and Sun Xiao had returned to her hometown, though it felt impolite, at this moment, only the ninth senior sister could help him. Ninth senior sister, are you really willing to sacrifice yourself for me? Luo Liuli slowly sat on his lap, extending her jade-like hand to cover his mouth. It's not a sacrifice. In senior sister's eyes, this is a kind of happiness. The shadowy figure driving the car slowed down, constantly observing the two through the rearview mirror. Thump! 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 Inside the car, the heartbeat of the three grew faster, and their breathing became increasingly heated. Yi Lingfeng nodded. Thank you, ninth senior sister. For saving my life, I will repay you with my own. Don't. Luo Liuli compassionately stopped him by covering his mouth. Senior sister doesn't want your life. Senior sister wants your. As her words faded, she stretched out her arms and embraced his neck. Qing Ying's delicate body trembled lightly, her body growing increasingly hot. Suddenly noticing the road conditions ahead, she quickly took control of the steering wheel and stopped the car by the roadside. Without paying attention to the car's jolting, Yi Lingfeng became serious. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he grasped a soft, warm jade hand, the phone wedged between them began vibrating. Seeing that it was Ning Yuchu calling, Yi Lingfeng quickly answered. What's wrong, Sister Yuchu? On the other end of the phone, Ning Yuchu sounded extremely anxious. Brother Lingfeng, where are you? Something has happened to Sun Xiao. What happened? Yi Lingfeng frowned and grabbed the delicate hand that was trying to tug at his trousers. On the other end of the phone, Ning Yuchu replied, I called Sun Xiao again. But this time, her mother answered the phone. She told me Sun Xiao had resigned, claiming that a rich second-generation heir had taken a liking to her. She said Sun Xiao wouldn't be working anymore and told me not to bother her again. Yi Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. If the feelings are mutual. Before he could finish, Ning Yuchu interrupted him urgently. How could they possibly be mutual? She was well aware that Sun Xiao liked Yi Lingfeng. It had only been half a day. How could Sun Xiao have fallen for someone else? I'll send you an address. Anyway, just hurry over there. Yi Lingfeng nodded. Alright, no problem. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and pressed Luo Lioli into the seat. Ninth senior sister, you're forcing me to commit a crime here. While making a phone call, her hands never rested. If it weren't for other matters at the moment, he would have really loved to teach her a lesson. Luo Lioli's alluring eyes shimmered as she wrapped her jade-like arms tightly around him. Then, come on. Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath. One of my confidants ran into some trouble. I have to go and deal with it now. Confidant? Is she prettier than senior sister? Luo Lioli teased coquettishly. You're actually willing to abandon senior sister for her? Yi Lingfeng shook his head. It's not about looks. Here's the plan, you go find a place to stay first. I'll come find you later to discuss the matter of suppressing the young poison. Luo Lioli's delicate face flushed. Alright then. I'll have Qingying take you there. Upon hearing this, Qingying, who had been observing the two, immediately turned around and tried her best to suppress the turmoil within her. Yi Lingfeng said calmly, no need, I'll just take a taxi. After the other person got out of the car, Luo Lioli let out a small sigh. Turn around and head to the Yi family. I want to help my junior brother tidy up the Yi family so he can move into his own home. When he sees it, he'll definitely be very happy, and then deeply love this lady. Qingying watched Yi Lingfeng leave in a taxi with a blank expression, silently marveling in her heart, this guy is just too lucky. Wuling County, the Di family. Di Wuji's biological mother, Ma Rong, rushed into his biological father's arms, her face streaked with tears. Cousin Wuji, he's been captured by someone. Swish. Di Lingwu's face changed drastically. What? Who has such audacity? How dare they capture my son, Di Lingwu? Ma Rong was utterly distraught. Di Qingtian. To avoid exposing our affair and damaging your reputation, Wuji has never told the other party that he is actually the son of the first sovereign of the Heavenly Strategy Pavilion. Wuji, Di Lingwu clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging across his face. Rest assured. No matter who it is, your father will make sure the person who took you pays limb by limb. Rong City. Under pressure from her parents, Sun Xiao had no choice but to meet up with that wealthy heir. She plans to explain the matter to the other party face-to-face to avoid causing deeper misunderstandings. Mr. Chen, your qualifications are indeed outstanding. But I'm sorry, I already have someone I like and can't be with you. Dressed in designer brands, Chen Jipeng sneered disdainfully, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Oh, is that so? Then why aren't you with him? You're so beautiful, with such a great figure. If you just asked, I believe no man could refuse. Sun Xiao was silent for a moment, feeling a vague sense of unease. I really want to be with him. But I'm too ordinary, unworthy. Chen Jipeng was initially taken aback. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, with a face scoring over 90 points and a figure scoring over 95, and yet being dismissed as ordinary? He let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of mockery. This excuse is a bit perfunctory. Sun Xiao furrowed her brows tightly, but her heart was resolute. I didn't lie to you. And I don't understand. I'm just an ordinary female secretary, that's all. What makes me worthy to be the girlfriend of the eldest young master of the Chen family? Sun Xiao, who has been working in the business district for many years, understands very well that the Lu family's ability to become the richest in Rongqing and be called the #1 prominent family is merely due to their rapid and high-profile development in recent years. In terms of heritage, the Lu family cannot compare to the Chen family, as the Chen family has been rooted in Rongqing for over a century and has experienced countless periods of glory. Chen Jipeng smiled and said, because you're beautiful enough. Among the women I've encountered, your looks can easily rank in the top 3. Although you have been someone else's secretary before, I know that person was a woman. So it's quite obvious that you haven't been subjected to any hidden rules. At this point, Chen Jipeng licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with fiery desire. Your family said you haven't been in a relationship. So, you're still a virgin. A comprehensive 90-point appearance, and still retaining your virginity. Such a rare gem is hard to find. Chen Jipeng knew well that seductive women could be fun to play with, but marriage? Absolutely impossible. If you truly want to get married, besides being well-matched in social and economic status, cleanliness is equally important. Your Sun family can also be considered well-off, although compared to our Chen family. Chen Jipeng continued to speak, but before he could finish his sentence, Sun Shao suddenly stood up, his expression resolute. There's no need to say anything further. I am not the person you expect me to be, and even if I were, I wouldn't agree to you. This meeting ends here. Goodbye. Chen Jipeng was suddenly stunned, feeling puzzled. What's going on? Isn't it what I expected? Then what is it supposed to be? Seeing the other person about to leave, he quickly stood up, feeling a surge of anxiety. If you're not afraid of your parents' jobs being affected, then go ahead and leave. Sun Shao was speechless, thinking to himself that this person was really being unreasonable. I already said we're not suitable for each other. What more do you want? Chen Jipeng smiled calmly, the corners of his mouth curling into a devilish grin. Drink the beverage this young master ordered for you. Otherwise, if someone sees that the woman I invited shows up and leaves without even having a drink, they'll think poorly of me. If word spreads, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment for me? Sun Shao suppressed the anger in his heart, thinking this person was truly shameless. If I drink it, can I leave? Otherwise? Could this young master possibly tie you up? Sun Shao nodded, feeling disdain in her heart. All right. She picked up the drink and downed it in one gulp, secretly vowing in her heart that this would absolutely be the last time. Can I leave now? Chen Jipeng gave a wicked smile, his tone full of provocation. Suit yourself. Watching the other's departing figure, he silently counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Just as she counted to 4, Sun Zhao's delicate body trembled slightly. Accompanied by discomfort, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Jipeng let out a cold laugh, secretly feeling smug. The women Chen Jipeng, set my sights on, so far, not a single one has managed to escape. Want to leave? You'll have to wait until I've had enough fun with you. Ha ha ha. Laughing excitedly, Chen Jipeng picked up the wineglass on the table and drained it in one gulp, secretly feeling smug. Clang! He smashed the cup, comfortably removed his jacket, loosened his tie, and walked briskly toward the other party. Seeing the delicate woman lying on the ground, who now had no strength left to resist, Chen Jipeng was overjoyed. He immediately unfastened his belt, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Bang! Just as Chen Jipeng was about to make his move, a slender hand suddenly pushed open the private room door. Bastard! Seeing Sun Shao lying unconscious on the ground, Ning Yuchu turned pale and hurried over to hold her. If you dare touch her, I will never forgive you. Chen Jipeng froze in place, inwardly feeling that something was wrong. You are. WTF. This woman is something else. If Sun Shao is a 90, then she's at least a 95. Even if she's not a virgin, marrying her as a wife would still be insanely satisfying. Ignoring it, Ning Yuchu used all her strength, trying to take Sun Shao away. Watching the other struggle bitterly, Chen Jipeng wore a sinister smile, feeling smug. Alright, what your name is doesn't matter. What matters is that this young master has taken a fancy to you. How about considering becoming this young master's woman? Be your mom. Ning Yuchu angrily retorted, her eyes flashing with resolute determination. At this moment, she would absolutely not let anyone harm her friend. Sun Shao was 1.7 meters tall, while Ning Yuchu was only 1.65 meters. The petite Ning mustered all her strength and finally dragged Sun Shao to the door. You think you can mess with me and Sun Shao? You wish! Ning Yuchu shouted angrily, her resolute gaze causing Chen Jipeng to freeze in surprise. Her boldness and straightforwardness left him momentarily stunned and impressed. Beautiful and with such a fiery personality. Truly a rare gem, I like it. Without any patience for idle chatter, Chen Jipeng quickly made his move. Gorgeous, let me show you a good time, and I promise you won't regret it. Ning Yuchu's face changed suddenly, picking up the broken foot of the glass from the ground and pointing it at him with a serious expression. Don't come any closer. If you dare to approach, I'll stab you to death. Chen Jipeng sneered, playing coy? You don't know this young master's identity, do you? Ning Yuchu looked disdainful. Isn't it just the eldest young master of the Chun family? What's so great about that? My brother Lingfeng is way better than you. Brother Lingfeng? Chen Jipeng frowned. Who's brother Lingfeng? Is he that impressive? Not only am I better than you, I'm also more handsome, with a graceful demeanor. Ning Yuchu said proudly. What do you have besides being the eldest son of the Chun family? You're not even as good as scum. Chen Jipeng's brow twitched, and fury burned in his heart. Oh really? Then do you know, this young master's identity is far beyond that. I am also a close friend to the Lu family, the Yang family, and all the prominent families in Rong City, a guest of honor to Grand Commander Chao, and a registered disciple of the war god Song. Any of these titles alone can crush your so-called brother Ling Feng, he said confidently, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Do you know what it means to be a child of destiny, a dragon among men? This young master is exactly that. Ning Yuchu turned pale as she listened. She wasn't afraid of the Lu family, the Yang family, or the Chao family, as these forces had already been destroyed by brother Ling Feng. But when he mentioned the war god Song, she trembled slightly, sensing a faint trace of unease deep within. Heaven must truly be blind, to let a scum like you succeed. Chen Jipeng sneered coldly, his eyes full of mockery. I just love seeing how you can't stand me, but can only be crushed under my feet. Sun Shao won't wake up for at least another hour, so in the meantime, let me savor your taste. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked away the cup stem in Ning Yuchu's hand. Ah! Ning Yuchu screamed in despair, brother Ling Feng. Just as Chen Jipeng was feeling smug, whoosh! A wine bottle sliced through the air and smashed hard against his forehead. Bang! The wine bottle shattered instantly, sending Chen Jipeng flying several meters before slamming heavily into the wall, his screams echoing throughout the private room. The shocked Ning Yuchu seemed to snap back to reality, tears streaming down her face. Brother Ling Feng, you're finally here. Yi Lingfeng's face was icy cold, burning with rage, as he swiftly rushed toward the person who had been hit. Are you the brother Ling Feng she's been talking about? Chen Jipeng held his head, his face covered in blood, and sneered coldly, let me tell you, this young master is from the Chen family. Crack! Yi Lingfeng stomped down, directly breaking his right leg. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air as Chen Jipeng nearly passed out from the pain. What are you doing? Stop! At that moment, Sun Zhao's parents, who had come to check on the matchmaking session, heard the scream and hurriedly rushed in through the door. Looking at Chen Jipeng lying on the ground, Sun Zhao's father, Sun Jianbin, looked pale and angrily said, How dare you beat my daughter's matchmaking candidate, the eldest young master of the Chen family, into this state? You are truly reckless. Holding Sun Shao, Ning Yuchu was burning with rage. You drugged Sun Shao and even tried to attack me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sun Jianbin froze suddenly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Drugged? Tried to attack you? How could something like this even be possible? Ning Yuchu, furious, retorted, What do you mean impossible? The evidence is right in front of you. The Sun family's relatives looked at each other, their expressions complex. Sun Zhao's mother, Luo Lan, gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Xiao is on a blind date with young Master Chen. They have mutual affection. Taking it a step further, what's the problem? Sun Jianbin and the rest of the relatives widened their eyes, a mix of anger and shock on their faces. Drugging him? How does that count as mutual affection? Your blatant lies are just too obvious. Before Sun Jianbin could speak, Luo Lan raised her voice, her tone full of fury. Hitting people is just wrong. What's more, young Master Chen is the eldest of the Chen family and a close friend of the Lu, Yang, and Chao families. Moreover, he is also the named disciple of the god of war, Sang. The members of the Sun family, upon hearing this, instantly lost any desire to retort, and the confidence on their faces vanished completely. Ning Yuchu trembled with rage, angrily questioning, just because he's the eldest son of the Chen family, does that mean he can drug and force others? Just because he's the disciple of the war god, does that mean he can do whatever he pleases? Luo Lan crossed her arms and sneered coldly, exactly. In Rong City, being a disciple of Song, the war god, indeed means you can do whatever you please. Sun Jianbin looked at his unconscious daughter, sighed deeply, and his face was filled with helplessness. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to young Master Chen? Otherwise, when the war god Tian finds out about this, gets furious, we'll all have to face the consequences. Everyone instinctively glanced at the man who had acted, understanding in their hearts that he was the one who most needed to find a way to make amends. Facing their scrutinizing gazes, Yi Lingfeng remained indifferent and said coldly, The war god Tian, huh? He'll be here soon to give me an explanation. Seeing Yi Lingfeng make a phone call, the Sun family widened their eyes in disbelief. This guy must still be half asleep. How could he dare to say such nonsense? Sun Jianbin was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. His daughter had mentioned upon returning that she already had someone she liked and wouldn't fall for anyone else. Could it be this guy? This is just too far-fetched. Luo Lan laughed angrily, at a time like this, still pretending to be impressive. Are you trying to get everyone killed? Ning Yuchu stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng, her feelings a mix of bittersweet emotions. The Lu family, Yang family, and Chao family indeed don't need to be feared, as they are already mere shadows of their former selves. But the god of war, Song, is still active. And he's the one person in Rongqing who absolutely cannot be provoked, a figure at the very top. How should this be dealt with? In the corner, the weakened Qin Jipeng sneered coldly, feigning arrogance. Did you hear that? In Rongqing, I can do whatever I please. He deliberately lowered his voice, looking at the man before him. You dare lay a hand on me? Just wait, your entire family will be wiped out. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened, burning with rage, and with one stomp, he directly broke the opponent's left leg. Ah! Chen Jipeng screamed hoarsely, overwhelmed by pain, and collapsed instantly. You're a demon. The Sun family members were stunned. Sun Jianbin stood with his mouth agape, his face rigid, unable to believe it. You're a lunatic. Luo Lan's body trembled slightly, continuously stepping back, her face pale. You're doomed. Offending young Master Chen, offending the war god Qing Tsang. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he can't save you. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura suddenly surged in like a tide. Having just happened to pass nearby, Emperor Qingtsong received Yi Lingfeng's call and rushed over immediately. Seeing the scene before him, he froze in place, his face filled with shock. What's going on here? The faces of the Sun family members changed drastically. The python robe, the battle armor? You are the war god Qingtsong. Sun Jianbin and Luo Lan suddenly shuddered, panicking. War god Qingtsong? How did you arrive so quickly? The crowd seemingly snapped back to reality, hurriedly kneeling on the ground with hearts full of reverence. Commoners pay respect to the war god. Ning Youchu's face froze in astonishment, and her heart was in utter chaos. She had just hit the disciple of war god Qingtsong, and now the war god himself arrived. How unlucky could she be? Master, Qin Jipeng, in so much pain he nearly passed out, clung to what seemed like his last hope, trembling with excitement. Save me. He broke your disciple's legs and wants to kill me. Master. Kill him. Emperor Qingtsong, with a face full of astonishment, glanced at Chen Jipeng, then his gaze fell on Yi Lingfeng, who was stepping on him, and his heart instantly sank. Shut up, he shouted sternly, this war god is not your master. The one who hurt Qin Jipeng was clearly his own master. No matter whose fault it is, it's all Qin Jipeng's fault. Sun Jianbin, Luo Lan, and all the Sun family members looked amazed, secretly thinking, why did this war god Qingtsong reprimand his own disciple as soon as he arrived? This seems a bit off. Ning Youchu's clear eyes were filled with confusion. Qin Jipeng thought he had misheard and stared blankly at Di Qingtsong. Master, what are you talking about? I am Jipeng, he explained anxiously. Look closely. I am Jipeng. Di Qingtsong ignored him and instead knelt directly in front of Yi Lingfeng, his face full of pleading. Master, please forgive me. Swish. Instantly, the entire private room fell into a deathly silence. Including Ning Youchu, Qin Jipeng, Sun Jianbin, Luo Lan, and everyone in the Sun family, all stared wide-eyed, frozen like statues, unable to move. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless and asked coldly, explain. What exactly is going on here? Di Qingtsong coldly stared at Chen Jipeng, his eyes flashing with fury. 1 month ago, an old injury flared up, and I urgently needed a rare medicinal herb for treatment, he said coldly. The Chen family patriarch voluntarily offered the herb to me. I originally intended to repay him with an equivalent amount of money, but he refused. Instead, he insisted that I give his grandson, Qin Jipeng, an opportunity to join the battle division. I didn't want to break the rules of the battle division, so I only granted his grandson the status of a nominal disciple. Di Qingtsong's anger became increasingly evident. The so-called nominal disciple is merely a title and involves no actual teaching. If Qin Jipeng truly dares to misuse my reputation for wrongdoing, I will never spare him, he gritted his teeth. But who would have thought that within 1 or 2 months without misdeeds, once he did commit one, he'd provoke you directly. Deserving of 1,000 deaths. Sun Jianbin and Luo Lan were completely dumbfounded. They had assumed he was just a nobody, the boyfriend of a poor girl, but it turned out he was the master of the war god Qingtsong? Beating the disciple of the war god Qingtsong wouldn't result in revenge but instead bring a harsher punishment upon Chen Jipeng? How could this be possible? Ning Youchu panted heavily, looking at Yi Lingfeng with excitement, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother Lingfeng, you're so cool. Even the war god Qingtsong could be conquered, truly incredible. Chen Jipeng's expression instantly froze, his mind went blank, and he couldn't utter a single word. Yi Lingfeng, however, remained calm and composed. He turned to look at Chen Jipeng and casually said, then do as you see fit. Emperor Qingtsong's face darkened as he grabbed Chen Jipeng by the neck and hissed a threatening whisper, do you want to live? Chen Jipeng was on the verge of tears, his voice trembling, Master. I want to. Without waiting for the other person to remind him, he already began to cry hysterically, I'm sorry. Brother Lingfeng. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled, question mark. I'm sorry, Mr. Lingfeng, he pleaded, considering I didn't know, please spare me. Thought he was just an underdog, but his status turned out to be even higher than the true king of Rongqing. Who could have imagined that? Suddenly lifting his knee, Di Qingtian nodded slightly. Go back and tell your family how to compensate the master and the Sun family. I think they should be more aware of it than I am. Sun Jianbin and all the men of the Sun family gasped collectively, hastily covering their crotches. Ning Yuchu, Luo Lan, and other women sighed and shook their heads at the sight. The excruciating pain in his crotch, coupled with the surrounding contemptuous gazes, was too much for Qin Jiping to bear, and he fainted on the spot. Useless thing. With just this level of physical fitness, you still want to become the disciple of this war god? Di Qingsan looked at him coldly, his heart filled with disappointment. Master, rest assured. I will definitely handle this matter properly and ensure that no one from the Chun family ever appears before you again, he promised Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng nodded slightly. I've said it, handle it as you see fit. Sun Jianbin and Luo Lan snapped back to reality and hurriedly stepped forward. You're the one Xiao Xiao mentioned as the person she likes? Luo Lan gasped in surprise. What is your name? When do you plan to marry Xiao Xiao? Our whole family will go along with you. Sun Jianbin and the Sun family nodded repeatedly, feeling secretly fortunate. This was the master of the war god Qingsan. Having their daughter marry him was truly a blessing accumulated over 8 lifetimes for the Sun family. Yi Lingfeng paid no attention and directly took Sun Xiao from Ning Yuchu's hands. Let's go. Take her to detoxify first. Ning Yuchu nodded and quickly followed. The Sun family saw they were ignored and hurried to follow, but Qingsan, who was preparing to leave, furrowed his brow. If you keep this up, don't blame this war god for being rude. The faces of the Sun family members suddenly changed, and they quickly withdrew their feet, feeling uneasy and anxious. Sun Jianbin and Luo Lan exchanged worried glances, deeply regretting their actions. If they truly angered the other party to the point of losing their daughter, what would they do? Di Qingsan shook his head and sighed, dragging Qin Jiping as he stepped out of the door. Just as they arrived at the restaurant entrance, a large group of stern-looking individuals in tang suits swiftly surrounded them. Before Di Qingsan could speak, a dignified and noble woman stepped out from the crowd and angrily said, You won't even protect your own son? Di Qingsan, you truly deserve to die. In the room, Sun Xiao, who had just awakened from unconsciousness, was startled and instinctively looked down at her neckline. She discovered her clothes had been tampered with. Her pencil skirt showed signs of being pulled off, her black stockings were torn in several large places, and her snow-white skin was completely exposed to the air. Thinking of the last person she saw before fainting, Qin Jiping, her heart sank, and tears streamed down her face. He doesn't love me either. Might as well just die. Ning Yuchu, who entered the room and saw the scene, was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Sun Xiao, what are you doing? No. Trailing closely behind, Yi Lingfeng frowned and swiftly moved forward. Just as Sun Xiao was about to jump, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and held her tightly in his embrace. This is the 30th floor. Are you crazy? Sun Xiao's face was covered in tears, and her desperate gaze was heartbreaking. Let go of me. Didn't you dislike me? Now I've already been defiled. I'm even less qualified to be with you. Yi Lingfeng looked bewildered, and couldn't help but wonder how truly enigmatic a woman's thoughts could be. No one understands women better than other women, and Ning Yuchu immediately grasped the other person's meaning and hurriedly explained. Sun Xiao, you misunderstood. What Brother Lingfeng meant by ordinary was merely referring to physical constitution. In his heart, you are equally important and irreplaceable. Sun Xiao looked at Yi Lingfeng somewhat hesitantly, with a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. Really? You really don't despise me? Yi Lingfeng firmly nodded. Strictly speaking, you saved my life. How could I possibly despise you? He looked at Ning Yuchu and thought to himself, it seems Yochu's biological father and mother are truly extraordinary. And now it seems that younger sister Yochu's biological father and mother are likely not ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for younger sister Yuchu to possess the Xian Jadine body. Ning Yuchu sighed lightly, thinking to herself that Brother Lingfeng truly speaks without reservation. Brother Lingfeng, don't be so direct. Can't you say a little less? Is this really the time to dwell on these matters? Moreover, when comforting Sun Xiao, how can you bring up the life-saving grace? Wouldn't that just deepen the misunderstanding? Yi Lingfeng scratched his head, quickly shut up, but his heart was filled with helplessness. Turning to look at Sun Xiao, Ning Yuchu comforted him. Brother Lingfeng means that his life was saved by you. Now, you are as important as his life. Such an explanation could hardly ease anyone's mind, but Sun Xiao saw the sincerity of the two, and a trace of warmth surged in his heart. Especially when she noticed Yi Lingfeng's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter through her tears. Thank you all. Ning Yuchu quickly gave Yi Lingfeng a meaningful look, secretly delighted that the relationship between the two was warming up. Understanding the signal, Yi Lingfeng immediately walked over, held Sun Xiao in his arms, and spoke with a firm tone. This lifetime, you are my woman, Yi Lingfeng. With tears streaked across her face, Sun Xiao rubbed her eyes. A blush appeared on her youthful cheeks, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Taking a deep breath, she extended her delicate hand and pulled Ning Yuchu over, her eyes full of determination. If you dare to abandon me, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. If you let down Yuchu, I won't let you off even in the next life. Cold sweat formed on Yi Lingfeng's forehead as he thought to himself, these two ladies are truly impossible to deal with. Before he could speak, the two women exchanged a glance, then flashed a mischievous smile. At the same time, they stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheeks. Yi Lingfeng's spirits were lifted, and the yang poison in his heart was instantly triggered. How could he possibly resist such ultimate and double temptation? Youchu's sister, Sun Xiao. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao, with enchanting eyes and fragrant breath, surrounded him with a gentle aura. Ling Feng brother. Ling Feng younger brother. The next moment, they could no longer suppress the love in their hearts. Both extended their jade-like arms, wrapping them around each other's necks, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Whom? Just as Yi Lingfeng's body trembled and his hands rested on her slim waist, a call suddenly came from outside the door. Young master, something big has happened. Hotel lobby. Awakened by the commotion, Chen Jipeng, who was lying on the ground, looked astonished and thought to himself that today was truly an eye-opener. Sun Jianben, Luolan, and other members of the Sun family all widened their eyes, their breaths quickening with tension. Is this the legendary First Lady of Rong City? She defeated the war god Qingsong so thoroughly that he didn't even dare lift his head. She's way too overpowering. It is said that the battle god Qingsong is afraid of his wife, and upon meeting him today, it indeed proves to be well-deserved. But the crowd cannot understand, no matter how afraid he is of his wife, it shouldn't be to the point where he doesn't even dare to talk back. Could it be that behind the First Lady lies an even more fearsome identity? All the strong warriors of Qingsong Manor were beaten to the ground, angry and unwilling, secretly thinking to themselves, this is simply humiliating. Battle God. Emperor Qingsong, his face covered in fresh blood, looked at the group of black-clad martial artists. Shocked, he shifted his gaze to Ma Rong, a flame of anger igniting in his heart. Indeed, the man behind you, the biological father of Emperor Wuji, is no ordinary person, but instead a high-ranking figure within the Tian's mansion. Tian's mansion? Emperor Qingsong's subordinates were full of astonishment, their shocked gazes intertwining. The Tian's mansion holds the authority to oversee the empire. Even the Tian's mansion of Wuling County possesses the power to supervise the entire Tainan province. Looking at the black-clad powerhouse before them, their faces turned ashen, and they secretly thought to themselves, could they really be the secret envoys of the Tian's mansion? Not only is their martial prowess formidable, but they also have the authority to act first and report later? Everyone around, including the Sun family members, wore expressions of astonishment, their hearts stirred by waves of shock. What's going on? How has the Empress gotten involved with the Tian's manor? Still using the power of Tian's mansion to deal with your own man? Why do I feel like I can't understand this? While the onlookers were puzzled, Di Qingsong already had a grasp of the situation. Fury burned in his heart, ready to explode. Looking at Ma Rong in front of him, he trembled with anger, as if he was about to vent all his rage on her. I had noticed some clues before, but I didn't have any evidence, so I couldn't say anything. In the end, I never would have thought you're actually the woman of the Tian's manor, big shot? Why? Since you're his woman, why did you still meet me, and even end up marrying me? Ma Rong grabbed the other person's neck and said coldly, if it weren't for the fact that your surname happens to be D, do you think I would even look at you? You are quite self-aware. Once you sensed something was amiss, you behaved properly and didn't act recklessly. Over the years, had you truly dared to touch me, would you believe that your fate would absolutely be unimaginable? Di Qingsong's eyes widened in shock, his heart trembling. His surname is also D. Could it really be him? That figure hidden in the shadows, the true ruler of the Southern Heaven province? After the shock, a bitter smile appeared on Di Qingsong's face. That's right, if your man really is him, crushing me would indeed be effortless. But there's one thing you got wrong. Looking coldly at the other party, Di Qingsong spoke word by word, I didn't act against you because I am keeping my promise. No matter if you're married or not, they need your consent before touching you. And not because you're afraid of him. Ma Rong was indifferent, a cold smile curving at the corner of her mouth. Whatever you think, I have no interest in understanding. Today, you should have already guessed the reason I've come to see you. Speak, where is Wu Ji? Where is the person instructing you? Tell me, and I will grant you a quicker death. Di Qingsong's face was dark as water, silently screaming in his heart, leave quickly, master. Leave Rong City, leave the Tiannan province. The man behind Ma Rong has absolute control in the Tiannan province, not even my identity as the god of war can suppress him. Coming back is equivalent to seeking death. Whatever you do, don't come back. Lifting his head to look at Ma Rong, Di Qingsong smirked coldly. Alright, I'll tell you where he is, he's on your mother's body. Go find him. Ma Rong's willow-shaped eyebrows shot up, trembling with anger. Someone execute this ungrateful war god on the spot. Yes. The faces of the people around changed drastically, including Chen Jipeng, all of whom opened their mouths wide, full of astonishment. War god. The strong figures of Qingtian Mansion were utterly despondent. Swish, swish, swish. The secret agents of Tian's Mansion immediately surrounded Emperor Qingsong. Suddenly, a stern shout erupted from the end of the hall. Those who dare move my Yilingfeng have already chosen the path to death. Yilingfeng strode in confidently with Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao. His domineering presence amazed everyone. This handsome man and beautiful woman, so pleasing to the eye. It feels like we're filming an idol drama. Passers-by were still captivated by the looks of Yilingfeng, Ning Yuchu, and Sun Xiao. However, Di Qingsong, who was lying on the ground, knew that if he didn't speak up to stop Yilingfeng from approaching, the idol drama was about to turn into a horror movie. Don't come closer. They are people from the Tian's Mansion. Master, you must leave quickly. Looking at the subordinate, Di Qingsong was furious. I told you to inform the master to leave quickly. Why did you instead call the master over here? Are you out of your mind? The subordinate's face turned pale. I told him. The young master refused to leave and insisted on coming over. He said that in this world, no one can bully the subordinates of Yilingfeng. Swoosh. Di Qingsong's expression changed, his eyes widened, and gradually, he clenched his teeth, moved to the point of tears streaming down his face. Master. Without paying attention to Di Qingsong's self-congratulation, Ma Rong turned around and coldly looked at the approaching young man. You're Yilingfeng. It was you who ordered Di Qingsong to capture my Wuji? Yilingfeng's face was icy. I'm not just going to capture your Wuji. I'll kill you too. Shut up. Sun Jianbin glanced at the daughter following behind the other person and quickly spoke. She's Rongqing's first lady. Behind her stands even a figure so powerful that not even a war god would dare provoke. How can you be so rude? His thoughts were very clear. First, from his daughter's expression, it was evident that she had completely set her heart on this young man. In other words, this Yilingfeng had a high chance of marrying his daughter and becoming his son-in-law. Second, judging from Di Qingsong's disheveled state, this first lady of Rong City might very well be the first lady of Tiannan province, backed by a force even a war god could not afford to offend. Under such circumstances, if Yilingfeng were to offend her, it would bring an unbearable blow to the Sun family. Luo Lan and other Sun family members nodded repeatedly. On the ground, Chen Jipeng, stunned, noticed that Yilingfeng was holding Sun Zhao's delicate hand. After some speculation, he couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the two of them had already done that? What's more, the hand of another stunning beauty was also being held by him. Hiss! Two stunning beauties were instantly conquered. Just how bold is this guy? As the fear in everyone's eyes deepened, Ma Rong smiled coldly. Did you hear that? Knowing my identity, why are you not kneeling immediately? If you are willing to hand over Wuji and kowtow 10,000 times until you die, I might spare you. Otherwise, everyone you know will die without a burial place. Swish! Everyone's faces changed instantly. Before they could beg for mercy, Yilingfeng's expression darkened, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Kneel your mother. If anyone's going to kneel, it should be you kneeling before me. Clap! 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 3 consecutive slaps instantly landed heavily on Ma Rong's face. For a moment, the covert agents of Tian's Mansion were stunned, dumbfounded. Everyone was completely flabbergasted. Ning Yuchu and Sun Zhao's chests heaved, their faces flushed red, and they spoke in unison. Brother Lingfeng. Lingfeng, little brother. Handsome. Di Qingsong's breathing grew rapid, unable to suppress a low roar. Awesome. Before today, this wife was someone he wanted to hit but couldn't bear to. Today, this wife, he wanted to hit but didn't dare to. At this moment, what he didn't dare to do, Yilingfeng did for him. Although it wasn't done personally, his heart felt incredibly exhilarated. Chen Jipeng was secretly thrilled. The woman whom even the war god didn't dare to fight back, was turned into a pig head by you? Kid! You're courting death. Sun Jianbin, Luolan, and the others had pale faces. It's over. This time, it's really over. Ma Rong's pupils contracted tightly, her face full of disbelief. It took her quite a while to react, covering her swollen cheek. What are you all standing there for? Kill him immediately. Kill him. Swish. 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 More than 10 secret agents from the Tian's mansion, expressionless, directly attacked, charging at Yilingfeng. Master. Di Qingsong's face changed drastically. These people are secret agents of the Tian's mansion, with strength at least at the 5th rank of martial emperor. 2 fists can't match 4 hands. Quickly take Miss Yu Chu and the others and leave. Struggling to rise, Emperor Qingsong was already prepared to die. I'll hold them off here. Yilingfeng's expression remained calm. Without waiting for Di Qingtian to rise, he raised his arm and, as if performing a trick, plucked several silver needles from thin air. Don't panic. They're the ones who should panic. Ha! Suddenly, he felt a surge of immense killing intent. In that instant, the young man before him seemed to enlarge, towering like a mountain right in front of him. My heart instantly went cold. The fear of death instantly enveloped me. Something's wrong. This guy's strength is questionable. Don't underestimate, attack together. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the leader's secret agent's eyes narrowed sharply, his feet stomped, and he suddenly leapt into the air, punching out fiercely. The remaining secret agents followed closely behind, going all out, showcasing their ultimate skills, and charging toward the target. Yilingfeng, calm and composed, casually tossed, and the silver needles in his hand fell like rain. Swish! 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 A cold gleam suddenly appeared, and a raging storm swept in. Though there were only a few silver needles, they instantly surged like a hurricane, leaving no grass alive wherever they passed. Ah! Amidst cries of agony, all the shadow operatives were struck down, clutching their chests and spitting blood furiously. This guy's strength is questionable. Madam, hurry, leave. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao had already grown accustomed. Although excited, they were much calmer than before. Sun Xiao said coldly, "Enjoy threatening people? Sorry, this time you found the wrong target." Swish! The bystanders were dumbfounded, never imagining that this young man in his early 20s would possess such terrifying strength. With one move, he defeated over a dozen covert agents from the Tian's mansion, a 5th-rank martial emperor? Chen Jipeng opened his mouth wide, so shocked he almost dropped his jaw. What's going on? This guy's strength is actually stronger than the god of war. No wonder Sun Xiao and that stunningly beautiful woman fancy him. Even the god of war has to kneel before him. His power is simply defying the heavens. Sun Jianbin, Luolan, and the other members of the Sun family trembled slightly, their eyes wide like brass bells, utterly shocked. Is this the man Xiao Xiao has her eyes on? He truly is somewhat impressive. Di Qingsong and his subordinates looked utterly stunned. Master! Young lord! Where on earth is your limit? Ma Rong was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Tian's mansion's secret envoy, a 5th-tier martial emperor. How could he be defeated by a mere rookie? Furious and ashamed, Ma Rong's face twisted in anger as she crazily kicked the Tian's manor member lying on the ground. You damn bastards really dared to mess with me? Get up! Keep fighting for me! Before Ma Rong could utter her threats, Yilingfeng suddenly took a step forward, approaching her. Swish! Ma Rong's face changed drastically, and she stumbled to the ground. Her dress opened wide, revealing her still graceful figure trembling violently. You! What do you want to do? Don't come closer. Ma Rong first took people to search around the Qingsong mansion, only to discover that the mansion did not have a place for imprisoning prisoners. As a retired war god, Di Qingsong certainly wouldn't set up a private prison. It was only when Ma Rong herself was locked up that she realized her son was actually being held in the dungeon of the Chao mansion. There really are plenty of instruments for torturing prisoners here. In the dungeon, Yilingfeng glanced at the various torture instruments in front of him, then turned to look at Ma Rong, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile. Which one would you like to try first? At this moment, Ma Rong was tied to an iron frame, her arms bound with hemp rope, raised high. The rope cleverly wound around various parts of her body, tightening the contours and making her appear even more alluring. Her abdomen and legs were also wrapped in hemp rope, and her voluptuous, well-rounded figure appeared increasingly captivating under the dim light. Seeing this scene, Di Qingsong couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. No wonder she was once the most beautiful woman in Tiannan. That face, that figure, it's far more than lingering charm. Master! Take your time asking questions, I will step out first. Worried that staying any longer might soften his heart and make him plead for the other party, Di Qingtsong requested to leave. Yi Lingfeng nodded. Go and rest. Take the pill I gave you. Your injuries will heal very soon. Di Qingtsong nodded. Thank you, master. Glancing at Ma Rong on the iron rack, Di Qingtsong turned and left. Come back. Ma Rong's face was full of terror, her eyes flickering with despair. You actually want to hand your own wife over to another man? Are you even still a man? Bang! The door slammed shut. Ma Rong looked at Yi Lingfeng with anger and helplessness, her face full of shame as she clenched her teeth. What do you want to do to me? Yi Lingfeng wore a sinister smile and approached slowly. Don't want to do anything. Just want to have some fun with you. After speaking, he picked up a torture tool that looked rather serious and slowly approached. Ma Rong's delicate body trembled, her eyes widened. No, don't. If you dare use that against me. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Lingfeng acted directly. Ah! A heart-rending scream echoed throughout the dim dungeon. You're such a bastard. Ma Rong broke down. Gradually, the scream turned into soft moans, reverberating through the dark space. Not far away, in another cell, Di Wuji was bound by iron chains, with tape over his mouth, unable to move. Listening to his mother's low growls and screams, he grew so anxious that veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes filled with tears. Stop. Bastards, You're all just bastards. Di Qingtsong's face was clouded, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Speak. Is that man truly your biological father? Was it him who instructed you to find someone to kill the master's entire family? Di Wuji clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He thought that as long as he wasn't afraid of death, there was no way he would reveal the person behind it all. But when he heard those piercing screams and low groans, he knew he was wrong. Woo woo woo. I said. Unable to hear clearly what the other party was saying, Di Qingtsong knew the other person was nodding. Moments later, Di Qingtsong took out his phone and called Yi Lingfeng next door. Master, he spoke. In the cell, Yi Lingfeng's large hand was on Ma Rong, tormenting her, and he nodded. All right, you've worked hard. Go and rest. After hanging up the phone, Yi Lingfeng dialed another number right in front of Ma Rong. At this moment, Ma Rong was completely subdued, her mindset shattered, entirely unaware of what Yi Lingfeng's other hand was doing. She only felt that she couldn't resist, and could only be forced to submit. Hello? On the other end of the call, Di Lingwu was about to speak when he suddenly heard a familiar moan. What are you doing to her? Guess. Bastard. Di Lingwu trembled with anger, fury burning within him. You truly deserve to die. An indifferent voice came through the phone. Then come. I'm waiting for you in Rongcheng. Bang! The furious Di Lingwu slammed the phone down, crushing it into pieces. Outrageous! Outrageous! Someone, come. Present. Gather the troops immediately and march to Rongcheng. I shall tear Yi Lingfeng to shreds. The strategist looked shocked. Prime Sovereign, if you personally go to Rong City, those above might notice. What's more critical is that your intervention would confirm the relationship with Madame and the young master. This matter has far-reaching consequences, and it would be hard to explain to the great Madame as well. Di Lingwu's rationality completely shattered in his fury. Shut up, he roared. This sovereign commands you to do it, gather men and raise Rong City. His son was beaten and captured, and the woman was tormented to the point of utter despair. This indignation absolutely cannot be swallowed. The strategist's face showed a trace of hesitation, but he ultimately nodded, as you command. In the prison, as the commotion subsided, Di Qingtsong felt a sense of relief, knowing the master had succeeded. Turning back to look at the utterly shattered Di Wuji, he was about to speak when he suddenly heard Ma Rong's pleading voice. Don't stop. Her voice carried unmistakable desperation. Please, continue to torment me. Di Qingtsong's eyes widened in disbelief. The once most beautiful woman in Tiannan now showed such a shocking contrast, leaving him with mixed emotions. Usually, she acts cold and aloof in front of me, but in the master's presence, she burns with such passion. He glanced at Di Wuji, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Even in this situation, she can still find satisfaction? Truly worthy of being the former most beautiful woman in Tiannan. He secretly felt relieved in his heart. Thankfully, the master allowed him to see Ma Rong's true colors, otherwise, the regret of not obtaining the cold goddess would have been his eternal pain. Whoosh! Di Qingtsong let out a long sigh and turned around, feeling an immense sense of relief as the knot in his heart was finally untied. He realized. His martial cultivation was about to experience a massive breakthrough. This further solidified his resolve to follow Yi Lingfeng wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha. He walked out of the prison gates, laughing heartily towards the sky. What a relief. Someone, go buy some good wine. Tonight, this war god is going to have a grand drink with the brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate came running hurriedly. War god, something big has happened. The subordinate's face changed drastically, and Di Qingsong frowned deeply. What is it? Speak quickly. His heart tightened. In the prison, Yi Lingfeng looked at the stains on the torture tools, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This woman was truly ruthless. He had no idea that his son was in the neighboring cell. With a flushed face, Ma Rong weakly looked at him, her sultry eyes like silk. Why don't you just kill me? Failing to rescue her son and instead being captured and tortured relentlessly by the culprit, Ma Rong's pride completely shattered, almost driving her mad. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless. You want to die? Ma Rong nodded, her voice trembling. Yes. I can't take it anymore. Kill me. Hurry. Yi Lingfeng thought her kill me was just an angry outburst. Without changing his expression, he took out a silver needle, unaware that Ma Rong genuinely wanted to commit suicide. Bound tightly with hemp rope, she closed her eyes, and made an effort to spread her legs, trying to showcase her figure. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened. Just as he was about to act, Di Qingsong suddenly burst in with his men from outside. Master, something terrible has happened. He panted heavily. The remnants of the Chao family discovered we were here and have surrounded the hotel. Miss Yuchu and the others are in danger. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng's expression suddenly changed. These people are truly despicable. Ma Rong instinctively opened her eyes, only to find that there was no one left in sight. Inside the hotel, Yang family steward Yang Hong and Xiao Ying's eldest son Xiao Jingsheng both stared in astonishment at the young woman before them, who possessed striking looks and a noble demeanor. Are you really Lu Shui's biological elder sister from the Lu family in Wuling County? Yang Hong asked. The woman nodded coldly. That's right, Lu Shui is my younger brother, Lu Xiuxiu. Since he is only an illegitimate child, our father sent him to be fostered in the Lu family in Rongqing, intending to bring him back when the time was right, but unexpectedly. Lu Xiuxiu's face was clouded with gloom. That Yi Lingfeng truly deserves to die. Yang Hong and Xiao Jingsheng exchanged a glance, the former drawing a sharp breath. No wonder young master Lu Shui's martial talent is so exceptional. Turns out he carries the bloodline of the Lu family from Wuling County. Xiao Jingsheng nodded. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had, that Yi Lingfeng might already be dead, and my Chao family wouldn't be in this state. Lu Xiuxiu crossed her arms, looking coldly at the two women shielding the unconscious person behind them. Does he care about these women or not? If he doesn't, I will kill them and go straight for Yi Lingfeng. Xiao Zhengxiang nodded again. Rest assured. These two women are treated as forbidden treasures by Yi Lingfeng, and the other one is his sister. Knowing they're in our hands, Yi Lingfeng will definitely rush over immediately. Lu Xiuxiu's expression was icy cold, with a fierce glint in her eyes. Then he'd better hurry up. My patience is quite limited. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao, who were protecting Yi Mingyu, looked pale and were filled with fear. After parting with Yi Lingfeng, they secretly vowed to protect Yi Mingyu, but unexpectedly, people from the Yang family, the Lu family, and the Chao family had already set up an ambush here, ready to attack them. Sun Xiao decisively stepped in front of the two women, clenched his fists, his voice trembling. How did you know we were here? At that moment, Zhao Qian stepped out from behind the group, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, his gaze locked onto Ning Yuchu. Ever since leaving the Ning family that day, I never went far. I'd been watching you in secret, waiting for the moment to rescue you. He took a deep breath, seemingly still unable to recover from the shock. Who would have thought that Yi Lingfeng would be so incredible? Even someone as powerful as Chao Ying, the ruler of Rongqing, could be slain. Have to admit, that loser now does have some skills. Zhao Qian's voice carried disdain. However, it's completely useless. Because today, he's definitely going to die here. Ning Yuchu was burning with rage, her face filled with anger. Zhao Qian, you despicable man. How could someone like you be qualified to join the Heavenly Dragon Hall? Zhao Qian let out a cold laugh, seemingly indifferent to her words. How I got into the Heavenly Dragon Hall is none of your business. He glanced at the diamond watch on his wrist, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. There's still some time. I'll play with you first, and when he arrives, I'll humiliate him slowly and torment him to death. Ning Yuchu and Sun Zhao's faces instantly turned pale and desperate, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Chao Zhengxiong reached out to stop Zhao Qian, his face full of anxiety. Are you joking? With so many people here, why should you go first? Zhao Qian remained unfazed, sneering coldly, because I am one of the Tianlong Hall. Zhao Zhengxiong was furious, secretly resentful. Fine. Ning Yuchu is yours. The other woman, she's mine. As for Yi Mingyu on the bed, let her be for Mr. Yang, how about that? Hearing this, Lu Xiuxiu felt a wave of disgust in her heart, but faced with the overwhelming pressure from the Yang, Lu, and Chao families, she was powerless to resist. Coldly, she said, figure it out among yourselves. I'm going out to get some air. Everyone stared at Lu Xiuxiu's departing figure, a fire burning in their hearts. Were it not for her special status, they would not spare a single woman here. Zhao Qian's gaze swept over the terrified Ning Yuchu, his heart stirred, deciding to shift his target to his long-dreamed-of goddess. All right. He smirked coldly, and the three reached a consensus before walking toward Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao. No! Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were terrified, stepping back a few paces, their voices trembling. You stay away. Brother! Suddenly, Yi Mingyu, lying on the bed, let out a soft moan, showing signs of awakening. Her innate seductive aura exuded an irresistible temptation, and the entire room was instantly filled with a sultry atmosphere. This young girl, how can she be so alluring? Yang Hong, despite his age, couldn't help but smack his lips. Zhao Qian turned his head, his eyes glimmering with desire. Her physique seems somewhat unusual. Chao Jingxiong was astonished in his heart. Is this the temptation of the innate alluring body? No wonder that illegitimate child couldn't bear to kill her back then. I've changed my mind. Chao Jingxiong took a deep breath, his gaze blazing like fire as he looked at the two. Those two women are yours. I want Yi Mingyu on the bed. It wasn't that Yi Mingyu was obviously more beautiful than the other two, but the strong allure of her innate charm left them utterly captivated. Zhao Qian and Yang Hong exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with crafty sparks, as if they'd already seen the dawn of victory. The entire hotel had already fallen under the control of several prominent families. Lu Xiuxiu, leading her group, swaggered into the lobby intending to find a place to sit. Suddenly, the guards at the entrance were thrown to the ground by a loud explosion. Here? Lu Xiuxiu gave a cold smile, her heart surging with anticipation. Just in time. With a wave of her elegant hand, her subordinates moved out in full force, charging straight towards the door. Boom! The next moment, a powerful force blasted all of her subordinates away, destroying everything like a raging storm. Immediately afterward, the long-anticipated figure Lu Xiuxiu had been waiting for finally appeared in the hall. Where is he? Yi Lingfeng's face was ice-cold. Behind him, Di Qingsong scanned the surroundings, leading his men straight down the corridor. Lu Xiuxiu crossed her arms, sitting with one leg over the other, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Ha ha ha. In the room. Right now, he should be getting thoroughly toyed with by those vile men. But when she turned to look at the other party, her expression drastically changed. Before she could finish her sentence, her neck was abruptly grasped and lifted by the other party. As a martial artist, Lu Xiuxiu was trained by her family from a young age, and her strength had long advanced to the 6th rank of martial emperor. Unexpectedly, she was completely powerless before this man. How can you be so powerful? You can't kill me. I am the young lady of the Lu family in Wuling County. Before the words were finished, Yi Lingfeng struck with a palm, instantly turning the opponent's head into a mist of blood. Boom! Casually tossing the corpse to the ground, with an overwhelming killing intent, Yi Lingfeng's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Inside the room. To fight for the right to enjoy the innate enchanting body, Yang Hong, Chao Zhengxiong, and Zhao Qian had already started fighting. As a member of the Dragon Clan of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Zhao Qian clearly had the upper hand. You two, get lost. Yi Mingyu is mine. They're both mine. Touch a finger on them, and I'll kill you. Yi Mingyu was half asleep, her innate enchanting physique reaching its peak of allure. This caused all the men in the room to have reddened eyes, yearning to pounce on her. At the bedside, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao, who were guarding Yi Mingyu, were filled with terror. They had no doubt at all. At this moment, even if a cat passed by, as long as it wasn't male, it wouldn't escape the clutches of these three people. Sun Xiao's heart tightened. If this continued, before Yi Lingfeng could arrive, she, Ning Yuchu, and Yi Mingyu would all be in trouble. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, why not fight to the death? Boom! The battle erupted again, and Yang Hong and Chao Jingxiong directly charged at Zhao Qian. Seeing that they were about to be defeated by Zhao Qian, Sun Xiao took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward. Ah! Ning Yuchu's delicate face changed dramatically. Sun Xiao? Zhao Qian, who was fully focused on his opponent, didn't notice and was suddenly shoved out of the window by Sun Xiao. Accompanied by a scream, he fell toward the ground. Lying on the ground, Zhao Qian was covered in blood, convulsing non-stop, barely clinging to life. Seeing this scene, Chao Jingxiong and Yang Hong turned around, looking at Sun Xiao with sinister smiles. "Thank you, girl." Yang Hong walked toward her step by step. "You actually agreed to help us. It seems you can't wait to be toyed with by this old man." Chao Jingxiong did not refute and, together with Yang Hong, surrounded the opponent. Sun Xiao's delicate body trembled lightly. Are you not going to fight?" Chao Jingxiong and Yang Hong exchanged a glance, the former giving a cold smile. "Why fight? 2 men, 3 women. That's totally enough." Sun Xiao turned around in astonishment, and Ning Yuchu also instinctively looked at Yi Ningyu on the bed. Only then did they realize that she was already asleep. The allure towards men had dropped to the lowest point. Although at this moment, Chao Zhengxiong and Yang Hong were still eager to possess the woman, it was clear that they had regained their rationality. How could this happen? Sun Xiao took a step back while beckoning to Ning Yuchu. "Yuchu, don't just stand there. Hurry and wake Mingyu up." Young Chu hurriedly tried to shake her awake, but no matter how much she shook, Yi Mingyu showed no signs of waking up. Chao Jingxiong and Yang Hong exchanged glances, revealing insidious smiles. "Innate seductive body, let's talk about it later. One each, shall we enjoy these 2 first-rate beauties first?" "Good idea." Reaching a consensus, the two rubbed their hands together eagerly, wearing sly smiles as they suddenly lunged toward Sun Xiao and Ning Yuchu. Ah! Boom! Just as they were about to touch the 2 women, a loud bang sounded, and the door shattered. Countless fragments shot out, hitting them. Shit! What kind of power is this? Bang! Bang! Chao Zhengxiong and Yang Hong's bodies uncontrollably slammed into the wall, and the moment they hit the ground, both looked towards the door in terror, spitting blood wildly. Yi Lingfeng? The next moment, under their astonished gaze, a figure flashed beside Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao. Feeling a familiar warmth, even before seeing the other person's face, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao's delicate bodies softened, falling into his embrace. "Brother Lingfeng. Little brother Lingfeng. You finally arrived." Seeing the 3 safe and sound, Yi Lingfeng hugged the 2 women and let out a slight sigh of relief. Immediately, his face darkened as he looked down at Yang Hong and Chao Jingxiong on the ground. "I hereby officially declare. You and everyone behind you are now dead men." Swish! Yang Hong and Chao Zhengxiong's expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with astonishment as they felt a palpable chill and terror. Ha ha ha! After a brief silence, Chao Jingxiong suppressed his fear and burst into loud laughter. "Yi Lingfeng, you've fallen for it." He swung his arm and smashed the nearby vase. The next moment, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao turned around in shock, seeing Di Qingsong's face full of terror. "Master! We are surrounded." As soon as the words were spoken, a burly man with a face covered in sinister knife scars was sitting on a sofa brought over by his subordinates in the square at the entrance of the hotel. As soon as he sat down, countless powerful figures in black suits holding axes surged around him. At first glance, the number had already exceeded 1,000. "There's more at the back door." Di Qingsong's face was pale. "There are still people inside the hotel. At least 7 or 8,000 people. Right now, the entire hotel is filled with their people." Swish! Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao widened their eyes. The latter kept asking, "What about us? How many people do we have?" Di Qingsong looked at Yi Lingfeng with a face full of guilt. "I have already retired. There aren't many people on hand. Moreover, we didn't expect them to bring so many people. All in all, there are only about 100. Ning Yuchu took a sharp breath. Last time, Chaoeng brought people here, but they were driven away by Brother Lingfeng. This time, the number has directly doubled or tripled. They can't possibly be scared off again, right? 100 against 8,000. How are we supposed to fight this? Chao Jingxiong sneered coldly. The people from the Rong royal mansion, to put it bluntly, are just workers. It's normal for them not to risk their lives. But the ones below are different. They are true underground world elites. Leading them is the Dragon King of Rongqing's dark nighttime world, Zhou Heilong. With just a loud shout, you think you can scare them off? You're dreaming. Yang Hong let out a cold laugh. Yi Lingfeng, I admit your martial prowess is indeed extraordinary. To possess such extraordinary power at this age truly commands admiration. But in this world, you need to have influence, you need to have background. Without the support of the Hall of the Human King, you're nothing more than a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Lingfeng remained indifferent. Is that so? Let's see who can laugh until the end. Di Qingsong, kill. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were both stunned. Di Qingsong widened his eyes. Master. 8,000 people, how to kill them. Yi Lingfeng remained calm, directly jumped out the window, and charged toward that dense crowd of formidable warriors. Don't know how to kill? No problem, I'll demonstrate for you. Swish! The powerhouses of the underground world were stunned, each one at a loss for what to do. Zhao Heilong, who was sitting on the sofa, was suddenly startled. *T. This guy, turns out he's a lunatic? Several major families spent money to hire Zhao Heilong to deal with Yi Lingfeng. Zhao Heilong originally planned to take the opportunity to extort another sum from Yi Lingfeng and earn from both sides. But to his surprise, this Yi Lingfeng turned out to be tough as nails. Without a word, they started fighting upon meeting. You ignorant fool! Zhao Heilong, sitting on the sofa, raised his eyebrows. In that case, don't blame me for disregarding the code of honor. Someone, come! Kill him! The underlings responded to the order, grabbing their axes and charging in fury. Kill! Yi Lingfeng remained unperturbed, kicking down the first underground strongman who rushed at him. He casually picked up the axe dropped by his opponent, dashed into the crowd, and started swinging with abandon. Seeing this scene, Emperor Qingtsong looked furious. You all stay here and protect the three mistresses. The rest, follow me. Fight alongside the master. Yes, God of War. Boom! With a leap, Di Qingtsong led his subordinates and directly charged into the crowd. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao stood by the window, their hearts in their throats. There are just too many people. The crucial point is, the God of War's prestige doesn't intimidate them at all? In the corner, Chao Jingxiong, his face covered in blood, let out a cold smile. Di Qingtsong is nothing more than a retired God of War. The righteous path might fear him, but the outlaws of the underground world will absolutely not take him seriously. This time, Yi Lingfeng is bound to die. Yang Hong nodded with a smile. Do you know how much we spent to get Zhao Heilong to take action? You might not be able to imagine. If that's the case, won't Yi Lingfeng still survive? Then we might as well just run into a wall and end it ourselves. Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Hong glanced around. Where is Miss Lu Xiuxiu? Yi Lingfeng is about to die. At such an exciting moment, why doesn't she come to take a look? Nearby, a subordinate who had been knocked to the ground trembled as he said, Chief Steward. Miss Lu Xiuxiu is already dead. When Yi Lingfeng entered the hotel, he beat her to death. Swish! Yang Hong and Chao Jingxiong looked utterly shocked. The former is unbelievable. Isn't she from the Lu family in Wuling County? It seems her strength has already reached Martial Emperor 6th rank. Killed with a single slap? How is this possible? This is real. Chao Jingxiong took a sharp breath. What on earth has Yi Lingfeng been through in these 5 years? The combat strength could actually grow to such an extent. Looking at the thousands of people in the square, Yang Hong let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time, we enlisted Zhao Heilong's help. If we had pinned all our hopes on Lu Xiuxiu, the consequences are unimaginable. The two exchanged a glance, their faces full of wicked smiles. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao's moods plummeted, anxiety surging like a tide. They looked at Yi Mingyu on the bed, and Sun Xiao whispered, to be safe, how about we take Mingyu away first? Di Qingtsong's subordinate looked troubled. The entire hotel is already surrounded by the Black Dragon Society. We can't leave. Ning Yuchu felt a chill in her heart, despair spreading. Could it be that this time, there's truly no hope? In the garden downstairs, Zhao Qian leaned against the flower bed, clutching his chest, and sneered coldly, I didn't expect the Lu family, the Yang family, and the Chao family to have prepared this move. No matter. Yi Lingfeng, after you die, this young master will take care of Yuchu and your little sister. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and spat. As for that Sun Xiao, how dare she push this young master down the stairs? Once I recover, I'll humiliate her before killing her. Then humiliate her again and kill her again. In the shadows, Lu Qingfeng's eyes burned red, his excitement overwhelming, a flame of revenge igniting in his heart. Yes. Just like that, slice that bastard to death. He had been lurking until now, waiting for Lu Xiuxiu's appearance. Yet, before he could reunite with her, he witnessed Yi Lingfeng's killing blow, leaving him so furious that he beat his chest in anguish and almost spat blood. At that moment, members of the Black Dragon Society appeared just in time, reigniting his hope. I must shred this bastard into meat paste. Otherwise, my anger will never be quelled. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden explosion echoed across the square. Everyone was stunned to see dozens of suit-clad, axe-wielding strongmen blown away by an overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground as they spewed blood uncontrollably. At the center of the explosion, a man stood tall against the wind with an overpowering aura and a domineering presence. This man was none other than the target sought by thousands of underground warriors, Yi Lingfeng. How to kill, did you see clearly? Yi Lingfeng's face was calm, as if he had already mastered everything. Di Qingsong stood with his mouth agape, his heart surging, blood boiling. Damn. Master, you're unbelievably cool. He felt as though he had been ignited, battlefield memories rushing to his mind, his gaze suddenly changing, and his aura instantly elevated. Soldiers of Qingsong Manor, heed my command, he shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, at your service. With the command issued, over 100 formidable warriors of Qingsong Manor seemed to awaken a certain bloodline, their killing intent skyrocketing. Kill! With a furious roar, true energy exploded, their spirit revolutionized. Di Qingsong, leading his subordinates, charged at the thousands of underground world warriors like a roaring lion, unstoppable. Swish! This scene left Yang Hong and Chao Jingxiong stunned. Those are thousands of powerful figures from the underworld. And yet, they still can't hold him down? Zhao Qian gritted his teeth, Lu Chengfeng looked utterly dumbfounded, while Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao were so excited their eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Lingfeng. Brother Lingfeng. The man with the white paper fan beside Zhao Heilong was full of astonishment, rallying hearts through dominance and majesty. Could this be the legendary, kingly aura? A flicker of dread flashed in his eyes. Zhao Heilong furrowed his brow. This kid is no ordinary person. If left to grow, it's likely he'll soon establish a power stronger than my Black Dragon Society. Such a thing, I absolutely won't let happen. White paper fan's expression changed. Boss, you mean? Anyway, this place is far from the city. Just use the guns. Shoot them to death. Zhao Heilong's voice was cold and merciless, brimming with killing intent. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer. Di Qingsong and his men, seeing Yi Lingfeng slaying smoothly, surged with momentum once more. Kill! But soon, fewer underground experts wielding axes rushed forward to fight, while more began to retreat, leaving behind a formidable formation that surrounded the entire square. Stop! Emperor Qingsong realized something was wrong and immediately ordered everyone to defend while keeping an eye on Yi Lingfeng, who was still killing. Master! Yi Lingfeng's expression remained calm. After slaying the powerful enemy in front of him, he glanced at the outskirts and suddenly realized that he and the strong members of Qingsong Mansion were surrounded by Black Dragon Society members aiming guns at them. Damn! Guns? Hidden in the shadows, Lu Qingfeng's body trembled, his entire being tense with excitement. Truly worthy of being the ruler of the underground world of Rong City. That's so damn awesome. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curved into a wicked smile. No wonder they dare to provoke the god of war. Turns out they have such absolute strength backing them. I have to say, the Yang family and the Chao family have truly made an astonishing choice this time. Chao Jingxiong's face was full of anticipation, his eyes shimmering with a longing light. Why didn't you take out the gun earlier? Wouldn't that have solved everything? Why drag it out until now? Boss Zhao's stinginess truly lives up to its reputation. As long as the outcome is the same, it doesn't matter. Yang Hong couldn't help but laugh loudly, his heart full of pride. Old man has long said, being able to fight is completely useless. Having power is the real way. Dare to oppose us? This is the consequence. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao felt a chill run through their bodies, too shocked to say a word. The strong ones from Qingsong Manor turned pale, plunged into utter despair. In the square, Zhao Heilong sneered coldly, staring at Yi Lingfeng. Acting so calm, but I bet your crotch is already soaked. The strong men of Qingsong Mansion were furious, and Emperor Qingsong clenched his fists tightly. Zhao Heilong. Attacking the god of war and secretly hoarding so many firearms, aren't you afraid of being forcibly punished? Zhao Heilong sneered dismissively. You're just a retired god of war, what's there to brag about? If all of you are dead, who would know? You. Di Qingsong was furious and shouted angrily, the net of heaven is vast and dense. If you really dare to shoot, punishment will definitely follow. Zhao Heilong snorted coldly, completely indifferent, such a load of nonsense. He turned to Yi Lingfeng, his expression darkened. Take money to solve troubles for others. You're very capable, but today, you must die. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained calm and composed, as he responded indifferently, you don't really think a gun is enough to kill me, do you? At that moment, Zhao Heilong waved his hand with a sinister smile, then let's try. Fire! Yi Lingfeng's face remained unmoved, his left hand behind his back silently pinching his fingers. Just as he was about to unleash his strength, a domineering roar echoed throughout the square. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Boom! Killing intent as tangible as a storm swept through, knocking hundreds of powerful figures on the periphery to the ground. Swish! The The faces of the underground world's powerhouses changed drastically. They instinctively turned around, aiming their guns at the stunningly beautiful woman whose expression remained as cold as ice. Hiss! In an instant, Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Qian, Yang Hong, and Chao Jingsheng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, another stunningly beautiful woman willing to risk her life for Yi Lingfeng? Why on earth? What on earth does Yi Lingfeng have that makes so many breathtakingly beautiful women sacrifice for him? Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Qian, Yang Hong, and Chao Jingsheng gritted their teeth in their hearts, growling in anger. That's so damn infuriating. Yi Lingfeng, when you get shot to death, I won't let these women of yours off the hook. Thinking of this, Chao Jingsheng wanted to remind Zhao Heilong to take action and not worry about that woman. But before he could open his mouth, Luo Lioli, surrounded by Qing Ying and a group of subordinates, faced the gun barrel and shouted sharply once again. Zhao Mudskipper! Get out here for this lady! Swish! Everyone exchanged glances, simultaneously marveling in their hearts. Who is this woman? She even dared to call the name of the king of Rongqing's underground world directly? Suddenly shivering, at the moment everyone shifted their gaze, Zhao Heilong stood up from the sofa. This voice is... Miss? Realizing something, Zhao Heilong quickly rushed toward the edge of the square, shouting urgently, put down the gun. Quickly, put down the gun. The subordinates looked at each other in dismay. The moment they had just put down their guns, Zhao Heilong rushed to stand in front of Luo Lioli. The instant he got a clear look at the other party, Zhao Heilong's face turned deathly pale, and without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground. Miss, why are you here? Luo Lioli said nothing, directly kicking him in the face in front of everyone. Bang! Zhao Heilong's body flew dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, only stopping after hitting a stone pillar. A puff! Blood spurted wildly, but Zhao Heilong did not get angry. Instead, he quickly climbed back up and knelt on the ground. Miss, I was wrong. Please spare me, miss. The scene was utterly silent. Apart from Yi Lingfeng, nearly everyone was dumbfounded, as if petrified. You're so wrong, damn it. Luo Lioli was about to make a move, but the Black Dragon Society elites nearby seemed to snap out of their daze, hurriedly aiming their gun muzzles at her head. Swish! Face paling, Bai Zhishan snapped out of his stupor with a sudden jolt and rushed forward to intervene. You bunch of idiots, put down your guns immediately. Miss Luo Lioli is the princess of the underground world of Daxia. Her father is the universally acknowledged king of the night in the underground world of Daxia. Doing this, are you trying to get the boss killed? Swish! The Black Dragon Society strongmen were instantly stunned, swiftly putting away their guns. Following the lead of the White Fan, they knelt down on one knee, their faces full of fear. Young miss, please show mercy. The Black Dragon Society has no intention of offending. We beg the young miss to forgive us. With a cold expression, Luo Lioli ignored their flattery and rushed to Yi Lingfeng with a heart full of pain. Little junior brother, are you alright? Yi Lingfeng slightly shook his head. Don't worry, ninth senior sister, I'm fine. Don't you know my strength yet? Luo Lioli let out a sigh of relief and revealed a faint smile. You're right. With your strength, you only need to lift one layer of suppression, and even the martial division of Rongqing wouldn't be able to stop you. She turned to look at Zhao Heilong, who was still kneeling and kowtowing on the ground, her expression suddenly turning icy cold. I swore that in this lifetime, I would never let anyone point a gun at my junior brother's head. If you insist on seeking death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Heilong suddenly shuddered and frantically kowtowed. Please forgive me, young lady. How could little Zhao have imagined that this plain-looking gentleman would actually be your junior brother? If little Zhao knew his identity, even if he had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare oppose him. Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Qian, Yang Hong, and Chao Jingsheng exchanged bewildered glances, completely dumbfounded. Ning Yuchu and Sun Shao widened their beautiful eyes, their faces full of astonishment. Di Qingsong stood firmly behind Yi Lingfeng with his men, coldly watching Zhao Heilong, feeling immensely pleased. Luo Lioli's willow-like brows shot up, her anger surging to the heavens. Pointing a gun at my junior brother isn't enough, and you even dare to call him plain-looking? Qing Ying, present. Give him a quick end. Qing Ying's delicate face darkened as she responded coldly. Yes, miss. She walked straight toward Zhao Heilong, her face full of determination. The next moment, Zhao Heilong's scream echoed throughout the square. Just a second ago, the invincible king of the underground world of Rongqing, at this moment, had turned into a powerless lochat. The mercy of others. His subordinates didn't dare utter a single word of resistance, nor did they even dare to lift their heads. Lu Chengfeng, Zhao Qian, Yang Hong, and Chao Jingsheng felt a heaviness in their chests, their faces filled with disbelief. Responding to their gazes, Yi Lingfeng spoke coldly. Now, it's your turn. Yi Lingfeng. You're truly awesome. In the shadows, Lu Chengfeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling a sweetness in his throat as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground before turning to flee. In the flower bed, Zhao Qian rubbed his face and quietly crawled deeper into the bushes. Can you actually find the princess of the underground world to back you up? Yi Lingfeng, you really have some skills. But it doesn't matter. Just wait until this young master becomes a war general of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. You will still be ruthlessly crushed under my feet by this young master. In the room, Yang Hong and Chao Jingxian looked ashen-faced, completely hopeless. It's over. It's really over this time. Bang! Just as they were about to get up from the ground, the window suddenly shattered, and a figure appeared, blocking their front. Yi Lingfeng? His face drastically changed, and Chao Jingxiang instinctively stepped back. No! I can guarantee that I will absolutely never again. Crack! Before the other party could finish speaking, Yi Lingfeng directly reached out and snapped their neck. Yang Hong was completely panicked. I am only here to deal with you under the orders of Old Master Yang. Do you know Old Master Yang's status? If you dare to kill me, the old man will absolutely snap. Yi Lingfeng showed no mercy. The moment he raised his hand, he ended the opponent's life. No matter who he is. At this moment, he is already on my death list. Await your death. He didn't want similar incidents to happen again. Even if the other party was willing to stop, he would ensure total annihilation. The powerful individuals from Qingsong Manor in the room looked on with admiration, expressing their amazement one after another. Brother Lingfeng. Brother Lingfeng. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao directly rushed into Yi Lingfeng's embrace. Are you okay? Ning Yuchu asked curiously. Was that person just now really your senior sister? Yi Lingfeng nodded. She is my 9th senior sister. Apart from her, I have 8 other senior sisters. The two girls' charming faces instantly froze. 8 more? The competition is way too fierce. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao exchanged a glance, reaching a mutual understanding. During this period, they must cherish the time spent together. Even if it means exhausting the other party completely, it's worth it. Otherwise, there might be no chance in the future. Soon, everyone followed Luo Liuli's convoy and left this place. Watching their departing figures and the corpses on the ground, the senior members of the Black Dragon Society looked pale. She really killed Boss Zhao. This matter, just let it go like this? The white paper fan looked utterly powerless, his heart filled with despair. What else can be done, he muttered to himself. She's the princess of the underground world, a brother urgently reminded. Her father is the Dark Knight King of the underworld. Another person followed closely behind, his tone tinged with helplessness. How do we even have the qualifications to oppose them? Everyone's expressions turned gloomy, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Looking back at Zhao Heilong's corpse, the white fan man sighed deeply. The deaths of Boss Zhao and those involved are already the lightest punishment. If we really dare to press further, it wouldn't take more than an hour for the Black Dragon Society to disappear entirely from Rome City. A hint of resolve flashed in his eyes, his tone carrying a warning. Don't even think about revenge. He shook his head vigorously, as if warning everyone. Because that's not revenge, it's suicide. Everyone sighed deeply and nodded helplessly. The man with the white paper fan stared at the distant convoy, lost in thought. He knew in his heart that the root of all this was that man named Yi Lingfeng. A man capable of subduing the princess of the underworld beneath him. The man with the white paper fan was secretly astonished, thinking, if given the chance, I would even wish to follow him. Because I have a strong feeling that only by following him will the Black Dragon Society have a chance to break out of Ronqing and reach greater heights. His voice carried a trace of longing. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled sharply, completely stunned, and could not help but feel a glimmer of hope arise in their hearts. In the car, Yi Lingfeng vaguely sensed signs of the sun poison flaring up, his expression slightly darkened. Nearby, in another vehicle, through the car window, Luo Liuli's delicate face instantly changed color. Qingying, stop the car. I want to get into that vehicle, and be with my junior apprentice. Qingying also noticed the situation, her delicate figure trembling slightly, her heart on alert. There are already 3 people sitting in the back of that car. If you go, you'll have to sit in the front. Sitting in the back would be overcrowding. She tried to dissuade. It doesn't matter, hurry up and stop the car. Luo Liuli's tone carried a trace of urgency, showing complete indifference. Qingying understood her thoughts, took a deep breath, and softened her tone. Miss, calm down. You are the princess, reigning supreme in the underworld. How can someone of your status, How can you let him indulge like this? She couldn't help but advise. Even if you spoil him, it should be done when you're alone with him. Xing Ying's voice carried a hint of concern. Luo Liuli's breathing grew rapid, her delicate face flushed with crimson, and the inner conflict left her almost unable to control herself. Ha! She took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. You're right. She nodded, silently encouraging herself. Even if I have to help my junior brother detoxify, it has to be one-on-one, in private. Xing Ying was astonished. She had thought the other party would be angry about her junior brother's inappropriate behavior, but unexpectedly, it only made her more eager. TSK. Xing Ying couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What kind of charm does this Xi Lingfeng possess to make such a lofty princess utterly devoted to him? Whoosh! To avoid the other party continuing to fret, Xing Ying pressed the gas pedal and overtook the car beside her. Although he couldn't see the situation with the car ahead, Diqing couldn't help but exclaim, "The master is truly incredible. Let's not even talk about his heaven-defying personal combat skills. The women around him are either business powerhouses or influential young ladies of great families." His expression was full of admiration. Any ordinary person, just by grabbing hold of any one of them, could defy fate and reach the peak of life. He couldn't help but sigh, but he takes them all, every single one. How the hell, could anyone not be jealous? The subordinate beside him chuckled bitterly. That's because the young master is exceptional enough. Another subordinate chimed in. Although the women around him are all outstanding, in reality, aside from today, he has almost always relied on his own strength to solve problems. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Moreover, I have an unrealistic premonition, he said firmly. Even if your senior sister doesn't come, you can resolve today's crisis. Everyone nodded in agreement. I agree. I have the same feeling. The subordinate looked at Emperor Qingxong with a serious tone. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. I sense that the young master might be far more powerful than we imagine. His strength absolutely matches everything he possesses, including women. Emperor Qingxong did not refute, secretly admiring him in his heart. In fact, he considered himself to be one of these people. However, compared to Yi Lingfeng, he was completely outclassed. After all, Yi Lingfeng had already won over 3 top-tier goddesses, while the woman he had been pursuing for over 20 years had never once even glanced his way. Thinking of this, Diqing couldn't help but let out a sigh. Head back to the mansion, let's see if Ma Rong has anything left to say. Just as he finished speaking, one of his subordinates suddenly received a phone call. What? Ma Rong and Di Wuji have been rescued by someone? Who did it? Could it be that people from the Tian's mansion have already attacked? Upon returning to the dungeon of the Chao mansion, Diqing indeed found the chains broken, and Ma Rong and Di Wuji were nowhere to be seen. What on earth is going on? He was shocked, his expression grim. At first, he thought it was people from Tian's mansion attacking, so he entered cautiously. But after arriving, he discovered that the strongmen of Tian's mansion had not reached Rong City. The escape of Ma Rong and Di Wuji seemingly had nothing to do with them. His subordinate shook his head, his expression heavy. I don't know. All we know is that a powerful man in black injured the brothers guarding the prison and rescued the mother and child. That person had their whole face covered, making it impossible to identify them. Diqing gritted his teeth tightly, burning with rage. If it's someone from the Tian's mansion, then there's nothing we can do. After all, when facing the Tian's mansion, we truly have no power to resist. But now. Sigh. He let out a deep sigh, his face full of guilt. As the god of war, the true king of Rong City. Yet, not only was I unable to fend off a group of gun-wielding underground world elites, I couldn't even protect 2 ordinary people. If the master finds out, how could I possibly have the face to stay by his side? He realized the severity of the situation. What do you mean? Diqing took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Don't tell the master about this for now. For the next 2 days, give it your all to search for it. Be sure to bring them mother and son back. The subordinate nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Yes, war god. Meanwhile, inside a certain 5-star hotel, a woman dressed in elegant attire, exuding noble charm, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling scene outside, accompanied by a strong man in traditional Tang suit. Behind them, Di Wuji trembled all over as he knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. After a long time, Ma Rong finally gathered her courage and looked up at the other person. It seems that you already know about these matters. The woman turned around, expressionless. She was none other than Emperor Lingwu's wife, the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, Nalan Fanghua. Your son seems much older than Linger. So, does that mean the time you've spent with Lingwu is actually longer than the time I've spent with him? Ma Rong no longer argued but felt secretly anxious in her heart. We are true love. Nalan Fenghua interrupted mercilessly. But my status is nobler, and I can help him rise to power. That's why you hid this relationship. Di Wuji was burning with anger, clenching his teeth. What exactly are you trying to say? My mom is already in this state, don't go too far. Bang! No one made a move. The strong figure beside Nalan Fenghua merely frowned slightly, and Di Wuji was sent flying heavily, crashing into the wall and spraying out a torrent of blood. Wu Ji! Ma Rong's face changed drastically. She rushed over to hold her son and begged desperately. Cousin-in-law, I know I was wrong. You can kill me, but I beg you to spare Wu Ji. Children are innocent. Di Wuji's face was covered in blood, his eyes filled with terror as he trembled while gazing at the expressionless expert in the tang suit. At this moment, there was no trace of anger left in him. Nalan Fenghua remained calm and composed. I've come to find you, not because of your relationship with him. I just want to know about the Yi family. Hearing this, Di Wuji's heart sank, and he shuddered suddenly, feeling the aura of death emanating from the elder. He hurriedly spoke. Since Yi Lingfeng already knows, it doesn't hurt to tell you about the Yi family. After listening to the other party's explanation, Nalan Fenghua furrowed her delicate brows slightly and turned to look out the window. I understand. Leave, as if we had never met. Ma Rong and Di Wuji looked at each other in disbelief, cautiously getting up from the ground. In the Yi family home, the entire villa was completely refreshed after Luo Lioli's meticulous cleaning, like a new house with an overwhelming sense of comfort and security. Exhausted Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiaoqiu's rooms they liked and fell asleep as soon as they lay down. After settling his sister, Yi Lingfeng brought Luo Lioli into his room, speaking with sincerity. Thank you, ninth senior sister, for tidying up my home so beautifully and cleanly. Luo Lioli changed into a black camisole dress, with her snowy white shoulders faintly visible, exuding irresistible charm. Do we still need to say thanks between us? She deliberately leaned closer, her breath fragrant like orchids, her eyes alluring like silk. How is it? Has the yang toxin subsided? The warm air mixed with the fragrance, leaving Yi Lingfeng momentarily lost in a daze. Fortunately, I should be able to hold on for another 2 or 3 days. Luo Lioli felt deeply distressed and grabbed his hand, placing it directly on her slender waist, her breathing growing rapid. Don't hesitate. Come, let your senior sister help you. Don't wait until you can't hold on anymore before starting to panic. That's not good for your health. Yi Lingfeng did not resist, instead, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Senior sister, I. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Lioli took a deep breath and wrapped her arms around his neck. Junior brother. He felt a moment of dizziness, as if floating on a cloud, his body and mind filled with comfort, with all worries seemingly vanishing into thin air. The young poison subtly took hold, causing Yi Lingfeng's heartbeat to speed up. Unable to resist, he pulled his senior sister's soft, delicate body into his embrace, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Senior sister 9. The hem of the skirt gently lifted, revealing evenly shaped, snow-white legs like polished jade, leaving him transfixed. Just as Yi Lingfeng leaned forward, an urgent shout suddenly came from outside the door. Miss, something's wrong. Someone has come to kill us. Luo Lioli's delicate body trembled slightly as she suddenly froze, an unprovoked surge of anger instantly flooding her heart. Do I really need to teach you how to handle such a trivial matter? Where is Qing Ying? Let her just kill the opponent. The subordinate outside the door spoke anxiously. Miss Qing Ying has exactly that plan, but she's no match for the opponent at all. She's severely injured now, barely hanging on to life. Swish! Luo Lioli's charming face changed, her anger erupting like a volcano ready to explode. Killing intent overflowed, causing the entire house to tremble slightly. She let go of her skirt and jumped off the bed. Little junior brother, wait here for your senior sister. After handling that ignorant fool, your senior sister will come back to help you detoxify. Yi Lingfeng had already dressed up, his gaze resolute. Ninth sister, you've got it wrong. This is my home. After saying this, he firmly took Luo Lioli's delicate hand, opened the door decisively, and dashed out. Soon, the two arrived at the living room. The moment she saw Yi Lingfeng, the cold beauty dressed in an antique-style gauze long skirt, standing atop 2 wounded individuals, frowned. You're Yi Lingfeng? It was you who killed my younger brother. Yi Lingfeng did not respond and rushed to Qing Ying's side, using silver needles to stop the bleeding, dissipate the blood stasis, and stabilize her injuries. Thank you, young master, for saving me. Feeling her body quickly recovering, Qingying looked at him in astonishment. She hadn't expected the young lady's junior apprentice to possess such exquisite medical skills. She came looking for me. Yi Lingfeng held Qingying's slender waist, pressing and stroking to treat her internal injuries. You were injured because of me. Treating you is only right, there's no need to say thank you. She felt a warm current continuously washing through her meridians, tingling yet soothing. Qingying couldn't help but let out a soft moan, a blush appearing on her pretty face. You little brat. Noticing that her mistress was being ignored, the maid beside her was furious. The young lady is talking to you. Are you deaf? Smack. As soon as the words fell, a loud slap, deafening, echoed throughout the hall. Luo Lioli's delicate face was filled with coldness. Hurting this young lady wasn't enough, now you dare insult my junior brother, you've already stepped onto the road to ruin. Including that aloof and elegant woman, everyone except Yi Lingfeng was stunned and instinctively turned to look at the maid. A look of terror, the maid gazed at her mistress with a face as pale as death. Miss, save me. Before the words were finished, with a loud bang, her head suddenly exploded. Watching the headless corpse gradually collapse to the ground, the cold and elegant woman's face flushed red, seething with rage. Unbelievable. Dare to kill this lady's dog, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Someone, kill her. The guards and maids behind her burned with anger and struck furiously. Luo Lioli's delicate face remained cool as she slightly turned her body, effortlessly dodging all the attacks. Her bright and clear eyes focused, and her graceful figure suddenly vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the cold and elegant woman. Put! The cold and alluring woman trembled suddenly, her eyes darting rapidly, as fear surged within her. The guards and maids attacking Luo Lioli all clutched their necks in terror and fell to the ground. You? What level are you exactly? I actually feel only fear, without even the courage to fight back? The cold and glamorous woman finally realized something was wrong. She could never have imagined that Yi Lingfeng had such a formidable woman by his side. Luo Lioli remained expressionless and said coldly, "The realm sufficient to kill you and utterly eradicate those behind you." Swish! The cold and glamorous woman's delicate face changed color, her heart filled with shock. I am the young lady of the Qin family of martial arts. You can't kill. Smack! Before the words were finished, Luo Lioli suddenly raised her hand and slapped the opponent's head to pieces. I don't care who you are. If you dare to bully my junior brother, you will be killed without mercy. You guys, take care of the bodies. Don't leave a single trace. Yes, miss. Clap. Clap. Clapped her hands, and under the astonished and admiring gazes of her subordinates, Luo Lioli nonchalantly walked toward Yi Lingfeng. Junior brother. Shall we continue? Yi Lingfeng remained calm, his gaze unwavering. All right. Watching the two of them turn and head back to the room, Qingying, whose injuries had basically healed, took a deep breath, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Back in the room, Luo Lioli unhesitatingly pushed Yi Lingfeng down, seated herself directly on him, leaned forward, and her eyes sparkled like starlight. Little junior brother, hurry. Senior sister can't take it anymore, help me detoxify right now. Yi Lingfeng smiled wryly, though his heart surged like a raging tide. Ninth senior sister, shouldn't the one afflicted by young poison be me? Why does it feel like you're the one suffering instead? Luo Lioli didn't refute but leaned closer instead, her cheeks flushed. That's right, senior sister is poisoned too. Her voice was low and urgent, only you can cure it. Yi Lingfeng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, his breathing grew rapid. Ninth senior sister. Luo Lioli's face became increasingly flushed, as if silently waiting for something. Little junior brother. She called softly. The two intertwined their arms and embraced tightly, seemingly wanting to fuse their heartbeats into one. At that very moment, Yi Lingfeng's gaze was drawn to her tender, crimson lips, and he couldn't help but slowly move closer, a formless impulse igniting within his heart. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Yi Lingfeng's heart throbbed violently twice, and he froze in place, his expression changing. Noticing something unusual about him, Luo Lioli asked with concern, "What's wrong, junior brother? Is there something about senior sister that's not to your liking?" She smiled faintly, yet with a hint of nervousness. Yi Lingfeng shook his head, his expression serious. I don't know why, my heart suddenly contracted twice. This has never happened before. Luo Lioli grabbed his wrist, her face flushed red, seeming equally puzzled. Your qi and blood are abundant, fierce, strong, vigorous. There doesn't seem to be any problem. How could your heart tremble? She thought for a moment, her face instantly turning crimson, as if realizing something. Could it be because being with your senior sister was too stimulating, a bit overwhelming? Don't worry, junior brother, just relax. It's also my first time, I'm really nervous too. She smiled reassuringly, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yi Lingfeng's face was stern. It's not because of nervousness, but a feeling of heart palpitations. Heart palpitations? Luo Lioli pondered for a moment, as if she had an epiphany. Could it be a bloodline connection? A family member is in danger, so you suddenly felt heart palpitations? Yi Lingfeng frowned deeply, but my family members have all passed away, and my only sister is at home, very safe. More importantly, Mingyu is not my biological sister. There shouldn't be any bloodline connection between us. Luo Lioli also realized this point, as Yi Lingfeng and Yi Mingyu indeed bore no resemblance to each other. There's another possibility. She crossed her arms, her expression serious. The person whose luck you deprived is about to die. Yi Lingfeng was stunned. What do you mean? This time the yang poison flared up was actually because you subdued a war god. Luo Lioli explained, regardless of scale or strength, any soldier who can become a war god must have killed countless enemies on the battlefield. Such soldiers are recognized by the national fortune, and they carry a certain amount of luck. Yi Lingfeng suddenly understood. You mean Emperor Qing Tian is such a person, and now his luck has transferred to me. That's why my extreme yang qi increased, and the yang poison could no longer be suppressed. Luo Lioli nodded. That's right, that's exactly what it means. Since this part of fortune comes from Di Qingtsong, you only sense it when his life is in danger. Yi Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, a sense of urgency welling up in his heart. So, my heart palpitation is because of Di Qingtsong. The one who's about to die is him. He hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Di Qingtsong's number, but no one answered. Helpless, he had no choice but to call Di Qingtsong's strategist. Where is Di Qingtsong? He asked anxiously. The voice of the strategist on the other end of the phone sounded panicked. Young master, the god of war, he's at home. Tell the truth. Yi Lingfeng's tone grew increasingly severe. Young master, you already know? Alright, this matter actually can't entirely blame the god of war. The strategist hurriedly explained, recounting how Ma Rong and Di Wuji had been rescued. His tone filled with helplessness and anxiety. Young master, rest assured, the god of war is leading a team in a vigorous search, and they should soon capture that mother and son duo. Idiots! Yi Lingfeng was furious, nearly roaring. You didn't tell me about this because of guilt? Wait until you see his corpse, you'll regret it then. Bang! He hung up the phone abruptly, leaping off the bed without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Senior sister, wait for me at home, tonight, we'll continue. Watching his departing figure, Luo Lioli's delicate fists pounded the bedsheet, her face full of frustration. But it's still several hours until tonight. You really won't be satisfied until you torture your senior sister to death, will you? Humph. She muttered to herself, her face brimming with discontent, yet unable to suppress the anticipation in her heart. In the city's capital, the governor of Rong City and a group of high-ranking officials huddled in the corner, trembling, not daring to lift their heads. They had no idea why the powerful figures of the Tian's manor would suddenly come here, nor did they understand why the wife and son of the war god Qingtsong were being protected by these formidable individuals. The air was filled with tension, as if a storm was about to break. Beat the war god Qingtsong to the brink of death, leaving him with only half a breath. Ignoring the ashen faces of the Rong City officials, Ma Rong coldly crossed her arms, her gaze as sharp as a knife, staring directly at the severely injured Emperor Qingtsong lying on the ground. Even if they're not your biological family, even if they don't acknowledge you, so what? You're the kind of person who can't even protect your own son and woman. You don't deserve to live in this world. Recalling the moans heard in the prison, Di Wuji was consumed with rage. Mom, there's no need to waste words on this trash. Kill him. When father arrives in Rome City, we'll go and seek revenge on that Yi Lingfeng. I will utterly destroy anyone who bullies you. Ma Rong nodded, a hint of redness appearing on her face. Alright, we'll do as you say. Someone, dismember this clueless fool. The severely injured powerhouse of Qingtsong Manor was in utter despair. War? War god? The powerhouse from Tian's Manor had a gloomy expression and directly reached out toward the powerless Emperor Qingtsong. Boom! At this moment, a loud boom thundered through the air as the steel-forged gate was blasted open by an immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing Emperor Qingtsong lying on the ground alongside many dying Qingtsong Manor experts, Yi Lingfeng's face was ice-cold. Dare to lay a hand on my men, Yi Lingfeng's men? You deserve no less than death. Why, young master? The strong figures of Qingtsong Mansion saw Yi Lingfeng's appearance as if grasping at a life-saving straw, their breathing becoming hurried. The originally ashen-faced Emperor Qingtsong's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Master? The senior officials of Rongqing all showed expressions of astonishment. Di Wuji gnashed his teeth. Yi Lingfeng? Perfect timing. Today, I will repay you double for the torment I suffered before. Come here, make the scum wish he were dead. Seeing that his subordinates did not move, Di Wuji turned to look at his mother. Mom? The moment Ma Rong saw Yi Lingfeng, memories of the incident in the prison flashed back, and a feeling of shame surged in her heart. Taking a deep breath, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Listen to the young master. Kill Yi Lingfeng first. I want that idiot Di Qingsong to see just how foolish his choices are. Yes, madam. The strong expert from Tian's Manor's expression darkened and turned to charge toward Yi Lingfeng. However, Yi Lingfeng remained calm and continued walking without pause. Facing the assault from the group of 7th-grade martial emperors, he casually raised his arm and, as if performing a trick, produced several silver needles. King Yan's roar! Roar! The moment the silver needles shot out, the entire hall echoed with a piercing roar. Immediately afterward, the expressions of all the Tian's Manor experts charging toward him changed drastically. Whoosh! 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 The moment the cold beam was seen, it pierced through the center of the brow. How is this possible? Boom! The corpse collapsed with a loud thud. The high-ranking officials in Rong City instantly narrowed their pupils. That's a powerhouse from the Tian's mansion. Rushed up and immediately fell to the ground, just like staging an accident. Staring in shock at the calm-faced young man, they were completely dumbfounded. Who on earth is this guy? His strength is just too monstrous. On the ground, the experts of Qingsong Manor widened their eyes upon seeing this scene, their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Truly worthy of being the young master. Awesome! Di Qingsong stood with his mouth agape, heartbeat accelerating, no longer displaying the demeanor of a dying man. Master! Di Wuji's face turned pale. No, how is this possible? They are strong warriors of the Tian's mansion. A 7th-rank martial emperor, how could they be killed by you in an instant? Looking at Yi Lingfeng, who was walking toward her step by step, Ma Rong panicked. Remembering the scene in the prison, her legs trembled uncontrollably and instinctively clenched tightly. What are you trying to do? No, don't. Stop torturing me. Yi Lingfeng ignored her and immediately walked over to Di Qingsong and the others. Hand over the pill refined on Purgatory Island to them. Swallow it. Even if there's only a breath left, you won't die. Di Qingsong was full of excitement. Thank you, master. Yi Lingfeng casually said something and then walked toward Di Wuji and Ma Rong. If you act on your own again, don't follow me anymore. After swallowing the pill, Di Qingsong took a deep breath and stared blankly at the other person's back. I assure you, I will never make such a mistake again. Walking up to Emperor Wuji and Ma Rong, Yi Lingfeng wore an expression of indifference. I originally planned to wait until the people behind you arrived before killing you. Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I shall fulfill your wishes. Whoosh! At that moment, a large group of powerful individuals dressed in black uniforms suddenly rushed in through the gate. The next moment, a man dressed in luxurious attire strode in surrounded by the crowd of strong individuals. Immediately afterward, including the leader of Rong City, all the high-ranking officials of Rong City suddenly widened their eyes, feeling a great shock in their hearts, and directly knelt on the ground. We pay our respects to the supreme leader of Tian's palace. We were unaware of your esteemed presence and failed to welcome you properly. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. Everyone's hearts trembled intensely, even the supreme leader of Tian's palace had arrived. What on earth is happening today? Seeing this scene, the strong members of Qingsong Manor who had just taken the pills trembled suddenly, and their fleeting relief was instantly extinguished. The first sovereign of Tian's Manor? Di Lingwu? It's over. This time, it's truly over. Di Qingsong's face was pale, and a sense of endless despair rose in his heart. How did he get here so quickly? And he's personally leading the team. His plan had been to wait for the Tian's mansion to send more people over and rely on the master's immense strength to take them down one by one. But what he never expected was that Tian's mansion would send so many people at once, and with Emperor Lingwu personally leading the team, leaving no chance to catch a breath. I'm sorry, master. Staring at Yi Lingfeng's back, Di Qingsong was overwhelmed with guilt. If it weren't for my reckless decision, we wouldn't be so cornered. Not even a chance to resist. Di Wuji sneered, his eyes flickering with flames of anger. Ha ha ha, weren't you all arrogant? So, what now? Cowardly already? Ma Rong's face was filled with excitement, her voice carrying a hint of madness. Cousin, save me. Save your son. The experts from Tian's Manor quickly surrounded Yi Lingfeng, Di Qingsong, and the others, and the atmosphere instantly became intensely tense. Di Lingwu stepped forward to stand in front of Yi Lingfeng, his expression icy cold. You must be Yi Lingfeng, the Yi family remnant who luckily escaped but doesn't know how to live in hiding? Yi Lingfeng calmly turned back, his gaze sharp as a torch. So, you're Di Wuji's father, the mastermind who ordered him to find someone to murder my entire family? Di Lingwu sneered disdainfully. That's right, it was me. So what? Do you want to kill me? Can you? Yi Lingfeng's face was as calm as water, his tone firm. My Yi family has no grievances with you. Until now, I've never even met you. Why do this? Could it be, as Lu Chengfeng said, that because of the new medicine developed by my Yi family, your interests have been greatly threatened? Including the head of Rome City, the high-ranking officials of Rome City widened their eyes in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The situation seemed to have become even more complicated. Di Lingwu's expression remained disdainful. A mere Yi family, wiped out just like that. A bunch of insignificant ants, killed simply as they deserve. Do I need a reason? Di Qingtsong and the powerful members of Qingtsong Mansion were furious. That infuriating look really proved the saying, like father, like son. Di Wuji gritted his teeth. Dad! Why waste words on such an ant? Kill him. Avenge Mom. Ma Rong's face was flushed, her anger mixed with embarrassment as she stared at Yi Lingfeng. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. Kill. 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 Di Lingwu's face darkened. Look, everyone hates you. This clearly proves how despicable you are. With a wave of his hand, over 100 experts at the 6th grade martial emperor level, 30 experts at the 7th grade martial emperor level, and 5 experts at the 8th grade martial emperor level from the Tiance Mansion immediately surrounded Yi Lingfeng. Di Lingwu coldly stared at his opponent. With the will of the people behind me, I can't sleep as long as you're alive. Kill. Boom. The moment his words fell, over 100 martial emperors simultaneously unleashed a terrifying killing intent. As they charged toward Yi Lingfeng, they all drew the blades from their waists, aiming the edges directly at his head. Swish! The high-ranking officials of Rome City held their breath, while on the ground, Di Qingtsong and the other experts from the Qingtsong Mansion turned pale. Young master? Master! Kill! The leading expert of the Tiance Manor let out a fierce shout, and over 100 large blades shimmered with a chilling gleam. Surrounded completely, Yi Lingfeng remained calm and composed, lightly tapping his left foot. Boom! The ground began to crack, followed by a thick cloud of dust that completely engulfed the entire hall. You dare show off such trivial tricks in front of this guard? Everyone, heed my orders. Form ranks and unleash your true energy. If you detect even a trace of unusual energy, don't hesitate, strike him down immediately. Those on the outskirts held their breath, while Di Lingwu remained calm and collected. In the next moment, a startled exclamation rang out. I found him. Kill him. Clang! 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 Blades flashed, sparks flew, and screams echoed throughout the entire hall. Thunk! The hearts of everyone in Qingtsong Manor suddenly contracted, feeling an overwhelming desolation. It's over. This time it's really over. Emperor Qingtsong's face was pale as he struggled desperately. Master? Di Lingwu. I'm going to kill you. Ma Rong let out a sigh of relief, but there was a faint trace of disappointment in her heart. Ungrateful wretch. If you were smarter, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. Di Wuji looked full of disdain, excitedly watching the swirling dust. Go ahead and scream, you bastard. Weren't you threatening me? Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you shouting now? Ha ha ha. Finally dead? Awesome. The high-ranking officials of Rongqing were utterly stunned. Just when everyone thought Yi Lingfeng had been hacked to death by a flurry of blades. Boom! With a loud bang, 5 8th-rank martial emperors suddenly flew out from the dust, sliding more than 10 meters, their blood staining the ground red. How can he be this strong? Put! The leader of the Tiance Mansion strongmen turned pale, spewing blood wildly, and instantly lost his life. The remaining 4 Tiance Mansion strongmen struggled for less than half a second and, after spitting out their internal organs, ceased breathing. Seeing the Tiance Mansion strongmen lying in the corner like stray dogs, Di Qingtsong and the strongmen of Qingtsong Mansion were instantly stunned, their struggles halting immediately. The high-ranking officials of Rongqing suddenly trembled, their eyes widened in shock. Emperor Lingwu's smile froze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. As if she had sensed something, Ma Rong, who was the closest, abruptly raised her head, her expression drastically changing. Son, watch out. Ha! With confusion on his face, Emperor Wuji, who was laughing into the sky, just began to speak when a large hand suddenly reached out from the dust. Grabbed his neck tightly. What? The smile instantly froze, and panic filled Di Wuji's face. The next moment, the dust cleared, and everyone saw the owner of the giant hand. Not a 6th-rank martial emperor. Not a 7th-rank martial emperor. And certainly not any of the powerful figures from the Tyrant's mansion. But rather the person they believed had already been hacked to death, Yilingfeng. How could this happen? Di Wuji was incredulous. You didn't die? Yilingfeng's expression was indifferent. Do you think a few trivial fish can kill me? Do you think I, Yilingfeng, am easy to bully? The high-ranking officials of Ronqing were dumbfounded. Those were 6th grade, 7th grade, and even 8th grade martial emperors of the Tyrant's mansion. More than 100 top experts in his eyes are merely a few worthless fish? This young man is way too arrogant and too badass. Di Qingsong and the others' breathing became rapid, their eyes bloodshot. Master. Young master. You are our idol. Emperor Lingwu's face was filled with shock. He never expected that the people he brought were not a match for the other party at all. Cousin. Husband? In a daze, Ma Rong's shout finally brought him back to his senses, and he turned his gaze toward her. With tears in her eyes, Ma Rong said, quickly save Wuji. What are you standing there for? Without waiting for Di Lingwu's reaction, Yilingfeng grabbed Di Wuji. The latter suddenly realized something and began trembling uncontrollably. The dark yellow stain on the ground beneath his feet filled him with terror. No! I am the son of the Supreme Lord of the Tyrant's mansion. If you dare to kill me. Snap! Before the words were finished, Yilingfeng suddenly exerted force, and the sound of a bone breaking echoed crisply throughout the hall. The high-ranking officials of Ronqing were utterly shocked. They acknowledged that the strength of this young man before them was indeed formidable. But they never expected that he would actually dare to kill Di Wuji, the illegitimate son of the Tyrant's palace's first venerable? Di Qingsang and the others were utterly thrilled. Di Lingwu and Ma Rong were completely stupefied. Bastard! Emperor Lingwu was burning with fury, about to start cursing, when Yilingfeng's figure ghosted to the back of Ma Rong. He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Swish! Emperor Lingwu's face instantly turned pale as he stood there dumbfounded, like a wooden stake. What are you going to do? Is killing my son not enough? Do you also want to kill my woman? Yilingfeng's face was expressionless. Tell me, what is the name of the person behind you? I will never believe you, a coward in a high position, actually dare to help those capitalists in the pharmaceutical industry. Hiring someone to kill. Ma Rong's delicate body trembled violently. This position reminded her of the scenes in the jail, coupled with the despair of not being able to breathe. In an instant, a peculiar tingling sensation surged through her, overwhelming her entire body. Cousin, help me. The next moment, as her legs trembled violently, a stream of liquid uncontrollably dripped from the hem of her skirt. The high-ranking officials of Rong City were dumbfounded. The experts from Qingsong Manor opened their mouths wide, their faces full of astonishment. The water stains on the ground were colorless, clear yet carrying a hint of murkiness. It was clear that Ma Rong's situation was completely different from Di Wuji's. Hey! Di Qingsong gritted his teeth, mocking himself inwardly. How the hell did I ever fall for a woman like this? Di Lingwu was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes twitching, secretly panicking inside. Yilingfeng's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Speak, he coldly demanded, who is it exactly? Startled and snapping back to reality, Di Lingwu suddenly felt weak, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. There is a certain lord who has collaborated with people from Sakura Nation. The new drug developed by the Yi family will disrupt Sakura Nation's mysterious plan. They made that lord take action to eliminate the Yi family, he gasped, his voice trembling. In the end, that lord came to me, said that if I didn't help him, I would never be able to remain the first master of the Tyrant's Hall. He gritted his teeth. I had no choice but to help him. Yilingfeng stared at him word by word. What is the name of the master you mentioned? The Sakura Nation partner working with him, who is that? His voice was as cold as a razor-sharp blade. Di Lingwu shook his head in horror, his face filled with despair. I cannot say. If I do, my family and I will die. This is all I can tell you. After this, you can investigate on your own. Yilingfeng's face darkened, his grip suddenly tightened as he said grimly, are you testing my patience? Ah! Ma Rong's delicate body trembled violently, her mouth wide open, tongue out of control, eyes rolling back, clearly terrified. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, the air seemingly frozen. Di Lingwu breathed heavily, clenched his fists tightly, a mix of anger and panic. You bastard! Don't push me too far. He pulled out his phone, unable to suppress his rage. I admit, this time, I truly underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought so few people and rushed here in such a hurry. Looking at his cousin and the wet marks beneath her feet, Dilingwu's feelings were incredibly complex. You can kill her. Although it's too late to call for help now, I can guarantee that from today onward, you will become a wanted criminal in Tian's manor. You and your family, in Daxia, will never know peace. His voice was like a shadow in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Di Qingsan's expression grew serious because he knew that Di Lingwu's words were absolutely true. Master, don't let him make the call, someone nearby urged anxiously. Once the warrant is issued, you and your family will never be able to find a foothold in Daxia for the rest of your lives. Yi Lingfeng remained unfazed, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I am invincible. In this world, there is no place where I cannot stand firm. He coldly glanced at Di Lingwu, his face indifferent. Threaten me? You can try. Ma Rong's hands trembled again, her voice growing more frantic, as if sensing a hint of mortal danger. Di Lingwu gritted his teeth, his face becoming increasingly twisted. That's what you said. He picked up the phone and directly ordered, deliver my command. Bring Yi Lingfeng. Is this Di Lingwu? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone, interrupting him. Your position as the first dignitary of Tian's manor is temporarily retained, but your authority has been frozen. Please return to the manor as soon as possible to accept our investigation. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Swish! The high-ranking officials of Rongqing widened their eyes, as they knew what investigation implied. The mayor of Rongqing stared blankly at Di Lingwu, suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Di Lingwu was probably finished. Di Qingsong and the others looked stunned, their hearts filled with shock. Investigation? What's going on? Di Lingwu was targeted at this moment? The young master's luck is just too good. Di Lingwu panicked, stammering, what investigation? What exactly are you talking about? What am I saying? You know it clearly in your heart. Before the words were even finished, bang! The phone was hung up, and not a trace of color could be seen on Di Lingwu's face. How could this happen? He was almost frantic. Why is this happening? He couldn't fathom why his seemingly unsinkable ship would capsize at this moment. But while he couldn't understand, Ma Rong, eyes wide open, seemed to have grasped a clue. Could it be because of her? Hearing Ma Rong's muttering, Yi Lingfeng paid no mind. In a flash, the moment he threw her to the ground, his figure shifted, and he grabbed the panicked Di Lingwu sharply. You're not panicking just because your life isn't threatened? He sneered. All right then, I'll let you experience the fear of dying yourself. Without waiting for Emperor Lingwu to speak, Yi Lingfeng directly increased his strength, making the other party experience the terror of death. As for the Heavenly Strategy Mansion's wanted list, he had never taken it seriously. You? Emperor Lingwu panicked, struggling desperately, only to find it was all in vain. You dared to kill me? His voice trembled, despair laced with rage. If you kill me, Tian Sifu will absolutely not let you go. Yi Lingfeng's expression was cold, his tone icy. If you don't talk, watch me and see if I dare to kill you. Di Qingsong's heartbeat accelerated, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. Are we really going to kill the head of Tian Sifu? Though the man is under investigation now, his identity remains Tian Sifu's top leader. Internal conflict remains internal conflict. For an outsider, even a common man, to dare kill the head of Tian Sifu, the consequences are unimaginable. Master. Di Qingsong's voice trembled, his eyes filled with complex emotions, nervously looking at Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng glanced indifferently, his face devoid of any fluctuation. What, are you also worried about the consequences of killing him? Actually trembling with fear? Di Qingsong shook his head, his voice resolute. No, I'm not afraid. I am excited. Because opposing the Tian's mansion is tantamount to turning against the entire Great Trend. This is simply too thrilling. The powerful figures of Qingsong Mansion turned pale, staring at Emperor Qingsong in shock, with eyes full of confusion and unease. Yi Lingfeng said nothing more, only coldly looking at Di Lingwu. Have you thought it through? Agree or die? Di Lingwu trembled all over, his face showing fear. You're simply insane. Taking a deep breath, he finally gave in. Fine. I'll talk. That lord's name is... Bang! Before the voice faded, a gunshot rang out, and Di Lingwu's head instantly exploded. Everyone turned back in astonishment, only to discover that among Rongqing's high-ranking officials, someone had suddenly stood up. The gun in their hand was still emitting smoke. Xiao Zhao, you? The head of Rong City was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Zhao's face was grim as he spoke coldly. No choice. If we don't kill him now, he'll reveal the name of that lord. Looking around with a disdainful gaze. This matter has nothing to do with you. I've been lurking here merely to monitor certain individuals on behalf of that lord. Step aside, this is none of your concern. Including the head of Rongqing, all the high-ranking members showed fear on their faces, secretly glancing at Yi Lingfeng. They were desperate to leave, but afraid of being rejected. Ma Rong was furious. Are you stupid? Since you belong to that esteemed person, you should save my cousin. Kill Yi Lingfeng. You actually shot my cousin, are you out of your mind? Little Zhao broke out in a cold sweat, his gaze involuntarily turning toward Yi Lingfeng. He can even instantly kill an 8th-rank martial emperor, and the gun in his hand is nothing more than a toy in front of him. You don't believe me? I'll demonstrate it for you. Before the words were finished, Xiao Zhao suddenly raised his hand and fired 3 shots at Yi Lingfeng. Bang! 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 Yi Lingfeng effortlessly dodged all the bullets, then threw Di Lingwu's corpse onto the ground as if disposing of an insignificant insect, his expression unchanged. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Di Qingtsong couldn't help but exclaim, Master! Are you really human? Ma Rong was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Zhao helplessly waved his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. Did you see that? Slaying Emperor Lingwu was the best choice. Looking at Yi Lingfeng walking toward him, he sighed. Didn't expect this lavish lifestyle to end so soon. Really unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, Yi Lingfeng had a flash of inspiration and raised his hand to throw a silver needle toward Xiao Zhao's wrist. Bang! Xiao Zhao had just prepared to raise his hand when his wrist was struck by a silver needle, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Looking at the corpse that had fallen to the ground with a thud, a hint of gloom appeared on Yi Lingfeng's face. Not even afraid of death? It seems the master behind you has a very high status within the system. Di Qingtsong walked over with the support of his subordinate. This death warrior was planted here, seemingly not targeting any particular individual. In other words, there should be more people like him in Rome City? Yi Lingfeng did not refute. So what? It's hard to find them, and even if we do, we still have to prevent them from ending themselves. It's completely meaningless. Di Qingtsong frowned. Then what you mean is? Yi Lingfeng coldly stared at the trembling senior executives of Rongqing. Now it can be basically confirmed that that lord is also a significant figure within the system, and his status is much higher than Di Lingwu's. As long as we continue to follow the lead of the Tian's mansion, sooner or later we will meet him. As for the names of people from Sakura country, it doesn't matter whether we can find them or not. Better to kill wrongly than let them go. Even wiping out the entire Sakura country wouldn't be a big issue. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the hall was completely dumbfounded. As soon as he spoke, he intended to annihilate the entire Sakura nation? What kind of dominance is this? Without saying more, Yi Lingfeng stepped on Xiao Zhao's corpse and moved forward. Stop! Just as he stepped out of the door, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. Killed someone and want to leave? There's no such easy thing in this world. Yi Lingfeng turned back calmly and walked over expressionlessly. Then what do you have in mind? The other party was silent, he had almost forgotten about them. Slumped on the ground, Ma Rong screamed hysterically. You killed my man. Killed my son. Killed the 2 most important men in my life. You have to compensate me. Di Lingwu and the others looked at each other, full of confusion. Compensate? Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, what kind of compensation do you want? Ma Rong's heart sank as she realized that her affair with Di Lingwu had already been exposed to Nailan Fanghua. This revelation was also the reason why the top echelons of the Tian's matter had suddenly launched an investigation against Di Lingwu, leaving him isolated and helpless. She understood clearly that the other party would definitely target her next. Now was not the time for grudges, she needed to quickly find a new patron. Taking a deep breath, Ma Rong looked at the young man in front of her, hope igniting in her heart. I've found it. You must take me away. Help me have a son. At that moment, all the experts in Qingtsong Manor widened their eyes, their worldview shattered. Emperor Qingtsong was utterly shocked, thinking, how could I have fallen in love with this woman before? Yi Lingfeng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Are you joking with me? Ma Rong shyly shook her head. I'm not joking. As long as you're willing to take me away and protect me well in the future. Speaking of this, Ma Rong deliberately shook her chest, her face blushing even more. From now on, these things of mine will all be yours. However you want to play, just go ahead and... Bang! Yi Lingfeng turned around and kicked her directly in the chest. You can burn, but don't you dare disgust me. First, she got pregnant with Di Lingwu's illegitimate child, then sought Di Qingtsong to take over, yet she still thought the latter was a loser, unworthy of touching her. She felt it was only natural for him to sacrifice for her and her son. Now that her man and son are dead, she actually wants to marry her enemy and become his woman? Such a woman, no matter how charming she still might be, he absolutely could not accept. You? Ma Rong, who had slammed into the wall and felt completely shattered, looked at Yi Lingfeng in disbelief. You actually refused me? Even though he killed Di Lingwu, in the end, he did not kill her. Naturally, Ma Rong assumed that Yi Lingfeng felt pity for her and had some affection for her. She believed that as long as she took the initiative, he would definitely treat her with the same unquestioning obedience as Di Qingxong did. However, only now did she realize how ridiculously wrong her assumptions were. Yi Lingfeng had completely forgotten about her. It had nothing to do with affection or pity at all. Put. With despair and unwillingness, Ma Rong spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and passed away completely. Yi Lingfeng turned to leave. The once most beautiful woman in Rong City killed, just like that, without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, including Di Qingxong, the experts of Qingxong Manor admired him even more. The high-ranking officials of Rong City wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The city leader took a deep breath. Quick, notify the higher-ups. Report what happened here accurately. Di Lingwu, Di Wuji, Ma Rong, and a group of strong warriors from the Tian's mansion all perished. He knew that this young man named Yi Lingfeng was undoubtedly a big shot in terms of martial prowess, but he wasn't clear about who held higher status and identity. To avoid implicating himself, he could only report truthfully. Shortly after, Yi Lingfeng, along with Di Qingxong and the others, left the administrative building of Rongcheng. Ahead was a red light, and the car stopped at the intersection. Di Qingxong, whose injuries were almost fully healed, was astonished. Master, the medicine you gave us is simply miraculous. It's been such a short time, and the wounds of my brothers and I are already 70 to 80% healed, and even more. Mid-sentence, Di Qingxong suddenly paused, his face full of disbelief. Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly. The medicine I gave you is the same as the one I gave ninth senior sister. It's called Clear Breeze Pill. Let him be strong. The clear breeze brushes the mountain ridge. This Clear Breeze Pill not only has significant effects on internal and external injuries but also has a body tempering function. The greater the damage to the meridians, the better the physique after repair and reconstruction. In other words, all of you have, to some extent, experienced an improvement in your cultivation level. The experts of the Qingxong mansion were so excited they couldn't contain themselves, so my feeling wasn't an illusion. Getting stronger, it's actually real? Di Qingxong looked at Yi Lingfeng, full of gratitude. Thank you for the master's reward. At this moment, all the strong figures in Qingxong mansion felt extremely fortunate that they had followed the right person. Young master, war god. Something seems to be wrong. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, the brother driving at the front suddenly turned pale. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng finally noticed that group after group of people, armed with weapons, were pouring out from various intersections, aggressive and imposing, as if a grand and overwhelming war was about to break out. In just a few seconds, the car was surrounded by thousands of people. The atmosphere instantly became unbearably tense, and Di Qingxong's expression turned as grave as water. Who are you? He asked coldly. From the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward, his face full of gloom. The third son of the Lu family. Yesterday I was still at the East Sea. Today I returned to Rong City, bringing all the surviving members of the Lu family to settle the score with you, Yi Lingfeng. As soon as his voice fell, others stepped forward one after another. Old 8 of the Chao family. Returned from studying abroad, bringing all members of the Chao family to demand your life, Yi Lingfeng. The Wang family seeks revenge for Wang Rufeng. The elder in traditional attire at the forefront coldly scanned the surroundings, his expression as dark as water. Boy, do you know who I am? I served as an honorary elder of the Rong City Martial Arts Association for 50 years, until my retirement. I've never seen such an arrogant martial artist. Like you. And you killed 3 of my Yang family heirs in one shot. If I don't avenge this, I, Yang Danian, am unworthy of being the head of the Yang family. Yoshi. A large group of Sakura people dressed in kimonos sneered, as if watching a farce. Yi Lingfeng, I never expected you to have so many enemies. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have come. The laughter echoed in the air, unbearably piercing. Di Qingxong's expression grew increasingly stern. Sakura people? What does this have to do with you? The leader of the Sakura group sneered coldly. I am Tanaka Udai, vice president of the Dongyang Chamber of Commerce, Rongcheng branch. This gentleman is the Empire's strongman, 9th rank upper ninja, Mr. Koizumi Taro. We've come here for one thing only. To uphold justice for the citizens of Rongcheng. Even setting aside the fact that they don't count as citizens, even if they were, the affairs of us Xia people are certainly not for you Sakura people to meddle in. Yi Lingfeng retorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The Lu family, Chao family, Yang family, and Wang family all kept their expressions unchanged, as if they didn't find anything inappropriate about the Cherry Blossom Nation. People upholding justice in Xia. Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curling into a trace of coldness. It seems you all have conspired long ago. The Lu family, Chao family, Yang family, and Wang family want to kill me to vent their anger, while you people from the Cherry Blossom Nation claim to be upholding justice for others, but in reality, you've noticed that I have already uncovered your connection to the Yi family tragedy and decided to strike first. He exposed them in one sentence, causing an uproar all around. Di Qingsong suddenly understood, the fury on his face becoming increasingly evident. So that's how it is. For your own selfish interests, you actually colluded with the Cherry Blossom demons? You so-called elites and aristocrats truly deserve to die. The enraged members of the Lu family, Chao family, Yang family, and Wang family, along with the people from the Cherry Blossom Nation, all wore grim expressions, the air thick with a threatening aura. Tanaka Yudai sneered coldly, say whatever you like, but either way, you must die today. Koizumi-san, kill them. At his command, the strong fighters surged forward like a flood of ferocious beasts. Yi Lingfeng remained unfazed, perfect timing. Today, I shall exterminate you hypocrites completely and settle the score once and for all. As he charged forward, he turned back and shouted to Di Qingsong and the others behind him, stay where you are and protect yourselves, there's no need to act. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive blast of true energy, Yi Lingfeng threw a punch, obliterating 5 fighters, and instantly plunged into the crowd. This scene shocked all the strong individuals in Qingsong Manor. War God. One by one, they were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with panic. What should we do? Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Di Qingsong gritted his teeth. How is that possible? There's no time to call for reinforcements now. With just over 100 of us, there's absolutely no way we can be a match for these thousands. Breathing heavily, his heart racing wildly, Di Qingsong took a deep breath and shouted furiously, those unafraid of death, charge with me into battle. Brothers who can still remain calm, stay here, call everyone from Qingsong Manor, call the master's senior apprentice sister, and request reinforcements. Boom! At the moment his fists clenched tightly, the murderous aura around Di Qingsong erupted abruptly. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, instantly transforming into a streak of lightning and plunging into the crowd. I can't calm down. Making the call is up to you, he roared, I can't calm down either. I want to kill evildoers, kill the enemy. Kill. Everyone thought there would be someone else behind them, and no one was willing to stay behind as the calm person to make the call. The moment Di Qingsong charged into the crowd, all the strong fighters from the Qingsong mansion couldn't restrain the fiery blood in their hearts and followed closely behind, like a pack of wolves pouncing on their prey. Within the crowd, the sounds of fists colliding with flesh echoed incessantly. Bang! 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 Di Qingsong struck with one punch after another, his eyes red with fury, like a war god on the battlefield, showing no mercy. Come on, he shouted loudly, exuding an aura of fearless determination, keep going. With this level of skill, you cannot kill me, the war god Qingsong. His voice rolled like thunder, intimidating all around and instilling fear in his enemies. Swish! At that moment, a strong warrior from Sakura country narrowed his eyes, and the shuriken in his hand shot towards Di Qingsong's back like lightning. A chill instantly struck, and Di Qingsong instinctively turned his head, only to realize it was too late to dodge. Ah! Dang! Just at the moment when he was about to be seriously injured, a warrior from Qingsong Manor pounced like a tiger descending the mountain, rushing out and decisively blocking the deadly shuriken with the saber in his hand. War God! Di Qingsong's eyes froze, and gratitude surged in his heart. You guys? He looked at his companions beside him in shock. Why are you all here? The experts from Qingsong Mansion, amidst the fierce battle, looked around in astonishment and realized that not a single person had stayed behind to make a call. Damn! One of the experts shouted angrily, are you all this impulsive? Everyone rushed in, who's going to make the call? Di Qingsong shook his head with a bitter smile. What a bunch of fearless guys. The leading expert of Qingsong Mansion shouted hysterically, if we're afraid of dying, how could we follow the young master? Following the young master means we can't be afraid of dying. Di Qingsong nodded, blasting apart an enemy's head while his gaze turned toward the depths of the crowd, the place where blood mist was constantly erupting. Good. 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 His gaze was piercing. Today, we shall risk our lives to accompany the hero. Kill the villains, kill the invaders. His roar was thunderous, rousing the morale of the troops. Stand with the master, let the men of Great Xia show their bravery. Boom! With fervent cries, Emperor Qingzong swung his mighty hand, rallying a momentum unique to great Xiao warriors and carving a bloody path together with his powerful subordinates. Kill! Deep within the crowd, Yi Lingfeng remained unflustered, as calm as ice. Any enemy approaching within 1 meter of him instantly turned into a mist of blood, without exception. The surrounding experts exchanged glances, yet no one dared to act, leaving the scene in a deathly silence. What's with this guy? Someone exclaimed in fear. Why does it explode as soon as we get close to him? Something strange. The strong expert from the Liu family gritted his teeth, burning with rage. I spent money for you to investigate strangeness? He roared furiously, attack! Everyone, attack! He commanded his subordinates, even if it takes 1 kick per person, crush him to death. The people behind heard the shout and immediately rushed forward. Those in front had no room to retreat, even being forcibly pushed to the forefront. The instant they approached Yi Lingfeng, they were reduced to utter chaos. Yi Lingfeng paid no attention to the rabble, his gaze constantly searching for the figure of someone from Sakura Nation. Suddenly, he spotted a ninja dressed in a kimono, who crushed more than a dozen people with 1 slap. Exuding a commanding presence, the ninja directly shielded the figure behind him, grabbing the person's neck with 1 hand. You're from Sakura Nation, he said coldly. That person suddenly trembled violently, his face drastically changing. Why yes, that's right. I am an elite upper ninja of the Empire. If you dare kill me, the Empire will definitely not let you go. Yi Lingfeng remained indifferent, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. Upper ninja? Equivalent to your great Xia's martial emperor. He smiled faintly. Oh. Speak, trash. His voice was as cold as a blade. In Ronqing, what is the name of your highest-ranking leader? The Yi family tragedy 5 years ago, is it related to him? The ninja kept shaking his head, panic-stricken. Baka. I have no idea what you're talking about. Smack! Yi Lingfeng's face darkened, and he shattered the opponent's head with a slap, showing no mercy. Then go die. He coldly scanned the surroundings, and the people nearby immediately retreated in panic, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone knew that by the end, Yi Lingfeng would surely be exhausted, but no one was willing to be the cannon fodder at the front. Yi Lingfeng took a step forward, continuing to search for traces of the Sakura Nation's people. This time, he didn't make it personal, he killed anyone he encountered, slaughtering as he went, without mercy. On the outermost perimeter, the Liu family, the Chao family, the Yang family, and the Wang family all stood behind Tanaka Yutei like a bunch of cowards, shrinking in fear. Not seeing any sign of Koizumi Taro, Tanaka Yutei adjusted his earpiece and anxiously asked, Koizumi-san, have you found Yi Lingfeng yet? Koizumi-san, this guy is too cunning. Instead of running to the open area, he dashed straight into the crowd. Koizumi Taro's voice revealed helplessness. Most people don't recognize him, he continued. So many people surrounding him have ironically given him the chance to hide. Koizumi Taro, think of something quickly. Tanaka Ariyo urged urgently. We must find him. Tanaka Ariyo surveyed the area and noticed a spot where blood mist kept erupting. His face froze, and a vague sense of unease crept into his heart. Damn it, he thought to himself. Could it be that it's not that no one has found him, but that no one can kill him? Impossible. How can his strength be this formidable? Tanaka Yutei was shocked inwardly, but dared not show it on his face. What did you say, Tanaka-san? Koizumi Taro's voice pulled him back to reality. Nothing. Tanaka Yutei suppressed his doubts and quickly said, I found Yi Lingfeng's location. Tell me your current location. Koizumi Taro asked urgently. I'm now in the middle of the crossroads, and I see Di Qingzong. I'm about to go over and kill them. Tanaka Yodai gritted his teeth, feeling secretly anxious. Don't worry about them, he said urgently. Head to your 10 o'clock direction, Yi Lingfeng is there. He knew that if the other party was late, more people might die. Are you sure? Koizumi Taro asked an extra question, his tone tinged with unease. The strong fighters of the Qingzong mansion are almost exhausted. If I go now, I can kill them instantly. Tanaka Yodai emphasized, I'm sure. Go quickly. Sai, Sakurako, and Omumaru are over there. If we don't go to support them soon, they might die. His heart was anxious, fearing further delay. Koizumi Taro was incredulous, taking a slight breath before finally responding, all right. I'm heading there immediately. Amidst the crowd, covered in blood and wounds, Emperor Qingzong and his subordinates formed a defensive array, standing back to back, forced into defense. At this moment, everyone was nearing their limit. Are we going to die here? Emperor Qingzong tightly grasped his brother's hands, preventing them from falling. The overwhelming tide of people before him filled his heart with despair. To die at the hands of the Japanese, it's so frustrating. Just as despair loomed, Di Qingsong's eyes sharpened. Today, even in death, I remain the war god of Great Xia, he roared with all his might, and all the strong warriors of Qingsong Manor behind him echoed, today, even in death, we remain the soldiers of Great Xia. Kill! Boom! In the instant the murderous intent erupted, Di Qingsong led the contingent of Great Xia soldiers without hesitation, charging straight toward the group of Sakura Nation ninjas. Just as they prepared to perish together with their enemy, disciples of the palace of the human king, heed the order. A cold and commanding voice echoed in the sky, all who oppose the palace master are deemed mortal enemies. Kill with no mercy. As the voice faded, Di Qingsong and his men felt a soul-shaking tremor. Someone raised their eyes to look, only to see thousands of uniformly dressed warriors charging in from every direction. This is... Di Qingsong had just shown surprise when, in the next moment, Hanli led the powerful warriors of the Renwang Hall and charged out from the crowd. Are you Di Qingsong? The palace master's subordinate? Hanli said coldly, we are people of the Renwang Hall. Allies. The experts of Qingsong Manor looked astonished, while Di Qingsong was filled with emotion. The master is connected to the Renwang Hall? Why didn't he mention this before? Hanli shook his head helplessly. Previously, we hesitated in our actions. The palace master told us to get lost. After reflecting, we realized that, after all, the palace master's position was personally bestowed by the old palace master. He told us to get lost, that's his decision. But as for us, we couldn't truly leave. We could only roll back and forth. The person next to him, a high-ranking member of the Wang Palace, nodded. These past 2 days, we didn't leave but were instead gathering forces, preparing to completely annihilate the Chao family. However, when we came back, we discovered that the Chao family had already been wiped out by the palace master. While surprised, we learned that something had happened here, so we rushed over immediately. Someone chimed in. Luckily, we made it in time. Otherwise, with so many people here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Di Qingsong was utterly confused, but he knew that the people in front of him were indeed his allies. How many people did you bring? He asked. There are thousands of people here, and even some Sakura country devils. Hanli sneered coldly. What a coincidence, we also have thousands of people. Killing this rabble will suffice. Di Qingsong looked excited, hope igniting within him. Good. 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 Then let's leave words behind. For the master, for Xia, kill. Hanli nodded and raised his arm, shouting, kill. The advantage in numbers was instantly overturned. The elites of several major families quickly found themselves on the defensive. Representatives of the Liu, Yang, Chao, and Wang families turned pale, their hearts filled with fear. Where did they get so many people? One representative asked in panic. Lord Tianzhong, what should we do? Tanaka Yashiro's face was clouded, and he thought to himself that the situation had escalated beyond his control. He ignored the powerful figures of the major families and directly took out a walkie-talkie to contact Taro Koizumi. Koizumi-san, have you found Yi Lingfeng? Found him. Within 1 minute, he will be eliminated. Taro Koizumi's voice carried unwavering determination. Tanaka Yashiro nodded, good. I'll await your good news. His sole objective was to kill Yi Lingfeng. As long as this mission could be accomplished, he cared not how many people from the prominent families perished. Don't panic. However, Tanaka Yashiro still had to feign composure, even as undercurrents surged in his heart. Our ninja are invincible. Those worthless trash are no match. The representatives of the Liu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family looked at each other in dismay. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they could only choose to trust the other party. Palace Lord. Master. Young Master? Soon, Hanli, Di Qingsong, along with the powerhouses of the Human King Hall and Qingsong residence, carved a bloody path straight toward Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng, who was currently on a killing spree, turned his head and frowned slightly, secretly pondering, didn't I tell you not to take action? You? Even people from the King Palace have come? For these thousands of rabble, is it really necessary to make such a grand move? Master, Di Qingsong was just about to speak when, suddenly in the crowd, a man from Sakura country holding a katana charged fiercely toward the other's back. Watch out! Everyone's faces changed drastically, their hearts tightened, and tension instantly pervaded the scene. Koizumi Taro coldly smirked, sneering as he said, Yi Lingfeng, go to hell. Then, he raised his katana high and shouted, deity-slaying blade strike. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, casting a sidelong glance as if performing a magic trick. He plucked a silver needle out of thin air and whoosh, the needle shot out, aiming straight for the attacker's face. In that instant, Di Qingsong, Han Li, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Using a slender silver needle to counter a steel-forged katana? How could that be possible? The smile on Koizumi Taro's lips froze instantly, his face filled with astonishment. You really are an idiot. His confidence was shattered. In a moment. Then, with a sudden flash of cold light, a crisp clang resounded as the silver needle struck the katana in his hand. What? With a loud clang, the blade shattered. Koizumi Taro stared in disbelief at the tiny silver needle, which had directly broken his prized sword. But that wasn't all. The needle seemed unstoppable, carrying a fierce killing intent as it whizzed forward, piercing into his body and straight through his heart. How is this possible? As he fell, Koizumi Taro stared in astonishment at the calm-faced youth from Dacia, his face filled with panic and despair. Boom! The corpse fell heavily to the ground, leaving the surrounding ninjas pale with fright. Koizumi-san? Their voices were filled with fear, and when they looked at Yi Lingfeng again, terror was evident on each of their faces. This can't be. Koizumi-san is a 9th-rank Jonin, equivalent to your Dacia's 9th-rank martial emperor. How could he not even withstand a single move from you? Han Li and the rest of the powerful figures from the King's Hall looked stunned. Di Qingsong was breathing heavily, and the equally excited experts from the Qingsong estate charged straight ahead. You insolent little pests, how dare you act brazenly in front of my master, he bellowed angrily, this is your fate. All experts from Qingsong estate, hear my command. Those who invade Great Xia shall be exterminated, no matter how far they run. Eradicate the remaining pests entirely. Kill. With a roar, he led the enraged experts from Qingsong estate in an onslaught, creating a truly exhilarating spectacle. Witnessing this, Han Li hesitated no longer and charged into the crowd with a wave of his hand. Yi Lingfeng didn't waste words, directly rushing to the group of Sakura Nation individuals. Seeing their companions dwindling, the representatives of the Liu, Yang, Chao, and Wang families felt a sting of despair in their hearts. Master Tanaka. Something seems wrong. Yes, Master Tanaka. If we let them keep killing, all our people will be wiped out. Tanaka Yudai sweated profusely, calling out anxiously to Koizumi Taro, Koizumi-san? Taro-san? Baka. What exactly are you doing? Yang Danian was overwhelmed with anxiety, shouting in his heart, stop yelling, Mr. Tanaka. Mr. Koizumi has most likely sacrificed himself. If you keep shouting, we'll end up the same way. Tanaka Yudai looked utterly shocked. Koizumi Taro failed? Failed at the hands of Yi Lingfeng? How could this be? For a long time, he finally came to his senses and clenched his teeth angrily, Baka. Since that's the case, this time, we can only temporarily let them go. Let's go. Swoosh. The representatives of the Liu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family turned pale. Leave? How can we leave? We've brought all our assets here. If we can't kill Yi Lingfeng, we'll be the ones to die later. The Wang family representative panted heavily, that's right, Mr. Tanaka. We trusted you, that's why we chose to join you in besieging Yi Lingfeng. Regardless of the outcome, you can't abandon us. Tanaka Yutei didn't want to pay any attention. Just as he turned around, a large group of experts from the Qingtian Manor and the Human King Palace, led by Emperor Qingtian and Han Li, blocked the way ahead. Since you're already here, you want to leave without leaving something behind? Isn't that inappropriate? Representatives from the Liu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family turned pale, instinctively retreating in panic. Tanaka Yutei's face was filled with fear. What do you want us to leave behind? The next moment, Yi Lingfeng, with an expression of cold indifference, stepped out from the crowd. His eyes were sharp as he said coldly, leave behind your lives. The representatives of the Liu family, Yang family, Chao family, Wang family, along with all the citizens from Sakura Nation including Tanaka Yutei, instantly felt suffocated, as if the air had been completely sucked away. Yi Lingfeng's expression suddenly darkened, as if enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Kill! Di Qingsong and Han Li curled their lips into ruthless smiles and, without hesitation, led their subordinates to launch a fierce attack on the enemy. Kill! Boom! Just as they were going all out to end this bloody battle, suddenly, a swarm of formidable figures surged in like a tide, exuding a heart-pounding murderous aura. Ronqing Chen family. Black Tiger Gate, Jiao Black Tiger. Martial Arts Qin family. Accompanied by deafening roars, the strongmen from the three major forces thunderously bore down on the powerhouses of the Human King Hall and Sky Azure Manor, encircling Yi Lingfeng and his subordinates. Yang Danian's face revealed astonishment, his heart in complete turmoil. Chen family? Jiao Black Tiger? The Martial Arts Qin family. The representatives of the three major forces were like beasts in the dark, standing between the two groups, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The head of the Chen family wore a sullen expression, his eyes flickering with the flames of hatred. Turned my son into a cripple. This vengeance is irreconcilable. How could I possibly miss such an opportunity for revenge? Di Qingsong was burning with rage. I should have killed Chen Jipeng earlier. Letting the tiger return to the mountain and leaving hidden dangers behind was truly a miscalculation. The Chen family patriarch sneered, a trace of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Regretting now? Too late. Zhao Heihu's face was grim, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly fixed on Yi Lingfeng. You killed my elder brother and disbanded the Black Dragon Gang. Today, you must die here. The representative of the martial arts Qin family looked ashen, speaking coldly. You killed two important descendants of the Qin family. Yi Lingfeng, you deserve 1,000 deaths. The representatives of the three major forces were burning with rage, showing no mercy. Everyone, listen up. Kill one person, receive a cash reward of 100,000. Bring me Yi Lingfeng's head, and you'll receive a cash reward of 10 million. The eyes of thousands of powerful individuals gleamed with greed, filled with excitement. At the moment the first warrior drew his blade, greed surged forward like a tide. Yi Lingfeng's head is mine. The Lu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family were also overjoyed. No one had expected that, in a moment of despair, such a massive helping force would appear. Looks like even heaven is on our side today. Humph. Yi Lingfeng is always opposing us noble families. Going against the tide. If he doesn't face divine punishment, who will? Led by Tanaka Yudai, the faces of the Sakura Kingdom people were filled with smug smiles. Yoshi. Sure enough, we don't need to take action today. Yi Lingfeng will undoubtedly die. It's such a pity about Koizumi-san's sacrifice. Di Qingsong, Hanli, and the others' faces instantly turned as dark as water. Originally, both sides had similar numbers, with their own side holding a slight advantage. However, the arrival of thousands of formidable individuals instantly shattered this delicate balance. There are too many people, we can't fight. Di Qingsong turned to look at Yi Lingfeng, a trace of anxiety flashing in his eyes. Master, you go first. Here, we hold our ground. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, his gaze resolute. They're coming. No need to leave. The powerful figures from Qingsong Mansion and the Palace of the Human King, such as Di Qingsong and Hanli, looked bewildered, their hearts filled with questions. Who has come? When they saw the countless thugs rushing forward, Hanli's heart pounded violently, sensing that something was amiss. So many people. Whoever comes can't possibly withstand it. Sigh. Hallmaster, don't hesitate, hurry and leave. If you don't go now then. Before finishing his sentence, Hanli suddenly saw something, and his voice abruptly stopped. Boom! In the distance, a massive fleet of tanks surged forward like a torrent, their momentum unstoppable. In the sky, twin-rotor helicopters hovered steadily, while fighter jets roared past, leaving a breathtaking scene. Those fierce warriors, ready to claim Yi Lingfeng's head, were suddenly frozen in place, their expressions changing drastically. Tank! Fighter jets? This. What is going on? The representatives of the Lu, Yang, Chao, and Wang families also realized something was amiss, looking around in astonishment and gazing up at the sky. This dragon pattern insignia. Could it be? Tanaka Aruyo's face instantly froze, her pupils contracting rapidly. Lang Desha? Boom! The earth still trembles violently, as if heralding the impending storm. Swish! 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 The next moment, several figures suddenly leapt down from the twin-rotor helicopter, their cloaks fluttering fiercely, landing like thunder, exuding an overwhelming presence. 1-star Battle Commander, Jinginghao. 2-star Battle Commander, Shi Yuanjie. 3-star General, Sang Yanbin. 4-star General, Hong Jiayu. 5-star General, Wang Kaixian. We, the Dragon Generals of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, salute the Heavenly Dragon. Boom! The voice was like a resounding bell, the momentum like a soaring rainbow, sweeping through the entire venue in an instant, silencing the crowd as if they had turned to stone. The representatives of the Lu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family were completely stunned. Heavenly Dragon Hall? Star-ranked General? Sky Dragon? Someone suddenly trembled, their heart filled with fear and shock. The rumors are indeed true. The master of the Sky Dragon Hall, the supreme commander of the Sky Dragon, is truly in this humble Rome city? Who? Yang Danian's eyes wandered everywhere, his heart filled with uncertainty and doubt. Who is Tianlong? I've tried everything, but couldn't find any information about him. How could he show up here? Everyone was anxiously searching for an answer. All eyes finally aligned on Di Song. Could it be him? Di Song has already returned to the battle division. And he has been promoted to Tianlong? How is this possible? There are at least 10 ranks in between, the leap is just too huge. Who else could it be if not him? Everyone suddenly saw those star-ranked warriors rise simultaneously and walk toward Di Song. In an instant, Di Song became the center of everyone's attention. Even he himself began to doubt. Who am I? Where am I? Tianlong. What does it have to do with me? Until the next moment. 5 top-tier star-ranked commanders solemnly lined up and bowed respectfully to the young man beside them. Weapons, equipment, and personnel are all ready. Please give the order, Tianlong. Punish evil and uphold justice. Di Song, Han Li, and others turned back in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Swish! The representatives of the Liu, Yang, Chao, and Wang families were completely dumbfounded. With mouths agape, they couldn't utter a single word. And Nani? Tanaka Ario was stunned. He never expected that the young man from Daxia he planned to kill was no ordinary person. Rather, he was the unrivaled leader of the Daxia 1st Battle Regiment, the master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Invincible Heavenly Dragon. Why didn't anyone inform me of this intelligence? This can't be? Suddenly realized something. The Chen family head, Zhao Heihu, and the representative of the martial arts Qin family turned pale. It's over. Seems like things have gone out of control this time. Zhao Heihu suddenly trembled, gritted his teeth, and made the decision to turn around directly. Go! Hurry up! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Including Ario Tanaka, the representatives from the Liu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family all seemed to snap back to reality and hurriedly slipped away. Ka! Suddenly, the uniform sound of raising firearms rang out abruptly. Nobles, influential families, clans, and the people of Sakura country looked up in astonishment. Only then did they realize, there was no path on the left. Nor was there a path on the right. There was no way out in any direction, only gun barrels. Shi Yuanjie turned around, his face cold and emotionless. The filth in Rongqing has long alerted the higher-ups. Eliminating you has been planned for more than just a day or two. Sang Yanbin let out a cold laugh. That's right. If it weren't for the dragon commander stating that he wants to lure you all out and wipe you out completely. Do you really think you can survive until now? Wang Kaixian faced Yilingfang and clasped his hands again. Please, Tianlong, give the order. Eliminate treachery and evil, rid the people of harm. Di Song looked at Yilingfang excitedly, shouting 3 times in his heart. Awesome! 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 Indeed, following the master was an incomparably correct decision. The experts of Qingtsong Manor were equally thrilled. They not only admired Di Song's foresight but also Yilingfang's abilities. At just a little over 20 years old, he had already become the unparalleled heavenly dragon admired by all. This ability is unprecedented. The experts of the Hall of the Human King were already dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yilingfang, while Han Li's eyes were filled with bewilderment and astonishment. No wonder he dared to say earlier that he didn't need the help of the Hall of the Human King. Not arrogance. Not ignorance. And definitely not showing off. He truly possesses such strength. But Han Li couldn't figure it out. Just in his early 20s, he had gained the recognition of the unparalleled Supreme King and had become the new Hall Master of the Supreme King Hall. Not only that, but even before this, he had already become the unmatched Heavenly Dragon of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. How exactly did he manage to achieve this? That's truly admirable. Seeing their excitement. The representatives of the Liu family, Yang family, Chao family, and Wang family are completely panicked. The Chao family representative stepped forward. Since you are people of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, you should use evidence to prove that we are in the wrong. And then proceed with arrest and punishment. So, what evidence do you have now? On what grounds are you acting against us? The Wang family representative nodded repeatedly. That's right. We seek revenge on Yilingfang because he killed our loved ones. This is a personal vendetta. Mobilizing the Heavenly Dragon Hall is an abuse of power. You are the ones in the wrong. Yilingfang, and you should be the ones facing the capital's judgment. Di Song and Han Li showed anger on their faces. Wang Kaixian and the others were expressionless, with killing intent already apparent. Yilingfang remained calm and composed. Capturing criminals only requires evidence. Eliminating evil only requires a list. Di Song, Han Li, and the others suddenly turned around, staring blankly at Yilingfang. Gradually, their eyes filled with admiration, excitement, and thrill. That's right. Capturing criminals, however, requires evidence. Eliminate evil, all it takes is a single list. And all of you are on that list. Wang Kaixian and the others heard this and their faces turned grim. Take action. The Lu family, Yang family, Chao family, Wang family, and representatives of the three major forces all turned pale. Some even wet themselves out of fear on the spot. Yang Danian screamed hysterically. I am an honorary elder of the Martial Arts Association. You are not qualified to kill me. Da. Gunshots rang out, and the honorary elder and his family were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. The people from the Lu family and the Chao family were so terrified they froze in place. With a loud thud, they knelt on the ground in unison. Young Master Yi, Lord Tianlong, we know we were wrong. Please, give us another. Da. Gunshots rang out again. Before they could finish speaking, bullets rained down like a storm, tearing them to pieces. The Chen family patriarch, Zhao Heihu, and the martial representative of the Qin family were all filled with terror. Clenching their teeth, they spoke in unison. Either way, it's death. Fight them to the end. Kill. The subordinates were utterly desperate, but upon hearing their boss's roar, they charged at the group of strongmen from the Heavenly Dragon Hall without hesitation. As a result, the moment they rushed forward, the Chen family patriarch, Zhao Heihu, and the Qin family's representative immediately turned around and ran away. Wang Kaixian snorted coldly. Keep dreaming. Open fire. Da. Gunshots rang out again. Whether fleeing or fighting, everyone died amidst the hail of bullets. A radius of 1 kilometer. All are strong members, armored vehicles, and fighter jets from the Tianlong Hall. Escape? How to escape? Noticing the gaze of that group of armed men suddenly shift onto himself, Tanaka Yudai was completely flustered. Baka. Yilingfeng, whether you are the lord of the palace of the human king or the peerless heavenly dragon of the heavenly dragon palace, you can't kill me. Diqing-san, Hanli, and the others looked furious. Can't kill you? The one I most want to kill is you. Dog. Son. Of. Devil. Yilingfeng's face was icy cold. Give this heavenly dragon a reason. Tanaka Ariyo spoke righteously. First, I am the vice president of the Toyo Chamber of Commerce. Oriental merchants have invested in many enterprises under the names of distinguished families, royal clans, and nobility in Rongqing. They have made huge contributions to the development of Rongqing. If you kill me, the Oriental merchants will withdraw their investments, causing Rongqing to lose significant economic support. Second, Tanaka Ariyo sneered coldly. I am a citizen of Sakura Nation. I have diplomatic protection. Killing me will cause conflict between the two countries. Your Great Xia's high-ranking officials won't let you off. The Empire will absolutely not spare you either. Diqing-san, Hanli, and the others clenched their fists, gnashing their teeth. Though it is very infuriating. But they knew that the other party was stating a fact. Master. Palace Lord. Although at this moment, they very much wanted Yilingfeng to kill this group of bastards. But they understand that seeking momentary gratification is easy, solving trouble is difficult. They don't want Yilingfeng to bring unnecessary trouble upon himself just to vent anger for everyone. They would rather endure the grievances than have Yilingfeng take action. Under everyone's gaze, Yilingfeng remained calm. You're amazing. The Sakura country people saw this and were smug with pride. Tanaka Ariyo smiled confidently. Of course. After all, I am the noble and outstanding Yamato. Whoosh! Before the man could finish his sentence, Yilingfeng's figure flashed, and he turned to deliver a powerful kick directly aimed at the man's head. In that instant, Tanaka Yuyo, born a ninja, could see the opponent's movements clearly, but his body simply couldn't react in time. Yilingfeng, you will definitely regret it. Smack! As soon as the words fell, Yilingfeng's whip leg descended like lightning. Tanaka Yudai's head instantly turned into a mist of blood. Swish! The people of Sakura country were stunned. Gnashing teeth. Shouting at the top of one's lungs. Baka! How dare you kill the pillar of the empire? Yilingfeng, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Facing the attack from the Sakura people, Yilingfeng remained expressionless. The next moment. Da. The gunshot rang out. The Sakura countryman who had just rushed in front of Yilingfeng was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Not even a trace remained. Wang Kaixian and a group of star-level warriors personally held their guns. After firing, they casually blew on the smoking barrel. Just with you, you think you can challenge the summer heavenly dragon of our great nation? Overestimating yourselves. Diqing-san, Hanli, and the others had their hearts racing and breaths quickened. Awesome. So handsome. All this investor and diplomatic protection can go to hell. How dare you act arrogant in front of this man? Doesn't matter who you are. All must die. Di Song and his team had unleashed their restraints, like fearless beasts. As long as they followed Yi Lingfeng, they felt invincible. Han Li and the experts of the Runwan Hall appeared somewhat cautious. That kick just now, it was incredibly satisfying. But what should they do next? After all, they were dealing with people from Sakura Nation. Weren't they afraid of triggering a massive chain reaction? Under their stunned gaze, Yi Lingfeng turned back expressionlessly and looked at Wang Kaishan. Leave this to you. I'll go handle some personal matters. Wang Kaishan accepted the order and, together with the experts from the Tianlong Hall, responded in unison, yes, Tianlong. Seeing Yi Lingfeng about to leave, Di Song hurried forward. Master, is there anyone else you need to kill? I'll go with you. Han Li hesitated for a moment, wanting to accompany him, but Yi Lingfeng waved him off. You've been injured continuously the past few days. Even an iron constitution wouldn't hold up. Go back and rest. I can handle the next matter on my own. In fact, he had always been capable of dealing with these challenges alone. It was just that his subordinates worried about him and followed him despite their reluctance. Master. Watching Yi Lingfeng's departing figure, Di Song felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. It seems that to continue keeping up with the master's pace, I must quickly improve my strength, or else I'll only be a burden. Witnessing with his own eyes how Yi Lingfeng severed a steel katana with just a single needle and killed a 9th-ranked top ninja from Sakura country, Di Song had to admit that the gap between them was simply too vast. Han Li stepped forward. Where is he going next? Doesn't he feel tired after killing so many people? This new hall master, does he even have a limit? Emperor Qingtian gazed into the distance. Judging by the direction, it should be Jiangbei. Could it be that the master is heading to the Eastern Commerce Association? Someone suddenly reacted. That group of Sakura country people, under the guise of upholding justice, helped those noble families hunt down the young master, clearly showing a guilty conscience. In other words, they joined forces with that mysterious adult to target the Yi family's forces in Japan, specifically the Eastern Commerce Association. That's why the young master is choosing this moment to deal with those bastards. Because he's afraid that if he arrives late, they'll escape. Han Li couldn't help but take a sharp breath. After just killing a large group of Sakura country people, he's directly heading to their territory to confront their leader, disregarding international relations? This unrivaled heavenly dragon is truly fearless. Meanwhile, inside the Dongyang Chamber of Commerce building, a group of young women from Daxia was surrounded by sleazy-looking men from Sakura Nation dressed in kimonos. No, don't come closer. They shrank to the ground in terror, crying out in desperation, help! Someone save us! Watching their despair, the men from Sakura Nation became even more excited. Struggle. Resist. The more you do, the more interested I become in slowly playing you to death. At that moment, a faint cough interrupted their actions. All the men from Sakura Nation immediately stopped and instinctively bowed. Greetings, President. Kenji Yamaguchi's companion, Chen Song from Daxia, wore a smug smile as he looked at his curled-up compatriots on the ground, his expression full of pride. Mr. Yamaguchi, allow me to introduce their identities. This one is the class beauty of our grade, this one is the department beauty of the freshman management system, this one is the faculty beauty of the business school. And lastly, this one is the campus beauty of Wuling University, Naylan Linger. The surrounding men from Sakura country immediately understood. Although reluctant in their hearts, the most beautiful one, Naylan Linger, could only be reserved for the high and mighty branch president. Chen Song, do you even have a shred of humanity left? Naylan Linger angrily questioned. The school organized team-building activities, yet you, the student council president, tricked us into coming here to be bullied by these devils. Do you know what people like you are called? Traitors. Lapdogs. To kneel and lick the boots of these eastern devils and betray your compatriots within the borders of Daxia, you deserve to be hacked into pieces. Chen Song sneered coldly, my goal is to attend Todai. A small university like Wuling is unworthy of talent like me. As for you all, being enjoyed by the great men of Sakura country is your fortune. The girls trembled with anger. You. Just as Naylan Linger hesitated about whether to reveal her true identity, Yamaguchi Kenji licked his lips and whispered instructions to Chen Song. I, as the president, don't like coercion. That's too boring. Feed them the latest aphrodisiac developed by our lab. I'll go change clothes and be right back. Chen Song nodded, feeling secretly pleased. Hi. After the person left, he immediately waved his hand, bringing the aphrodisiac to the mouths of this group of female classmates. Eat it, and soon you'll only feel happiness. absolutely no pain. Come on. Babies, get ready to use your bodies to contribute to the friendship between Dacia and Sakura country. Swish. The girls were shocked and retreated in panic. No. What is this thing? I won't eat it. Get away. Nalan Linger took a deep breath, her delicate face darkened, and her gaze was piercing. Chen Tsong, do you know who I am? A trace of regret appeared on Chen Tsong's face. My junior. Never had a boyfriend, the campus belle of Wuling University. What's wrong? Nalan Linger gave a cold smile. Do you know why so many male celebrities, wealthy heirs, and noble scions pursue me, yet not a single one has been accepted by me? Chen Tsong sneered disdainfully. I know you're hard to tame, always looking down on those ordinary men. That's why I offered you to the men of Sakura country, understand? Because I know I can't have you, I can only give you away. You don't want to be my girlfriend? Then be the bargaining chip in my hand and pave the way for my future. Nalan Linger clenched her delicate fists, her anger unresolved. Too lazy to argue with you, let me tell you the truth. I don't date because I am Nalanda's granddaughter. The expressions of the girls behind her changed dramatically. Nalanda? Senior sister Linger. Your grandfather is the commander of the martial department in the Tiannan province, Old Master Nalandi? Yes. You also have the surname Nalan. How did we not think of this before? Chen Tsong's face turned pale. You are actually the granddaughter of the Marshal of the Armed Forces? The legendary princess of the southern province, hidden among the people but incomparably noble? Nalini Linger sneered coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade. If something happens to me here, what do you think will happen to you and these Sakura Kingdom people? Now, immediately, let me and them go. Otherwise, I can guarantee you will die a horrible death. The surrounding men from Sakura country couldn't understand Dacia language, looking at each other in confusion, wondering why Chen Tsong hadn't acted yet. Chen Tsong's face was grave, his knees almost buckling as he nearly knelt. After much thought, he still waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to administer the medicine. So what about Naland? His subordinates are from the southern province's martial division. The power behind me is the great Sakura Empire. Who's afraid of whom? He wasn't unafraid of Naland, but he knew that the flames of anger had already ignited in Nalan Linger's heart. Letting her go now, and waiting for her to return to Naland, would only put himself in greater danger. On the contrary, if the people from Sakura Nation took her, it would mean offending the Southern Province Battle Department together. At that time, with Kenji Yamaguchi leading the way, he doesn't need to be afraid at all. The girls were forcibly fed medicine, their delicate bodies trembling. No! Get lost! Senior Linger, help me! Nalan Linger was shocked. She knew that her disappearance would eventually lead the guards to find this place. But she was uncertain about when they would arrive or whether there would still be any chance to salvage the situation when they did. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Chen Tsong once more. Chen Tsong, are you deaf? I'm telling you, I am. Smack! Before she could finish, Chen Tsong slapped her across the face. Shut up! Take the aphrodisiac. In the territory of the Sakura Nation's masters, no matter your status, you'll ultimately become the master's plaything. This slap completely left Nalan Linger stunned. Yoshi! Seeing the class beauties, department beauties, and school beauties already fed aphrodisiacs, the surrounding men from Sakura country had vicious grins on their faces, unable to suppress their inner agitation, and directly pounced. Boom! At the critical moment, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly shattered the door. Several guards were sent flying, and the men from Sakura country collapsed to the ground, spewing fresh blood. Nalan Linger looked up in shock, her eyes reddened as she gazed at the doorway. Finally here? Looking at their companion's corpse, all the Sakura citizens were furious. Bakayaru! Clang! Suddenly drawing the katana from his waist, he charged forward without hesitation. Yilingfeng's face was as grim as iron, as if casting a spell, he pulled out several silver needles. Swish! 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 With a casual throw, all the Sakura Nation attackers were slain, blood splattering everywhere, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Swish! Nalan Linger widened her eyes, completely stunned. Whose subordinates are these, to be so formidable? Their strength might not be inferior to that of a 9-star warlord. Yilingfeng sneered disdainfully and strode directly toward the Sakura Kingdom person who spoke the great Xia language. His tone was icy. Who are you? Chen Song's face turned pale with shock. He stumbled and fell to the ground, shouting in a panic, "This is the territory of the Sakura Kingdom Lord. Who allowed you to come in?" Yilingfeng responded coldly, "Speak, Sakura Nation scum. Who is the great Xia Lord you colluded with? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death." Chen Song trembled violently, his face changing drastically. You must be mistaken. I'm not from Sakura Nation. I'm from Great Xia. The surrounding Sakura Nation samurai and ninjas had all been slaughtered. Now claiming to be from Great Xia was undoubtedly a wise move. Oh, so you're a traitor? Yi Lingfeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, icy and bone-chilling. Then straight to hell you go. Chen Sung's heart contracted tightly as he realized he had misspoken. Actually, I am. Smack! Before he could finish, a slap descended, and his head instantly turned into a mist of blood. Naylin Linger was dumbfounded, secretly stunned in her heart. This guard is really kind of handsome. She turned around to try comforting her companions. Don't be afraid, someone is here to save us. Unfortunately, she discovered that all her junior schoolmates were lying on the ground, dazed, continuously fiddling with their clothing and calling out, "So hot!" Her delicate face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly looked at the guard. Forget about these devils for now. Quickly take them to the hospital. You've done a great deed this time, and when we return, I will make sure you're properly rewarded. Yi Lingfeng remained composed, turned around, and walked toward the group of girls, his expression unwavering. Naylin Linger looked anxious. Can you handle it alone? Do you need my help? Just as she was about to make a move, she saw Yi Lingfeng's large hand slowly resting on the shoulder of the junior, pressing gently. What are you trying to do? Naylin Linger grabbed his wrist, her face changing drastically. Taking advantage of someone at a time like this? Are you even human? Yi Lingfeng remained unmoved, broke free from her grip, and deftly pulled out several silver needles. A yin needle can take life, a yang needle can prolong it. The mild charm poison was no match for the 13 ghost needles. He separated the twin peaks and accurately located the Yutong acupuncture point, inserting a needle. The class beauty immediately spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, and the abnormal flush on her face quickly faded. Seeing this scene, Naylin Linger finally realized that he was saving someone, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. So you were saving someone? You actually know medical techniques? Looking at this man with extraordinary combat ability, handsome appearance, and even medical skills, her heartbeat gradually accelerated. Grandpa actually has such a remarkable talent under him. How come I didn't know about this before? Yi Lingfeng did not answer and continued detoxifying the departmental beauty and campus beauty. Just finished stitching, Yamaguchi Kenji rushed out with his personal guard, Okai Henmon, upon hearing the commotion. Yamaguchi Kenji, burning with rage, yelled, "Baka! Who are you? How dare you cause trouble on the territory of my Toyo Chamber of Commerce?" Okai Henmon's face darkened as he drew his sword, threatening, "Kneel down right here. Otherwise, the Muramesa in my hand will sever your head." The air in the entire hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Even Naylin Linger and the unconscious girls couldn't help but shrink their necks slightly, trembling. This murderous aura. Naylin Linger's heart tightened as she looked fearfully at the warrior. Could he be a martial sovereign expert? She pondered inwardly. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained calm as he strode firmly towards the two cherry blossom country nationals. Great Xia's god of killing. His voice thundered through the entire hall. Specialized in killing scum, lackeys, traitors, collaborators, Eastern devils. Yamaguchi Kenji sensed the women's fear and sneered coldly. Never heard of him. What worthless trash dares to trouble me, the president? Know your place. Okai's fury burned. Since you're hell-bent on seeking death, then go die. Nishin. Clang. Suddenly drawing the blade, a powerful slash surged forth like a solid rainbow, sweeping fiercely. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, casually waving his hand to disperse the blade energy. Immediately after, his figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Okai Henmon. Nani? Okai Henmon's expression changed as he instinctively raised his blade to defend. Clang! In an instant, the steel-forged Muramesa was actually snapped by Yi Lingfeng's fingers. The broken blade fell through the air, and with a swift motion of his slender fingers, swoosh! It directly severed Okai's neck. This can't be? Okai clutched his neck with one hand, retreating continuously. The moment the corpse fell, Yamaguchi Kenji's pupils instantly contracted to the extreme. How could this happen? Okai? Get up for me. Naylin Linger was completely stunned. Waking up from a coma, the junior sisters, upon seeing this scene, had their pretty faces filled with admiration. Sister Linger, is he the guard protecting you? Is this what the soldiers of our Great Xia are like? He's just too handsome. Naylin Linger didn't refute, her breathing rapid and her heart racing. When I go back, I must ask Grandpa who he really is and what his name is. Yi Lingfeng paid no attention to the adoring gazes of the women and in a flash stepped onto the terrified Yamaguchi Kenji, pinning him to the ground. Tell me, Are you secretly colluding with that Lord Disya to bring harm to my entire Yi clan? Swish! Yamaguchi Kenji's expression changed drastically as he realized that the person before him was none other than Yi Lingfeng, the remnant of the Yi family he had always wanted to kill. Could it actually be you? What on earth are Tanaka Yudai and Koizumi Taro doing? Surprisingly, even now, they still haven't killed you. Yi Lingfeng knew he had found the right person. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't speak, then go down yourself and ask them why they didn't kill me. 1. What? Tanaka Ario and the others are already dead? How is this possible? Kenji Yamaguchi gritted his teeth and laughed. Ha ha ha. You do have some skills. But I am the president of the Toyo Chamber of Commerce, the top person in charge of the Rongqing area. If I die here, not only will you be in trouble, but all the higher-ups in Rongqing will suffer. Can you afford such a price? Hearing this, the girls were extremely enraged. A citizen of Sakura Nation causing harm in Dacia, yet still demanding the highest level of protection? Is there still justice? Is there still morality? Naylin Linger turned pale with anger. Don't be afraid. Kill him. Before she could finish saying, I am the granddaughter of the Southwest Province Martial Division Commander. Go ahead and kill him, I'll handle the consequences for you. Yi Lingfeng, expressionless, counted to 2 and then stomped down forcefully with his canvas sneakers. When dealing with the Sakura Nation scoundrels, he's always had no patience. Not talking? Then straight to killing. Nari? Seeing the gradually clearer sole of the shoe, Yamaguchi Kenji's face was filled with disbelief. It was only at this moment that he realized the man before him was completely unreasonable. Bang! His head exploded. Blood blossomed into dazzling cherry blossoms on the ground. This scene left the girls breathing heavily, their delicate bodies trembling wildly, filled with both terror and excitement. So ruthless. But why do I still think he's so handsome? Not just handsome. He's utterly breathtaking. Is this the kind of soldier from our great Xia? I really hope I can marry such a bold and charismatic man in the future. Naylin Linger looked dazed, thinking to herself, I haven't even spoken yet to say I'd protect you in the future, and you've already killed him. Aren't you a bit too brave and fearless? After scanning the area, he found no living Sakura country nationals. Yi Lingfeng coldly glanced at the corpses on the ground. I know you have another branch in Wuling County, and the president there is even your father. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I'll go directly to your father. He will tell me the whole truth. With a casual turn, under the admiring gaze of all the girls, Yi Lingfeng headed straight toward the door. Wait a moment. Naylin Linger was somewhat displeased. Leaving just like that isn't appropriate, is it? I won't punish you for failing to protect properly, but at the very least, you should apologize for arriving so late. More importantly, if you don't tell me your name, how can I help recommend you for a promotion and reward after I return? Yi Lingfeng did not turn his head, as if he hadn't heard anything. The junior looked embarrassed. Senior Sister Linger, your bodyguard is indeed very handsome, but he is a bit rebellious. Really? I actually think his unruliness is full of masculine charm. Hearing the junior's discussion, Naylin Linger blushed deeply. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the reckless man, who had just stepped out of the door, stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Oh! The girls immediately rushed over and helped the man who had fallen to the ground. A wave of nervousness surged in their hearts as they noticed the man's flushed face and rapid breathing, his features becoming strikingly prominent at this moment. The class beauty, the department beauty, and the academy beauty exchanged glances, their faces flushing with shyness, hearts racing, wanting to look but not daring to stare directly. Could it be that he's been affected by that so-called charm poison? When was the poison administered? Damn the devils, truly despicable. Thinking of the aphrodisiac Chen Tsong had tried to force her to take earlier, Naylin Linger's delicate face instantly turned crimson, her heart tightened sharply, and her brows furrowed. Don't just stand there, hurry and take him to the hospital. Everyone hurriedly nodded and eagerly extended their fair arms. Some raised their hands, some lifted their legs, and some directly embraced the man's head. Feeling the scorching breath continuously hitting her sensitive chest, the school beauty's delicate body trembled slightly, and she secretly thought things were going badly. No, it's not possible. We just recovered from the effects of the drug, we don't have any strength at all. We can't carry him. Yeah. It seems like a few people are working together, but in reality, only Senior Linger has the strength. We can't offer any help at all. The campus beauty frowned deeply, her eyes filled with anxiety. In the TV shows I've seen, those poisoned by charm venom will die from ruptured blood vessels if they don't get released. Why don't we just save him here? I'm afraid if we delay any longer, he might really die. The class beauty and department beauty listened and shyly nodded. If it weren't for him, we would have already become playthings for those devils. Even if it's to repay him for saving my life. I'm willing. I am willing too. The campus beauty took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. Saving lives is the priority. Alright, I'll go first. If I alone can save him, then you all won't need to make any sacrifices. The class beauty and department beauty bit their red lips, unwilling to back down. No. I'll go first. Sisters, stop fighting, let the senior go first. Watching the younger sisters scramble to hug, kiss, and cling to their guardians, Nayland Linger finally realized that the true charm toxin wasn't a drug but rather an instinct. An hour later, inside the vehicle heading to Wuling County, the female warrior driving, Lu Hongying, glanced through the rearview mirror at Nayland Linger in the back seat, as well as the man who was still in a dazed state. I'm sorry, young mistress. I never expected that Chen Tson would turn out to be a traitor. He even tricked you into the Eastern Business Association, intending to deliver you to that group of Eastern devils. Nayland Linger kept her gaze fixed on Yi Lingfeng, cradling his head in her arms, her expression unchanged. It's okay, I told you not to follow me, which led to the accident. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You just said that he's not one of Grandpa's subordinates? Is that true? LV Hongying nodded. The subordinates have investigated. There's no record of him in the Southwest Province Marshal Department's database. Either he is a high-ranking official of the Marshal Department from another region, or he is just an ordinary person. Anyway, he is definitely not from our Southwest Marshal Department. Nayland Linger took a deep breath, her heart surging with emotion. In other words, he killed that group of Sakura Nation people perhaps purely out of a sense of righteousness in his heart? If that's the case, then he's really so handsome. After all, in this day and age, there are truly very few people who still remember those grudges and dare to take action. Lu Hongying did not refute, her gaze revealing a look of admiration. If it's really as you say, then he is indeed worthy of respect. Looking at the bloodstains on Yi Lingfeng's legs, Nayland Linger hesitated for a moment, her brows tightly furrowed. I don't want him to die. Take a closer look, is the poison in his body truly gone? If not, then I can only consider personally detoxifying him. Lu Hongying did not expect that this man might have been affected by the charm poison, nor did she foresee that Nayland Linger had already developed a willingness to offer herself. Speaking bluntly, according to my observations, he is deeply poisoned, and the situation is deteriorating. During the outbreak of the yang poison, Yi Lingfeng received help from Sun Xiao. However, Sun Xiao's ordinary constitution meant that even a full day and night of assistance could not entirely suppress the yang poison. Now, as the yang poison flares up again with increased toxicity, women with ordinary constitutions can no longer be of significant help. Unless Ning Yuchu and Luo Lioli help, or there is a woman in the car with a special constitution who is willing to assist Yi Lingfeng. Otherwise, this time, he is certain to die. After hearing Lu Hongying's words, Nayland Linger felt uneasy, her palms slightly sweating. Looking at the man in her arms who was in unbearable pain, her heart ached faintly. Ah! Whatever! You saved my life, now I must save yours. Nayland Linger's eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke without hesitation. Hongying, lower the curtains on the car windows. Her command carried a hint of urgency. Lu Hongying looked puzzled but quickly lowered the curtains. As the curtains fell, the interior of the car was instantly shrouded in dimness. However, Nayland Linger's gaze was as sharp as a leopard's, swiftly locking onto the man sitting beside her. Her high ponytail danced in the air, a white t-shirt paired with a black short skirt, her long legs slender and elegant, exuding an extraordinary charm. Completely unconcerned about the presence of others, she directly sat on the man's lap, tightly embraced him, and kissed him deeply. A soft moan stirred Lu Hongying's vigilance. She immediately retracted her gaze, turned to look out the window, and felt secretly surprised. 3 hours later, the car arrived at Wuling County, at the commander's residence. Nayland Linger's voice echoed inside the car. Hongying, what happened today must not be told to anyone. Otherwise, I will report to Grandpa that you didn't protect me and even caused me to almost be insulted by the enemy. Her tone carried a hint of threat. Lu Hongying understood in her heart that Linger would never do such a thing, but she still nodded. I understand. But I don't understand. That was your first time. She couldn't help but ask. Why would you give it to a man you've never met, she thought to herself. Nayland Linger looked at the man lying on the bed with stable breathing, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. I am saving him. I only know that if I don't do this, and he really ends up dead, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Her eyes revealed determination. Lu Hongying sighed. I understand. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone about this matter. In her heart, she secretly resolved to uncover the man's background and identity. If his background is extraordinary, he must not be allowed to leave easily. If he's just an ordinary person, the Nayland family would never accept their relationship. In the end, it would only be a tragedy. After Lu Hongying left, Nayland Linger closed the door, once again lying down beside the man. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she gazed at him with deep affection. "What's your name?" The next moment, Yilingfeng slowly opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" Nayland Linger froze, then hurriedly sat up, her delicate face turning as red as an enticing apple. You're awake." Looking at the young girl beside him, Yilingfeng's face was filled with confusion. "Who are you?" Taking a deep breath, Nayland Linger explained everything, then lowered her head slightly, appearing somewhat shy. "Don't worry, I did this willingly. I won't force you to take responsibility for me. If you wish to leave, you can go at any time." Recalling what happened at Dongyang Chamber of Commerce, Yilingfeng's heart tightened. Yang poison has still erupted, hasn't it? He wished he could slap himself. He should have listened to his senior sister's advice and suppressed it first. He looked at Nayland Linger, his heart filled with guilt. "Your name?" "Nayland Linger." She responded softly. "Hello, Linger. Earlier, I lost consciousness and couldn't feel anything that happened." Yilingfeng apologized sincerely. Nayland Linger secretly chuckled to herself. "Your consciousness may be hazy, but relying on instinct, you've managed to subdue everyone." Taking a slight breath, Nayland Linger's delicate body trembled lightly as she inadvertently parted her legs. "So, what you mean is, you want to go again and experience it properly?" "That's not what I meant." Yilingfeng quickly waved his hand. "I've already hurt you once, how could I possibly hurt you again?" Nayland Linger was slightly disappointed and murmured softly, "Just once? From Rong City to Wuling County, it's a full 3-hour drive." Her tone carried a hint of provocation. "You haven't stopped at all." "What?" "I'm saying, if you don't want to, then forget it." Yilingfeng nodded, thinking to himself that it would be better to wait for another day. "But there is something I must tell you," he said solemnly, detailing the fact that he already had women in Rong City, believing that since he had to take responsibility, these things could not be concealed. Nayland Linger seemed unsurprised and smiled lightly. "With your strength and such handsome looks, it would be unusual not to have a girlfriend." She sighed faintly and spoke seriously, "But I truly don't like sharing my man with others." "Since you can't let go of them, then just continue being with them. I've said it, this time I willingly chose to repay your life-saving grace, so you don't need to take responsibility." Her voice was firm yet gentle. Yilingfeng frowned. "Then I'll compensate you in another way." "What do you want?" "Just say it, I'll do my best to satisfy you." Nayland Linger gently kissed the corner of his lips, her face blushing. "I lack nothing. If you truly want to compensate me, then love me once more." Yilingfeng froze, remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally pulled her into his arms, silently vowing in his heart, "This time, I will never let you get hurt." 3 hours later, Yilingfeng supported Nayland Linger as they walked out of the villa. Sunlight poured over them, and the road ahead was filled with uncertainty and anticipation. "Are you okay? Why not lie back down and rest? I can go out on my own." Nayland Linger displayed an unprecedented resilience. "It's okay, I can do this. The guards didn't see you when you came in. If you go out now without someone accompanying you, you'll be taken as a trespasser." Yilingfeng nodded and unhesitatingly wrapped his arm around her slim waist. "Then I'll support you." Nayland Linger's delicate figure trembled slightly, her legs weak. As they were passing the manor, a sudden exclamation was heard. "Linger? What is going on here?" Nayland Linger suddenly trembled, her heart tightening. "Fanghua aunt? How are you here?" She had deliberately chosen a secluded path, yet unexpectedly still ran into a relative. Doomed. After returning from Rongqing and preparing to bring some gifts for the other party, Nayland Fanghua froze in place before even taking out the gifts. She noticed that her niece's legs, previously turned inward, had now become outward and couldn't even close. Nayland Fanghua immediately understood, her niece, still in college, was no longer innocent. The man who transformed her from a girl into a woman was likely the young man beside her. "This person looks so familiar. Feels like I've seen him somewhere before." The maid behind her whispered softly. "Madam, he is Yilingfeng from the Yi family in Rongcheng." Whoosh! Nayland Fanghua's pretty face instantly changed color, her scalp tingling. "Yilingfeng? How did you end up in my Nayland family?" Her gaze kept shifting back and forth between Yilingfeng and Nayland Linger, unable to accept this reality. "You even ruined Linger? You remnant of the Yi family, you truly deserve to die." Nayland Linger widened her beautiful eyes. "Aunt, this." Before she could finish her sentence, Nayland Fanghua suddenly gave an order. Guards, seize this scoundrel. 5 ninth-grade female martial emperors and 1 first-grade female martial venerable exuded murderous intent, and in an instant, they struck directly. Nayland Linger's originally flushed cheeks instantly turned pale. Don't. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened. He shifted sideways and easily dodged the attacks of the 2 ninth-grade female martial emperors. Immediately afterward, he grabbed the arm of one of the female martial emperors, spun fiercely, and flung her away. Knocked down 3 people on the spot. The female martial sovereign's expression changed as she exchanged a glance with the remaining 9th-grade female martial emperor. They split to 2 sides and launched a fierce attack from both directions. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, his heart as steady as a rock. At the moment the 2 charged forward, he displayed an extremely uncanny movement technique, effortlessly dodging the surging double attack. And he grabbed the arms of the 2 women, swung them together, and knocked them unconscious. Turning around again, Yi Lingfeng, who was holding the slender waists of the 2 women, coldly stared at the stunned Nayland Fanghua and spoke in a chilling tone. Calling me a remnant of the Yi family? It seems the reason you want to kill me isn't just because of what happened between me and Linger, but more so because you have a grudge against the Yi family. Swish! Nayland Linger turned pale with fright and hurriedly shielded the other maids. Aunt, why is this happening? What exactly did he do to offend you? Nayland Fanghua was shaking with anger. Linger, you're being foolish. This guy isn't an ordinary person, he's Yi Lingfeng. Nayland Linger looked completely confused. I know his name is Yi Lingfeng. And then? How does that make him extraordinary? Not in the mood to explain to the other party, Nayland Fanghua coldly looked at Yi Lingfeng. You killed Di Lingwu, that I can leave alone. Even, because he was at fault first in the matter of destroying the Yi family. I, as the lady, can even shield you from Tian Sumanshan's retaliation. But you absolutely cannot harm Linger. Emperor Lingwu? Nayland Linger suddenly snapped back to her senses and looked at Yi Lingfeng in astonishment. So, you are a descendant of the Yi family from Rome City? Before she could finish speaking, Yi Lingfeng's eyes darkened, his figure flickered, and he grabbed Nayland Fanghua by the neck. Swish! The maid's expressions changed drastically, completely unable to react. Yi Lingfeng, what are you doing? Let go of madam, or you'll die a horrible death. Yi Lingfeng ignored them, coldly staring at Nayland Fanghua in his hands. So, you are also Di Lingwu's woman? In other words, you were aware of the massacre of my Yi family, and even participated in it? If that's the case, then you can go to hell. Nayland Fanghua, dressed in a luxurious qipao, trembled violently. She was astonished by the opponent's terrifying strength, and even more shocked. At just over 20 years old, how could he possess such intense and powerful masculinity? Wrapped in this masculine aura, she couldn't resist at all and only wanted to be enslaved. Her legs kept trembling and clenching tightly. Nalanhua's heart raced wildly. No wonder Linger had been conquered by him. This man is truly terrifying. Nayland Linger turned pale with fright. Lingfeng, don't! She hurried forward, grabbed Yi Lingfeng's arm, tears streaming down her face, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Aunt and Di Lingwu have always had a distant relationship. They've hardly seen each other over the years. The matters of the Yi family must have nothing to do with Aunt, you have to believe me. Her voice was filled with plea and unwillingness. Yi Lingfeng cast a cold glance, and the woman's delicate body in his hand was tossed to the ground like a rag doll. Linger pleaded on your behalf, so I will trust her words and spare your life for now. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his tone carrying unquestionable authority. I will take responsibility for Linger, but if I find out you have any connection to the Yi family's tragedy, I won't hesitate to kill you. As his words fell, he turned and left, leaving behind Nayland Fanghua lying on the ground, her face pale, tears and shame mingling on her face like a wilting flower. Take good care of Aunt. She choked out, enduring her pain, her eyes burning with indomitable fire. Nayland Linger hesitated for a moment but ultimately chased after him, driven by an uncontrollable impulse. A minute later, Nayland Fanghua regained her composure, the redness on her face gradually returning. That man is terrifying, she murmured to herself, her fear of Yi Lingfeng deepening by the day. Linger is too innocent, following him will leave her unable to escape, maybe even completely captivated, becoming a mere toy in his hands. The maid furrowed her brows. Madam, what do you mean? Linger and he must not be together. Nayland Fanghua's voice was firm and ruthless. But for now, no one in the family can find out. I will use my own methods to break them apart. The maid's eyes widened, feeling shocked by Nayland Fanghua's resolve. She knew that the relationship between Nayland Linger and Yi Lingfeng absolutely could not be exposed to the outside world, or it would bring unimaginable trouble to the family. At the manor's entrance, Nalan Linger caught up with Yi Lingfeng, her face full of urgency. Lingfeng, are you planning to head straight back to Roncheng? Yi Lingfeng stopped in his tracks and was just about to speak when a large group of suit-clad bodyguards suddenly rushed out from cars, parked by the roadside, swiftly surrounding him. Over 10 bodyguards lined up in 2 rows, exuding an air of overwhelming authority. His heart tightened as he realized these individuals were not here to confront him but were waiting for someone to get out of the car. Sure enough, the next moment, a young man dressed in a brand-name suit and wearing sunglasses stepped out of the car, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Linger? Huang Zixing's face lit up with surprise, as though he'd met a long-lost lover. How did you know I would come to see you today? You even came out personally to greet me, I'm truly flattered. He rushed forward with a beaming smile, his gaze blazing. Is this your new bodyguard? Tell him to step aside. I got a famous painting from my friends in the Sakura country. Come, let's admire it together. The painting's subject exudes a strong Sakura country charm. Women blush upon seeing it, men stand up at the sight. Huang Zixing's intentions were crystal clear: shut the door, admire the artwork with his goddess in close proximity, and if the atmosphere was right, he might just win her over. Nalan Linger frowned tightly. Why are you here again? Didn't I say we're not suitable for each other? Can you stop harassing me? Only then did Huang Zixing realize she wasn't there to meet him. But both of our family's elders hope for us to be together. We're well matched in social status and appearance. What's not suitable? Nalan Linger crossed her arms, her tone firm. Who said that? Go find him and make him marry you. Seeing the other party about to leave, Huang Zixing frowned and instinctively reached out. Linger. Smack. Yi Lingfeng, expressionless, directly slapped the other's hand away and said coldly, watch your status. If you reach out recklessly again, don't blame me for cutting it off. Huang Zixing froze, his face darkening. What do you think you are? A lowly servant dares to meddle in this young master's affairs? At this moment, Nalan Linger's delicate face changed color. Seeing that Huang Zixing was about to call for action, she hurriedly stood in front of Yi Lingfeng. In her haste, she didn't notice the stone by the roadside and stumbled, falling toward the ground. Linger? Huang Zixing's face changed drastically, but his heart secretly rejoiced. Was this his moment to play the hero and save the damsel? Just as he was about to step forward and catch Linger, a slap landed squarely on his face. He froze in place, and in the next moment, he was shocked to see the woman he yearned for deeply tightly embraced by another man. That man's hand firmly wrapped around her slender waist, even holding her hand. What was even more shocking was the look on Nalan Linger's flushed face, not a hint of reproach, only a gaze filled with tender affection. Linger, you all. Huang Zixing was stunned, a surge of boundless anger and shock rising in his heart. Who exactly is he to you? Treating you like this, and you don't even resist? Bodyguard? This is way too close. Nalan Linger secretly pondered, worried that making their relationship public might cause trouble for Yi Lingfeng, so she decided to keep it hidden. However, it now seemed that without clarifying the matter, some people simply would not give up. You're absolutely right. Nalan Linger looked at Yi Lingfeng, her eyes filled with affection. He is the only one for me, Nalan Linger, and the man I deeply love, my boyfriend. Swish! Huang Zixing's face instantly turned pale, his scalp tingling. It's only been a few days. Where did this boyfriend come from? How could it be deep love already? Do your elders know? Huang Zixing stared gloomily at Yi Lingfeng, his eyes flickering with flames of anger. Do they agree? What kind of status does this loser have? Is he qualified to marry you? Nalan Linger's delicate face hardened, showing no fear. What does it have to do with you? You and I are only close because of the relationship between our families and meeting each other more often. Not even close to being childhood friends. What right do you have to interfere with my private life? After speaking, she turned to look at Yi Lingfeng, revealing a gentle smile. Ignore him. Let's go. She knew in her heart that if she continued arguing with Huang Zixing, her boyfriend with an extraordinary level of combat strength would absolutely beat him up without mercy. Huang Zixing was furious. Someone, come. Stop that guy. He understood in his heart that the relationship between these two people had not received any approval from the elders. In fact, the elders of the Nalan family were completely unaware of this matter. There was only one reason for this situation. Nalan Linger knew clearly that her boyfriend was just a loser, and his relationship with her absolutely couldn't be revealed to her family. His mindset instantly collapsed, and Huang Zixing angrily realized that his goddess had very likely already been defiled by this loser. And not just once. His goddess was no longer pure. Hatred twisted him, and at this moment, he made a decision. he must have Naylin Linger in this lifetime. But not through a proper marriage. He wanted to keep her captive, to vent like she was a dog. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 tall and strong bodyguards instantly surrounded the two, blocking Yi Lingfeng's path. Naylin Linger's delicate face changed color, burning with fury. This is the Commander-in-Chief's office. How dare you block my way? Huang Zixing, you have a lot of nerve. Huang Zixing sneered coldly, his eyes full of smugness. You are the granddaughter of the commander of the armed forces. But I am the son of the head prefect of Wuling County. Besides, I'm not stopping you, I'm stopping him. He turned his head to look at Yi Lingfeng, gritting his teeth. A lowlife who thinks he can use his looks to climb up through women, transforming from a commoner into someone wealthy and powerful? This young master is telling you, impossible. Without Linger's protection, you are nothing. Take action, now. More than a dozen bodyguards clenched their fists and charged violently toward Yi Lingfeng. Naylin Linger was so scared that she opened her mouth wide, instinctively shielding Yi Lingfeng. Don't! But Yi Lingfeng remained composed, wrapping one arm around Naylin Linger's slender waist and pulling her tightly into his embrace, while his other hand swiftly threw out silver needles. Swish! 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 The approaching bodyguards fell to the ground one after another, instantly eliminated. Swish! The remaining bodyguards were scared stiff, frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. This guy's strength, how can it be this powerful? Huang Zixing was dumbfounded, fear spreading in his heart. You're not an ordinary person? Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to deceive our Linger? Nalani Linger, tightly embraced in his arms, shyly looked at her man, her breathing quickened, her heart full of anticipation. Brother Ling Feng. Yi Lingfeng let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp like a knife, staring directly at the panic-stricken Huang Zixing. Your father is an official of the court. Your family even has dealings with people from Sakura Nation. Hearing this, Huang Zixing suddenly snapped back to reality, his heart trembling. That's right. He thought the other party was intimidated by his status and couldn't help but laugh. My father is the governor of Wuling County, one of the most influential people in the entire Wuling County. Not only that, our family is also friends with the people of Sakura Country, helping the entire Tiannan province by introducing a large amount of foreign investment from Sakura Country. We have made tremendous contributions to the development of Rong City, Wuling County, and Tiannan province. Pointing at the other person's nose, Huang Zixing boasted smugly. So, what do you have to compare with me? What qualifies you to marry the daughter of the commander's residence? When she heard the words Sakura Nation people, Naylin Linger was shocked, her face changing dramatically. Brother Lingfeng, don't. Before she could finish, Yi Lingfeng indeed let go of her waist, suddenly extending his large hand to grab Huang Zixing's neck. Swish! The remaining bodyguard suddenly shuddered violently, his face turning pale in an instant. Young master? Just as they were about to charge forward, two sharp sounds of something slicing through the air rang out. Their foreheads were instantly pierced by deep bloody holes, blood splashing everywhere in a gruesome scene. In an instant, the bodyguards were annihilated, and a suffocating atmosphere enveloped Huang Zixing. His former arrogance vanished completely, replaced by a look of sheer terror. You dare to lay a hand on this young master? How audacious! Naylin Linger, seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, quickly grabbed Yi Lingfeng's arm and pleaded urgently, Brother Lingfeng, I know. This person is unbearable, but killing him will only dirty your hands. Listen to Linger and let him go. We don't need to stoop to his level. She didn't pity Huang Zixing but knew full well that his father was the governor of Wuling County, a prestigious position that could even rival the leading figure of Tiannan province as well as her grandfather. Under these circumstances, if Yi Lingfeng kills Huang Zixing, he will certainly not receive the Naylin family's protection. Instead, he will be hunted by the Huang family, with unimaginable consequences. Yi Lingfeng tightly held Naylin Linger's delicate hand, pulling her behind him. He stared coldly at Huang Zixing and spoke with weighty determination. In Rong City, the Yi family massacre, does it have anything to do with you or your father? Rong City? The Yi family? Huang Zixing suddenly trembled, his heart alarmed as a great unease arose. Could it be that you're the Yi family's leftover? Yi Lingfeng? Terror appeared on his face, and panic surged within him. That's right, it is indeed related to your Huang family. Yi Lingfeng's tone grew even colder. Speak! Secretly colluding with the people of Sakura Nation, instructing the Rongqing elite families to destroy my Yi family, was it your father? Speak up now, and I will give him a swift end. Keep silent, and I will make your entire family suffer a fate worse than death. Naylin Linger widened her beautiful eyes, her heart secretly troubled. It turns out the reason Brother Lingfeng wanted to kill the other party goes far beyond colluding with Sakura Nation. The person behind Huang Zixing might very well be the mastermind who annihilated the Yi family. How did it come to this? Nayland Linger looked at Huang Zixing in disbelief. Why exactly? The Yi family is far away in Rongqing while your Huang family is a top elite family in Wuling County and even in the entire Tiannan province. There's hardly any connection between the two. Why would you target them? Huang Zixing gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. Of all things, the Yi family chose to go into pharmaceuticals. Do you have any idea how big the pie in the pharmaceutical field is? How many powerful figures are involved in the distribution of interests? Moreover, it's one thing to go into pharmaceuticals, but they actually developed a special drug capable of neutralizing nuclear pollution. At this point, he let out a cold laugh, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery. I'm not afraid to tell you. The reason Sakura Country is discharging those things, it's not because they can't handle it, but because they're playing a long game. Just think about it. As the pollution spreads, toxins accumulate in people's bodies, and getting sick becomes inevitable. By then, when they launch a drug that can treat the aftereffects of nuclear pollution, it's not just about making money, it's about controlling the entire world. Huang Zixing sneered sarcastically, and what did you do? You went ahead and developed a special antidote yourselves? If the people of Sakura Country don't kill you, who will? Nayland Linger's eyes widened, her heart filled with shock. She never imagined that the Yi family tragedy, which shook the entire Tiannan province and even the whole country 5 years ago, actually concealed such a massive conspiracy. What surprised her even more was that the always sinister and cunning Huang Zixing was willing to reveal the truth of the matter without reservation. Was he lying, or was he truly frightened this time? At that moment, Nayland Linger suddenly noticed that Yi Lingfeng, who had released her hand, was now gripping a dagger at some point, with the blade pressed against Huang Zixing's abdomen. Her heart trembled, and she suddenly realized the truth. It turned out that Huang Zixing's honesty was merely a result of being forced. Huang Zixing paid no attention to Nayland Linger's disdainful gaze, his face full of composure and dignity. Alright, I've already told you everything you wanted to know. Now, hurry up and take the knife. Take the knife away. Less than an inch away from his lower body. If it wasn't to protect that part, he wouldn't have been so submissive. Yi Lingfeng casually tossed him to the ground, casting a cold glance in his direction, without even bothering to take another look. Phew! Huang Zixing let out a heavy sigh of relief, raised his head to look at the other party, and forced a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Kid, I'm not trying to humiliate you, but even if you know the truth, what can you do? My dad is the governor of Wuling County, and behind him, there's even Sakura Nation. Bang! Before Huang Zixing could finish speaking, Yi Lingfeng suddenly stomped down forcefully, directly crushing Huang Zixing's head. Ah! Nayland Linger had not expected Yi Lingfeng's reaction to be so swift. She instinctively covered her mouth, her fear and shock intertwining. Glancing at Huang Zixing lying on the ground, Nayland Linger's heart raced wildly. Brother Lingfeng's decisiveness and ruthlessness are truly so cool. What happens next? Offending the Huang family, isn't that a dead end? Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, his tone resolute. Wait for me at home. After I take my revenge, I'll come find you. After speaking, he got into the McLaren driven by Huang Zixing and sped away. Nayland Linger originally wanted to chase after him, but after hesitating for a moment, she ultimately chose to turn back and rush into the manor. She ran to the old man as fast as she could and knelt down without hesitation. Grandpa, this time, you have to help me. Nayland, dressed in military uniform, turned around, his eyes full of affection. When have I not helped you? Get up quickly. If your knees get bruised, Grandpa will feel distressed. He hurriedly helped her up and saw her snow-white knees covered in bright red wounds. Feeling a pang of heartache, you still ended up scraping them? Look at you, with such a pampered body, why would you try to kneel like others? If there's something you want, can't you just say it directly? When has Grandpa ever refused his good granddaughter? Nayland Linger cried pitifully, making one feel sorry for her. Promise me first. If you don't promise, I won't get up. Nayland nodded repeatedly. All right, Grandpa promises you. Now quickly get up. Your knees are hurt like this, and you're still bowing to Grandpa for New Year's greetings. How could Grandpa not feel distressed? The warriors and deputy commanders in the hall looked emotional. Throughout the entire Tiannan province, only this young lady could make the domineering battle king of Tiannan province so embarrassed. Nayland Linger rubbed her eyes and stood up from the ground. You said it yourself, don't regret it. Nayland nodded repeatedly. Good. Grandpa won't regret it. Tell me, what exactly happened that made my dear granddaughter, the eldest miss of the Nayland family, so anxious? Even crying? Taking a deep breath, Nayland Linger looked at her grandfather. Yi Lingfeng killed Huang Zixing. The Huang family will definitely retaliate against him. Anyway, you must save him from the hands of the Huang family. Swish! Everyone in the hall was shocked. Yi Lingfeng? Killed Huang Zixing? When did this happen? This person called Yi Lingfeng is too arrogant. That's the son of the Wuling County chief. Nayland was also greatly shocked and remained silent for a while before finally asking, who exactly is this Yi Lingfeng? Nayland Linger blushed, took a deep breath, and raised her head firmly. He is your granddaughter's boyfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent, and all the chatter came to an abrupt halt. Nayland stood frozen like a wooden statue, his pupils tightening little by little until they shrank to the extreme. Driving Huang Zixing's sports car, Yi Lingfeng went straight to the governor's mansion. Just as he got out of the car, a large group of powerful figures suddenly surrounded him. However, Yi Lingfeng quickly noticed that this group of strong individuals before him was dressed differently from the people who were protecting Huang Zixing. A certain sir wants to see you. Get in the car. More than 10 powerful figures surrounded Yi Lingfeng, speaking in a commanding tone. Yi Lingfeng responded indifferently, Sir? From the Huang family? The leading strong man crossed his arms and said, Once you go, you'll understand. He glanced at the Huang mansion estate, which was indeed quite large. Thinking it would be more convenient to travel by car, he did not refuse and got straight into the vehicle. 10 minutes later, he was brought to the front of a standalone villa. After getting out of the car, he followed the group of strong men into the villa's hall. Wait here, the master will be here shortly. Yi Lingfeng did not argue and casually sat on the sofa. The next moment, over a dozen young women, lightly or heavily made up and extremely seductive, walked out from inside. Young master, are you thirsty? Allow me to offer you some water. Young master, are you hungry? I'll cook noodles for you. Young master, are you feeling hot? I'll help you take off your clothes. Young master, are you tired? I'll massage your legs for you. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng had already realized that the person who brought him here was not from the Huang family. Just killed Huang Zixing, the eldest son of the Huang family. It's impossible for the Huang family to treat him so warmly. Yi Lingfeng looked indifferent. Speak up. Who's the person behind you? What do you want with me? I'm very busy right now and have no time to waste with him. The women exchanged glances, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. Young master. After a moment of silence, the leading long-haired beauty, clad only in a bikini, leaned toward Yi Lingfeng, her breath fragrant. Be patient. The master is getting ready and will be out soon. Smelling a peculiar fragrance, Yi Lingfeng's originally furrowed brows gradually relaxed. So fragrant. There was a hint of seductive charm in the women's smiles. Some sat beside Yi Lingfeng, some leaned softly against him, and one even boldly sat on his lap. Like it? Then smell it more. Master won't come out for a while. Before that, let us serve you properly. Yi Lingfeng did not resist and was instantly surrounded by a dozen alluring women on the sofa. In the room, a subordinate walked up behind Nayland Fanghua. Madam, it succeeded. Nayland Fanghua was slightly surprised, a trace of insidious gleam flashed in her eyes. So soon? Sure enough, men are all the same, they like to eat from the bowl while eyeing the pot. The subordinate shook his head, his voice heavy. They had aphrodisiacs in their mouths. Yi Lingfeng initially refused, but after being affected by the aphrodisiac, he stopped resisting. Nayland Fanghua was slightly stunned, then a cold smile curved at the corner of her mouth. So that's how it is. Let's go, take a look. Remember to capture the moment of his indulgence later. Linger will definitely give up on him after seeing this video. The subordinate nodded and followed behind Nayland Fanghua. Yes, madam. The two of them entered the hall together and indeed saw those women, charming and flirtatious, lying indulgently on the sofa or the floor, lost in pleasure. Nayland Fanghua felt secretly delighted and took 2 steps forward, wanting to see more clearly. With just you think you can marry Linger? Daydreaming. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind her and quickly knocked out the close maid with a single palm strike. Hearing the shout, Nayland Fanghua instinctively turned her head. What? You actually... Before the words were finished, as Yi Lingfeng waved his hand, the swirling smoke was instantly absorbed by her completely. You, what did you do to me? Nayland Fanghua staggered backward, looking at him in terror. Gradually, she felt a wave of heat, tingling, and unbearable itching. She instantly realized something, and her delicate face changed color. You actually dared to poison me? Despicable. Yi Lingfeng's face showed a cold expression, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I am merely using the same tactic to retaliate. One warning, if this happens again, even if your intention is for Linger, I will still kill you. You used aphrodisiac on me, so I'll let you taste what your own aphrodisiac feels like. As for what happens after, it has nothing to do with me. Yiling Feng was just about to leave when he suddenly felt his thigh tightly embraced by a pair of delicate arms. Stunned, he turned his head only to find that Nalan Fanghua had uncontrollably sunk to her knees. Give me. Nalini Fenghua's delicate body trembled wildly, her face flushed. Just a second ago, she was the most graceful woman in Tiannan province, but now she resembled a seductive springtime feline. It's you made me like this. How can you just leave like that? Give it to me. Quick. Kill me. Yiling Feng felt slightly surprised, thinking to himself, the dose of the aphrodisiac used on you doesn't seem high. Why is the reaction so intense? He turned to look at the women who didn't even have bikinis. At most, they were just rolling and entangling themselves. Although they had also pulled at his pants, they were not as crazed as Nalan Fenghua. Hiss. Gently taking a cold breath, Yiling Feng seemed to understand something. The aphrodisiac is just one aspect, what's more important is human instinct. Looking at the person on the ground, Nalan Fanghua at this moment was a stark contrast to her previous aloof temperament. Yiling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, it seems you've really been holding it in for too long. In fact, he also felt that Nalan Fanghua was indeed quite classy, but regardless of her demeanor, it didn't justify crossing the line. After all, she was still Linger's aunt. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Yiling Feng said coldly, I killed your husband, or your niece's boyfriend. If you dare to. Before he could finish, Nalan Fanghua, lying on the ground, trembled and clung tightly to his leg. Thrilling. Yiling Feng was stunned, unease rising in his heart. What? At this moment, Nalan Fanghua had completely collapsed, murmuring to herself, my husband is dead. In the end, not only did I fail to avenge him, but I also became the murderer's woman. Exciting. Lifting her head, her charming eyes gazing seductively at the man before her, Nalan Fenghua's voice was as soft as spring water. Furthermore, you're still Linger's boyfriend, which makes it even more. Yiling Feng's expression changed, and he hastily covered her mouth. Are you crazy? At this moment, he regretted in his heart, realizing he shouldn't have used the aphrodisiac to tease this woman. Nalan Fanghua had completely lost her reason, grabbing onto his arms and starting to kiss him forcefully. The kiss instantly ignited Yiling Feng's heartbeat, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Slowly, Nalan Fanghua stood up, her eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable desire. What followed was a captivating fragrance unique to a mature woman. Nalan Fanghua. You? Yiling Feng suddenly became passive, a surge of incredulous shock rising in his heart. Nalan Fenghua's face was enchanting, her delicate hands gracefully wrapping around his neck, her soft body pressing tightly against him as if to melt him. Kiss me. I beg you. Otherwise, I will die. Yiling Feng was a man, and the young poison suppressed within him made him unable to resist such a seductive scene. His heart thumped like thunder, beating faster and faster. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately extended his large hand and wrapped it around Nalan Fenghua's slender waist. In that case, don't blame me. Bear it for a moment, I'll free you soon. Nalan Fanghua nodded, her face showing an expression of anticipation. Just as she closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and prepared to meet him, a sudden angry shout came from outside the door. Nalan Fanghua, what exactly do you mean? A woman of about 35 walked in, voluptuous in figure, wearing a light yellow floral dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Playing with men in the Bliss House and not inviting me? Are we even sisters anymore? This villa is named Bliss House. Although it is close to the Huang family estate, it does not belong to the Huang family. It was privately built by wealthy ladies, specifically for indulgence. Upon hearing that Nalan Fanghua had brought a large group of men and women to the Bliss House, this woman rushed over immediately, afraid of missing out on anything. But as soon as she stepped inside, she realized that the situation seemed entirely different from what she had imagined. What's going on? Why are all the men asleep, and the woman is here alone? Seeing the unfamiliar young man sitting at the dining table, the only one awake, the woman crossed her arms, her face full of confusion. Who are you? What exactly is happening here? Where is Nalan Fanghua? Nalan Fanghua was half lying on the ground at this moment, with Yiling Feng pressing her head down with one hand, trying to stop her from moving. His face, however, feigned composure. Who are you? The woman wore a cold expression, and a glint of vigilance flickered in her eyes. Are you the new bodyguard Nalan Fanghua hired? Even I, Huang Fengqin, the eldest lady of the Huang family, don't know about this. Your eyes must be blind. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened, and he thought to himself, so she's from the Huang family. Just as he was about to stand up and silence Huang Fengqin, Nalan Fanghua beneath the table suddenly moved. You? Yi Lingfeng was startled abruptly, his expression instantly stiffened. Huang Fengqin let out a cold laugh with a hint of mockery. Scared already? Such a coward. Alright, I won't scare you anymore. Seeing as you're quite handsome, I won't make a big deal out of it. She glanced around, her gaze stern. Where is Nalan Fanghua? Tell her to come out immediately. Yi Lingfeng remained calm and composed. Nalan Fanghua is not here, it's just us. Huang Fengqin furrowed her willow-like brows. I see. I was wondering, that woman normally pretends to be righteous, refusing to partake in these things with us. How come today she suddenly had a change of heart and came here to seek leisure? She let out a cold laugh, her eyes gleaming with cunning light. The master isn't here, and you bodyguards and maids actually dare to indulge secretly? Quite bold of you. Just now mocking the other for being timid, Huang Fengqin now realized that Yi Lingfeng's courage was extraordinary. Yi Lingfeng frowned. What? You want to join? Huang Fengqin's pretty face turned slightly red, and she retorted, You lowly servant, do you think you're worthy? She glanced at the male bodyguards lying on the ground and found none who suited her taste, feeling displeased. Huang Fengqin sized up Yi Lingfeng from head to toe, then turned to leave. This matter, I will definitely inform your master. Once she knows, let's see how she deals with you. Giggle, giggle. Facing her nearly hysterical laughter, Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath and suddenly grabbed Nalan Fanghua's fair chin under the table. Don't move. With a pinch in mid-air, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a silver needle. With two swift movements, he stabbed it into Nalan Fanghua's acupuncture points. The next moment, blood spurted out, scorching hot blood splashed from her mouth, and her entire body instantly went limp. Yi Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. I already said I would help you get free soon, but you can't even hold on for a few minutes? From start to finish, Yi Lingfeng had no intention of cooperating with the other party. The so-called relief was merely his plan to force the poisonous allure out of her system using silver needles. Although this would harm the afflicted person's vitality, he knew that if he didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to escape this place. Glancing at Nalan Fanghua, who was unconscious on the ground and gradually regaining her color, Yi Lingfeng stood up from the chair. At that moment, Huang Fengqin, who had just turned back, happened to see him pulling up his pants, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. I, the lady of the house, knew you were up to something. However, I never expected Nalan Fanghua, that reserved one, would come to Bliss House for the first time and play so outrageously with you. Even hiding under the table, right in front of me, to mess around with you. You two really know how to have fun. Yi Lingfeng's face suddenly darkened, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. He stepped closer to his opponent one step at a time, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Huang Fengqin's soul. You were lucky I didn't kill you earlier, but now, you're shameless enough to come back courting death? In that case, I'll grant you your wish. Just as Yi Lingfeng was about to take action, Huang Fengqin coldly laughed, as if everything was under her control. Not satisfied? Still thinking of laying hands on me? She raised an eyebrow and spoke with undiminished momentum. Humph. I am the first lady of the Huang family, the blood sister of Huang Qinian, the governor of Wuling County. Her voice was as sharp as a cold blade, cutting through the air mercilessly. Yi Lingfeng was slightly startled, not expecting her to have such a background. Unexpectedly, you have this kind of background. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Huang Fengqin, however, felt somewhat disappointed, thinking, that's all it takes for you to back down? What a coward. She thought to herself that this wouldn't do. She had to praise him, encourage him to be braver, otherwise, he would never dare to play along with her. Kid, you're quite bold. Her tone carried a hint of provocation. Do you know my elder brother has always had a crush on Nalan Fanghua? Want her to become my sister-in-law? Her voice rose, as if announcing a storm about to break. Di Lingwu died in Rongqing, and Nalan Fanghua is now a widow. There's a high possibility that my widowed elder brother will find a way to make Nalan Fanghua marry him. Her gaze was as fiery as a flame. At this moment, you messed with Nalan Fanghua. It's not just courting death, you're utterly courting death. Huang Fengqin's meaning was clear. You dared to play with the woman my brother loves, and even made moves on his sister. It's simply digging your own grave. Yi Lingfeng feigned fear, his lips trembling slightly. Then what should I do? Huang Fengqin sneered, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. What else can you do? Go and apologize to my brother. Perhaps, considering you were unaware, he might spare your life. Otherwise, when he finds out about this, neither you nor your family will have any place to bury their corpses. Yi Lingfeng's face was full of helplessness, calculating in his heart. All right, I'll go back with you. When the time comes, you must speak well for me. With the eldest lady of the Huang family leading the way, this time there was no chance of getting lost. Huang Fengqin let out a cold smile, her thoughts surging. Going back with me works. 2. Otherwise, once Nailan Fanghua recovers, I'll have to compete with her for you. I'll take you back, play with you until I'm satisfied, and then return you to her. That's perfection. She nodded slightly, turned, and walked out the door, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Then let's go with this lady. Yi Lingfeng drove, quietly calculating the situation ahead. On the road, Huang Fengqin, sitting in the passenger seat, finally couldn't suppress the calculation in her mind and reached out her delicate hand toward the other person. Kid, what's your name? Her tone carried a hint of provocation. Yi Lingfeng frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity, but still answered coldly, Yi Lingfeng. Good name. Huang Fengqin's lips curled into a smile. Brother Lingfeng, be honest. How long have you maintained this kind of relationship with Nailan Fanghua? Privately, do you often play different kinds of games? Yi Lingfeng didn't answer, his expression blank, while his thoughts churned within. If you keep moving recklessly, I'll smash the steering wheel, he said coldly, his gaze as icy as frost. Whether one survives depends on their own skill. He glanced out the window. Beyond the roadblock was a cliff. A thought crossed his mind: if they charged off, the whole car would be shattered. Survival would be impossible. Realizing that he wasn't joking, Huang Fengqin reluctantly withdrew her hand, inwardly resentful. Still loyal to that burnt-out Nalini Fanghua? Or do you think this lady doesn't measure up to that wench? Yi Lingfeng did not respond but felt smug inside. Since he had already entered the villa, why bother paying attention to someone as insignificant as you? Huang Fengqin's delicate face turned colors, burning with rage. Ungrateful wretch. Fine, since you refuse to obey me, I'll make you understand the meaning of regret. At this moment, she finally realized that the other party never intended to support her. Meeting her brother was purely to take the blame for Nailan Fanghua? Outrageous. Huang Fengqin, furious to the point of losing her composure, thought to herself, since that's the case, why should I be polite to you? You must experience true despair. The car quickly stopped at the front door of the hilltop villa in the center of the Huang family estate. Huang Fengqin didn't wait for the others to get out of the car. She pushed open the car door and rushed straight into the house. Big brother, tell your people to hurry and arrest this insolent servant. Her voice echoed through the hall, shocking everyone. Unbelievably audacious, this servant actually dared to toy with your beloved woman in the pleasure chamber. The hall was packed with members of the Huang family, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Huang Qinyan's face was already grim, but upon hearing Huang Fengqin's exclamation, his expression grew even heavier as he murmured to himself, beloved woman? Huang Fengqin glanced at Yi Lingfeng beside her, her face dark with anger, and the fire of fury burning within her. It's your own ignorance. Don't blame me for being heartless. She turned her head to look at the big brother above, her voice thunderous. That's right. That dog servant is called Yi Lingfeng. Just now, he actually dared to sleep with your beloved woman, Nailan Fanghua, at the Elysian house. Swish. Upon hearing these words, the Huang family members all had drastic changes in their expressions. Even Huang Qinyan's face twisted in rage. Yi Lingfeng? You're Yi Lingfeng? The reason they were so angry was not because Nailan Fanghua was taken advantage of, but because they heard the name Yi Lingfeng. Huang Fengqin was stunned and only then noticed that the hall was already filled with family members. You all are here too? Damn it, how could you say these things in front of everyone? Although everyone in the family knows that elder brother likes Nailan Fanghua, saying it in this kind of situation would definitely embarrass him. After snapping out of it, Huang Fengqin looked at Yi Lingfeng, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. But this is fine. The more it's in this kind of situation, the more elder brother will feel humiliated. The more embarrassed you are, the angrier you become. The angrier you get, the more miserable your death will be. This is the price for rejecting me. Lifting her head, Huang Fengqin braced herself and looked at her elder brother, a sinister glint flickering in her eyes. That's right, he is Yi Lingfeng. You know this name? Could it be that you already knew about him and Nailan Fanghua's matter? Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Qinyan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and angrily pointed at Yi Lingfeng while shouting. It's you! Kill the son of the governor! Kill Zixing! Swish! Huang Fengqin's face changed dramatically. Zixing is dead? When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? The Huang family started explaining, their faces filled with shock. If I had known, 5 years ago, we should have killed off that remnant in prison. That way, he wouldn't have had the chance to kill Zixing. Huang Fengqin stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng, deeply shaken inside. How could this happen? Just a moment ago, she was still in shock. What kind of bodyguard is this? Not only did he take her elder brother's beloved woman, but he also killed her brother's only son. Now she finally understood the man wasn't a bodyguard, but a descendant of the Yi family from Rongqing, here specifically to collect the Huang family's debts? Yi Lingfeng's face was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. Since you already know who I am, there's no need to waste more words. Looking up at Huang Qinian above, he spoke word by word, his voice like thunder. Speak! Are you really the mastermind behind the Yi family tragedy? Is there anyone else pulling the strings behind the scenes? Speak up, and I'll grant you and your family a quick end. Before Huang Qinian could respond, Huang Fengqin, who had completely lost hope in Yi Lingfeng, stepped forward with anger written all over her face. You, the remnant of the Yi family, narrowly escaped a disaster, yet you don't know how to live quietly. And you dare to come to Wuling County, kill the heir of my Huang family, and trouble my elder brother? Do you know that in all of Rong City, the status of my Huang family is second only to the top leader of Tiannan province? Even higher than the Tian's manor. How dare you oppose my Huang family? You're simply courting death. The original plan was to wait until her elder brother got angry, threw him into prison, and then visit him afterward to threaten him into becoming her lapdog. However, now Huang Fengqin finally understood, this man named Yi Lingfeng could never have any connection with her or the Huang family. If you can't have it, then destroy it. What's more, the other party is a revenge seeker coming to avenge the Huang family. Yi Lingfeng didn't turn around, his face showing no trace of emotion. What, you're aware of the Yi family tragedy too? Huang Fengqin gritted her teeth in rage, utterly furious. I don't know. But if you offend the Huang family, there won't be. Smack! Before the words could finish, a slap came, and at the instant the voice stopped abruptly, the head turned into a mist of blood. Don't know what you're shouting about over there. Speak! If you don't speak, I'll start a massacre. I'll kill until you're trembling with fear. Swish! The faces of the Huang family members changed drastically. They never expected that this remnant of the Yi family would dare to kill someone from the Huang family in Huang territory, right in front of countless members of the Huang family. Huang Zixing was unprepared outside. If he dared to act, it could still be understood. But here is the Huang family. Right in front of everyone, he turned the younger sister of the Huang family's master, the sister of the Wuling County governor, into a headless corpse. How could he possibly dare? Unbelievable. Huang Qinian was furious, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Guards, seize this heinous villain for me, the prefect. Yes. Boom. The moment the footsteps synchronized, the entire villa trembled slightly. With ferocious expressions, over 100 8th-rank martial emperors, dozens of 9th-rank martial emperors, more than 10 first-rank martial lords, 3 second-rank martial lords, and 1 third-rank martial lord collectively took action, bringing overwhelming killing intent as they charged toward Yi Lingfeng. Villain Yi Lingfeng! Why don't you surrender now? Yi Lingfeng remained calm and collected. His left hand, held behind his back, subtly rotated as he gracefully produced several silver needles, his eyes sparkling with fearless determination. Since you insist on courting death, I shall grant your wish. Stop! Just as he was about to unleash a massacre, a stern shout froze all the powerful figures of the county governor's mansion in place. Everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the main gate. The next moment, a domineering figure dressed in military attire, draped in a cape, accompanied by a graceful silhouette and countless military-clad strongmen, strode confidently through the gate. Brother Lingfeng. Nalan Linger looked anxious and quickly rushed over to check on Yi Lingfeng's condition. Are you injured? You dare to come to the county governor's mansion alone? Linger really doesn't know whether to call you brave or foolish. Yi Lingfeng felt slightly surprised, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile. Didn't I tell you to wait at home? Don't worry, I'm fine. Nalan Linger was in tears, holding the other person tightly, her heart surging with emotion. You really scared me to death. Seeing this scene, the members of the Huang family were completely dumbfounded. Huang Qinian widened his eyes, staring blankly at Nalan. Commander Nalan. What is going on here? The soldiers looked at Yi Lingfeng, their faces filled with envy and jealousy, secretly gritting their teeth. Nalan frowned slightly, clearly showing some dissatisfaction in his heart. What else could it be? It's just this kind of situation. Huang Qinian looked completely bewildered, his heart in tumult. His own sister just ran over and said that Yi Lingfeng hooked up with his beloved woman in the paradise house, who happens to be Nalini Linger's aunt Nalini Fanghua. And now he's with Nalini Linger? Hooking up with the aunt first, then the niece? Or hooking up with the niece first, then the aunt? Huang Qinyan's heart is shattered, he can't tell. He really can't tell. Nalan still doesn't know about the matter between Nalin Fanhua and Yi Lingfeng. He glanced at his granddaughter, who was tightly embraced and protected by the other party, and let out a heavy sigh. Anyway, that's just how the situation is. Looking back at Huang Qinyan, Nalan had a serious expression. Yi Lingfeng will marry into my Nalan family and become our live-in son-in-law. Whatever conflicts you have with him, from this moment on, all hatred must vanish into thin air. The Huang family clenched their teeth tightly, filled with unwillingness, their hearts burning with anger. Huang Qinyan was infuriated with laughter. This boy killed my son, killed my niece. Slaughtered so many people. And you actually tell me that all grudges can be wiped clean? Nalan's face darkened, burning with anger. Didn't you also send people to kill their family? That's enough. For my sake, let's put an end to this matter. Unless you think the people of your prefecture governor's office can defeat the experts of my martial division. He sighed deeply in his heart, he really had no choice. His sweet granddaughter threatened to die if he didn't help, he had no other option. The members of the Huang family gritted their teeth and glared angrily at Yi Lingfeng. Looking back at Yi Lingfeng, Huang Qinyan's face revealed helplessness. Kid, I must say, your luck is truly remarkable. To unexpectedly gain the protection of the Nalin family at this time. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't survive. The other party's words were only halfway through, but Yi Lingfeng had already lost all patience. K your mother. Did I ever say I wanted to reconcile with you? I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and answer my question. Otherwise, I'll send you to the afterlife right now. Swish. Huang Qinyan was stunned. Everyone present was shocked. What's wrong with this young man? Can't understand human language, can you? Even Commander Nalin is speaking on your behalf. Yet you're still being unreasonable. Disgracing others. Beyond arrogance. It's downright foolish. The powerful figures of the Nalin family and the martial division looked furious, all feeling that this young man was completely unaware of what's good for him. He glanced at his granddaughter, whose face was full of astonishment. Nalin took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Yi Lingfeng, is it? I've heard a bit about the Yi family of Rongqing. Whether the Huang family is colluding with the people of Sakura Nation, I do not know. They have never harmed your family, and that's not something I concern myself with. Turning to look at Yi Lingfeng, Nalan's tone carried a hint of command. But Huang Qinyan is, after all, the prefect of Wuling County. You killed his two closest relatives. No matter how great the hatred, it should have subsided by now. Yi Lingfeng's face darkened, his eyes flickering with anger. If you don't know, then keep your mouth shut. If you can't handle it, then don't meddle. Coldly staring at Nalan, his face was full of frost. You are Linger's grandfather, so I held back. Otherwise, for someone like you meddling in everything, ostensibly helping me but actually aiding the Huang family, I'll kill whoever I see. Nalan was completely stunned. Everyone opened their mouths wide, frozen like statues in place. Nalin Linger was dumbfounded, covering her mouth, completely speechless. Ignoring their astonishment, Yi Lingfeng gave a cold smile and turned to stare directly at the dazed Huang Qinyan. Do you still dare to say? Huang Qinyan suddenly snapped back to his senses, his gaze sharp as lightning, and burst into loud laughter. You all saw that, didn't you? This kid doesn't take you seriously at all. Ha ha ha. Huang Qinyan quickly walked to Nalan's side and said mercilessly. There's something I almost forgot to tell you. He didn't just take away your beloved granddaughter, but also your dearest daughter, Nalin Fenghua. Swish! A shocked atmosphere permeated between the Nalin family and the Wu sect strongmen, with astonishment clearly written on their faces. Nalan's pupils shrank instantly, and a wave of unease surged in his heart like a tide. This, impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could such a thing happen? The Huang family sneered incessantly. Fengqin personally witnessed their disgraceful act. If that weren't the case, how would this remnant dare to kill Fengqin as soon as they came in? This is clearly an attempt to silence her by killing. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Nalan was burning with anger and turned to glare at Yi Lingfeng. Tell me. This isn't true, is it? Although I don't want to admit it, you truly are Linger's boyfriend. How could she possibly harm her own aunt? Noticing Nalan Linger's confusion, Yi Lingfeng disregarded the gazes of others and explained to her. Your aunt has never wanted you to be with me. She found some women to seduce me, making you misunderstand that I wronged you. But I didn't fall for it, that's all. Nalini Linger stared at him in a daze. Really? Okay. He nodded firmly, his eyes shining with confidence. All right, I believe you. Everyone widened their eyes. What is going on? Was the misunderstanding resolved so easily? Is Nalan Linger too naive, or is this man too charming? Linger is so captivated that she can't even bother to distinguish right from wrong? Huang Qinian gave Nalan a cold smile. Linger is still young. She can't distinguish between right and wrong, true and false, can't you tell either? Nalan stared grimly at Yi Lingfeng. Rumor has it that Di Lingwu died at his hands. As Di Lingwu's wife, his own daughter, Nalan Fanghua, had no plans for revenge. Instead, she turned a blind eye to the matter. Thinking carefully, the relationship between the two is terrifying. Nalan thought to himself, Nalan Fanghua is my daughter. Her husband is dead, she doesn't want to remain a widow, and seeks other men. As her father, I should support her. Finding a young pretty boy is nothing unreasonable. But the problem is, the other party can't keep one foot in two boats, taking both the aunt and the niece. From Nalan's perspective, no matter who Yi Lingfeng chooses first, he has taken both the aunt and the niece, completely undermining moral principles. One is his own daughter, the other is his own granddaughter. This is outright bullying me. He took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Someone, come. The strong ones from the Nalan family and the martial department stepped forward one after another. Present. His aged face twitched as Nalan slowly raised his hand, then suddenly dropped it. Take down this scum. Yes. Swish. Nalan Linger's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, she spread her arms wide, blocking the strong individuals in front of her. Brother Lingfeng said this is a misunderstanding. I trust him. Whoever dares to touch him will have to step over my dead body. The experts of the Nalan family and the martial division halted in place, looking at each other, hesitant in their hearts. Nalan trembled with rage. Linger. Huang Qinian let out a cold laugh. The Nalan family and the people from the martial department may fear you, but we Huan family certainly don't. Men, seize Yi Lingfeng and tear him apart limb by limb. Yes. At the moment the order was given, the Huang family experts surged forward like a tide, drawing their swords in fury and charging straight at Yi Lingfeng. With an unchanged expression, Yi Lingfeng shielded the shocked Nalan Linger behind him. Don't worry, your brother Lingfeng is invincible. Glaring at the smug Huang Qinian, Yi Lingfeng's heart surged with killing intent, abandoning the plan to inquire further. It's fine even if I can't get an answer. Today, none of those who harmed my Yi family can escape. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the female guards of the Nalan family swiftly rushed forward and pulled Nalan Linger back. Miss, hurry back. In the next moment, the strong fighters of the Nalan family, the martial department, and the Huang family all charged forward. Desperate Nalan Linger cried out in despair. Brother Lingfeng. 5 fourth-grade martial lords launched the attack first. One executed a swift step to appear behind Yi Lingfeng, the broadsword in his hand slashing directly towards his neck. Yi Lingfeng sidestepped and dodged with an extremely bizarre posture, effortlessly evading all attacks. The 2 fifth-rank martial lords, who had been standing with arms crossed, no longer hesitated. They clenched their fists, combining punches and knife strikes, and launched a ferocious assault on Yi Lingfeng's head from 2 directions. At the critical moment, Yi Lingfeng leapt backward like lightning, the force of their punches sweeping past his face just narrowly. The long sword gleamed, slashing a neat cut into his sleeve, a shocking sight. Nalan Linger burst into tears in terror, struggling desperately. No. Stop. You mustn't hurt him. But Nalan wore a gloomy expression, coldly watching the battle unfold, his heart filled with anger and resentment. I can tolerate you being involved with Linger, but I will never allow you to wreak havoc on the women of my Nalan family. Huang Qinian wore a smug expression, taking a step forward and provocatively said, so many 4th, 5th, and even 6th-tier martial masters. This kid is doomed. He glanced at Nalan beside him, a cold sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. If this governor is not mistaken, the collaboration between the governor's mansion and the martial division to eradicate evil is the most significant event in the past decade in Tiannan province. However, just as Nalan was about to retort, his brows suddenly furrowed. What? Huang Qinian instinctively turned his head and was shocked to discover that all the 4th and 5th-tier martial masters who had rushed forward were already lying defeated. Among the 3 remaining 6th-tier martial masters, one was being stepped on by the opponent, while the fists of the other 2 were tightly gripped and, with a sudden crunch and accompanying cries of agony, crushed. Swish! Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and Huang Qinian's smile instantly froze. How could this be? This guy, how could he possess such terrifying strength? The experts from the county governor's mansion had all arrived, yet they still could not subdue him. A sense of despair began to spread. Commander. Nalan? Helplessly, Huang Qinian could only turn to Nalan Div for help. What are you waiting for? Let your martial department's elite take action now. Nalan Linger felt her heart tighten, turned back in shock, and shook her head repeatedly. Grandfather. No. Nalan Div's expression darkened as he waved his large hand decisively. Top 10 warriors. Forward. Understood. 10 formidable experts clad in black battle robes descended like tigers down the mountain, leaping swiftly to surround Yi Lingfeng. Boom! In an instant, the overwhelming killing intent of the 7th-rank martial sovereigns engulfed the entire hall. Everyone present, except Yi Lingfeng and Naland, felt utterly suffocated. Hiss! The Huang family members drew in sharp breaths. This is the foundation of the martial division. The oppressive aura of a 7th-rank martial sovereign is truly terrifying. Huang Qinian laughed wildly, seemingly seeing the dawn of victory. The 5th rank is the watershed of realms. Beyond the 5th rank, every rank transcends universes. A single 7th rank is capable of crushing a dozen 6th ranks. And now, there are a full 10 7th rank martial sovereigns. Yi Lingfeng is doomed to die. Thunk! Nalan Linger felt a chill in her heart, her delicate face instantly turning pale. No, don't! Nalan Dir roared, kill! Boom! Accompanied by an explosion of murderous intent, 10 7th rank martial lords unleashed their full power without hesitation, charging forward fiercely. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he thought to himself, worried about accidentally injuring Nalan Linger. I have been holding back. But at this moment, I have found the right angle and am completely confident that I can eliminate everyone around without harming her. If you're so determined to court death, then all go and die. Stop. Suddenly, a stern shout froze all the 7th rank martial reverends in place. In the next moment, as a large group of warriors in battle robes surged in, a thunderous roar echoed across the scene. 9-star warlord Chen Xingyan of the Dragon Temple is here. Who dares act recklessly? Swish! The members of the Huang family turned pale. The Dragon Palace? Why are they here? Nalan Di and Huang Qinian had no time to exchange glances. The moment they heard the name Chen Xingyan, they directly knelt on one knee. Subordinates pay respects to the 9-star battle commander. As they knelt, all the members of the Huang family, the Nalan clan, and the powerful figures from the martial division also knelt on one knee. The scene was indescribably overwhelming, with everyone lowering their heads. Just as Nalan Linger stood stunned, wanting to bend her knees to follow suit, Yi Lingfeng reached out and grabbed her arm. Lingfeng brother. Yi Lingfeng shook his head. Sensing his presence, Chen Xingyan's pupils narrowed, and he trembled slightly with excitement. Your Highness. Before he could finish speaking, the adjutant beside him hurriedly stopped him, signaling him to be more perceptive. Only then did Chen Xingyan notice that the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Palace was currently comforting his woman and had no mood to pay attention to anyone else. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Chen Xingyan's expression darkened, his gaze sharp like a blade as he swept his eyes over the crowd ahead. What are you doing? Nalanda's heart trembled, and he hurriedly replied, in response to the Lord, we were eliminating evil. However, Chen Xingyan seemed not to hear him, his voice solemn yet filled with authority. This general is asking you, what were you doing just now? Huang Qinian was trembling uncontrollably, his heart filled with fear. He knew that the current situation was far more precarious than he had imagined. In response to the Lord, we were really eliminating evil, he stammered, his voice brimming with intense nervousness. The Tianlong Hall is the absolute authority of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, the county governor's residence is merely a local power in Wuling County. Although Wuling County holds an important position in Tannan Province and the county governor's authority should not be underestimated. When compared to the 9-star war general of Tianlong Hall, it still seems as insignificant as dust. Huang Qinian understood this deeply and dared not show the slightest neglect. This Yi Lingfeng destroyed the Lu family, Yang family, and Xiao family of Rong City, he urgently explained. He even killed 2 of my closest relatives and defiled Commander Nalan's daughter and granddaughter. He is utterly irredeemable. His voice grew increasingly resolute. The county chief office and the martial department are joining forces to eradicate this villain. Huang Qinian looked completely sincere, but he was unaware that the villain before him was, in fact, the master of the mighty Dragon Hall, ruler above all. Nalan Du was equally in the dark and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, I can testify to this. Yi Lingfeng is undoubtedly an irredeemable villain. We are truly doing justice by eliminating him. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, but Nalan Linger, cradled in his arms, was on the brink of collapse with anxiety. Brother Lingfeng killed the Lu family because they slaughtered his entire family. He killed the Yang family because they tried to kill him. If self-defense makes one a villain, then what doesn't count as villainy? Nayland shouted angrily, "Silence! I shouldn't have spoiled you so much all this while. If not for that, you wouldn't be so blind to right and wrong." "Grandpa?" Nalini Linger called out anxiously, but Nalini completely ignored her, instead looking sincerely at Chen Xingyan. "Master, every word we said is true." Huang Qinian and the Huang family members knelt repeatedly. "That's right, Master. What we said is absolutely true." Coldly glaring at Yi Lingfeng, Huang Qinian sneered and said, "This boy has committed heinous crimes. He deserves to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Master, please do not show any mercy." Chen Xingyan turned his head, his piercing gaze locking onto Yi Lingfeng. At this moment, Nalini Linger's unease grew deeper, her mouth agape, as if she were plunged into an ice cellar. "It's over. This time, it's truly over." She instinctively stood in front of Yi Lingfeng. "If you want to take him, you'll have to take me first. As long as I am alive, I will never let you take him." Chen Xingyan's expression was serious as he directly knelt on one knee, his voice resolute and powerful. "Lord, please issue your command. How should we deal with these people?" Swipe. Everyone was suddenly stunned. "Kneel? Palace Lord? Who? Nayland Linger?" Every single person present was almost looking at Nayland Linger with shock in their eyes, a look of disbelief on their faces. "Palace Lord?" Nayland Linger froze, completely unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. At this moment, Nayland and Huang Qinian seemed to grasp something. They instinctively raised their heads, their breathing grew increasingly rapid. "Impossible." Chen Xingyan wasn't kneeling before Nayland Linger but to the man behind her, Ye Lingfeng. This must be a mistake." Huang Qinian looked at Chen Xingyan in terror, his face turning pale. "Lord Chen, look clearly, he's the criminal Ye Lingfeng. How could he possibly be the palace lord of your heavenly dragon palace?" Nayland Linger regained her senses, her gaze unconsciously turning to the indifferent Ye Lingfeng. Before she could speak, Chen Xingyan, kneeling on the ground, bellowed fiercely, "Audacious! You repeatedly call the master of my heavenly dragon palace a criminal. Such insolence! After dealing with the Lu family, the Yang family, the Chao family, and that group of Sakura country people, Wang Kaixian led his men to the Rongqing branch of the Toyo Chamber of Commerce. There remained only a chaotic scene of corpses, but Yi Lingfeng was nowhere to be found. When his calls went unanswered, Wang Kaixian immediately notified the brothers of the Tianlong Hall in Wuling County. Upon locating the phone, the hall master was in Wuling County. Upon hearing the news, Chen Xingyan was furious and quickly brought his men to the scene. He could never have imagined that these prominent figures from Wuling County would dare to try to kill their hall master. The hall master has lived overseas for years and only returned to the country this month. Chen Xingyan seethed with rage. Although he hasn't managed Tianlong Hall directly in the past, he holds the Tianlong token, personally entrusted by the former hall master. He is unquestionably the rightful, supreme leader of Tianlong Hall. Clenching his fists, he declared with unwavering conviction, "Dare to insult the sole sovereign of our Tianlong Hall? You deserve death." Swish! The moment he spoke, everyone present froze in shock. None of them had expected that the previous hall master of Tianlong Hall had caused an international uproar by killing hundreds of thousands of Sakura country troops and Myligian mercenaries. To prevent further warfare and maintain peace among major nations, he voluntarily entered Purgatory Island and became a prisoner there. Would never have thought. Similarly serving a sentence there, Yi Lingfeng unexpectedly gained the other party's recognition, taking the Heavenly Dragon token from the other party's hands, becoming the Heavenly Dragon of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. How could this happen? Huang Qinian was dumbfounded. Didn't he go to prison before? When did he become the ruler of your Heavenly Dragon Hall? Nayland looked shocked, staring blankly at Yi Lingfeng, his head buzzing. Brother Lingfeng? Nayland Linger widened her eyes, her mouth forming an O shape. Yi Lingfeng looked calm and indifferent, as he comforted Nayland Linger with his hand, his gaze swept coldly like a blade toward Huang Qinian, who stood as motionless as a wooden sculpture. "I gave you the chance to speak, but you used it to insult me. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Take your entire family and head to the afterlife." Nayland, the Nalands, and the experts of the Martial Division abruptly turned around, astonished as they looked at Huang Qinian and the Huang family members. Chen Xingyan turned around, leading the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, stepped forward, with an overpowering aura instantly pressing down. Huang Qinian's face turned ashen, fear in his heart immediately transformed into uncontrollable trembling. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "Subordinate deserves death. I don't know your identity, Lord. Please, grant me another chance to speak." Yi Lingfeng remained indifferent, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyan's expression darkened. He drew his long sword, its light flickering, exuding a formidable killing intent. Swish! The members of the Huang family turned pale with fear, frantically kowtowing, as if they had lost their minds. Huang Qinian, who was kneeling at the front, kowtowed with more sincerity than at a grave. It's not my fault. The one who ordered me to kill your entire family is the old master of the Yi family, Yi Wanshan. I was just following orders, I had no other choice. Everyone around Nailande was utterly shocked. Nalan Linger was completely stunned, her heart surging with overwhelming waves. Yi Wanshan? Could it be the one who lives in seclusion in Wuling County, one of the 12 imperial tutors and a national figure of Shanhua? But why would he kill Brother Ling Feng's entire family? I can't understand it. Ha! Brother Ling Feng's surname is also Yi. Could it be? Thinking of this, Nalan Linger looked at Yi Lingfeng in astonishment, a faint sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Chen Xingyan's eyes narrowed, his gaze fierce like a torch. Palace Lord. Yi Lingfeng squinted his eyes, his heart surging. Yi Wanshan? Of course, he knew Yi Wanshan. The shock within him surged like a tidal wave. Because this man was none other than his grandfather. Back then, my father and he had a disagreement on the path to entrepreneurship. In a fit of anger, ran away from home. For this matter? Kill my father, kill my whole family? It's not that extreme. With a face full of remorseful tears, Huang Qinian hurriedly took out the evidence, as if grabbing the last straw to save his life. Absolutely true. This is the execution order he sent all those years ago. It clearly states at all costs, prevent the Yi family from developing new drugs. Honorable Palace Master, see for yourself. Yi Lingfeng took the yellowed execution order, examined it carefully, and found that it was indeed Yi Wanshan's handwriting. Is it really him? But why is he doing this, after all? That's his son's family, his own family. Huang Qinian voiced his suspicion, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Many powerful families and elites in the country have close ties of interest with the Eastern Business Association. The new drug researched by the Yi family will cause significant losses to the Eastern Business Association. When that happens, those powerful families and elites will surely retaliate against the Yi family. He's probably doing this to protect the Yi family. The other party's explanation was not entirely unreasonable. Yi Lingfeng's thoughts churned. To fully uncover the truth, he would have to go to the Yi family and demand a clear answer. Chen Xingyan, kill all the Huang family members. Swish! The members of Huangquan suddenly trembled violently, their faces flooding with despair like a tidal wave. Your Excellency, Palace Master, we realize our mistake, please no, Your Excellency. Huang Qinian kept kowtowing, his eyes filled with pleading. Please, give us another chance. Please. I really don't want to die. Nalan looked utterly stunned, his heart chilled, a hopeless feeling piercing like a cold blade into his chest. Ignoring their panic, Chen Xingyan knelt on one knee, his expression solemn, like a warrior facing an order. Should the Nalan family members be killed too? Nalan Linger trembled suddenly, her heart filled with mixed emotions, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Before the other could speak, Yi Lingfeng gently touched her forehead, his gaze tender as water. They are Linger's family, no need. Yes, Palace Master. Hearing this, Nalan nearly collapsed to the ground but felt immense relief, and deep gratitude surged in his heart. Chen Xingyan stood up, drew his sword toward Huang Qinian and the others, the blade gleaming with a cold light. People of the Tianlong Hall, hear my command. The Huang family of Wuling County, show no mercy. Thud. A chill ran through his heart, and Huang Qinian, frozen in place, was utterly despairing. It's over. This time, it's really over. Before the murmurs had faded, crack. As Chen Xingyan slashed down with one sword, his head rolled to his own feet, blood spurting everywhere, the scene terrifying like hell itself. Upon witnessing this scene, the powerful figures of the Nalan family and the martial division couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts overwhelmed with disbelief. Looking at the man holding his granddaughter, Nalanda's heart almost stopped. Linger! It is you who saved the entire Nalan family. Nalanda was overwhelmed with emotion and excitement. Previously, he thought Linger was unworthy of this young man, but now it seems that it is the Nalan family who is unworthy of him. Yi Lingfeng is not only the master of the Tianlong Hall but also one of the 12 imperial tutors and the grandson of a national hero. He is practically a heaven-defying existence. Linger has truly married up. At this moment, Nalan Linger, who had already been released by Yi Lingfeng, stared blankly at Yi Lingfeng conversing with Chen Xingyan, feeling secretly dejected. She had originally thought of protecting him, yet the reality was that he was powerful and had deep backing, having no need for her protection at all. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of inferiority, as if an insurmountable gap existed between them. She silently thought to herself, this is as far as we can go. She once believed that as long as Yi Lingfeng was willing, they could progress together hand in hand. However, the truth was, she was completely unworthy. Just then, Yi Lingfeng seemed to have noticed her gaze, and assuming she was growing impatient, he quickly walked over. Let's go. Yi Lingfeng's voice was firm yet warm. To where? She hesitated inwardly, wondering if she was still qualified to stay by his side. Where I go, you go. Upon hearing this, Linger's beautiful eyes widened instantly, tears shimmering as joy filled her heart. She dashed forward and tightly embraced him. Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly, enjoying the youthful fragrance of her presence as he gently stroked her head, his heart filled with warmth. He held Linger's hand and walked out the door. The experts from the Nayland family and the Martial Division looked on with complex expressions, full of shock and bewilderment. Commander? Nayland exhaled heavily, his heart filled with mixed emotions. I never thought, after a lifetime of wisdom, that in the twilight of my years, I would be taught a lesson by my granddaughter. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground and the two figures walking away hand in hand, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Linger, you've made me realize that judging by appearances at any time is a foolish act. Under the watchful eyes of Nayland and others, Yi Lingfeng held Nalanyu Linger's hand as they got into a military vehicle and headed toward the Yi family. Half an hour later, Chen Xingyan, having resolved all matters regarding the Huang family, walked out of the Huang family's gates with his trusted aides. Just as he was about to get into the car, a subordinate hurriedly approached. General Chen, someone named Zhao Qian from the Dragon Tribe says it's urgent and wants to meet you. Chen Xingyan's expression was solemn. Let him come over. Although the Tianlong Hall belongs to the Great Xiao War Division and has a hierarchy of positions, the relationships between the management levels in practice are not overly formal. Soon, Zhao Qian, who had been granted permission, approached escorted by two three-star warriors. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully said, Subordinate Zhao Qian, greetings to the 9-star Dragon General. The hierarchy in Tianlong Hall is structured from top to bottom as Hall Master, Battle King, Lieutenant General, Warrior General, and Dragon members. The internal titles vary as well. The Hall Master is called Dragon Master, the Battle King is referred to as Dragon King, the Lieutenant General as Dragon Lieutenant, and the Warrior General as Dragon General. The 9-star Dragon General represents the highest honor within the Warrior General's rank. Chen Xingyan frowned slightly. I haven't heard your name before. Aren't you from the Wuling County branch of Tianlong Hall? Zhao Qian nodded. I am a member of the Dragon sect from the Rongqing branch. I know that all branches in the Tiannan province are under your charge as the 9-star Dragon General, so I came to seek an audience with you. Chen Xingyan's expression remained unchanged. Speak, what is the matter? Zhao Qian raised his head, his face full of sincerity. I believe my strength is sufficient and hope you can promote me to a 1-star Dragon General. Becoming a 1-star Dragon General would allow me to command 500 Dragon sect members, and then suppress Yi Lingfeng with ease. Chen Xingyan sneered coldly. The promotion rules of the Tianlong Hall are very simple. If you have merits and sufficient strength, you can be promoted. So, what are your achievements? Nearby, the 7-star Dragon General, who knew Zhao Qian's identity, interjected, this person's grandfather was a Dragon General of our Tianlong Hall, retired due to injuries. Because of this, Wang Kaixian relaxed the selection criteria for him. Without undergoing rigorous testing, he was allowed to become one of the Dragon Clan. Chen Xingyan showed slight surprise. Dragon General? Higher in rank than me as a general. Zhao Qian secretly felt delighted, preparing to take the opportunity to make a request. Therefore, I would like to ask you. Don't even think about it. Chen Xingyan's words were sharp as a knife, directly cutting him off. Rules are rules. You're lucky to be in Rong City, otherwise, with your arrogant and ambitious nature, I would never let you join the Tianlong Hall. Without achievements, you expect to be promoted to Dragon General? Do you think your grandfather is the master of Tianlong Hall and can let you do whatever you please? After finishing, Chen Xingyan left without looking back, completely giving Zhao Qian no chance to explain. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Qian felt unwilling and hurriedly stood up. So what you mean is, as long as I have achievements, I can be promoted, right? Chen Xingyan did not turn back and replied coldly, we'll talk when you've earned some merits. In his view, Zhao Qian had a flawed character and was completely unworthy of joining the Tianlong Hall. Even if Zhao Qian achieved merits, he had no intention of giving him a promotion opportunity, especially unless the contribution was enormous and benefited the nation and its people. Zhao Qian nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Fine, I will prove it to you. I definitely have what it takes to become a dragon general of the Tianlong Hall. He originally planned to become a dragon general first, then lead 500 dragon troops to crush Yilingfeng and retrieve Ning Yuchu. But now it seemed that this plan would have to be reversed. He would become a dragon general first and then proceed to crush Yilingfeng. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qian felt a hint of pressure, but confidence filled his heart. One person won't be enough. Then I'll find more allies. Anyway, you'll end up dying at my hands sooner or later. Wuling County, Yi family. The Lu family members gathered in the hall, the atmosphere tense. The Lu family was the third largest family in Wuling County, renowned and second only to the Nailan family and Huang family, with formidable strength. Lu Shui was the illegitimate son of the old head of the Lu family. To preserve the family's reputation, he was sent to live with the Lu family in Rongqing. However, with the destruction of the Rongqing Lu family, he also met his demise at the hands of Yilingfeng. Subsequently, the head of the Lu family dispatched his daughter, Lu Xiuxiu, to Rongqing to seek justice for the family, but she was brutally killed as well, enraging him to the point of vomiting blood on the spot. Lu Chengfeng hid among the crowd, anxious and fearful of getting implicated, not daring to speak. Master Yi, why haven't you come out yet? The head of the Lu family roared, appearing impatient. Amid the Lu family's shouts, the Yi family's steward stepped forward, his expression calm. Master Lu, bringing so many people to my Yi family, what do you mean by this? The head of the Lu family looked sullen. Where is old Master Yi? Yilingfeng has already fought his way to Wuling County, and still, nothing is being done? He was anxious, knowing that Yilingfeng had wreaked havoc on the Huang family. With Nalan stepping in to intervene, he realized he must take matters into his own hands, otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before the situation reached his doorstep. The chief steward frowned slightly. Master Lu, I don't quite understand what you mean. A member of the Lu family shouted angrily, Yilingfeng is lawless. Destroying the Lu family, the Yang family, and the Chao family in Rongqing wasn't enough for him, now he's come to Wuling County to destroy the Huang family. As the imperial teacher and the most highly respected statesman in the southern province, are you going to just stand by and watch such a scoundrel act as he pleases? The Grand Steward chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Not to mention that my family's old master has already retired, these matters are no longer under his purview. Even if he were to intervene. Don't you know that Yilingfeng is the young master of my Yi family? Lu Chengfeng was stunned, shocked to his core, unaware that the nobody Yilingfeng had such a hidden identity. The head of the Lu family wore a grim expression. Stop pretending. I've already investigated. Back then, it was your family's old master who ordered Huang Qinian to find someone to wipe out Yilingfeng's entire family. Now, Yilingfeng is coming to seek revenge on the murderer. If he doesn't take action, who will? Lu Chengfeng's heart trembled. Such news secretly delighted him. It seemed that the old master of the Yi family was truly ruthless, even killing his own son and daughter-in-law? TSK. In any case, if this matter is true, then it's fantastic. At least this national treasure's influence is something Yilingfeng absolutely cannot leverage. Lu Chengfeng let out a sigh of relief. Yilingfeng, luckily you've already fallen out with the Yi family. Otherwise, I'd really have to pack up and leave Tiannan province overnight. The chief steward looked slightly surprised. How did you find out about this? The members of the Lu family responded with cold sneers. If you want someone not to know, the only way is not to do it. But that's not the point. I think the most important thing right now is figuring out how to completely eliminate Yilingfeng. Otherwise, it won't just be us, even you might be held accountable by him. Exactly, someone echoed. Yilingfeng now has the support of Qingsong Manor and the Hall of the Human King, and he's already gained some influence. After coming to Wuling County, he even captured Nailanda's granddaughter, securing the protection of the Nailan family. If we still don't take him seriously, once he fully grows, not just us, but even your Yi family might not be able to suppress him. The chief steward nodded, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, then my Yi family has no choice but to act. The members of the Lu family beamed with joy, discussing excitedly. So, how do you plan to kill him? The chief steward waved his hand, his gaze firm. Kill him? Why would we kill him? You've discovered the old master's secret. Killing you would solve the problem. Swish. The faces of everyone in the Lu family changed drastically, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy. You? What do you mean? The one causing you trouble is Yilingfeng, not us. Why are you killing us? The chief steward sneered coldly, his expression darkened, and he shouted harshly. Kill. Swish. 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 The strong men of the Yi family did not hesitate, swiftly drew their waist knives, and cut off the heads of the members of the Lu family. Blood spattered everywhere, and screams echoed throughout the Lu family courtyard. The head of the Lu family panicked, his eyes filled with despair, collapsing to the ground, trembling violently. No, don't. Speak properly. If you don't want to kill Yiling Feng, you don't have to, it's unnecessary. Before the words were finished, a flash of cold light appeared, and a large blade suddenly struck, slicing his body in half, blood splattering everywhere. Among the crowd, Lu Chengfeng was stunned, drenched in sweat, his face pale, screaming internally. What is going on? Wasn't it his grandfather who said he wanted to kill Yiling Feng's entire family? Why is it that instead of killing Yiling Feng, who is about to come for revenge, the Yi family wiped out all the members of the Lu family who were supposed to help fight against Yiling Feng? The head steward coldly surveyed the remaining few people. Are you servants and maids of the Lu family? The servants and maidservants nodded repeatedly, trembling with fear. It's none of my business. I'm just a worker. Please don't kill me. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly nodded along and said in a trembling voice. Yes. We're not part of the Lu family. We just took their money to serve them. Please don't vent your anger on us. The chief steward coldly chuckled, as if he had already seen through everything, and waved his hand. Seeing this familiar gesture, Lu Chengfeng felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This old man is cold-blooded and ruthless. The next moment, a powerful member of the Yi family approached them and said in a low voice. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Pretend you didn't see anything today. Suddenly snapping back to reality, the servants and maids nodded repeatedly and scurried out the door, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for survival. Lu Chengfeng saw this, swallowed hard, and followed behind them, his heart filled with wild joy. Damn! I actually survived. As expected, I am the one chosen by destiny, the child of fortune. With a cold smile, Lu Chengfeng trembled with excitement. Survived even this. When I grow stronger, I will undoubtedly become a figure who shakes the heaven and earth. After surviving the calamity, he did not feel dejected over the destruction of the Lu family. Instead, his repeated brushes with death had birthed a deep sense of confidence. Carrying this confidence, he strode quickly toward the gate, shouting inwardly, Just wait, Yiling Feng. When I grow stronger, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and crush you. Bang! The gate was pushed open with a palm, and Lu Chengfeng's cold smile froze instantly. The sight before him was like a bolt from the blue. Yiling Feng? Ha! Yiling Feng, walking through the door with Naylan Linger and a group of strong individuals from the Tianlong Hall, glanced at the other party indifferently, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lu Chengfeng. Recalling Huang Qinyan's previous words in that execution document, he was shocked inside. The Lu family is here too. Could it be that the one who wiped out my entire family is really Yi Wanshan? Suddenly trembling, Lu Chengfeng fell to the ground in fright, his face full of terror. You, how are you here? Seeing Naylan Linger beside him, he suddenly came to his senses. No way. The Huang family has already been destroyed by you? Does the Naylan family treat you this well? Just arrived in Wuling County and managed to win over the campus belle of Wuling University, gaining her protection? In the end, not only did he avoid retaliation from the Huang family, but he even destroyed them? On what grounds? This guy's luck is just too good, isn't it? Ha! No way! Suddenly noticing a group of powerful individuals wearing dragon-patterned armor following behind Yiling Feng, Lu Chengfeng suddenly widened his eyes. The Heavenly Dragon Hall. They're people from the Heavenly Dragon Hall? What? What is going on here? Naylan Linger smiled faintly, with a touch of mockery in her eyes. The soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Palace regard Brother Ling Feng as their leader. What else could it be? That's right, Brother Ling Feng is none other than the unparalleled master of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, Heavenly Dragon. Swish! Lu Chengfeng's face changed drastically, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his heart trembling violently. Didn't you go to prison for 5 years before? How come after coming out, you not only became the Human King of the Human King Hall but also the Dragon King of the Heavenly Dragon Hall? What? What exactly happened during these 5 years? Yiling Feng replied expressionlessly, coldly. Whether you believe it or not is not important. In Rongqing, because of the Chao family's intervention, you managed to escape. Today, with destiny bringing us together, how can I not send you on your way? Sensing a strong murderous intent, Lu Chengfeng looked at Yiling Feng in terror, his heart filled with panic, but he quickly regained his composure. I admit that the current you is indeed very impressive. And your luck is truly extraordinary. But I still have to say, if I had an opportunity like yours, my achievements would definitely surpass yours now. Don't believe me? We can bet on it. When others say these words, they might be meaningless, but Lu Chengfeng believes them. He is the man of destiny, the favored child of fortune, and he definitely won't die here. Better than your mother. Yi Lingfeng's face was expressionless, but he suddenly slapped Lu Chengfeng hard across the face. Kill my entire family, bully my little sister Yu Chu. Do you think you still have the right to live? The head spun over 1,000 degrees. Lu Chengfeng's face was filled with astonishment. Why aren't you playing by the rules? He had thought the other party would fall for his taunt and let him go. Even if not spared, they would arrange a time and place for an earth-shattering duel or showdown with themselves. Unexpectedly, one slap, and it was over? Lu Chengfeng shouted in his heart. Am I not a person destined by fate, a child of fortune? Paid no attention. Under the admiring gaze of Naylan Linger, Yi Lingfeng strode toward the Yi family hall. Dragon Lord! Chen Xingyan chased after him. This is the Imperial Teacher's residence. Unless there is permission from the Emperor, or sufficient evidence to arrest someone inside. Otherwise, as a subordinate, I am not qualified to enter through this gate. Yi Lingfeng did not refute. Then you all wait here. Linger, let's go. The Tianlong Hall always belongs to the battle division. He doesn't want to make things difficult for these soldiers. Naylan Linger nodded and tightly held Yi Lingfeng's large hand. Watching the backs of the two, Chen Xingyan took a deep breath. All soldiers, hear my order. Stay here and wait. Once you hear anything unusual, ignore everything else and charge in. The soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Hall responded in unison. Yes. Rules, I can follow. But if anyone dares to offend our Heavenly Dragon, then the rules of the Heavenly Dragon Hall shall be the rules. Old Master, the young master has returned. The chief steward, who had just dealt with the corpse, hurriedly rushed to Yi Wanshan's side. Before Yi Wanshan could speak, a stern shout came from outside the main gate. Yi Wanshan! How much longer are you going to hide? Hearing his grandson's call, Yi Wanshan's eyes trembled. He then took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. When you entered, did anyone stop you? Since there isn't, why claim that I am hiding? Yi Lingfeng's face was cold. Can't be bothered to argue with you. Tell me, are you the one who killed my parents? Yi Wanshan was furious. Why would I kill them? They are your relatives, but aren't they mine as well? Yi Lingfeng clenched his fists, word by word. After you fell out with your father, most of the relatives in the family chose to support him. They followed him and left the Yi family. You've always cared about your pride. With so many people choosing your father, can you swallow this? His face turned pale, his chest heaving, coughing violently. Yi Wanshan couldn't say a single word. The chief steward saw this and quickly tried to pacify. Old master, please calm down. The young master was just unaware. Don't take it to heart. He turned back to look at Yi Lingfeng. The chief steward looked anxious. Young master, you've really misunderstood the old master. During that time, although the old master and the second master had fierce conflicts, the Yi family was almost on the verge of falling apart. But from beginning to end, the old master has always been sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, and never thought of harming you. Yi Lingfeng's face was icy cold. Still saying it wasn't him. Then how do you explain the people from the Lu family coming here? After explaining the previous situation, the chief steward was very puzzled. Who exactly told you that the one who killed your parents was the old master? Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. This is just too absurd. Yi Lingfeng took out the execution order. This execution order was given to me by Huang Qinian. Isn't the handwriting on it yours? The Grand Steward froze in place. Looking at the so-called execution letter, Yi Wanshan's face was full of sorrow. Imitating someone's handwriting is not difficult, and obtaining someone's fingerprints is also very easy. The key still lies in the motive. You said I hated your father, so I struck with such cruelty. Then what about your eldest uncle, your third aunt, your cousin, and your younger brother? What kind of hatred would drive someone to such ruthless destruction of their own descendants? Yi Lingfeng was almost blinded by hatred, completely unable to think calmly. Beside him, Naylan Linger grabbed his arm. Brother Lingfeng, Linger also thinks that Grandpa Ye's words are not without reason. Perhaps this so-called execution document was originally forged. I just can't imagine a normal person killing all their offspring. At first, she thought Yi Wanshan had a mental problem. After some observation, Yi Lingfeng keenly noticed that the other party's mental state was unusually stable. How could a normal person be so ruthless toward their own biological offspring? His heart was filled with doubt. But Huang Qinian's words obviously don't sound like a lie. Yi Wanshan sighed, his face showing helplessness. Clearly, he was also being used by someone. Someone forged my handwriting and issued an execution order to Huang Qinian. Ordered Huang Qinian to send someone to Rong City to kill your entire family. In this way, he can remain safe and stay out of trouble. A resolute light flickered in Yi Lingfeng's eyes. I've looked into it, and in the entire Tiannan province, only you possess the Imperial Teacher's Seal. The seal on the mandate document, could it really belong to anyone else? The head steward was so furious he nearly spat blood. Young master, even taking a giant step back, if the old master truly had such intentions, he wouldn't have issued a mandate document as evidence, would he? Still stamping a seal? Isn't that equivalent to exposing one's own weakness and announcing to the world that you're the culprit? If that's the case, why bother being so secretive? Just be upfront about it. Yi Lingfeng sneered coldly. I don't believe it. You. The Grand Steward was pale with rage, his chest heaving violently. Taking a deep breath, Yi Wanshan's cheeks trembled slightly. First, throughout the entire Great Xia, there are a total of 12 people, including me, who possess the seal of the Imperial Mentor. Second, indeed I'm the only Imperial Mentor in the Tiannan province, but who can guarantee that the Imperial Mentors from other provinces aren't the culprits? Yi Lingfeng roared furiously. Why did they kill my parents? You said the murderer isn't you but another Imperial teacher. Then tell me the murderer's name. What's the use of arguing here? You. Yi Wanshan pointed at the other party, his finger trembling uncontrollably. You dare say I'm arguing? Fine, listen carefully. The murderer's name has two parts, one is Fu Wenshang, and the other is Sosuke Yamaguchi. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As the words fell, Yi Lingfeng's expression returned to calm. I believe. Swish. This scene shocked Naylan Linger greatly. Brother Lingfeng, you didn't lose control? The chief steward froze on the spot, his face full of astonishment. This. On the grand armchair, Yi Wanshan's expression froze, his face full of confusion. What did you just say? You believe? Yi Lingfeng remained composed and responded firmly. That's right, I believe. Thud. Hearing this, Yi Wanshan instantly snapped awake. It's over. He had been tricked by the other party. Grandmaster, this. The chief steward was stunned. The esteemed scholar of the Hanlin Academy, the Emperor's mentor, was now completely outmatched in wisdom and disposition by his own grandson? In a fit of anger, he revealed secrets that should absolutely never be spoken. Turning around, the chief steward stared blankly at the young master before him, utterly incredulous. Is this still the rash and thoughtless boy from 5 years ago? The transformation and growth are simply unbelievable. Naylan Linger looked at Yi Lingfeng with admiration. At this moment, she finally understood that her previous impulsiveness and anger were just a disguise. The man she liked was definitely not someone foolish enough to be blinded by fury. He was a wise man with great intelligence and a resolute mind. The conflicted Yi Wanshan felt both regretful and relieved. So, from the very beginning, you've been scheming against me? Yi Lingfeng looked indifferent. A man speaks the truth when he's about to die. The possibility of Huang Qinian lying to me is slim, but I truly cannot believe that you would kill your own offspring out of anger. Yi Wanshan broke out in a cold sweat. Then how do you know that I know the murderer's name? Yi Lingfeng responded, it's simple. It couldn't have been you who committed the murder. On the contrary, as a normal person, if your offspring were killed, you would definitely consider revenge. You didn't seek revenge, which means either you couldn't find the murderer's name. Either you know the identity of the culprit but don't dare to act. Naylan Linger seemed to come back to her senses. Brother Lingfeng has only been back for a few days, yet he has already found Huang Qinian. In other words, the first possibility doesn't exist at all. Eliminating the first possibility, that leaves only the second one. The chief steward widened his eyes, deeply impressed by Yi Lingfeng's wisdom. Yi Wanshan appeared somewhat dull and, after a good while, secretly nodded. You really have changed. More mature and intelligent than 5 years ago. But so what? Enemies that I couldn't defeat even as an old man, what can you, the mere master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, accomplish? Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly, his expression calm. Linger, your grandfather cares about you so much, he should let you use the intelligence system of the Martial Division, right? Naylan Linger nodded, a trace of nervousness appearing on her face. Found it. Fu Wenshang, governor of Donghai County. Yamaguchi Sosuke, chairman of Sakurakoku Eastern Ocean Chamber of Commerce. Over 30 schools for Sakura citizens were built in Donghai, all signed off by this Fu Wenshang. Raging flames of anger ignited in Yi Lingfeng's eyes, and murderous intent surged like a tide. Just a mere Donghai prefect. You may fear, but I don't. Yi Wanshan's expression changed drastically, his voice urgent. Behind the Dongyang Chamber of Commerce, there are many big figures from all walks of life in Daxia. Fu Wenchang is merely the governor of Donghai County, but his father is the 9th imperial mentor, whose status and position far surpass mine. What's more, his family also has a powerful figure from the martial department, holding great authority and stationed in the imperial capital. This complex and vast network of relationships, your heavenly dragon hall is no match for it. Yi Lingfeng turned around, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Afraid I'll drag you down? Drag down the Yi family? Don't worry, at this moment, no one should know about my connection with the Yi family. Stop. Yi Wanshan suddenly stood up, his voice filled with helplessness and urgency. I won't allow you to go. This isn't just a matter of dragging someone down. Now, in the entire Yi family, I only have you as a descendant. If something happens to you again, how am I supposed to go on living? Yi Lingfeng smiled indifferently. The way you lived before is the way you'll live in the future. Besides, this has nothing to do with me. Yi Wanshan felt a sharp pain in his heart, almost fainting. Old master? The chief steward's face changed drastically and hurriedly supported him. Young master, listen to the old master's advice. Don't go to the East Sea. Going there is a death sentence. Seeing Yi Lingfeng's hesitant steps, Yi Wanshan hurriedly spoke up. Listen to this old man's advice. Go to the imperial capital. This old man will recommend you to join the Hanlin Academy as a companion to the Dragon Heir. Once the Dragon Heir ascends the throne and becomes the next Dragon Emperor, you can then rely on his status and connections to seek revenge against the Fu family. Before this, you can only do one thing, and that is to endure. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, his gaze as sharp as a blade. How can one endure the hatred of annihilation? I can't wait that long. Nor do you need to rely on anyone. Yi Wanshan felt a sharp pain in his heart, unable to bear it. Alright, since that's the case, this old man can only tell you the truth. After pausing for a few seconds, Yi Wanshan looked completely helpless. Actually, you are not your parents' biological child. I know. Yi Lingfeng responded calmly before the other party could finish speaking. Of course, I didn't know before. They treated me like their own flesh and blood. Before, I could never have imagined that there was no blood relationship between us. The reason he noticed something unusual was because, after studying medicine, he observed some differences. Yi Wanshan was stunned, took a deep breath, and nodded. Before, I was worried that you might not be mentally prepared. This is also good. The old man will go straight to the point. They are not your real relatives, so there's no need for you to seek revenge. I will figure something out. He took out a box, instructed the chief steward to hand it over, and continued, I have met your biological mother. This is something she left for you. If you can promise me not to seek revenge and go to the imperial capital to accept the protection of the Hanlin Academy, I can even tell you her whereabouts. Yi Lingfeng opened the box and found an ancient, simple bone ring, his eyes flickering. Does this ring have any special meaning? Yi Wanshan shook his head. I don't know. You can wear it and ask your biological mother. Where is she? Yi Lingfeng's gaze was sharp and unrelenting. You first agree to my request. Yi Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, but did not nod. You speak first. Otherwise, I'll turn around and leave. Yi Wanshan sighed helplessly. Alright, I guess it won't hurt to tell you. She's in the imperial capital. Put on this bone ring and go to the imperial city, you should be able to see her. Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is she in the imperial city or the East Sea? Yi Wanshan's face was solemn, his tone resolute. Imperial city. Look into my eyes. Imperial city. Grandpa. After a moment of silence, Yi Wanshan was moved. In the East Sea, no, I should say, after she left Wuling County, she went to the East Sea. After that, I don't know anything. Lingfeng, I beg you, don't. Yi Lingfeng nodded, casually tossed a bottle of medicine onto the table, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Thank you. This bottle of medicine has excellent protective effects on the heart. With Nayland Linger, he walked straight out the door without hesitation. Lingfeng? Yi Wanshan was extremely anxious, his voice filled with helplessness and pain. You can go to the East Sea. But under no circumstances should you seek revenge on the Fu family. If you don't agree with Grandpa, then don't leave Wuling County. Lingfeng? Come back. Taking 2 steps forward, Yi Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a pft. The bright red blood instantly stained the ground. The chief steward's face changed drastically, and he was inwardly anxious. Old master. Quick, summon the imperial physician. He called out urgently, his eyes filled with grief and panic. Seeing the old master barely clinging to life, the imperial physician arrived in an utter panic, tears streaming uncontrollably. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the medicine left by Yi Lingfeng. His heart stirred, and with a sense of urgency, he grabbed the pill and fed it to the old master, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Seconds later, the chief steward was stunned to see Yi Wanshan's complexion recover at a visible speed, leaving him utterly shocked. What kind of medicine is this? It's unbelievably miraculous. Turning back toward the main gate, the chief steward couldn't help but exclaim, unmatched in martial strength, peerless in medical expertise. Are you really still the young master I remember, the one in this old servant's memories? To ensure the dragon master's safety, Chen Qingyan and the others gradually moved into the inner courtyard. Spotting Yi Lingfeng's figure, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed forward to shield him from the imposing Yi family experts. Along the way, Yi Lingfeng carefully examined the bone ring in his hand but found nothing unusual. After putting it on, he turned to look at Nayland Linger, his eyes shining with determination. Linger, are you willing to go to the East Sea with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the phone Chen Qingyan had given him suddenly rang. Seeing Ning Youchu's number, Yi Lingfeng quickly answered, What's wrong, Youchu? The next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his heart tightened. What? How could this happen? On the other end of the line came Ning Youchu's sobbing voice, filled with endless despair. I don't know either. The news of Dad and Mom's deaths I only found out yesterday. I. Ning Youchu sobbed uncontrollably, while Sun Xiao comforted her and continued, the Ning family elder said. Ning Lixing and Tang Shui were killed by you and Youchu, and they are looking for ways to sue you. They have friends in Donghai and, unable to find evidence, spread rumors through them, claiming that President Ning is a heartless adopted daughter who even killed her adoptive father and mother to seize family assets. The new company is targeting international markets and preparing to register in Donghai to avoid this issue affecting investment and business promotion. We're heading there first. Yi Lingfeng's expression grew increasingly severe. All right, you take care of yourselves first, and I'll get there as soon as possible. He hung up the phone, turned to Nayland Linger, and said firmly, Come with me to the East Sea. I said I would take responsibility for you. When Nayland Linger heard the word responsibility, a trace of displeasure appeared on her face, accompanied by a hint of sadness. I'm still in college. Dropping out now wouldn't be good, would it? Before he could respond, she smiled faintly. You go ahead first. When I graduate, we can talk about the future. In her heart, if two people were together merely because of responsibility, it meant the feelings were not yet mature. She hoped that one day, when he came back to her, the reason would be, I can't bear to leave you. Yi Lingfeng actually liked this young girl very much, but he was not good with words and failed to notice her thoughts. All right, then I'll come back for you after you graduate. Nayland Linger did not refute. She stood on tiptoe and gently embraced his neck, the soft sensation prompting Yi Lingfeng to instinctively wrap his arms around her slender waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. If they weren't outside, the two would most likely make love fervently. After parting ways, Yi Lingfeng rushed back to the Yi family and Ronqing as fast as possible. Ning Youchu and Sun Xiao had already departed for Donghai, and Yi Mingyu was being cared for by her senior sister. Estimating that Yi Mingyu had already awakened from her coma, Yi Lingfeng decided to take his sister along to Donghai, Yuerqing. Upon arriving at the Yi family estate, he did not encounter Luo Liuli but instead saw her female guard Qingying. Qingying. He addressed respectfully. Qingying replied respectfully, the young lady is training the leaders of Ronqing's underground world. Young master, after today, you will be the new king of Ronqing's underground world. With the Tianlong Hall in your hands, the entire province of Tiannan, both in the light and the shadows, will be under your domain. After saying this, Qingying couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So young and already a regional overlord, surrounded by numerous capable women offering their assistance, his destiny was truly incredible. Yi Lingfeng gave a bitter smile. Senior Sister 9 has gone to great lengths. You've worked hard too, go rest. I'll take care of things here. Qingying nodded, all right, young master. She turned and went inside, while Yi Lingfeng looked at Yi Mingyu lying on the bed, anticipation flickering in his eyes, still pretending? Do you really think I don't know you're already awake? Yi Mingyu, dressed in a white nightdress with disheveled hair, sat up, a hint of panic showing in her eyes. How did you know? Yi Lingfeng looked at her lovingly, his gaze as tender as water. When you're asleep, your toes point outward, when you're awake, they turn inward, he teased with a smile. So, next time you pretend to sleep, remember to hide your feet under the blanket. His tone carried a hint of indulgence. Yi Mingyu blushed, shyly pulling back her fair and slightly pink feet, secretly thinking to herself that her brother was simply too adorable. Humph! You're bullying me again. She protested softly, her little fist slightly pounding on him. Though it seemed like she was hitting him, every strike felt full of warmth. Alright, let's talk business. Yi Lingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, his heart tightening as he pulled her tightly into his arms, his tone turning serious. There is something I think you have the right to know. His voice was low and carried a hint of seriousness. However, before I say it, I must tell you one thing first. No matter what happens, you, Yi Mingyu, will always be my most cherished and only sister. He spoke solemnly. Forever unchanged. These words sounded like a vow, firm and warm. Yi Mingyu, whose face had been flushed, seemed to have thought of something, and her expression turned a bit sorrowful. Are you trying to say that we aren't actually siblings? Yi Lingfeng felt slightly surprised and had a jolt in his heart. You already know? He was worried that she might feel he wouldn't love her anymore, so he held her tighter, though he realized deep down that it wasn't necessary. Yi Mingyu nodded, her voice somewhat somber. When I was little, I always loved taking your things, and scolding you, never knowing how to be considerate, not treating you like a real older brother. Mom and Dad were terrified, thinking I had overheard something somewhere and found out about this. Her voice carried a hint of regret. Then they started working on my thoughts, saying, even if you know about this, you can't say it out loud. A trace of pain flashed in her eyes. In the future, I must always give way to you, be good to you, not let you be sad, and above all, never let you know about this. Her tone gradually became resolute. After that, I understood everything. Yi Lingfeng reminisced about those years, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. No wonder for a while, I suddenly felt like you had become a different person. He shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. Since then, our relationship seems to have improved. No matter what, this matter won't affect your mood. After all, it's a good thing. He tried hard to comfort himself. Yi Mingyu lowered her head and no longer refuted. As his sister, she understood deep down that she didn't care about these things. Back then, she didn't know why. Upon learning about this matter, she not only didn't feel upset but instead felt relieved. Years later, classmates asked her, why don't you feel moved despite so many boys pursuing you? Only then did she realize that the feeling of relief was actually because her heart had long chosen her brother. Yi Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and briefly mentioned meeting Yi Wanshan and discovering the name of the real culprit. Determination shone in Yi Mingyu's eyes. Wherever you go, I'll go too, she said without hesitation. Whatever you do, I will support you. Perhaps realizing there was no way to stop him, she chose not to resist anymore and decided to share life and death with him. Yi Lingfeng unconsciously reached out his hand, pulling her into his arms once more, silently making a vow in his heart. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge Mom and Dad, and I will protect you. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it could shake everything. His heartbeat quickened, his breathing grew rapid, and the girl's fragrance continuously stimulated his nerves, making him feel uncontrollably restless. Unconsciously, Yi Lingfeng tightened his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together, as if they were about to merge into one. Yi Mingyu's delicate body trembled lightly, soft and powerless. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, a trace of panic rising in her heart. Brother! Her voice was frail, carrying a hint of pleading. Could you hold me tighter? Yi Lingfeng looked at her affectionately, his hands gently lifting the silk skirt hem, his heart surging with emotion. Mingyu! He called softly. A sheet of whiteness came into view, the delicate texture making his heart feel delighted and unable to extricate himself. Her messy black hair scattered across her fair face, both pure and alluring, stirring the heart. Looking at the captivating young girl before him, her charming eyes glimmering, Yi Lingfeng's heartbeat grew more intense, and he found himself irresistibly drawn closer. Slightly parting her lips, Yi Mingyu closed her eyes, her face radiating anticipation. Brother, hold me tighter. Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, intoxicating to the soul. Bright red cheeks, exuding a sweet fragrance, with a heartbeat racing to the extreme, Yi Lingfeng cupped her cheeks. Just as he was about to lean down, his pupils suddenly contracted. Innate charm physique? He was startled, instinctively pushing her away gently, his expression grave. With a heart as clear as ice, fear not even if the sky falls. He silently recited, striving to remain calm. Yi Mingyu slowly opened her eyes, looking slightly disappointed. Brother, what's wrong? She asked in confusion, her eyes filled with puzzlement. After silently reciting the ice heart technique 10 times, Yi Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the pure young girl before him. How could this happen? His heart was full of doubt. I clearly sealed your charm acupoint and made you sleep for so many days to dispel the seductive aura from your body. Why does your innate alluring physique still lose control? He felt uneasy and his expression was tense. Yi Mingyu looked bewildered, her innocent gaze filled with confusion and innocence. Innate alluring physique? What is that? It's a type of innate constitution, Yilingfeng patiently explained, but the turmoil in his heart grew even stronger. Those who possess it have an extremely high level of attraction to both the opposite sex and the same sex. Used to the extreme, it can captivate the other party and make them your slave. Yi Mingyu's pretty face instantly changed color, and her heart grew flustered. I didn't captivate you, and I would never have the idea of making you a slave. Yilingfeng shook his head with a wry smile. I know. That's why I said, your innate charm is out of control again. She didn't argue, lowered her head, her face blazing red like flames. Brother, hold me again. Your reaction just now really scared me. In fact, she didn't intend to charm the other party, nor did she have any intention of making them her slave. But the impulse to hug or even hug tightly still brewed in her heart. At this moment, she finally understood. Perhaps it was precisely because of such thoughts that the innate charm was activated, and thus influenced the man in front of her. Yilingfeng subconsciously reached out his hand, but after thinking about it, he pulled it back. Better forget it. Your innate charming physique hasn't been effectively controlled. If you keep holding on, something might happen. Yi Mingyu smiled seductively, her eyes flickering. Do you mean that you really can't help making a move on me? Ha! You're such a pervert. Yilingfeng said seriously. The innate charm physique, ranking among the top 10 special constitutions, is definitely not an exaggeration. Of course, I have the ice heart technique, and with preparation, it's absolutely possible to defend against your innate charm physique. But rather than fearing the unlikely, you should fear the possibility. I think we don't need to take risks. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingyu's heart immediately tightened, realizing that the other person might never hold her again. Actually, it's already under control. If you don't believe me, try again. Yilingfeng waved his hand to refuse. No. Try it. Another day. Come. Sighing, Yilingfeng couldn't refuse her and could only stretch out his arms. Yi Mingyu beamed with joy and instantly threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Feeling the boneless softness, Yilingfeng found it quite comfortable, yet his heart remained calm and unperturbed. Seems like it's really under control? Yi Mingyu voluntarily let go of her hand. I told you, but you still didn't believe it. She felt a bit uneasy, afraid that if she held on any longer, she'd lose control again, and if she lost control, the other person would never trust her again. Yilingfeng scratched his head. Then why did it lose control just now? That's really strange. She folded her arms, leaned against the headboard, crossed one leg over the other, and gently swung her pink and fair little foot. Who knows? Maybe, you just can't control yourself. You perverted brother. Yilingfeng glanced at her fair little feet and reached out to tickle them twice. Can't control it. Can't control the urge to hit you. He. Suddenly being tickled, Yi Mingyu was overcome with laughter, laughing like the honk of a goose. Brother! I know I was wrong. Spare me. Yilingfeng grabbed her small foot and continued tickling the sole. Then in the future, will you still dare to say that about your brother? Yi Mingyu's eyes were full of tears as she cried and begged for mercy. I won't dare anymore. Please, I beg you to let me go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Mingyu suddenly turned over and pinned him down on the bed. Always bullying me. Today, I'll bully you for a change. Her hanging black hair spilled across Yilingfeng's face. He did not resist, gazing at her calmly. 5 years without seeing each other. You've grown up and become more beautiful. Yi Mingyu blushed slightly and was about to say, so beautiful, could it be that you really have some mischievous thoughts? Yilingfeng, however, sighed emotionally. In 3 or 5 more years, you should be able to get married. Time really feels like it's flying by. Frowning slightly, Yi Mingyu said with a hint of complaint, I don't want to get married. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to summon her courage. Even if I were to marry, it would be to junior brother? You're back. At that moment, a melodious call came from outside. Yilingfeng beamed with delight. 9th senior sister? He quickly got up and rushed over to open the door. He impatiently grabbed the other person's hand. 9th senior sister, you're finally back. Promise me, during this period ahead, you must not leave my side. The young poison flared up. If not for Nalenlinger's rescue and sacrifice, he could not imagine whether he would still be alive now. Ning Youchu had yet to formally train in martial arts, and his injuries had not healed. Now, only this uniquely gifted 9th senior sister could help him. Luo Lioli seemed to realize something, her brows knit tightly. Has it flared up? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to senior sister's room. A resolute light flashed in Yilingfeng's eyes. He knew time was of the essence and they had to act swiftly. There's no time, we must head to the East Sea first. Luo Liuli's voice carried a hint of urgency, her eyes filled with worry. When we get there, you can help me detoxify again. A hint of anxiety appeared on her charming face, as if she had a premonition about something. Several underground faction leaders have escaped. I need to kill them to prevent them from causing you trouble again. Yi Lingfeng's tone was cold and decisive, as if he had already made a plan in his mind. The earliest we can go to Donghai is the day after tomorrow. Luo Liuli frowned slightly. How about, we settle this quickly? Yi Lingfeng sighed, knowing the matter wasn't simple. Then we'll meet at the East Sea the day after tomorrow. Luo Liuli nodded. Although she felt uneasy, there was no other choice. Your junior brother has a Qilin kidney, coupled with the fact that yang poison is inherently difficult to cure, a quick solution isn't possible. A trace of helplessness was evident in her voice. Luo Liuli's face flushed, almost as if it could drip water, and she whispered, when the time comes, senior sister will help you properly detoxify again. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng turned his head, looking at Yi Mingyu, who had already gotten out of bed and was walking toward him, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration. Get ready, let's go to the East Sea together. His voice was resolute. Yi Mingyu did not refute and quickly began packing her luggage. Her heart was also ignited with determination, after all, this time it was to save her companion. When she arrived in the living room, Yi Mingyu saw Qingying quietly standing alone at the door and hurriedly approached cautiously. Sister Qingying, may I ask you a question? Qingying nodded with a gentle expression. Go ahead. What is yang poison? Yi Mingyu asked nervously, her voice almost inaudible. Qingying was slightly stunned, her expression tinged with surprise, as she briefly explained the principle of yang poison. Her voice was like a sharp blade that cut through Yi Mingyu's heart. After listening, Yi Mingyu's face instantly turned pale. Will it really cause death? Judging by how nervous the young lady looks, it should. Qingying's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Fingers tightly clasped together, Yi Mingyu continued asking, you just said that a special constitution would have a better suppressive effect on yang poison. Then may I ask, what counts as a special constitution? Does an innate enchanting physique count? A trace of hope rose in her heart as she awaited Qingying's response. Qingying was unaware of the other's secret and nodded. Of course it counts. However, this kind of constitution should be very rare to encounter. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingyu's heart calmed slightly, as if she glimpsed a ray of hope for survival. She exhaled softly, seemingly making up her mind about something. East Sea, Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao had just walked out of the trading center, their minds still immersed in the recent transaction. They got into an Audi A8, and Sun Xiao cast a worried glance at Ning Yuchu's expression. All right. For the next couple of days, let's hold off on the new company's matters. We'll deal with the Ning family issue first. Although they were adoptive parents, Ning Yuchu still couldn't accept the news of Ning Lixing and Tang Chui's deaths. She took a deep breath, suppressing the grief in her heart, and nodded slowly. At that moment, just as the car had started moving, a large group of bodyguards in suits suddenly surrounded the vehicle. Sun Zhao's face instantly turned pale. Who are you? What do you want? She shrieked, panic flooding her heart. The next moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire and emanating arrogance walked out from the crowd. Pull the women out of the car and bring them to me, he commanded haughtily. Ning Yuchu had no time to react before she and Sun Xiao were dragged out of the car and thrown heavily onto the ground. Ah! Sun Xiao yelled angrily, are you guys insane? The young man at the forefront sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with a sinister gleam. You two were the ones fighting with me for the Bun's number 18 building just now, weren't you? Do you know who I am? His tone was filled with a strong sense of superiority. Daring to fight me for something, looks like you're tired of living. Lingfeng Group is registered in Donghai and needs to lease an office building as its workplace. Ning Yuchu and Sun Xiao had their eyes on the Bun No. 18 building, which hadn't been used for a long time. Just after signing a letter of intent with the seller, they unexpectedly offended these people? Sun Xiao couldn't help but fight back. You want to rent the Bun number 18 as well? Raise your price. No money to raise the price, so what's with the acting all high and mighty here? The young man sneered, completely indifferent. The Bun number 18 offers a view of the entire Donghai nightscape. I plan to open a celestial playground there for the fun of us young masters and ladies within our circle. My family has plenty of money, but they don't agree with me opening a celestial playground. His tone carried a sense of helplessness. So we can only use this method to take down number 18 on the Bund. The young man's lips curled into a smug smile, his face full of pride. Ning Yuchu was furious. Is Donghai your family's? What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? The young man turned back, his eyes flickering with disdain. My family ranks third in the Donghai business world. While I can't do whatever I want, bullying country people like you is a piece of cake. This young master checked, and you are bumpkins from a small place, with no status and no background. He glanced at the two slightly mature young women on the ground, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If you want to survive in Donghai, you have only one choice. That is to become this young master's lapdogs and lend number 18 on the bun to this young master for opening paradise on earth. When this young master takes over the family business in the future, perhaps I might consider letting you rise to prominence. Ning Yuchu felt a wave of disgust in her heart, as if she were listening to a shameless joke. You, keep dreaming. Sun Shao gnashed his teeth, burning with rage. That's right, even in death, we will never yield to you. Want to have us? You're simply unworthy. The young man's face darkened, and a sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. Truly two clueless big sisters who don't know their place. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Come here. Take them back to the villa, treat them like the previous bitches and lock them up. The bodyguards on both sides immediately moved, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. At that moment, a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap suddenly charged out like a fierce beast, delivering two kicks with a bang-bang, knocking the bodyguards to the ground. The bodyguards froze momentarily, then instinctively retreated in front of the young man, standing on high alert. An 8th-grade martial sovereign? Ning Yuchu and Sun Shao were still in shock, thinking the person who arrived was Yi Lingfeng, but it turned out to be just a stranger. The man's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he spoke coldly. Young Master Ning Jessen, you cannot touch this woman. Ning Jessen's expression darkened, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Oh, you actually know this young master? In Donghai, anyone daring to lay hands on his people must undoubtedly belong to the other two prominent families. The man, however, appeared extremely cautious. That's not important. Anyway, you absolutely cannot touch this woman, or you will definitely regret it. Ning Jessen tentatively asked, I've investigated. Her name is Ning Yuchu. She comes from a small town and has no background. So why can't I touch her? The man's attitude was firm, his voice deep. There's no why, you simply can't move. Ning Jessen let out a cold laugh, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. So you were just bluffing? Someone, seize him. The nearby 9th-tier martial superior no longer hesitated and charged directly at the man. Watch out. Ning Yuchu instinctively issued a warning, her heart tightening. The man was helpless and could only fight with all his might against the two 9th-tier martial superiors. The atmosphere instantly became intense and fiery. In less than 10 seconds, the man was knocked to the ground, his face covered in blood, utterly miserable. A mere 8th-rank martial sovereign, and you dare put on airs before me? Ning Jessen stepped on the opponent's face, a smug smile curling at the corner of his lips. Overestimating yourselves. Stop. Sun Shao couldn't stand it any longer, his face full of anger, his eyes blazing. You're so lawless, aren't you afraid of retribution? Good thing my brother Ling Feng isn't here. If he were here, you'd definitely die a horrible death. Ning Jessen sneered with disdain, a contemptuous smile on his face. What nonsense, Ling Feng's little brother. If he's got the guts, let him come find me. I'll make sure he dies spectacularly. Beside him, the bodyguard noticed the onlookers gathering around and frowned. Young master, there are quite a few people. If this continues, I'm afraid this matter will reach your family's ears. Ning Jessen frowned deeply, looking at Ning Yuchu, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Just you wait. Unless you leave Donghai overnight, as long as you're still in Donghai, I'll make sure to take you and Bund 18 down. Let's go. Watching the figure of the other person depart, the man on the ground struggled desperately to stand up, his body racked with pain. Why did you come to Donghai? What about your boyfriend? He was following the orders of someone from the Ning family of Donghai to protect Ning Yuchu. Earlier, he had rushed back to his hometown due to a family member's critical illness, but upon returning, he discovered that Ning Yuchu had nearly been killed by the Lu family members. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng appeared, with his extraordinary combat abilities and complex background, making her feel as though Ning Yuchu had found a strong reliance and could peacefully live out the rest of her life. Having just returned to Donghai to report back, he unexpectedly ran into the young master of the Ning family again and was nearly abducted by him, forced into an unwanted encounter. The man couldn't help but take a sharp breath, secretly thinking to himself, if something like this really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Yuchu looked utterly confused. Do you know me? Who exactly are you? Why did you protect us just now? Sun Shao added, the he you mentioned earlier should be referring to Yi Lingfeng, right? He is in Rongqing, and he will come over tonight. Are you looking for him for something? The man sighed helplessly and shook his head. He hasn't even come to Donghai, so why are you here? Alright, hurry up and leave Donghai. This is not a place where you can stay. After saying this, the man ignored the two women's attempts to stop him, turned around, merged into the crowd, and disappeared from sight. Looking at each other, the two women were completely bewildered, their hearts filled with confusion. Ning Yuchu said, "Now, what should we do?" Sun Xiao thought for a moment, then pulled the other person into the car. Call Brother Lingfeng after we get back, and wait for him to come before deciding. Rongqing, on the high-speed train, Yi Lingfeng was intently reviewing the information on the Fu family and the Dongyang Chamber of Commerce. His expression was focused, as if the secrets of these two forces were hidden within the text. At this moment, Yi Mingyu returned from fetching water, holding a cup in her hand, a smile gracing her face. "Brother, let me take your spot for a moment," she said expectantly. Yi Mingyu always liked the seat by the window, so this time Yi Lingfeng stood up without hesitation and gave her the spot. Sure. Tonight, Yi Mingyu was wearing a white t-shirt paired with blue denim shorts, accentuating her tall and slender figure. Her flawless jade-like legs seemed like works of art. Her high ponytail swayed gently behind her, radiating youthful energy. She carefully held a water cup and walked toward Yi Lingfeng. "Be careful," Yi Lingfeng reminded her. However, the aisle inside the carriage was too narrow. Suddenly, the train started moving, and Yi Mingyu had no time to react. Unable to steady herself, she directly fell onto the other person's lap. This unexpected intimacy left Yi Lingfeng stunned, his heart surging with emotion. "Are you okay?" He hurriedly helped her steady herself. Yi Mingyu's face flushed bright red as she shook her head, her heartbeat pounding like thunder. No, I'm fine. Thank you, bro." Her delicate body trembled slightly, inadvertently triggering the switch of her innate allure physique, releasing an enchanting aura mingled with the girl's fragrance, spreading around. Yi Lingfeng sensed the atmosphere around them suddenly becoming subtle. To keep her from feeling anxious, he calmly said, "There are still several hours to go. Why don't you take a nap?" Took a sip of water, Yi Mingyu tried to calm her restless emotions and gently nodded, "All right." Half an hour later, her breathing gradually steadied. Yi Lingfeng gently moved her head onto the small table to avoid her getting a stiff neck when she woke up upon arrival. He sighed lightly, but his thoughts shifted. Back to Linger. Linger doesn't have a special constitution, and the young toxin doesn't seem to be significantly suppressed. It looks like I'll still have to find ninth senior sister to resolve this thoroughly. Just as he was preparing to take a nap, a woman dressed in a knee-length black dress with flowing long hair suddenly walked over from the other end of the aisle. Her skin was as fair as snow, and she wore a mask and sunglasses while surveying the surroundings. Finding only one vacant seat, she promptly sat down. Yi Lingfeng turned around, intending to inquire, but then saw a large group of men in suits hurriedly approaching, instantly heightening the tension. The woman's face drastically changed, her mind racing. She quickly grabbed the nearby coat, covered her head with it, and lay down on Yi Lingfeng's lap, pretending to be asleep. The bodyguards in suits checked one by one, and the passengers in the carriage kept complaining. When this group of bodyguards approached Yi Lingfeng, the woman seemed to perceive something and whispered, "Hold me." Yi Lingfeng didn't hear clearly and asked doubtfully, "What?" She had no choice but to remove her mask under the cover of her jacket, nervously repeating, "Hold me tight." He originally didn't want to pay attention but suddenly sensed something unusual. His face changed instantly, alarms went off in his mind, and he instinctively placed his hand on her head. "Don't say a word." The passing bodyguard sensed something was amiss and was about to speak when a companion behind quickly stopped him, signaling everyone to leave this train compartment. "The person is right on that man's lap, why don't we take her away?" A bodyguard was puzzled. The leading bodyguard sighed, "That man, is he her boyfriend?" How would I know? Since we can't be certain, then it's possible. There are so many eyes on the bus, if we grab her and someone sees it, the entertainment industry could explode tomorrow." Everyone's hearts tightened, cold sweat dripping down. "Go wait at the exit, don't alert her for now. No matter what, we must bring her back this time." Inside the carriage, Yi Lingfeng looked at the breathtakingly beautiful face hidden under his jacket, cold sweat dripping down. "What are you doing?" she stammered. "What do you have in the pocket of your pants?" "It's uncomfortable. I was trying to find a more comfortable position to lie down." Yi Lingfeng lifted the jacket and, seeing her delicate face, was momentarily stunned. "They've already left, you don't need to stay lying on my lap." Cautiously glancing around, the woman heaved a deep sigh of relief, and the tense atmosphere finally eased a little. "But they are definitely still on this train. I am sitting right here. When they come back later, you just let me lie down for a while longer. Yi Lingfeng's face remained expressionless, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Why should I help you? The seat next to him was empty, and the other person wanted to sit there. He had no right to stop them. But his legs were his own, how could they be used by others at will? The woman turned her head, slowly removed her mask, revealing an absolutely stunning face, with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Do you really not recognize me? Yi Lingfeng glanced over, silently assessing in his heart. Should I know you? The woman's astonishment was written all over her face, as if she found it unbelievable that her fame was not recognized. This young lady has tens of millions of followers. How come it hasn't reached you guys in Rongcheng? That's truly remarkable. Yi Lingfeng didn't respond but secretly pondered in his heart. The less the other party spoke, the stronger the woman's curiosity grew. What is your name? I'll give you a signed photo later. No need. Handwritten, and it even carries my scent. I said, no need. The woman was stunned, encountering a man who was completely uninterested in her for the first time, and a trace of curiosity surged in her heart. All right. In order to show my gratitude, I'm giving this to you. She took out a small box from her pocket, a sly glint in her eyes. But there's a condition, you have to let me continue sleeping on you for a while. And, if that group of people comes back, you have to help me evade their search. I've been running away these past few days, so exhausted. This man's legs are so warm, lying on them for a nap must be really comfortable. Yi Lingfeng instinctively caught the box thrown by the other party, feeling a burst of confusion. Before he could say anything, the woman had already stretched out her limbs and sprawled on his legs without hesitation. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead, and he thought to himself, this is the first time I've encountered such a pure woman, and she really hasn't noticed anything? Silently reciting the ice heart technique in his mind, his heartbeat gradually calmed down. Yi Lingfeng casually opened the box. What appeared before his eyes was a pigeon egg-sized diamond ring and a box of brightly colored rubber items. Although he had never used such things, Yi Lingfeng could read the words, and cold sweat once again seeped from his forehead. I thought she was a simple girl, but turns out she's so casual, directly hinting at me? He let out a slight sigh, put the item back in the box, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes for a short rest. Not long after, perhaps knowing the station was approaching, the girl quietly got up, gently covered Yi Lingfeng with a coat, and tiptoed out of the carriage. Boom! The train began to slow down, and Yi Lingfeng gently patted Yi Mingyu who was beside him. Dream Rain. We've arrived. Yi Mingyu's eyes were dreamy, as if she hadn't yet woken up from her sleep. So soon? I hadn't even fallen asleep. Yi Lingfeng smiled wryly, secretly sighing in his heart. The faint snoring had already betrayed her true state. He handed the jacket back to her, picked up the luggage, and held Yi Mingyu's hand, preparing to get off the vehicle. Countless complex gazes were directed at him along the way. Almost all the men envied him for having such a young and adorable girlfriend. Yi Lingfeng knew this was due to her innate alluring physique, which, although suppressed, still possessed an extraordinary attraction to the opposite sex. In the eyes of the men, Yi Mingyu was like a shining beacon in a dark world, making all the women around her pale in comparison. He paid no heed to this, holding Yi Mingyu's hand as they quickly walked into the passage. So what if she has an innate seductive charm? He is her brother and can't do anything about it. Walking out of the station exit, Yi Lingfeng stopped in his tracks, about to speak to Yi Mingyu, when suddenly a large group of well-dressed men in suits blocked his path. Among the people exiting the station, several locals immediately recognized the identity of these dozens of suited individuals. Look at the emblem on their chests. They're actually enforcers from the Huai Group? Huai Group is the largest entertainment company in Daxia. In the entertainment industry, almost more than half of the top-tier celebrities are artists under their banner. To become an employee of Huai and protect those big stars, one's strength must be at least level 7 martial sovereign. TSK. Who exactly is that guy? He actually dares to offend Huai Group. This time, it looks like big trouble is coming. Many passers-by fell in love with Yi Mingyu at first sight, only to realize that there was already a man by her side. At this moment, seeing the man's predicament, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Such a beautiful girl, are you even worthy? See? Isn't this karma coming for you? Faced with the man in a suit, Yi Mingyu furrowed her slender brows slightly, showing no signs of weakness. What do you want to do? We don't seem to know you, right? The bodyguards took a deep breath and shifted their gaze to the man beside her opponent. Kid, you're not very honorable. You've got such a beautiful girlfriend, and you're still eyeing our young miss? Among the bodyguards behind, the woman's fans saw this scene, and their rage instantly erupted. Are you deceiving feelings? Her body? Or her money? Anyone daring to mess with Huai Group, you must be tired of living. Swish! The bystanders' expressions changed drastically, and they all leaned in to listen. What's going on? This guy messed with a star from Huai Group? Who? A man or a woman? Seeing the other person holding hands with a stunningly beautiful girl, everyone felt unbalanced, their hearts filled with a mix of envy and jealousy. Is he really that handsome? Why him? Yi Lingfeng paid no attention to the onlookers' reactions and calmly said, I don't know her. If you want to find her, look elsewhere. Don't block the way. The leading bodyguard wore a grim expression, bristling with anger. On the train, you still claimed not to know her? Previously, they had been wary of attracting attention, fearing they'd be caught on camera, but the timing was different now. They had to stop this man and extract the whereabouts of the target from him, or else the entire operation would be a complete failure. Believe it or not. Yi Lingfeng sneered coldly and pulled Yi Mingyu forward without hesitation. Unless you hand her over, don't even think about leaving today. The leading bodyguard shouted angrily. Seize him. Without hesitation, take action directly. Dozens of bodyguards rushed up instantly, and the onlookers held their breath, so tense that they hardly dared to blink. Yi Mingyu's delicate face changed color, her heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to protect her only brother, immediately stepping in front. Get lost. She had always been asleep, completely unaware of how powerful her brother was. The fear in her heart made her instinctively want to shield him. However, Yi Lingfeng remained unfazed, shielding her behind him without hesitation. At the very moment those bodyguards charged forward, he turned around and delivered a swift kick, instantly knocking everyone to the ground. In less than 5 seconds, over a dozen bodyguards were all defeated, lying on the ground groaning in pain as the scene descended into chaos. The onlookers were stunned, dumbfounded, as if witnessing an impossible miracle. The leading bodyguard looked shocked and stammered, Kid, you've got guts. Offend Huai Group. Just wait for your doom. Let's go. The train station was crowded with people, making a fight obviously inappropriate. If it weren't for their frantic clumsiness, how could Yi Lingfeng have let them leave so easily? Turning to his still shaken younger sister, Yi Lingfeng gently comforted her, Don't be afraid, with your brother here, no one in this world can hurt you. Yi Mingyu looked up at him with admiration on her face, Brother, you're amazing. If only we didn't have that connection, how wonderful it would be. Gently brushing her jade-like nose, Yi Lingfeng smiled indifferently, took his sister's hand, and walked out of the station. The gazes of passers-by flooded like tides, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and astonishment. When getting on the elevator, that woman from earlier suddenly rushed out from behind the nearby wall. Wow! Are you a special forces soldier? Or have you worked as a mercenary abroad? Kicking away more than a dozen 8th-grade martial lords in one move? That's insanely powerful. Yi Mingyu looked at him in astonishment, her face full of curiosity. Could it be, you're the woman those people mentioned earlier? Yi Lingfeng replied indifferently, Do you need something? If not, stop following me. Also, I'm not interested in your gift. Returning it to you. Catching the box thrown over, the woman looked annoyed and full of confusion. The gift from that man, it must be something very valuable. You actually don't want it? She opened it and, sure enough, it was a diamond ring, but there was also a box of strange items inside. Holding the box in her hand, the woman widened her eyes in shock. How could there be such a thing? Yi Mingyu looked confused and asked, What is this? The woman froze for a moment and quickly hid the box behind her. Even though she was wearing a mask, her face was still flushed with embarrassment. Nothing. Just some chewing gum. Although she had never used it and had never even had a boyfriend, after being in the entertainment industry for so many years, how could she not know what it was? Yi Lingfeng remained expressionless and casually said, Bubble gum? Then have one. He casually tossed it into the nearby trash can. The woman chuckled awkwardly, I don't like this flavor. Without saying anything further, Yi Lingfeng held Yi Mingyu's hand and stepped into the elevator. The woman hurried to follow, her voice soft, listening to your conversation. She seems to be your sister? How about this? You become the personal bodyguard of this young lady. I'll pay you the highest standard salary. Not only that, I can pull some strings to help your younger sister enroll at Donghai University, guaranteeing the two of you can establish yourselves in Donghai. Yi Mingyu's eyes lit up with interest. Donghai University? Brother? She doesn't seem like a bad person, so why not let her continue speaking? Held captive by Chao Xiaozong for years, she had been out of school for a long time. Now, finally free, a longing to return to campus reignited in her heart. She wanted to gain more knowledge, enrich herself, and become someone her brother could be proud of. Yi Lingfeng paused for a moment and asked, "You want to continue studying?" "Yes." She nodded firmly. "All right, I'll make the arrangements," Yi Lingfeng said with an undeniable firmness in his tone. But at that moment, the woman's expression suddenly changed, and the smug look on her face was instantly deflated. She suddenly realized that the man before her utterly disregarded her offer of help. "Hey, what's with that reaction?" she asked angrily. "Could it be that you have some sort of powerful connections and don't need my help to get into Donghai University at all?" A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. "Dressed so ordinary, it really makes one doubt his identity. How is it possible? Hey!" She watched him leave without turning his head, angrily stomping her feet in place, growing more and more unwilling the more she thought about it. She took out her phone, opened the photo she had secretly taken on the train earlier, and half her anger dissipated. "He is indeed very handsome," she muttered involuntarily, "but there's no need to be so arrogant, right?" Immediately, she dialed a number and furiously asked, "What's the deal with that guy? In the gift box he forced on me, there was a box of condoms?" The person on the other end of the phone finally responded, "Oh my goodness. My dear aunt, you finally turned on your phone. Why did you go to Rongcheng? Such a small place, is it really worth making a special trip there?" The woman's tone was full of dissatisfaction. "I'm asking you a question." She emphasized her tone, feeling extremely anxious. The person on the other end hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I don't know. How about you find out for yourself after you return?" This sentence was like a cold wind, making her even more uneasy. She secretly vowed to uncover this man's secret. No matter what, she would not give up.